The journey of an ordinary person in the Three Kingdoms. The wisdom of millennium in Huaxia serves as a weapon to forge paths through adversity that a glinting blade shines between white teeth, while crimson blood flows in the darkness of night. Within the shadows of heroes lies the bear concealed, and behind the gallant smiles lurks pain. Is progress impossible without a system? Is contemplation unattainable without a mission? Lift your gaze and move forward where the heart leads. There lies the frontier of the Han. Chapter 1. In truth, a single character defines the late Eastern Han. This is an ordinary earthen house constructed of timber, approximately 20 square meters in size. The yellow clay walls, coated with white chalk, have begun to flake in places, revealing the mud and straw beneath. Against the wall stand several wooden racks, each neatly adorned with scrolls of bamboo, numerous in quantity. Some glistening bamboo scrolls are clearly well-thumbed, their surfaces polished, and even the twine binding them shows signs of wear. On the edge of one rack, a few exquisite wooden boxes appear to be containers for books. In the center of the room lies a mat, upon which rests a low table. On the table's corner are 2 or 3 brushes and a scattering of bamboo slips and carving tools, various writing instruments. Beside the desk stands a rustic, ancient-looking clay jar, tilted to accommodate 2 or 3 silk scrolls. Fei Qian sits alone at the desk, his gaze somewhat distant, lost in thought. The original Fei Qian of the Eastern Han had succumbed to a grave illness, teetering on the brink of death, only to awaken anew. Yet, unbeknownst to all, his soul had been exchanged for that of a later incarnation of Fei Qian. This is the era of the Three Kingdoms, to be precise. It is not yet the Three Kingdoms. That designation will only come after the Battle of Chibi, when Cao Cao proclaims Wei, Liu Bei claims Shu, and Sun Quan asserts Wu. Currently, according to the era's title, it is the first year of Guangxi. Emperor Ling of Han had believed that the commander of the 8 generals of the Western Garden, Jian Shuo, could maintain order, yet in reality, Jian Shuo was far less formidable. Then he appeared. Jian Shuo and He Jin were already embroiled in a power struggle, harboring considerable animosity towards each other. Now presented with an opportunity to fulfill Emperor Ling's last wishes while simultaneously eliminating General He Jin, Jian Shuo deemed this a splendid chance and schemed to assassinate He Jin. He Jin's sister was the Empress of Han, and the Empress had a son named Liu Bian. Naturally, the He family sought to place their own child, Liu Bian, on the throne, unwilling to allow Liu Xie to ascend. Thus, a direct confrontation ensued between Jian Shuo and He Jin. Regrettably, Jian Shuo overestimated his capacity for execution. The plot to kill He Jin was leaked. Not only did he fail to eliminate He Jin, but Jian Shuo himself lost his life. Moreover, in a single night, all those who followed Jian Shuo, including his immediate relatives, were ruthlessly slain, staining the courtyard of the Jian residence with blood, and leaving a pile of severed heads at the market square. Subsequently, General He Jin supported Liu Bian's ascension to the throne, adopting the era name Guangxi. He Jin's sister, who had been elevated to Empress He, became the Empress Dowager, yet within the imperial harem resided another formidable presence, Dowager Dong, the widow of the late Emperor Ling. The palace, akin to a mountain that cannot harbor 2 tigers, found itself in a precarious situation with 2 Empress Dowagers. Thus, Empress Dowager He orchestrated a banquet reminiscent of the infamous Hongmen feast, seizing the opportunity to eliminate Dowager Dong, thereby elevating the He family to the pinnacle of power among the imperial relatives. However, the subsequent events left Fei Qian perplexed. General He Jin made a grave misstep by summoning Dong Zhuo to the capital. Although anyone familiar with the history of the Three Kingdoms understands that Dong Zhuo's arrival signified the irrevocable decline of the Eastern Han dynasty's imperial authority, Fei Qian found himself in a position where he could neither voice his concerns nor share his thoughts with anyone. The gruesome sight of severed heads piled high at Kaishiku served as a stark lesson for Fei Qian. This is feudal society of the Eastern Han dynasty, where justice was absent and the slightest misstep could lead to death. Thus, he dared only to ponder alone, his grasp of the Three Kingdoms' history somewhat nebulous. Yet influenced by the dramas and games of later generations, he retained a vague impression. The current state of the Han dynasty could be encapsulated in one word: chaos. It was utter pandemonium. The yellow turbans had risen, followed by turmoil in the palace of Luoyang, then the arrival of Dong Zhuo with the Xiliang forces, culminating in nationwide disorder. In the Han Dynasty, officials were recommended by local governors, known as Zhu Xiaolian, allowing those selected to participate in examinations in the capital. The examination consisted of the students' trials of familial law and the bureaucracy's written reports, encompassing classical texts and official document usage. Those who passed the written exam would then face an interview, and successful candidates would be retained in the capital, granted the title of Longwan, awaiting vacancies among local officials for deployment. During the previous chaos in Luoyang, Fei Qian's status as a Longwan afforded him some protection, at least sparing him from immediate peril. However, with Dong Zhuo's impending arrival, this status might soon prove futile. The Xiliang forces would likely act with even less restraint than the previous Luoyang soldiers, who had at least possessed some local loyalty. Fei Qian recalled that Dong Zhuo had ultimately relocated all the inhabitants of Luoyang to Chang'an, leaving a trail of bodies littering the fields and setting the city ablaze. Nearly reducing it to ashes, a shiver ran down Fei Qian's spine. Could he possibly intervene to prevent Dong Zhuo from entering the capital? What could a mere, inconsequential candidate for office do against the reigning general? Moreover, he recalled that General He Jin had been assassinated before Dong Zhuo's arrival, and attempting to curry favor with a man on the verge of death seemed utterly futile. Should he attempt to save He Jin's life? But how could he? Not even the illustrious figures like Cao Cao or Yuan Shao, who were of a slightly lower rank than the general, could be approached to establish a connection. Would he dare to stand at the gates of the general's residence and proclaim, "General, your days are numbered. Please heed my words"? He would likely be slain by the guards before he could even be heard. As for treasures and riches, those were matters discreetly handled in private. After meetings, no one would dare to brazenly flaunt such gifts in public, as it would be a far more grievous insult than a slap to the face, a transgression even the most avaricious of the 10 regular attendants would not risk. When Fei Qian first arrived, he had not fully integrated his previous memories, which nearly led to an embarrassing incident. Fortunately, he managed to pass it off as a result of recovering from a serious illness that had left his mind in a haze. Otherwise, friends would have turned into strangers and strangers into foes. Yuan Shao hailed from a lineage of 4 generations of high-ranking officials. Although he was born of a concubine, his status as the eldest son was significant. This level of nobility was remarkable, especially considering that Cao Cao was also a son of Cao Song, a grandson of Cao Teng. Cao Teng was an extraordinarily powerful eunuch who had served 4 emperors and was conferred the title of Marquis of Fighting. In those times, marquises were exceedingly rare. One can only reflect on the well-known figure of the Guang, who, even at death, had never attained a marquisate, while Cao Teng was the only eunuch to have received such an honor at that time. To put it in contemporary terms, both Cao Cao and Yuan Shao were at the pinnacle of the bureaucratic hierarchy, a rank that surpassed even the sons of provincial governors. Could a mere intern like Fei Qian, who had just entered the governmental circle, ever hope to cross paths with them? The notion of seeking their favor seemed utterly futile. Fei Qian sighed deeply. Suddenly, his stomach let out a few rumbling sounds. Instinctively glancing around to ensure no one was present, he shifted slightly to release a series of discreet flatulence. Another sigh escaped his lips. He had overindulged in beans at dinner, and his body was responding accordingly. Such a deception, Fei Qian mused, recalling the misleading portrayals in modern television dramas and novels. It's all a ruse. In the Three Kingdoms dramas, soldiers were often depicted eating bowls of white rice. Yet he had been in this era for nearly a year and had never enjoyed a proper meal of rice. At best, he had consumed millet or wheat, and at worst, he was left with various beans. The excessive beans led to an inevitable consequence: flatulence. But that was not all. The most critical issue was the absence of smartphones, computers, or any online resources. With only 2 meals a day and the cost of lamps and oil being prohibitive, he had to retire to bed as soon as darkness fell, enduring a long night of hunger until dawn. Reflecting on his initial arrival in the Three Kingdoms, Fei Qian could not help but shed tears. It truly was a daily struggle for survival. Dressing was equally troublesome. The long-sleeve robes that looked splendid on screen posed various challenges in reality. The short-sleeve garments, akin to the attire of common laborers or hunters, were not suitable for someone like Fei Qian, who was obliged to wear formal clothing whenever he stepped outside. This meant a complete set of hanfu, 3 layers, with an inner garment snug against the skin, a middle layer, and an outer robe, all while ensuring that the left lapel covered the right, with the tie secured beneath the right armpit. To exacerbate the situation, there were no undergarments. Walking around felt quite drafty. Fei Qian initially encountered numerous problems with his attire. For example, he mistakenly believed that the right lapel should be on top. Luckily, Uncle Fu, the family steward, promptly intervened to correct him. Uncle Fu had watched Fei Qian grow up. After both of Fei Qian's parents succumbed to typhoid 5 years ago, they entrusted his care to Uncle Fu. Although he held the title of steward, Uncle Fu treated Fei Qian with the affection of a family member. During Fei Qian's severe illness, when others were fearful of contagion, only Uncle Fu remained by his side, providing personal care. When Fei Qian finally recovered, Uncle Fu was overjoyed beyond measure. Fei Qian possessed a remarkable adaptability, a trait he himself greatly admired. In the absence of proper garments, he would don them as skirts when rice was scarce. He made do with rustic fare without a mobile phone. He refused to succumb to the habits of the distracted. When deprived of electricity, he simply retired to bed early, and when 3 meals were unattainable, he would content himself with 2. Yet, there remained one matter that he found utterly intolerable, a conundrum that could not be resolved through mere adaptation. How to survive in these tumultuous times? At present, General He Jin's reckless decisions had paved the way for Dong Zhuo's entrance into the capital, and the Han dynasty appeared on the brink of collapse. With warlords carving out territories across the land, the populace suffered greatly. Although the specifics were murky, a fragment of a poem from his childhood lingered in his mind, seemingly penned by Cao Cao. White bones exposed in the fields, 1,000 miles. Devoid of rooster's crow, Cao Cao's troops, in their direst straits, reportedly resorted to cannibalism. To speak of the future seemed futile. Even the imminent upheaval in Luoyang loomed large, making survival increasingly arduous. Staying in Luoyang was no longer an option. Where to go next? What path to choose? Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu, both inept, had squandered the best of Han's son Jian remained engrossed in his trivial pursuits. Soon to be ruled out of the contest, Sun Tzu, too, was destined for a short-lived existence. Proving unreliable, Cao Cao, lacking any territory, would only embark on his journey from fugitive to warlord after being pursued and hunted. By the imperial court, Liu Bei appeared to be on the run after having clashed with a postal inspector. His whereabouts a mystery. Might he be hiding with Gongsun Zan? Furthermore, Liu Yin, Liu Yu, and Liu Biao seemed merely to be peripheral figures in this unfolding saga. Could any of these connections be of value? While Cao Cao's stature may be slightly more formidable, Fei Qian found himself lacking both renown and talent, compelled to mingle with a host of brilliant strategists such as Gua Jia, Sun Yu, and Chun Kun, each possessing an intelligence surpassing 95. The pressure was immense. Moreover, with Cao Cao on the verge of desperate flight for several years, would his arrival not risk being betrayed, given Cao Cao's notoriously suspicious and selfish nature? Should he consider becoming a warlord himself, devoid of funds, provisions, territory, or status, who would ally with him? Everyone harbored dreams of attracting famed warriors like Dian Wei and Zhao Yun, or strategists like Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong, and commanding the likes of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Such aspirations were mere fantasies, for the execution of such dreams proved more formidable than scaling the heavens. Fei Qian felt as though his mind had been thrown into disarray by the current circumstances, pondering endlessly without resolution. Alas, I shall take one step at a time first. I must find an opportunity to leave Luoyang, and other matters can be addressed later. He massaged his aching temples at that moment when an elderly man entered quietly, smiling gently at Fei Qian, his face radiating kindness. With hands clasped, he said, "Young lord, Master Cui has arrived." Chapter 2. The ancients were not simple, Uncle Fu. What brings young Master Cui here? Fei Qian, momentarily lost in thought, suddenly snapped back to reality, smacking his forehead. Oh dear, I nearly forgot. Allow me to go and welcome him. Rising from his seat, Fei Qian prepared to greet young Master Cui, while Uncle Fu hurriedly approached to assist him in smoothing out his somewhat wrinkled attire. Despite his advanced age, Uncle Fu exhibited remarkable agility, deftly straightening the front of Fei Qian's clothing, then moving to the back to smooth out the creases, occasionally glancing up at Fei Qian. His face creased with warmth and joy. Observing Uncle Fu's smile, Fei Qian could not help but chuckle. Old Uncle Fu, what makes you so merry? Is there something amiss with my attire? Oh, no. Young master is dressed splendidly. I simply feel an overwhelming joy upon seeing you. Uncle Fu continued his task, his voice gradually diminishing. May the spirits of the ancestors bless young master with peace and health, free from ailments and disasters. Fei Qian laughed. Old Uncle Fu, I am perfectly well. As you can see. Rest assured, my health is in fine condition. He patted his chest for emphasis. Indeed, young master. After tidying up, Uncle Fu straightened his back and suddenly recalled something, his smile fading a touch. Young master. Though it may not be my place to speak, I must mention that while establishing connections with the Chui family is commendable, they are, well, it is prudent to exercise caution. Fei Qian, somewhat perplexed, inquired, could you clarify, Uncle Fu? I have heard some rumors in the market these past few days. This is a long tale. If young master wishes to know more, I shall elucidate once young master Chui departs. However, we must not keep him waiting. That would be disrespectful. It is always better to err on the side of caution. Very well, I understand. Although Fei Qian remained somewhat unclear, he decided to proceed with welcoming young master Chui, as leaving someone waiting at the door for too long would be a breach of etiquette. Young master Chui, named Ho and styled Yon Yuan, was the son of Chui Yi and bore a striking resemblance to a certain individual of the same name from later generations. Fei Qian had once encountered him at the marketplace, and, upon learning of his name, had recognized him immediately. Young Master Chui could be considered the first prominent official descendant Fei Qian had met since arriving in the Han dynasty, albeit one who had significantly receded from power. As Chui Yi and Appo's eldest son, he was also the brother of Chui Lai. At present, the court had not established the position of chancellor. Thus, the highest-ranking civil officials were the three dukes, the Minister of Works, the Minister of Rights, and the Minister of War. Following them were the 9 ministers, the Minister of Ceremonies, the Minister of Revenue, the Minister of War, the Minister of Justice, the Grand Master of the Household, the Chief of the Imperial Clan, the Grand Minister of Agriculture, and the Minister of the Interior. The highest-ranking military official was the Grand General, akin to the Chancellor, surpassing the 3 dukes in rank. This was followed by the General of Cavalry, the General of Chariots, and the General of the Guard, which were comparable to the 3 dukes. Subsequent ranks fell into the category of miscellaneous generals. As Fei Qian understood, Chui Lai had served as Minister of Works during the reign of Emperor Ling of Han, marking him as a significant figure. However, due to a conflict with the 10 eunuchs known as the 10 regular attendants, Chui Lai lost his position and faced the destruction of his family. Grief-stricken and embittered, he soon passed away. Chui found himself ensnared in the turmoil, nearly losing his entire fortune. Fortunately, he had someone discreetly looking after him within the court. After the 10 regular attendants orchestrated Chui Lai's demise, they felt a sense of vindication and lost interest in further investigations, thus sparing Chui Yi's life. The Chui family now owned a farm outside Luoyang and operated a pawn shop within the city, albeit on a smaller scale than that of the Grand General He Jin. Nonetheless, they managed to maintain a modest existence. It was precisely because the Chui family was no longer in the limelight that Chui Yi's son, Chui Ho, did not carry the airs typical of an official's offspring. Otherwise, Fei Qian would not have recognized him. Every time Fei Qian encountered Chui Ho, an inexplicable amusement washed over him. With his small eyes and broad face, Chui Ho bore an uncanny resemblance to someone from a later time. Chui Ho, too, laughed. And as he did, his eyes appeared even smaller. Haha, my dear brother, there is no need for such formality. You seem to be in even better spirits than when we last met. As he spoke, he stepped forward and naturally took Fei Qian and Appo's hand. Although Fei Qian understood that hand-holding was merely a sign of camaraderie in the Han dynasty, he still felt a slight unease at the gesture from a man. Yo Yuan, please come inside, Fei Qian said, attempting to discreetly withdraw his hand. He turned to Uncle Fu and instructed him to prepare some dried fruits and tea for their guests in the main hall. Chui Ho appeared oblivious to the shift in atmosphere, continuing to beam. Ah, dear brother, there is no need for such politeness between us. Feel free to act as you wish. I have heard that the Fei family from Holua also treasures literature and possesses a rich collection of books. If I may be so bold, would you permit me to visit your study for a chat? The study? Chui Ho nodded with a smile. I have no other talent but a passion for reading new works. I wonder if you would indulge my request. Ah, of course. If it's not too much trouble, not at all. In that case, please lead the way, Yong Yuan. Although Fei Qian was somewhat puzzled by Cui Ho and Amp Appo's request, he decided to acquiesce and proceeded to the study. The two of them moved to the study and sat opposite each other. Uncle Fu served some dried fruits and tea, then stood quietly to the side. Cui Ho glanced around, expressing admiration. It is indeed as the rumors say, the Fei family of Hulua holds literature in high regard. Today, I see firsthand the abundance of your collection. He then continued, by the way, the item you entrusted to me last time has recently pleased a distinguished guest, who took it with great delight. This guest is quite generous, and I shall arrange for your share to be delivered today at the hour of Shun. Oh dear, you truly need not trouble yourself, Yong Yuan. Not at all. I must thank you, dear brother. Suddenly, Cui Ho clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Ah, I nearly forgot. I recently harvested some fresh fruits at my estate and brought some for you to taste. Would it be too much to ask the old steward to make a trip? I have already sent them to the back alley." Fei Qian could not decline and expressed his gratitude, instructing Uncle Fu to retrieve the fruits from the back alley. Once Uncle Fu had departed, Cui Ho leaned in closer and whispered, "Do you have any more of those treasures? The last guest mentioned to take as many as you possess. The so-called treasures were, in fact, large glass beads adorned with embossed patterns, more accurately referred to as colored glass beads, for Fei Qian lacked the means to purify them. The glass possesses a hardness that belies its fragility, rendering its sculpting a considerable challenge. However, the subsequent invention of the lost wax casting technique allowed for the emergence of glass adorned with more intricate patterns. This method was not employed until the Tang dynasty, and as Fei Qian developed a personal affinity for glass in later years, he amassed a modest collection, thus acquiring a degree of understanding regarding it. This, perhaps, stands as Fei Qian's sole notable skill. It is somewhat unfortunate that in the Han dynasty, social stratification was distinctly defined. While the scholar, farmer, artisan, and merchant classes did not establish a household registration system akin to that of the Ming dynasty, Fei Qian, as a man of letters, found it inconvenient to engage in direct sales. Among scholars, the more prevalent mode of exchange was gifting a few courtesans in exchange for several fine steeds, an understanding veiled in the guise of elegance. To convert his glass creations into currency, Fei Qian and Appo's most expedient avenue was pawnship. It was sheer coincidence that he encountered Cui Ho. Otherwise, he might have opted for another pawnshop. Yet, crafting earthen glass is a formidable endeavor, with a high likelihood of cracking or forming cavities, resulting in a dismally low yield. After several attempts, only the initial pieces bore any semblance of quality. The most recent batches were entirely deemed worthless, shattered beyond use. Moreover, Fei Qian recognized that rarity begets value. Should he flood the market with his creations, not only would he disrupt prices, but he would also risk attracting unwanted attention for possessing something of worth. Thus, he decided to part with merely 2 or 3 finished pieces, feigning that they were heirlooms from his family for Cui Ho to sell on his behalf, while the remainder was crushed and buried. Maintaining the reputation of a spendthrift is far preferable to being the object of others' covetous designs. Presently, it appears that Cui Ho has reaped considerable benefits from this transaction, prompting him to personally inquire about the potential for further dealings. Cui Ho cleared his throat, inwardly acknowledging that, as his father had suggested, there was indeed a deeper intrigue at play. This young man feigned sorrow poorly, not shedding a single tear. The act was so inadequate that one would expect him to be in floods of genuine grief. "Ah, these are merely ordinary texts. Look, Yong Yuan, this is the Qiluan. Regrettably, I have only managed to collect 11 volumes, with many still missing. Chapter 3, each with their own calculations. I, Gong Liang, have no purpose." A somewhat gray-haired elder mused while stroking his beard. This elder, the father of Cui Ho, Cui Yi, tilted his head back, squinted his eyes, and remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. "It seems that sending you to probe was indeed the right decision. This young man certainly possesses hidden depths. It is no surprise that you do not recognize this text, for it does not belong to the classics. I suspect this phrase originates from." Cui suddenly opened his eyes wide but spoke in a hushed tone, as if fearing others might overhear. "Hu Fei Zi. Oh, Cui Ho was taken aback. Hu Fei Zi? Could it be that my esteemed father refers to that Hu Fei Zi? If so, this young man has indeed acquired." Silence. Cui shot him a glare. Cui Ho, aware of his indiscretion, quickly lowered his voice. "So, does this mean that what you suspect, father, could indeed be true?" Cui nodded. "It is said that Hu Fei Zi was skilled in manipulating objects, leaving behind 5 valiant techniques, 7 craftsmen, and 18 methods, though many have been lost to time. This young man comes from an ordinary family yet suddenly produces such exquisite treasures. It is likely that his claim of a family heirloom is merely a pretext. The glass is fragile and difficult to carve, yet this young man and Apo's glass beads exhibit a seamless pattern, devoid of any marks from tools. I suspect with great certainty that this young man has obtained Hu Fei and Apo's secret methods. In a few days, you might consider inviting this young man to the estate, and I shall further test him. If it proves true, then, additionally, arrange for a few skilled individuals to discreetly investigate while he is away from home. Be cautious and ensure he does not discover it. What does my esteemed father wish to investigate? Chuiho was still somewhat confused. Chui, feeling a mix of exasperation and paternal patience, clarified. To craft objects, one must have tools. Search in hidden places to see if there are any unusual items. Do you understand? Understood. In a grand and opulent residence within the city, another elder donned in luxurious attire was admonishing his child, though this one exhibited little patience. Foolish. Foolish. The elder thundered with rage, striking the ground with his cane, causing all the servants inside and outside the hall to immediately kneel and prostrate themselves. Too terrified to raise their heads, or even move, the foolish individual quickly knelt down, crawling a few steps forward, and bowed repeatedly, pleading, "Uncle, please quell your anger. Uncle, please quell your anger." Everyone in the hall echoed, "Esteemed Grand Tutor, please quell your anger. Esteemed Grand Tutor, please quell your anger." In an instant, the hall fell into an eerie silence, with everyone trembling in fear, too frightened to utter a sound. The only sound that pierced the air was the labored breathing of the Grand Tutor of the realm, Lord Yuan Kuei. "Chaoamon." The words of Chao A and Apo's, "Man, are you surnamed Yuan or Chao? Would Chao A and Apo's, man, have you consume arrows, and you would obey him?" Such words strike at the heart. Yuan Shao, terrified, repeatedly bowed on the ground. "I dare not. I am guilty." As Yuan Kuei and Apo's breathing gradually steadied, he commanded the servants to retreat a considerable distance before speaking in a deep voice. "One prison officer is sufficient." Truly a grandiose statement. What would the butcher say upon hearing this law? General He. The butcher seems somewhat swayed. Good, good, good. Yuan Wei let out a cold laugh, glaring at Yuan Shao, who was kneeling before him. "Did you have any advice back then? Foolish. Imbecile. What use are you to me?" Yuan Wei's anger flared once more as he raised his cane to strike Yuan Shao's back. Yuan Shao dared not evade the blows, gritting his teeth in silent endurance, continuously imploring, "I am foolish. I am guilty. Please, uncle, quell your wrath." However, due to his advanced age, Yuan Wei soon grew weary, cursing, "You wretched child, ruining good deeds." Although he lacked the strength to continue, his frustration remained, and he kicked Yuan Shao aside. "You often boast of your intelligence. How could you fail to see such a trivial scheme?" Yuan Shao hastily rose and knelt again, not daring to utter a word. Hasten to speak with the butcher. Do not forget the old matters with Dou. Hesitation only leads to harm. Yuan Shao quickly stood, not daring to lift his head, bending at the waist like a servant as he retreated from the room. In his haste, he nearly collided with a servant at the courtyard entrance. Seething with pent-up anger, Yuan Shao kicked the unfortunate servant down without a second thought and hurried away. This scene was witnessed by a young gentleman in splendid attire, who emerged from behind the screen in the hall, chuckling softly, just showing off before the servants. He approached Yuan Wei and greeted, "Uncle." Yuan Wei nodded, gesturing for him to sit. "Shu and Apo's, what do you think of this matter?" The gentleman was Yuan Shu, who straightened his garments, exuding elegance as he took his seat. This is merely Chao A Man's tactic to buy time. After all, he bears the surname Chao. Chao Chao's father, Chao Song, was the adopted son of the powerful eunuch Chao Tung, a quintessential representative of success among eunuchs, having served 4 emperors and bestowed the title of Marquis of Fighting. A marquis from the ranks of eunuchs. How can the Yuan family, proud of their noble lineage, endure such a reality? Yuan Shu's implication was clear. How could Chao Chao, born into a family of eunuchs, genuinely devise strategies to eliminate them? Yuan Wei nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction crossing his face. "Your words resonate with my thoughts. While it is not difficult to capture them with the jailers, who has the authority to command? For the cause of eradicating eunuchs, Chao Chao presents a poor suggestion. Who are the eunuchs? They are the closest to the emperor. Who can issue a command to execute them? Only the emperor himself. Yet, the current emperor, Liu Bian, is still young, having just ascended the throne. Would he order the execution of those who once served him? Is that feasible? Previously, he executed Jian Shua under the pretense of upholding the late Emperor Ling and Apo's wishes, which held some legitimacy. However, now to openly declare the intent to eliminate all powerful eunuchs without reason is beyond the capacity of any jailer. What you say is indeed true, uncle. Chow A-Man merely fears a complete purge that would sever his foundation. It is regrettable that my elder brother cannot perceive this. Worthless son. There is no need to mention him. Yuan Shu responded with a smile, saying, Uncle, just the other day, I fortuitously acquired a treasured item in the market and have come specifically to present it to you. Yuan Wei waved his hand, revealing a hint of joy. What treasure do you speak of? You may keep it for yourself. I lack for nothing, and your good intentions are more than enough. In that case, dear uncle, it would be a disservice to disregard my heartfelt gesture. Yuan Shu replied cheerfully, then turned to the doorway and called out, Bring forth the item I have brought. Meanwhile, Yuan Shao, seated in his carriage, grew increasingly agitated. He struck the carriage with a fist in frustration, startling the guard driving the horses, who quickly halted to inquire. I am well aware of whether Chow A-Man and Appo's schemes are beneficial or detrimental. Yet, what advantage do I gain from exposing them? Chow A-Man is not wrong. It requires merely a jailer to execute a eunuch. However, to eliminate all the eunuchs, who possesses the authority to command such an act? Only the emperor. But will the emperor issue such a decree? He is still a child, listening only to Empress He, and it is said that the eunuchs aided her rise to power. How could she possibly order their extermination? Moreover, if all the eunuchs were to be eradicated, would new ones not arise in their stead the following day? They proclaim lofty ideals, claiming it is for the sake of the state, yet in truth, it is merely for personal gain. It is simply the case that the old wretches, having been humiliated by Zhang Rang and his ilk, now seek retribution while in power. Although the Western Garden's 8 cavalry commanders, particularly the military commander Jian Shua, have been eliminated, the eunuchs have held sway for many years. Their numerous former students and officials would undoubtedly lead to chaos should they be completely eradicated. Hence, the old wretches summoned Dong Zhuo from the west to maintain a balance and guard against unforeseen events. For Yuan Shao, the desire to oust the eunuchs pales in comparison to his yearning for personal gain. He has not endured the tribulations of the eunuch's reign and does not harbor the profound animosity toward them that his uncle Yuan Wei does. Within the confines of his home, Yuan Shao's situation is far less illustrious than it appears externally. He merely wears the faade of the eldest son and grandson, yet within the household, he remains a concubine's son, overshadowed by his legitimate brothers, particularly Yuan Shu, who enjoys greater favor. He bears the burden of both menial tasks and meager rewards. The Yuan family, holding themselves in high esteem, refrained from mingling with He Jin, a man of butcher's descent, considering it beneath their dignity. Yet, when cooperation became imperative, they dispatched Yuan Shao to serve He Jin, while keeping the favored Yuan Shu close. Yuan Shao felt little warmth from his family. Only in the company of Chow A-Man did he experience a semblance of camaraderie, which contributed to his reluctance to expose Chow A-Man. The assassination of Jian Shua, the elevation of Lu Xie, and the summoning of Dong Zhuo to the capital, all these maneuvers bore the fingerprints of the Yuan family and their representatives, the purists. Yuan Shao was merely a puppet thrust into the spotlight by these purists. However, since the ideas were ostensibly his, should calamity arise in the future, the blame would undoubtedly fall upon him. Yuan Shao understood this predicament, yet felt powerless, devoid of even the right to refuse. Had he not been thrust into the role of a puppet, he would not even possess the privilege to bask in the Yuan family and Appo's veneer of prestige. This is the lament of a concubine's son. Yet, what can one do, even in such a state? Yuan Shao clenched his fists, his face contorted with ferocity, while a wild roar echoed within his heart. I, Yuan Shao, also known as Yuan Binchu, recognize that the sole path lies in seizing every opportunity, ascending ever higher. I, Yuan Shao, Yuan Binchu, shall undoubtedly break free from this prison and carve out a realm that belongs solely to me. I, Yuan Shao, Yuan Binchu, shall ensure that the world knows my name, compelling those who have wronged and humiliated me, as well as the entire world, to bow at my feet. Chapter 4. The path to take in stark contrast to Yuan Binchu's ambitious aspirations, Fei Qian epitomizes the archetype of complacency. He perceives the overwhelming pressures of the Three Kingdoms era, where countless formidable individuals rise and fall in succession, each leaving their mark. Lacking both martial prowess and intellectual acumen, he questions his ability to contend with such towering figures. Consequently, he resolves to seek a formidable ally to rely upon, a choice deemed relatively prudent and less fraught with peril. However, several considerations must be addressed prior to this decision. Fei Qian, with a spill of tea upon the table, begins to sketch absent-mindedly, eschewing ink and brush, knowing that he can erase his markings without fear of discovery. Drawing from his memory of the Han Dynasty map, he outlines the 13 provinces of Eastern Han: Yangzhou, Yuzhou, Yanzhou, Shuzhou, Qizhou, Liangzhou, Bingzhou, Jizhou, Yuzhou, Yangzhou, Jingzhou, Yizhou, and Jiazhou. He immediately crosses out Liangzhou and Yuzhou, followed by Yizhou and Jiazhou. Liangzhou, bordering the Qing and Xiongnu, has long been beset by hardships and is thus unsuitable. Yuzhou, plagued by the Hu people and Xianbei, often sees incursions into Han territory, reminiscent of later foreign aggressors. Although the formidable Gongsun Zan currently maintains order, he is soon to fall victim to Yuan Shao and Appo's machinations, rendering the region unreliable. As for Jiaozhou, it remains a territory of the Nanwei, rife with humidity and pests, and devoid of modern pest control measures. Yizhou might hold promise. Yet the arduous journey into Shu necessitates traversing treacherous mountain paths, making travel from Luoyang to Chengdu entirely reliant on foot, a daunting endeavor best avoided. Bingzhou is equally unviable. Following Dongzhuo and Appo's ascendancy, the local warlord Ding Yuan was slain, leading to a disbandment of the Bingzhou forces who subsequently followed Elbu into exile, leaving the region vulnerable to Xiongnu incursions. Next, he considers Qingzhou, Yuzhou, Yanzhou, and Jizhou, regions severely impacted by the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Even now, remnants of the Yellow Turbans linger in Yanzhou, Qingzhou, and Jizhou, which experienced some of the most tumultuous conflicts, decimating their populations. The phrase "1,000 miles without a rooster's crow" aptly illustrates the devastation wrought by war under Cao Cao's domain. This leaves only Shuzhou, Yangzhou, and Jingzhou for contemplation. Fei Qian muses that relocating to Shuzhou would necessitate a hasty departure before Cao Cao's father meets his demise. Even if he evades the slaughter orchestrated by Cao Cao, internecine strife between Elbu and Liu Bei would claim many lives. Thus, he dismisses Shuzhou as too cumbersome. Jingzhou remains viable, at least prior to the Battle of Chibi. But the aftermath saw it fragmented into 3 factions, embroiled in relentless conflict and suffering immense casualties. Yangzhou, however, presents itself as a favorable option. Although the formidable warlord Sun Jian met an untimely end, he was the last to submit during the Three Kingdoms period and, aside from the repercussions of the Battle of Chibi, Yangzhou remained unscathed by Wei and Appo's incursions during Sun Hao and Appo's reign. Fei Qian marks Yangzhou with emphasis, concluding that it is indeed the place to be. Having resolved the question of destination, the next issue to address revolves around sustenance and livelihood, in other words, finances. During the late Eastern Han, the commonly accepted currency was the Wuzhou coin, yet the scarcity of copper rendered it insufficient for trade, leading to the use of textiles as a standard medium of exchange. Gold and silver are seldom utilized by ordinary individuals, much like the substantial checks of a future era, which require conversion into copper coins at the exchange shops for practical use. Fei Qian, accompanied by his fingers tapping rhythmically, recalled that he had previously sold 2 pieces of glazed pottery, acquiring a modest amount of gold and silver. However, amidst the turmoil of the Three Kingdoms, rampant inflation was inevitable. How long could this meager fortune sustain him? If it proved insufficient, he could craft a few more pieces of pottery and exchange them for currency in Yangzhou to establish a shop. Thus, a path of seclusion presented itself, and it seemed satisfactory. But what if he were to partake in this tumultuous conflict? Fei Qian wiped away the water stains on the table and inscribed the names of 3 individuals: Cao Cao, Liu Bei, and Sun Quan. He deemed the lesser players irrelevant to his considerations. Judging by the victors, Cao Cao of Wei appeared to be the most favorable choice. However, navigating through Wei would likely be the most perilous endeavor. The suspicious nature of the formidable Cao Cao, coupled with his cunning subordinates, rendered the environment treacherous. With neither literary nor martial prowess, what fortune could he hope to achieve? There was a risk of being dispatched to Shiliang as a county magistrate. As for Sun Quan, his life was consumed by a relentless struggle against the local powers of Jiaodong, a conflict that had persisted through generations, involving his father and elder brother, and had never reached a resolution. He had repeatedly found himself nearly captive to the local gentry, with the Battle of Chibi standing as a testament to his near capitulation. Could a rootless outsider like him possibly contend with such entrenched forces? Liu Bei, on the other hand, possessed a remarkable capacity for tolerance, albeit born from necessity. He had endured a life of upheaval, aligning with various figures, each time leading to misfortune. His alliances with Gongsun Zan and Tao Qian resulted in losses, while his trust in Cao Cao led to betrayal. His entanglements with Yuan Shao and Liu Biao saw him seizing territories, yet he never managed to retain them. Reflecting on these alliances, Fei Qian maliciously recalled the irresponsible speculations on forums in a later age. Was Liu Bei truly a harbinger of doom? A figure who seemed to bring misfortune upon all he encountered? Fei Qian's fingers danced over the names inscribed, smudging the ink in his contemplation. Perhaps it was best to set aside matters that could not be immediately resolved. The principle of waiting for the right time to align with a powerful figure would have to suffice for now. Suddenly, a pang of hunger struck him. The two-meal system was utterly unreliable and left him wanting. He called out towards the door, "Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, is there any food left? I am famished." Uncle Fu, though well-meaning, remained obstinately attached to the two-meal routine, despite Fei Qian's persistent pleas for a more accommodating arrangement. The paramount concern was sustenance. Regardless of the turmoil surrounding the likes of Sun, Liu, and Chao, filling his belly took precedence. Without a hint of decorum, he settled onto the ground, resting his chin upon his hands, pondering that Dong Zhuo had likely received the imperial edict by now. The time to prepare for a hasty departure was drawing near. Soon, Uncle Fu entered, bearing a platter. Fei Qian's thoughts wandered once more. Considering the necessity of persuading Uncle Fu to accompany him, he could not simply abandon him atop this small hill outside Dong Zhuo's military encampment in Yanqi. A multitude of robust Xiliang soldiers surrounded the mountain base, evidently in the presence of an esteemed individual atop the summit. A silk canopy had been erected on the flat ground of the small hill, with three sides enclosed, leaving only the eastern direction open. A gentle breeze wafted through, allowing a faint silhouette to be discerned within. At the center of this silken enclosure knelt a refined scholar clad in elegant white robes, whose wide sleeves draped gracefully around him. Before him, on a low table beside the mat, lay a pot of wine accompanied by 2 or 3 small dishes of delicacies. As the scholar indulged in self-poured libations, this individual possessed striking features, adorned with a slender mustache, exuding an air of sophistication, albeit with a slight furrow in his brow, suggesting a mind burdened with complexities. Time slipped by, and amidst the soft sound of approaching footsteps, a deep voice echoed, "Brother Wenyu, what a refined gathering we have." The scholar reached for a wine cup, pouring a measure of wine and inviting, "Come, Wenhe, let us share a toast before delving into other matters." These two gentlemen were none other than the eminent strategists of the Xiliang army, Li Ru and Jia Su. Jia Su accepted the cup, settling himself casually, legs crossed, and emptied it in one swift motion. Without awaiting Li Ru for a refill, he took the wine jug and poured another cup, chuckling. "It has been 3 years since we last shared a drink. How rare it is to witness the poised and proper Li Ru on his knees. Ah, with just the two of us here, must we adhere so strictly to decorum?" Li Ru held his wine cup steadily, his posture unwavering as he slowly sipped from it. Eyes cast down in habitual contemplation. "I am accustomed to this. Do as you please, and do not mind me." "Very well, do as you wish," Jia Su replied, not pressing the matter further. He forewent utensils, opting instead to grasp a piece of beef with his hands and devour it heartily. Li Ru, unfazed by Jia Su and Appo's lack of decorum, appeared to ignore his actions entirely, gently rolling up his sleeves and setting down his wine cup, gazing eastward. A flicker of inexplicable brilliance in his eyes. "Wenhe, just over 100 miles lies Luoyang. I had thought I would never again set foot in Luoyang in this lifetime. Yet here I am, unexpectedly returning for a second time." Li Ru's distant gaze seemed to fixate on Luoyang as if it were already in sight, his voice steady, though it betrayed a subtle tremor of emotion. "It has been 337 years. Jia Su paused for a moment, speechless, and said, "Indeed. When you have calculated this quite accurately. How could one not be aware? Throughout these 337 years, we have been driven to desolate lands, consorting with the Chong and Hu tribes, lacking food to eat and a place to rest, and I have nearly forgotten how to don these garments. 20 years ago, my father and I accompanied a Hu merchant to Luoyang," Li Ru slowly recounted. "The city was vast and bustling, adorned with splendor, making one almost believe it was not of this earthly realm. It seemed to gather all the beauty of the world. Yet I was mistaken. For in a moment of youthful folly, I clashed with the town magistrate, who, in the frigid depths of winter, expelled my father and me from the marketplace. Fortunately, a kind family took us in, or we would have perished from the cold that very night." Jia Su fell silent, setting down his wine bowl, and gradually straightened to kneel, gazing eastward alongside Li Ru, their eyes filled with deep contemplation. "In my youth, my father, suffered from a debilitating illness, and we searched through surrounding tribes, but found not a single fine tea to aid his digestion. It happened that a visitor from Luoyang arrived, and we humbly beseeched him for a small portion to save my father, yet to our dismay, that person had the audacity to declare. Jiasu clenched the edge of the table tightly, inhaling deeply, his fingers turning pale with strain. How could one save the wicked Hu barbarians? Ha, ha, ha. We are deemed wicked Hu barbarians, and thus deserving of death. The two remained silent, the weight of their words hanging heavily in the air. When you, however, in my humble opinion, this is not an opportune moment. Moreover, although Dong Zhongying is bold and a man of character, he is not a worthy ruler to stabilize the realm. I understand. Li Ru continued in a calm tone, yet time does not wait for us. In our father's time, we had dozens of wise individuals among us, but now, how many can we truly claim as successors? 200 years ago, we faced defeat, yet it compelled them to relocate their capital to Luoyang. Even if I were to face defeat once more, what consequence would it bear? Li Ru poured a bowl of wine, drank it all, and carelessly tossed the bowl aside, shattering it against the rocks. If possible, I shall take their place. If not, I shall throw the land into chaos. Chapter 5. Eating is conditional. At least it is not merely subsisting on meager rations, Fei Qian reassured himself. As he swallowed a morsel of cornbread and sipped the mutton soup, he couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. Despite the ancient, unadulterated flavor, devoid of preservatives and undeniably exquisite, he still longed for more. The combination of salted water with a hint of kasha to stew the lamb was already a culinary delight of the Han dynasty, one that most people could scarcely afford. It was a far cry from the bean porridge he had consumed upon his arrival in the Han era. Yet, indulging in such fare had him yearning for the MS-gelatin hot pot broths of later generations. He reminisced about the exquisite dishes he had savored in the later days: the Westlake vinegar fish, Longjing shrimp, fragrant braised meat, Westlake lotus root soup, Jinling meatballs, and the three-layer duck, not to mention delicacies such as Buddha jumps over the wall, Luohan vegetarian dishes, dragon and phoenix banquets, and the tail-end feast. All of these tantalizing treats now existed solely in his imagination, causing him to swallow hard against the flood of saliva. In the rich tapestry of culinary development in Huaxia, the invention of any dish is closely tied to the prevailing productivity and tools of the time. Fei Qian had once believed that, equipped with the half-hearted experience of a food enthusiast from later times, he could at least rival the imperial chefs, or, at the very least, secure a position as a decent cook in the Han dynasty. However, confronted with the rudimentary kitchenware of the era, he found himself utterly disheartened. In the annals of Chinese cuisine, three elements have played a pivotal role: the ability to control heat with precision, well-conductive woks, and an ample supply of vegetable oil. Only when these three conditions are met can a plethora of dishes flourish. In the art of frying, boiling, and stewing be continually innovated. The renowned 5 cauldrons of cooking. In the time of Emperor Wu of Han, the statesman Zhang Yi proclaimed, "A man who does not partake in the food of the 5 cauldrons while alive shall be cooked by them in death." Such profound affection for the 5 cauldrons of cooking. Do not presume that the 5 cauldrons represent intricate and elaborate dishes. In truth, they merely signify the boiling of meat in 5 bronze cauldrons filled with water. Ideals may be lush, yet reality often proves stark. The Han dynasty had yet to see the advent of iron pots, which only emerged in the Tang dynasty. The cauldron was a privilege reserved for nobility. The majority in the Han era relied on copper pots or clay urns for cooking. These vessels, with their thick walls and rounded bulges, featured small ears as handles, and the temperature of the handles matched that of the pot's base. Those untrained in the art of handling such equipment should not dare to attempt flipping the pot, lest they shatter it entirely. Initially, Fei Qian had endeavored to make his mark in the culinary world. When he expressed his dissatisfaction with the food and declared his intention to create exquisite dishes himself, Uncle Fu allowed him a moment of indulgence. From that point on, however, this reckless youth lost his privilege to enter the kitchen, and a budding culinary star dimmed before it could rise. Nevertheless, Uncle Fu indicated that minor modifications within a limited scope would still be permissible. For instance, the corn cakes, once steamed and shaped, can be slightly roasted afterward. Uncle Fu expressed that this is quite feasible, as the roasted version is even more fragrant and crisp than the original. Ah, my young lord is indeed astute. Another example is the boiled mutton. One could add a touch of cinnamon twig while stewing to mitigate the gamey taste. Uncle Fu mentioned that this is also a worthy endeavor, and each time he adds the cinnamon twig, he does so discreetly, fearing that others might learn my young lord's secret recipe. In truth, the food available in ancient times was rather meager. Consequently, only the upper echelons of society and those in power enjoyed ample sustenance, growing robust and corpulent, commonly referred to as possessing a blessed demeanor. One of Uncle Fu's aspirations is for Fei Qian to attain such a blessed demeanor, as he feels Fei Qian has grown lean since recovering from his illness. Whenever Fei Qian feels hunger, he always invites Uncle Fu to share a morsel, yet Uncle Fu, smiling, shakes his head in refusal. Observing Fei Qian eat brings him more joy than partaking himself. In his heart, as long as the young lord eats well, sleeps soundly, and remains healthy and free from calamities, that is the most gratifying thing. Fortunately, Fei Qian sold several glassware pieces. Otherwise, not only would they struggle to enjoy boiled mutton, but even the simplest bean rice would pose a challenge. Alas, if only there were chili peppers. Without boiled beef, one could still prepare boiled fish or mutton. Speaking of beef, Fei Qian suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Uncle Fu, young Master Chui sent a calling card yesterday, inviting me to visit his estate in the coming days. What do you think about this matter?" Of course, young Master Chui mentioned in his card that the primary intention was to appreciate the scenic countryside, sip fine tea, discuss philosophical doctrines, and exchange scholarly insights. Only later adding a note that they had recently lost a cow due to an accident and extended an invitation to share a meal. Though the Han government explicitly prohibited the casual slaughter of draft cattle, a death by accident does not count as such. To partake in a full beef feast during the Han dynasty is akin to dining at a Michelin star restaurant in modern times. Ordinary folk seldom have such opportunities. Hence, young Master Chui's invitation is rather prestigious. As for the Chui family, I have heard rumors regarding them. Uncle Fu hesitated momentarily but deemed it prudent to share. There is a reputable family in the northern part of the city, rumored to have been sought after by the Chui family for their ancestral jade, which they were adamant about acquiring, yet could not. Shortly thereafter, the son of this reputable family was reported for colluding with the Yellow Turban rebels and was imprisoned. The family, having nowhere to turn, eventually offered jade to the Chui family, which led to a judgment of no evidence against them. It is also said that Chui Ho maintains numerous friendships with various wanderers in the city, and there are many skilled individuals in his estate. Fei Qian furrowed his brow. Does this mean it would be wise to refrain from attending? Uncle Fu shook his head. For the Chui family was once a ministerial lineage with substantial connections in the court. If the young lord were to decline without cause, it might not bode well. Indeed, although they are retired officials, they still possess influence. Even if the Chui family has fallen from grace, a lean camel is still larger than a horse. And they are not an entity that someone like Fei Qian, merely associated with the secondary branch of the Heluo Fei family, can contend with. To put it in contemporary terms, if a prestigious family were to invite a reserve government official to a banquet, and that official were to display arrogance by declining the invitation, it would certainly be a matter of ridicule. Indeed, such a refusal would amount to a slap in the face of the Chui family. In the Han dynasty, such an affront could transform friends into foes. A quintessential example is the relationship between Tianfun and Doing during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han. At that time, Tianfun held the position of chancellor, while Doing was bestowed the title of Marquis of Wei. On one occasion, Tianfun encountered Guanfu, a close friend of Marquis Do. He jestingly remarked, "Guanfu, I wish to visit the Marquis of Wei, Doing, but seeing as you are bound by filial piety, I shall refrain." However, Guanfu did not perceive Tianfun and Appo's words as mere jest. He earnestly replied, "If you wish to see Doing, it must be of great importance. How could I allow my personal obligations to impede your state affairs? Let us agree to meet tomorrow at noon to visit the Marquis." Tianfun, feeling somewhat disenchanted, thought it peculiar that Guanfu could not grasp the jest, and he nonchalantly walked away. Yet, Guanfu assumed that Tianfun had consented and promptly informed Marquis Do. Consequently, Doing made elaborate preparations overnight, tidying the courtyard and streets, and arranging for a feast, waiting outside with his wife from dawn until dusk, only to be met with disappointment. Doing inquired of Guanfu, "Did you not say that Chancellor Tianfun would come?" To which Guanfu, perplexed, affirmed that it was indeed Tianfun who had mentioned his visit. Riding swiftly to the Chancellor's residence, he discovered that Tianfun had long forgotten the matter and was indulging in rest. Thus, Doing felt deeply humiliated and began to oppose Tianfun at every turn. In the Han era, maintaining one's dignity was often regarded with greater significance than in subsequent ages. Ultimately, the only course is to attend. Fei Qian felt a twinge of discomfort. If what Uncle Fu said was indeed true, then the sudden invitation from the Chui family bore the implication of first courtesy, then force. The Chui family seemed to have set their sights on the prized emerald, and this time they were fixated on the exquisite glass, a technique that, if revealed under duress, could potentially unleash unforeseen repercussions. What if the Chui family were to become insatiable in their greed? Fei Qian could not help but silently curse, pondering why those who read novels or watched television dramas seemed to invent things effortlessly, while everyone from emperors to commoners around them appeared so benevolent and naive, easily believing the most absurd tales. Yet here he was, having managed to produce a modest amount of glass, and now he was being scrutinized, constantly fearing for his safety. What a predicament! The only option was to confront the situation head-on. What else could he do? Many matters were still unprepared, and fleeing now would be premature. Since evasion was not an option, he resolved to go. Fei Qian steeled his determination, viewing this as a minor trial. If he could not navigate such a challenge, how could he hope to survive amid the threats posed by formidable figures? However, perhaps there was another solution: to engage with his own family. The saying goes, big fish eat little fish, and little fish eat shrimp. If he was but a small shrimp, then it sufficed to find a big fish to intimidate the Chui family and Appo's little fish. In later times, if one wished to avoid heeding their superior, one must at least align themselves with the superior and Appo's superior. By the way, Uncle Fu, where is the Chui family and Appo's estate located? Do you have any idea how far it is from the city? Indeed, it is not far from the city. Approximately 8 or 9 miles beyond the northern gate lies at the foot of Mount Biming. Fei Qian nodded slightly, exclaiming, "Oh, that doesn't seem too distant." However, why does the name and Appo's, Mount Biming and Appo's, sound so familiar to me? Chapter 6, Branches. In the main house, Fei Qian was determined to leave Hulua. Yet there was a matter he must first confront: the head of the Fei family in Hulua. A mere announcement would suffice. No one would cling to him in desperation. However, to depart without notice would, in this era of the Han Dynasty, be tantamount to branding oneself as an arrogant fool within the esteemed circles that valued propriety and decorum, a folly that would yield dire consequences. The concept of aristocracy began to solidify during the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods, gradually waning in power until the Tang and Song dynasties, ultimately fading from the historical stage with the implementation of the civil service examination system in the Ming Dynasty. Prior to this, each emperor's foremost task was to engage with the aristocracy. They were inextricably linked, yet emperors sought various means to curtail and suppress their influence. Historically, only a select few managed to subdue the aristocracy effectively. The persistent struggle for power between the imperial clan and court eunuchs during the Han Dynasty can fundamentally be traced back to the aristocracy. During this time, the aristocrats were predominantly benevolent, steering the nation's course. Yet, when family interests came into play, they often committed acts detrimental to the state. Thus, Han emperors initially relied on the imperial clan to suppress the aristocracy, only to later enlist eunuchs to manage the uncontrollable power of the imperial clan. When the eunuchs grew too powerful, the emperors then turned to the virtuous elements of the aristocracy to counterbalance them. This cyclical pattern resulted in the imperial clan of the Han Dynasty becoming the most notorious throughout history, exemplified by notable figures such as Hu Guang and Wei Qing, alongside the less illustrious Dou Wu and He Jin. In the Han era, openly opposing the aristocracy under the banner of reform was futile. Even with knowledge and insights that spanned millennia, predicting fortunes and avoiding calamities was nearly impossible. The aristocracy comprised individuals with access to the most advanced knowledge of governance, while the vast majority of commoners, unable to read or even count, could scarcely be expected to grasp the complexities of statecraft. Fei Qian belonged to the Hulua Fei family, tracing its lineage back to the Qin dynasty. The forefather Fei Zi was granted land by King Shao of Zhou, thus becoming known as Fei Zi of Qin. Among his descendants, some were ennobled as marquises and designated as Pei Jun. Their descendants adopted the surname Pei, which later branched into various lineages, including Fei. The Fei family had established roots in Luoyang for nearly a century. While they had not produced high-ranking officials akin to the three dukes, they had seen numerous members serve as court officials and local governors. Consequently, when Fei Qian was recommended for the honorable title of filial piety, it was not lost on local officials who were aware of this connection. After all, it was not uncommon for local authorities to fulfill their political obligations by recognizing the aristocracy in Luoyang. Fei Qian felt akin to a visitor seeking an audience with a local chieftain, and indeed, the aristocracy bore a resemblance to such chieftains in nature. The current head of the Fei family was Ming, known as Fei Ming, styled Zihao, who, by generational standards, was Fei Qian's uncle. Fei Ming served as an advisor, specializing in deliberative matters, and held the position of an official subordinate to the Grand Minister of Ceremonies, with a rank of 600 stones. Although the official position may not be as illustrious as that of the three dukes, it nonetheless possesses the privilege of making independent reports, thus rendering it one of significant importance. Fei Min, clad in a splendid robe and sporting a neatly groomed beard, presents a square visage and a figure slightly inclined towards corpulence. His demeanor is grave and unsmiling, exuding an air of authority. Upon entering the hall, he does not even cast a glance at Fei Qian, who stands respectfully to the side. It is only after he has adjusted his attire and taken his place at the center of the hall that he appears to notice Fei Qian. "Dear nephew, how do you fare?" The use of "dear nephew" indicates that Fei Min has set a tone of familial rapport for this meeting. Had he addressed him as young official, it would have clearly signified a formal and distant interaction. After the customary pleasantries, the real discourse begins. Fei Min shifts the conversation, inquiring, "If you are indeed pursuing scholarly endeavors, what shall become of the more than 100 volumes of treasured books left by Ziyun? The journey is fraught with peril, and should any be carelessly damaged or lost, it would be a lifelong regret. Your words resonate deeply, esteemed uncle. If it aligns with your wishes." Fei Qian falls into a contemplative silence. In the Han Dynasty, knowledge was regarded as an invaluable treasure, and books, as vessels of that knowledge, held an exalted status. These volumes represented not merely literature, but the very essence of a family's heritage, a legacy. The worth of a single scroll could indeed be worth its weight in gold, and many scholars from humble backgrounds would willingly pay any price for such a manuscript. As the head of the Fei family of Hulua, Fei Min perceives Fei Qian as a young and impressionable figure, especially since Fei Qian has yet to establish a lineage of his own. As the family patriarch, he feels an undeniable duty to prevent the family's scholarly pursuits from waning. Most importantly, the value of these books is immense. As the patriarch, he possesses barely over 800 volumes, while Fei Qian has an astonishing collection of over 100. If he could acquire them, he would be able to boast of a library of 1,000 volumes. Such a title would be irresistibly enticing. Fei Min's covetousness intensifies. And now that Fei Qian has unwittingly provided such a splendid pretext for acquisition, he cannot let this opportunity slip away. Fei Qian reflects inwardly on the nature of aristocratic families, where the family takes precedence over the state. The welfare of the family is paramount, overshadowing all else. Alas, being under their roof, one must bow to their will. Furthermore, as a mere collateral branch of the family, Fei Qian possesses little authority to voice dissent. The fact that the patriarch personally seeks him out to solicit through a temporary pretext speaks volumes about their kinship, but more importantly, it underscores the worth of those books. Were he an ordinary commoner, he might have been dismissed with a mere servant sent to collect the items. Indeed, esteemed uncle, your words hold great weight. However, Fei Qian is acutely aware that he cannot outright refuse such a request. Yet, he mustn't and oppose, acquiesce too readily, lest they underestimate him. His late father held a particular fondness for the Qi Luan, often cherishing it dearly. As an unfilial son, he cannot bear to part with it, for it is a poignant reminder of his father. Does he truly believe Fei Qian to be an easy target? The most valuable Qi Luan shall not be relinquished. It is widely acknowledged that during the Qin dynasty, Emperor Qin Shi Huang ordered the burning of books and the burying of scholars, leading to the demise of numerous Confucian intellectuals. However, during the Han dynasty, the tide shifted favorably for Confucianism, reaching its zenith under Emperor Wu, who elevated Confucian teachings to unparalleled prominence, abolishing the teachings of other schools. Many disciples of various philosophies were compelled to convert to Confucianism, while those who remained steadfast faced execution or exile to the frontiers. In the late Eastern Han period, Confucianism emerged as the sole doctrine permitted in the court, with its most significant scholarly work being the Analects. Since its compilation during the early Warring States period, the Analects have been transmitted orally and copied by hand, resulting in variances in wording. By the end of the Western Han, the imperial tutor Zhang Yu, utilizing the Luan Yu as a foundation and incorporating the Qi Luans, compiled the Zhang Ho Luan, consisting of 21 chapters. The Qi Luan was a collection of fragments gathered by Fei Qian and Apos, S. father during his studies in the state of Qi. Although incomplete, it was regarded as invaluable by the Confucians of that era. Fei Min trembled with reluctance as he considered the situation. Yet Fei Qian raised the banner of filial piety high, for to neglect his duties would contravene one of the fundamental tenets of Confucian ethics. Perhaps it sufficed for his nephew to retain 3 to 5 volumes for himself? Fei Min remained undeterred. Fei Qian resolutely shook his head. Alas, so be it. Let it be as his esteemed nephew wishes. Although Fei Min felt regretful, he found satisfaction in securing most of the texts without inciting conflict. Recognizing that Fei Qian was indeed a member of the Fei family, to cause a scandal would be shameful. It was unfortunate that not all could be obtained. When would his esteemed nephew set forth? It means, when shall I come to your abode to retrieve the books? The young nephew, having received an invitation from the Cui family, is entangled in some lingering matters. Once these affairs are concluded, I shall depart in a fortnight and will certainly inform uncle then. The Cui family may pose complications. Should I fail to resolve them, my departure would be delayed. If you can manage it, I shall be gone in no more than 10 days, and I will notify you before I leave. Ah, the Cui family of the northern city, how well I know them. My esteemed nephew, as you embark on this arduous journey, I possess little to offer you. I can only prepare some funds. I implore you not to decline this gesture, as it is my earnest wish for your safe travels and scholarly achievements. Very well. I shall assist you in this matter, providing you with a deposit, and you must not retract your commitment. It is settled. When Fei Qian departed from the Heluo Fei family with 500 gold pieces, it signified the completion of his transaction with Fei Min. This illustrates the plight of the collateral branches. Even if Fei Qian had refused, Fei Min would have sought alternative means, though such a path might not have been as amicable. The collateral branch of Fei Qian relinquished his collection of books in exchange for a certain degree of freedom and protection granted by the main family, Fei Min. Such is the nature of aristocratic families. The head possesses significant authority, accompanied by the responsibility to guide the entire clan toward prosperous development. Often, the collateral branches find themselves imperceptibly exploited by the main family. Of course, should the main family falter, the elders within the aristocracy may convene to depose the head, selecting a capable individual from other collateral branches to assume leadership, resulting in the original head and Apos' wealth being hastily divided among others, leading to their decline. Beneath the veneer of the aristocracy's genteel manners and courteous demeanor lies the brutal reality of the survival of the fittest. Chapter 7 at this moment. The climate in the Eastern Han Dynasty was exceptionally pleasant. Although Luoyang was situated in the northern region, it still exuded warmth. The sun cast a gentle glow upon the skin, creating an exceedingly agreeable atmosphere. The bustling streets of Luoyang were alive with activity, apart from the central imperial road, which no one dared to traverse. The flanking pathways were thronged with people. Ox-drawn carts laden with goods, the carriages of officials, street vendors, and shopkeepers vividly showcased the splendor of the Han capital. Though the transaction was complete and Fei Qian had achieved his objective, an unsettling discomfort lingered within him. The sensation of being manipulated was profoundly distasteful. He lamented his insignificance, lacking prestige, connections, and a solid foundation. North Mang Mountain. Fei Qian murmured to himself, contemplating the possibility of taking a risk, perhaps daring to seize an opportunity from the fire. Ah, Uncle Fu, let us take a detour to Jiao Miao Gate. Upon learning that the family's collection of books was to be temporarily stored by the master of the house, Uncle Fu felt a deep sense of reluctance. Yet he was left with no alternative. He uttered not a word of reproach towards Fei Qian. Instead, he expressed his regrets to the deceased parents of Fei Qian, lamenting his inability to safeguard their home. As they journeyed, he discreetly wiped away tears several times while trailing behind Fei Qian. When Fei Qian spoke, the anxious Uncle Fu was so preoccupied that he nearly collided with something, exclaiming, "What did the young master say? Jiao Miao Gate? But that is the residence of grand generals and nobles such as the three dukes. What purpose do we have there?" Since Lu Xiao established Luoyang as the capital, successive emperors had continuously renovated the city, transforming it into a vast metropolis. The eastern Han Luoyang spans 6 li from east to west and 9 li from north to south, with a total of 12 city gates, 4 on the southern wall, 2 on the northern, and 3 on each of the eastern and western walls. The aristocratic families predominantly resided near the east gate within the bustling neighborhoods of Jiedu Avenue and Yonghe Lane, owing to the convenient transportation and proximity to the Royal Northern Palace. Moreover, a designated area north of the southeastern Jiao Miao Gate was set aside for the residences of the Grand Generals, the Grand Commandant, the Minister of Works, and the Minister of Education, highlighting their esteemed status. Fei Qian recalled that Yi Jin had been deceived by the eunuchs into the palace, where he met his demise, leading to a series of consequential events. Therefore, to grasp the timing of these events, it was crucial to ascertain the current situation of Grand General Yi Jin. Fortunately, the Han dynasty had not yet adopted the excessively rigid stratification seen in the later dynasties, wherein commoners, as long as they did not cause disturbances or linger within 300 paces of the residences, were left unbothered, allowing them to observe from a distance without issue. Before Dongzhuo descended into madness and wreaked havoc, Luoyang was regarded as the second largest city in the world, with few daring to claim the title of the largest. It was densely populated, thriving in commerce and trade, and flourishing in culture, while the Xiongnu were still tending to their sheep. And the cobblestone roads of Rome and Europe were yet to astonish the untraveled indigenous Europeans. This prosperity was partly due to a rather unscrupulous policy enacted by Liu Bang, which involved periodically confiscating wealth from the affluent. During the Han dynasty, Liu Bang adeptly addressed the issue of local tyrants by occasionally requesting regional governors to report on the influential figures who proved troublesome to manage. He would then warmly invite these individuals, now deemed undesirable, to reside in the capital. In this manner, they would transition from their humble rural origins to prestigious urban citizens of the capital, resulting in a mix of emotions as these local magnates arrived in the capital, contributing to its flourishing prosperity. Over the successive dynasties, it could be said that the capital, Luoyang, became a veritable nexus of wealth. Yet, such a magnificent city, unparalleled in its splendor, was on the verge of being destroyed by a mere warrior. One might ponder whether an overabundance of martial training leads to an excess of muscle crowding the intellect. Fei Qian, while strolling, maliciously mused that before the Han dynasty, the formidable Xiongnu had burned down the Afong Palace in a moment of madness, and now, the increasingly irrational Dongzhuo threatened to incinerate Luoyang itself. Moreover, among the top warriors of the three kingdoms, there were indeed many whose intellect had been overshadowed by their physical prowess. El Bu, renowned for his cavalry in Bingzhou, alongside Qin Gong, Zhang Liao, and Gao Shun, boasted elite cavalry and infantry, complemented by formidable strategists. Yet, they ultimately met their demise atop the White Gate Tower. As for Guan Yu, he was not merely the revered warrior saint. One must question where his diligent studies of the spring and autumn annals led him. Sima Qian of the Western Han dynasty held this text in high esteem, stating that it illuminated the principles of the three sovereigns and delineated human affairs, distinguishing truth from falsehood, right from wrong, and preserving the legacy of nations. If Guan Yu, who diligently read this esteemed work for many years, truly grasped its teachings, how could he have so recklessly lost Jingzhou? Had Liu Bei not been constrained by the limited resources of Yizhou, the final configuration of the three kingdoms might have been drastically different. The mysteries of this era are indeed numerous. Fei Qian stood at a distance before the general and Appo's residence, observing the eunuchs outside, weeping profusely as they sought to atone for their past transgressions before the general. Since the death of Jian Shuo, the sight of eunuchs collectively prostrating themselves at the general's door had become a spectacle in Luoyang. Daily, throngs of eunuchs arrived to request an audience, lamenting their previous wrongdoings and fervently expressing their desire to serve the general in light of their newfound loyalty. Yet, the general dismissed their pleas, retorting that they had sided with Jian Shuo during his tenure. Now that he was gone, what use were they? They should take their leave to a place more comfortable. The eunuchs expressed that it was of no consequence if they did not meet today. Their loyalty was as evident as the sun and moon. If they could not see the general today, they would come tomorrow, arriving at the general's residence each day to demonstrate their allegiance. Fei Qian chuckled softly, remarking on the liveliness before the general's mansion, noting the multitude of people present. The speaker's words were casual, yet they struck a chord with the listener. Fei Qian sensed that the dwindling number of eunuchs did not bode well. Upon closer inspection of the procession they brought, he realized they were merely minor officials, with no sign of the central eunuch's retinue among them. Turning to Uncle Fu, Fei Qian inquired, "Does this imply that the central eunuchs have previously visited the general's residence?" Uncle Fu replied that they used to come frequently, but had ceased their visits. Fei Qian contemplated, "Uncle Fu, please find a merchant at the street corner and inquire how many days it has been since the central eunuchs last came to the general's residence to plead their case." "Shall I go tomorrow?" Uncle Fu asked. Fei Qian nodded. "Indeed, tomorrow. If we delay, we may miss the opportunity." The absence of these high-ranking eunuchs for several days raised suspicions. They were certainly not engaged in matters of state. Fei Qian surmised that they were likely conspiring on how to eliminate He Jin. It had been 3 to 5 days, and it was highly probable that they had prepared their plans well. These eunuchs were ruthless enough to sacrifice even their own interests when necessary. He Jin's prosperous days were numbered. However, his demise would lead to chaos within the imperial guard, dragging the central eunuchs down with him. followed by the two emperors fleeing to Mount Biming. It was time to assert one's presence. To establish a foothold in the three kingdoms, one must possess some capital. Fei Qian reflected on the brutal nature of the initial accumulation of capital. He Jin, mighty general, I lack the means or the right to save you. In that case, let your blood pave the way through this tumultuous era. Even minor officials possess their own form of wisdom. Lu Xie and Lu Bian resembled chairpersons of future corporations, who are not easily accessible to lowly employees. Yet, if one day the chairman, dressed casually, visits a subsidiary and inadvertently slips on a banana peel, the first employee to assist him would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression. Provided that the employee does not falter excessively, a promotion may soon follow. Fei Qian aspired to be that employee, unconcerned about who had discarded the peel. The Western Han dynasty was founded by Liu Bang, known as Emperor Gaozu, with its capital at Chang'an. The Eastern Han was established by Liu Xiu, known as Emperor Guangwu, with its capital at Luoyang. Between them lay the brief Xian dynasty, established by Wang Mang, from 8 AD to 23 AD. Although Liu Bang originated from humble beginnings, the Han dynasty he founded was indeed magnificent. Unlike the brief unification of the Qin dynasty, the Han era truly accomplished the restoration of society and economy. The Huanglao philosophy promoted during the Western Han and the Confucian culture of the Eastern Han placed significant emphasis on the welfare of the populace. The population during the Qin dynasty is said to have been between 20 to 30 million, yet during the Han dynasty, it grew to an impressive 60 million. The Han dynasty, during the period of the two Han, was a magnificent empire in the world. With the reign of Emperor Gaozu to the era of Emperors Wen and Jing witnessing a remarkable surge in economic strength, establishing itself as the foremost empire of the East. Alongside the Western Roman Empire, the great powers of Central Asia and the Western regions trembled in fear of its might. By the time of Emperor Wu, the Han Empire had ascended to become the most powerful empire globally, forcing the Xiongnu Empire to retreat in disarray to the north. Zhang Qian's expedition to the western regions heralded the opening of the renowned Silk Road, which facilitated trade between the East and West, positioning China as the epicenter of the global trade system until the Mongol rebellion over a millennium later. It was due to the far-reaching influence of the Han that foreign tribes began to refer to the Chinese as Han people, a designation the Han people embraced, solidifying Han as the eternal name of the great Huaxia nation. Those who offend the mighty Han shall face dire consequences is not merely a slogan but a rallying cry that embodies the spirit of an entire nation. The Han dynasty marked the first proactive military campaign, driving the long-standing border trespassers, the Xiongnu, away like lost dogs, with the sealing of the Wolf Pass standing as a testament to this achievement. The zenith of the Han era was characterized by a clear division of military and civil responsibilities. Military generals defended the realm and repelled invaders, while civil officials managed political affairs and improved the lives of the populace. There was none of the later disdain for military officials by their civilian counterparts. During the Han, the entire society, from the aristocracy to the commoners, was imbued with a fierce spirit. Invaders were to be vanquished. Even in the late Eastern Han, there were many who believed that any encroachment by the barbarians warranted not just the severing of hands, but also the decapitation of heads. Figures such as Gongsun Zan, who defended the frontier in Yuzhou, might have risen to prominence akin to Wei Qing had he not fallen victim to Yuan Shao's machinations. Throughout the 4 centuries of the Han dynasty, the common people grew accustomed to the rule of the Liu family, the emperor being viewed positively by most, despite their suffering, under the belief that the emperor, once aware of the misdeeds of his officials, would rectify the situation. Alas, the emperors of the late Eastern Han were increasingly inept, lacking the capabilities of their predecessors, such as Liu Xiu and Liu Che. Thus, no matter how grand a legacy, it could not withstand the folly of successive generations. After 4 centuries of rule, the emperors of the Han had become almost mythic figures, and it was not until the end of the 3 kingdoms that anyone dared to challenge the legitimacy of the Han royal family. What farce was Qiao Pai's abdication? Was it in 220 or 221? Presently, it is 189, and it would take 3 decades of turmoil for the divine image of the Han to shatter, with the Yellow Turban Rebellion merely a significant crack in that facade. Liu Bian was rather unfortunate, having been emperor for a brief time before meeting a tragic end. And Liu Xie is said to be quite promising. Had he not inherited such a chaotic situation, he might have emerged as a revitalizing leader. Fei Qian, seated in a cart on his way to the Cui family village in Biming Mountain, indulged in irresponsible musings. Speaking of which, How old are Lu Bian and Lu Xie this year? Lu Bian, being the elder, is around 15 or 16 years old, while Lu Xie appears to be much younger, perhaps 7 or 8. In the annals of history, there existed a youth who had only just entered middle school and another who had recently begun his primary education, both still in the tender bloom of youth. While Fei Qian frolicked carefreely outside the city, General He Jin was beset by overwhelming stress. How could a matter that appeared so straightforward to him provoke such a plethora of discourse from his subordinates? The crux of the issue was that their arguments bore a semblance of reason, leaving him in a quandary regarding his choices. A decree had just been delivered by the eunuchs, inviting General He Jin to the palace for an audience with Empress Dowager He. Although He Jin hailed from humble beginnings as a butcher, he now held the esteemed title of general and commanded a retinue of capable individuals, including his chief scribe Chen Lin, his deputy Wu Kuang, and the illustrious warlords Yuan Shao, Yuan Shu, and Chao Chao. Despite his elevated status, He Jin grappled with feelings of inferiority when confronted by the aristocracy. He projected an air of arrogance while internally battling his insecurities. He yearned for the acknowledgement of the noble families and had harbored hopes of eventually becoming one of them. Thus, when the scions of prominent families like Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu, who belonged to lineages of esteemed officials, came to serve under him, He Jin celebrated by drinking the night away, overwhelmed with joy at the thought that a mere butcher could command such respect. Yet, his lack of foundational knowledge became increasingly apparent, though he endeavored to educate himself in private. He lacked guidance and the perseverance necessary to master the complexities of governance and strategy, resulting in only a superficial understanding of such matters. Presently, He Jin found himself at an impasse, uncertain of how to proceed. He summoned his subordinates for a discussion, only to discover that the deliberation proved more perplexing than anticipated. The foremost source of his consternation was his chief scribe, Chen Lin, known as one of the 7 scholars of Jianan, whose literary prowess was profound, particularly in poetry and prose. The Han Emperor Ling had appointed Chen Lin to the role with the intention of enriching He Jin's cultural knowledge, but alas, the two were worlds apart. One was a man of letters, while the other was a man of the earth, with one reveling in the beauty of art and the other in the pleasures of wine and women, leaving them devoid of common ground. Initially, He Jin had entertained notions of self-improvement, but soon found the pursuit of knowledge daunting, leading him to resort to various evasions. When he inquired about the Empress Dowager's decree, Chen Lin, with a hint of disdain, remarked that it was undoubtedly a ploy by the 10 attendants and advised against attending, warning of impending doom without further explanation. He Jin, frustrated, lamented his status as a simpleton, feeling the weight of their conversations, which demanded utmost caution and effort. How could the Empress Dowager and Appo's decree be linked to the 10 attendants? What peril awaited him? Chen Lin's dismissive attitude suggested that he underestimated He Jin's intellect, believing him incapable of discerning the nuances of their dialogue. Were it not for your considerable reputation, I would have long since summoned someone to whip you, so you might truly understand the vibrancy of the flowers. He Jin pondered over the matter yet remained perplexed, ultimately lowering his pride to inquire. The Empress Dowager has summoned me. Is there some calamity afoot? Are you aware that my absence would constitute defiance of the imperial decree? Although the Empress Dowager is my sister, she cannot withstand the onslaught of critics who lurk with keen intent. It would be scandalous if I were to become the subject of derision. Regrettably, despite his inquiries, He Jin did not direct his gaze towards Chen Lin nor explicitly address him, prompting Chen Lin to feign ignorance with half-closed eyes, displaying an attitude of navet that suggested some questions are better left unasked. A profound silence enveloped the hall. General, what sort of inquiry is this? It was Yuan Shao who broke the stillness, rescuing He Jin from embarrassment. The plot has been divulged. The matter is laid bare. Do you still wish to enter the palace? Your question is rather astute, General He. How could we possibly anticipate the dangers that lie ahead? We are not the eunuchs. How could we discern their strategies against you? Moreover, where have you been, General He? Were you not warned about Dou? Your hesitation has only served to inform the eunuchs of your intentions. Now our plans are exposed, and you still seek to enter the palace? It is perilous enough as it is. As for the nature of that peril, I regret to inform you, we cannot ascertain. Chao Chao interjected. First, summon the 10 eunuchs out, then you may enter. Chao Chao proposed a stratagem that aimed to eliminate the threat at its source. If the 10 eunuchs were removed from the palace, any potential danger within would be rendered ineffective in their absence, allowing He Jin to enter without fear. Although this notion sounded promising, its practical feasibility was regrettably low. Besides his connections to the eunuchs, Cao Cao harbored little faith in He Jin's ability to sever ties with them. The struggle between the imperial relatives and the eunuchs was a well-established tradition of the Han dynasty. What capability did a mere butcher like He Jin possess to eradicate the eunuchs entirely? While I may not know the nature of the danger, I can assure you that I have a suggestion that might mitigate it. The whether it can be executed is another matter entirely. Upon hearing Cao Cao and Apos as counsel, He Jin was filled with indignation. Last time, you suggested that a mere jailer could resolve the eunuch issue, and I took you at your word. Yet it was Yuan Shao who clarified for me that this was a seemingly splendid yet utterly unattainable notion. I have yet to settle that score with you. And now you present me with another impractical idea? If I could command the 10 eunuchs to do my bidding, why would I even need to contend with them? The very reason I face them is their refusal to heed my orders. What do you mean by summoning them forth? By what means shall I summon them? He Jin laughed in frustration, saying, such is the folly of youth. I wield the power of the realm. What dare the 10 eunuchs do against me? Do you hear me, youth? I speak of you. Cao Cao, do not presume to underestimate me. I am the commanding general. Tread carefully lest I turn against you. Yuan Shao clasped his hands and replied, if you insist on proceeding, we shall escort you with armored troops to guard against unforeseen events. If you seek to court death, then go ahead. We have done all that we can. A show of force may serve to intimidate those eunuchs. He Jin nodded slightly, considering it a commendable suggestion. He then produced the tiger talisman, instructing Yuan Shao and Cao Cao to each provide 500 men as guards. If one were to act, it should be done with considerable grandeur. A mere few dozen or 100 men could hardly convey the might of He Jin. At that moment, Yuan Shu unexpectedly stepped forward. Volunteering, Bin Qiu, Brother Mingda holds an official position, which may pose certain inconveniences. Allow me to lead the charge, and I shall ensure the general's safety. Yuan Shao and Cao Cao were indeed formally appointed as the 8 cavalry commanders of the Western Garden. And although possessing the general and Apos, as Tiger Talisman granted them the authority to summon troops, without an imperial decree, they could face scrutiny if questioned later. Thus, it would be wiser for someone without an official title, like myself, to lead, thereby avoiding any potential blame. While this reasoning was undeniably sound, Yuan Shu, who typically exerted little effort, was surprisingly proactive today. Yuan Shao felt a stir of suspicion and turned to Cao Cao, who simultaneously grasped the situation and exchanged a knowing glance with Yuan Shao. Such unusual behavior surely indicated some ulterior motive. Chapter 9. The Player or the Peace in Truth. Yuan Shao, Yuan Shu, and Cao Cao were once inseparable companions in their youth. They delighted in each other's company, engaged in spirited games of cricket fighting, explored the vibrant streets of the brothel district, and playfully teased virtuous ladies. They shared furtive glances while observing widows bathing and reveled in pursuits of ambition and adventure amidst the lush gardens and orchards, honing their martial skills together. At that time, they were all young, filled with dreams, surrounded by the vast expanse of the capital, Luoyang. They believed the world was wide enough to allow them to showcase their talents. Convinced they would ascend to high-ranking positions in the court, achieve great deeds, expand territories, and etch their names into the annals of history as heroes. However, an unrecognized shift began to take place. Yuan Shu, who had always trailed behind them, started to forge his own path, progressively asserting the stature of the Yuan family. Soon after, Yuan Shao too lost interest in the pleasures of the brothel and began to forge brotherly bonds with a group of valiant heroes. Not long thereafter, he assumed the position of county magistrate of Puyang and departed from Luoyang. Around the same time, under the auspices of the Chao family, Cao Cao was introduced to various influential figures, such as Zhou Xian, Zhou Ong, Lu Sun, Su Yu, and Zhang Miao. It was during this period that Cao Cao received the most significant appraisal of his life. A capable minister in times of peace, a hero in times of chaos. At that time, Yuan Shao was 19, Cao Cao 18, and Yuan Shu 17. Upon a fleeting glance exchanged with Yuan Shao, Cao Cao realized that Yuan Shu and Apos' overtures were not prearranged with Yuan Shao, who remained blissfully unaware of these developments. The discord between Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu often led to episodes of mutual sabotage, a dynamic Cao Cao was keenly aware of, having witnessed similar rivalries among noble families. Although he felt a twinge of sentimentality witnessing the conflict between the Yuan brothers, he understood it was an internal matter that an outsider like him could not influence. Comparatively, Yuan Shao was more amicable, while Yuan Shu often exuded an air of arrogance that was grating. Thus, Cao Cao frequently leaned toward Yuan Shao, occasionally finding ways to vex Yuan Shu. Yet, Yuan Shu and Amp Apos, as current behavior was notably atypical. Typically, he would attend gatherings in silence, leaving the articulations of advice and counsel to Yuan Shao, only echoing support when necessary. Today, however, he boldly stepped forward to assume responsibility, a first for him. What was Yuan Shu's intention? In ancient times, to solidify the emperor's control over military authority and prevent political turmoil within the army. The command of troops was typically regulated by the issuance of the Tiger Talisman. This talisman was divided into two halves, one held by the emperor and the other by the commanding general. Only upon presenting the Tiger Talisman could troops be mobilized. However, during the Han Dynasty, any general of notable repute, particularly those of the rank of 4 or 4 ping and above, could maintain private troops and utilize their half of the talisman for troop movements. Thus, a great general could command 1,000 soldiers without issue. Yet, at present, both Cao Cao and Yuan Shao held the rank of Xiongwei and were not generals, lacking the authority to mobilize troops. Therefore, Yuan Shu and Apos' assertions, though controversial, held a semblance of validity. After listening to Yuan Shu's words, He Jin nodded slightly, finding some sense in them. It is wise to avoid giving others the means to criticize, as dealing with those who are overly critical is both laborious and thankless. Furthermore, He Jin believed that the 10 eunuchs could not truly threaten him. After all, his sister was the Empress Dowager and his nephew was the emperor. What courage did those emasculated officials possess to confront a general like him? Cao Cao, noticing He Jin and Apos' wavering resolve, quickly interjected before He Jin could speak. General has matters to attend to. How could I and Binshu remain idle? What you say is indeed correct. Why not let me command the troops in your stead, while I and Binshu serve as your loyal protectors, ensuring your safety? With that, he discreetly exchanged a knowing glance with Yuan Shao. Yuan Shao understood the cue and immediately responded with fervor. What Mengda says is absolutely right. I, along with Mengda, will ensure the general's safety. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall not comply with Yuan Shu's demands. He Jin, pleased, exclaimed, excellent. Then Binshu and Mengda shall accompany me into the palace, while you, Kong Lu, prepare the troops. The charm of this general remains formidable. Indeed, Binshu is quite considerate. Cao Mengda, cleverly rectified his errors and earned himself an opportunity. Yuan Shu scoffed inwardly, recognizing that his uncle was astute. Indeed, you Cao have emerged to stir the waters, but it matters little. Your fates are already sealed. Whether you go or stay makes no difference. Yuan Shao, do not presume that your status as the eldest son grants you any advantage. No matter how diligently you strive, you cannot alter your lineage. The Yuan family will ultimately remain mine. Cao, you bullied me in my youth with your cunning, but look now, once the eunuchs fall, what arrogance will you have left? Yuan Shu lowered his head to conceal the emotions that flickered in his eyes, ensuring that Yuan Shao and Cao could not perceive his thoughts as he stood alongside them, united in purpose. Within the grand hall of the general and Apos' residence, the only one with a premonition of the impending events was Yuan Shu. Prior to arriving at the general's residence, his uncle Yuan Wei had secretly instructed him on 3 essential tasks. First, to incite General He Jin to enter the palace, a matter He Jin would accomplish without Yuan Shu and Apos' prodding. Second, that the general would likely bring troops with him, and it was crucial to obtain command of them. Initially, Yuan Shu believed this would be challenging, given that apart from Yuan Shao and Cao, there were other capable commanders like Wu Kuang and Zhang. However, fortune favored him, as during the assembly called by General He Jin, Wu Kuang and others were not summoned, allowing Yuan Shu to easily claim authority over the troops on the grounds of not having received orders to deploy them. And third, to delay the departure of the troops summoned by He Jin by an hour. While Yuan Shu could not fathom the entirety of his uncle Yuan Wei and Apos' intricate scheme, as the legitimate heir of the Yuan family, he possessed greater insight than Yuan Shao. He understood that his uncle was calculating against He Jin, which assured He Jin's misfortune, yet he never anticipated the extent of He Jin's calamity, being beheaded upon entering the palace. Neither Yuan Shu nor the 10 eunuchs, including Zhang Rang, could foresee such a fate. He truly had no intention of taking He Jin and Apos' head. What purpose would it serve him? What benefits would he reap from such an act? He could hardly risk inciting the wrath of the reigning general, unless Zhang Rang had completely lost his senses. Indeed, Zhang Rang was scheming against He Jin, as He Jin's unreasonable actions had led to the downfall of Jian Shua. And though they bore no ill will when Jian Shua fell from grace, He Jin and Apos' audacity to target them was utterly excessive. How ungrateful of you, He Jin. When Jian Shua sought to oppose you, it was we who lent our support. Your sister ascended to the position of Empress Dowager with our considerable assistance. And now that you hold the upper hand, you seek to sever ties? Is there no sense of decency? Moreover, we have already come to your residence to express our contrition. Is our humility not sufficient? Yet, you remain unyielding, intent on causing a scene. We have visited your residence on multiple occasions, but you maintain your aloofness and refuse to engage in dialogue. How can any issue be resolved in such a manner? Zhang Rang, after much effort, finally procured an edict from Empress He, compelling He Jin to enter the palace. This was necessitated by He Jin's reluctance to meet with them. Thus Zhang Rang had to prepare to reason with He Jin in his own domain. In his ideal scenario, he merely wished to display a semblance of force to intimidate He Jin, a man unfamiliar with grand affairs, who was but a butcher in a marketplace. Surely, with a blade poised at his throat, He Jin would not dare to defy him. First, he would seize the general's talisman, then confine him for a few days, allowing Zhang Rang's trusted allies to appropriate the troops under He Jin's command before releasing him. Once He Jin's military power was under his control, he would replicate Jian Shua's past successes, commanding the 8 commanders of the Western Garden, with the entire Imperial Guard bowing to his authority. Once the deed was done, He's family would have no choice but to acquiesce. As for He Jin and Apos' fate, whether he lived or died would be of little consequence. Once he seized He Jin's military talisman and wielded considerable power, he could mold He Jin to his will, shaping him as he pleased. A tiger bereft of its claws is of no threat, is it not? Yet, how could that fool act so hastily? Zhang Rang felt a deep sense of despair. He merely intended to signal the palace guards to detain He Jin, not to have him summarily executed, now that everything had spiraled out of control. With He Jin and Apos' head severed, how could any further dialogue take place? Just as Zhang Rang contemplated locating the individual who had struck the first blow against He Jin, a panicked attendant rushed in, reporting that Yuan Shao and Cao Cao, accompanied by a retinue of generals, were clamoring outside the gates, their noise even disturbing those within the palace. Do not let them enter. Zhang Rang's first instinct was to react. His second was to hasten to find the emperor. The sole hope for salvation lay with him. After years of being cornered, akin to the time when the imperial chief Zhang Jun sought his life, as long as the emperor did not issue a decree, he still had a chance. The act of killing He Jin was unequivocally not his command. He must distance himself entirely from this calamity. If all else fails, simply blame it on Gao Wang. It is rumored that he has recently grown close to Zhao Zhong and is responsible for the northern palace guards, making him the most suitable scapegoat. Zhang Rang hurriedly made his way to the inner palace, determined to present himself before the emperor at the earliest opportunity. The abandoned young eunuch grew anxious. How can you leave now? What shall we do about this chaotic mess? He called out repeatedly, only to see Zhang Rang heedlessly sprint away. Let us wait for Lord Zhang to arrive before discussing this. The young eunuch, exasperated, abandoned the situation and hurried off with a dismissive remark. The soldiers exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. Without a clear leader, they scattered in a frenzy. In an instant, the square was deserted, leaving only He Jin and Apos' lifeless body quietly lying on the ground. After an indeterminate period, a figure clad in the armor of the palace guards cautiously emerged from the corner. Ensuring that no one was watching, stealthily, he approached, wrapped He Jin's severed head in cloth, and carried it away. Chapter 10. The Laws of the Aristocracy. Mount Baimao, also known as Pingfeng Mountain, Taiping Mountain, and Jiashan, rises to a modest elevation of approximately 300 meters. However, its extensive length stretches several hundred li from east to west, exuding a grand presence with its deep waters, fertile soil, and dense forests. Located to the north of Luoyang City, on the southern bank of the Yellow River, it serves as a foothill of the Qinling mountain range, specifically a branch of the Shaoshan Mountains. The enchanting waters of the Yi and Luo rivers flow eastward through Luoyang, making this region a significant area for the descendants of Yan and Huang. Since ancient times, the progeny of Yan and Huang have settled here, flourishing and continuously evolving. At the foot of Mount Baimao, the Cui family established a grand estate. During the Han Dynasty, noble families favored the construction of estates, often designating them as vital strongholds for family heritage. The Cui family was no exception. The estate's construction commenced during the tenure of Cui Lai as minister, and it has since undergone further expansion and embellishment under the stewardship of Cui Yi and Cui Ho, resulting in a remarkably vast complex. Fei Qian surveyed the estate, estimating it to encompass at least the area of 20 basketball courts, with craftsmen visibly entering and exiting the premises. In ancient times, the land could be developed to any desired scale. In modern times, acquiring such an expanse would likely require hundreds of millions. Cui Ho, beaming with pride, took the opportunity to elaborate on the layout of the estate. Although referred to as an estate, it resembled more of a fortress. Cui family village, situated against the crags of Mount Baimao, features numerous cave dwellings carved into the cliffs, all secured by wooden fences and guarded by sentinels, presumably for the storage of supplies. At the base of the mountain, robust walls encircle a vast expanse of land, with streams from the mountains flowing through the village. A deep trench has been excavated outside the walls, serving both as a defensive measure and a reservoir. The village is meticulously divided into several distinct areas: the main residential zone, common housing, ancestral halls, workshops, gardens, and marketplaces, among others, each serving a specific purpose, with a comprehensive and functional plan. Beyond the suspension bridge lies the narrow village gate, whose entrance rivals that of a city gate in its solidity. Flanking the entrance are sturdy walls, and within, a watchtower reminiscent of city walls has been constructed, with several guards armed with bows and arrows patrolling its heights. The streets within the village are intentionally designed to be convoluted, featuring numerous intersections to thwart potential invaders. Without the guidance of Cui Ho, an unfamiliar visitor would undoubtedly struggle to locate the main courtyard of the household. Fei Qian expressed his astonishment, showering the estate with abundant praise. Cui Ho, modestly shaking his head, eagerly shared anecdotes about the initial construction, detailing the labor involved and the efforts invested. Indeed, the architecture is commendable. The walls flanking the streets are constructed of stone on one side and yellow clay on the other, striking a balance between convenience and sturdiness. In addition to the mountain streams flowing through the village, numerous large water tanks have been installed to prevent fires, as wooden structures predominated during the Han Dynasty, with wooden beams and doors being commonplace. The primary living area of the Cui family resembles a harmonious blend of a garden and a military fortress. The outer walls are constructed entirely of blue bricks, distinctly elevating them above the common dwellings flanking the streets. Intricate brick, stone, and wood carvings abound, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship in diverse styles. At each corner of the courtyard, three-story corner towers rise, with their eaves elegantly tilted upwards. Building such an estate is no small feat, reflecting the Cui family's considerable wealth. The agricultural structure of the Han Dynasty closely mirrors that of the Cui estate. Typically, the manor served as a marketplace for trade, where the majority of its residents were members of the bourgeoisie, while farmers and laborers resided in makeshift huts outside the estate. In times of invasion, all would gather within the manor's fortified walls for protection. This modest model of the Cui family estate epitomizes the entire Han Dynasty and, indeed, the feudal agricultural era of China that spanned even longer. Aside from a few dynasties, such as the Han, Tang, and Ming, capable of deploying troops to repel invaders at their borders, most of the time was spent in relentless defense, allowing nomadic tribes to ravage the lands like locusts beyond the walls. Upon entering the Cui residence, Cui Ho did not escort Fei Qian to the side hall, but instead led him to the small hall within his own courtyard, where they settled in as hosts and guests. A subtle smile graced the corners of Fei Qian's lips, as his exchange of literary treasures for the protection of the host family bore fruit. The Han Dynasty was an era that emphasized the importance of ceremonial reciprocity, where the status of a place corresponded to the caliber of its inhabitants. In the main hall of the Cui residence, Fei Qian's standing was insufficient, even if taken there. He would not dare to act disrespectfully. Cui Ho's decision to host Fei Qian in his modest hall signifies that today he assumes the role of the host, while the elder of the Cui family, Cui Yi, would not make an appearance. Consequently, the banquet and Appos, formality shifts to a more casual gathering among friends rather than a rigidly ceremonial feast. Initially, it was intended for Cui Yi to preside over the gathering due to his elder status and prior official position, expecting Fei Qian to recognize the decorum and share the secrets of crafting glazed ceramics. However, much to the Cui family and Appos' surprise, they received a correspondence from Fei Min. The Cui family had previously regarded Fei Qian as a mere offshoot of the Fei clan, not warranting significant attention from the main family, believing that such an insignificant branch would not stir considerable commotion. Yet, Fei Min's letter, beyond mere pleasantries, expressed gratitude for the Cui family's invitation and hospitality. suggesting an opportunity to reciprocate the visit. Although the implications were not explicitly stated, this correspondence hinted that Fei Qian was not as inconsequential as the Cui family had presumed. To press him further would be to disregard Fei Min's esteem, transforming the affair from a personal matter into a concern between the Cui and Fei families. The position of counselor is not ranked above the three dukes. However, Fei Min holds an official post, while the highest-ranking official in the Cui family, Situ Cui Lai, is merely a former official and deceased at that. Thus, in weighing the pros and cons, Cui opted not to intervene directly, delegating the hospitality to Cui Ho, treating it as a purely friendly invitation. Within the confines of this modest courtyard hall, the atmosphere need not bear the solemnity of a formal banquet. After taking his seat, Cui Ho removed his crown and set it aside, signaling to Fei Qian. How intriguing. It appears to be a more relaxed gathering without headgear. Fei Qian smiled and followed suit, removing his own crown, contemplating that, in truth, the ancients had a whimsical side. This simple act of disrobing their crowns subtly conveyed that today and Appo's purpose was merely to indulge in food and drink, devoid of any other discussions. True to this sentiment, as an array of dried fruits, pastries, wines, and various meats were served, Cui Ho refrained from discussing any serious matters, instead regaling tales of romantic escapades and amusing street anecdotes. The Cui family was indeed remarkable, enjoying substantial profits from their glassworks. However, they were not blinded by greed into reckless actions. Rather, they exhibited a commendable ability to set aside business when appropriate, displaying no signs of discomfort or negativity. Appearing instead as sincere and warm-hearted friends, the feast extended from afternoon until dusk, leaving guests satisfied and content. Although the wines of the Han Dynasty were akin to the mildly sweet and sour rice wines of later generations and possessed a lower alcohol content, they could still intoxicate when consumed in excess. Fortunately, whether due to Fei Qian's naturally high tolerance or the drinking skills honed during his time in the future, his rosy cheeks and unsteady demeanor were largely feigned. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Cui Ho summoned a maid to arrange for Fei Qian to rest in a guest room. In the Han Dynasty, respectable feasts typically lasted from midday until sunset, with guests often staying the night to conclude the event on a harmonious note. However, before the festivities could fully conclude, Fei Qian collapsed onto the floor, succumbing to slumber. Cui Ho, fighting off the effects of alcohol, struggled to keep his eyes open. Upon inspecting the cloth he had received, the effects of the wine diminished significantly. And upon realizing Fei Qian was indeed in a deep stupor, he emphasized the need to care for him before hastily making his way to see Cui. Without even changing his soiled garments, Cui, accustomed to moments of quiet contemplation at dusk, was perturbed by Cui Ho and Appo's intrusion, especially upon noticing his son's disheveled appearance reeking of wine. Anger surged within him, prompting thoughts of discipline. "Father, please refrain from acting hastily. I implore you to first examine this item." Cui took the cloth, glancing at it briefly, and suddenly found his drowsiness dissipating. Frowning, he inquired, "How did you come by this? You wouldn't have pilfered it from Fei Qian while he was inebriated, would you?" Cui Ho promptly recounted the events. This individual is not to be underestimated. Cui mused, stroking his beard. If this method proves true, it would reflect poorly on our family. Very well. Let us accept this situation. Once I transcribe a copy, summon the chief artisan to experiment with this technique forthwith, so we may observe its effects, he directed, unhesitatingly instructing for immediate action, disregarding the need for rest. Setting aside the bustling activities of Cui and Cui Ho, Fei Qian was being supported by two maidens as he made his way to rest. He swayed slightly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The same item, when presented in different contexts, yields varying effects. If such a remedy were to be produced out of sheer necessity, it would not only go unrewarded but could also subject him to ridicule, as the harsh laws of survival among the aristocratic families are devoid of compassion. Presently, under the care of the master Fei Min, Fei Qian had temporarily attained a status comparable to that of Cui Ho. Regardless of how long this newfound position might endure, its presentation in the current context signified a gift of camaraderie. The Cui family was thus obliged to adhere to the customary exchanges of respect and reciprocity among noble clans, lest they tarnish their reputation among the gentry. The aristocratic families embody a paradoxical, yet unified entity. As the departure from Luoyang approached, it was evident that the cleaner the break, the better. Moreover, the formula Fei Qian had provided to Cui Ho was only marginally superior to the Han Dynasty's glassmaking recipe. primarily due to the purer lead materials used, resulting in a more lustrous and transparent glass. Fei Qian even contemplated that should the Cui family delve deeper into research and discover an even better formula, it would indeed reflect their own prowess. With a slight intoxication clouding his thoughts, Fei Qian stumbled along with the support of the maidens toward the guest room when suddenly, a streak of crimson light appeared on the horizon, causing him to blink uncomfortably. With half-lidded eyes, he gazed outward. At that moment, the setting sun bled into the sky, casting a sanguine hue over the city of Luoyang. Chapter 11. The tale of Mount Beimeng when the head of General He Jin was cast out of the palace gates, rolling before Yuan Shao and Cao Cao. Both men were momentarily struck dumb. It was not fear of encountering a severed head. After all, both Yuan Shao and Cao Cao were no strangers to bloodshed, having committed acts of violence that seemed no different than slaughtering a mere chicken. The shocking revelation was that General He Jin, who stood second only to the emperor, wielding command over the military forces of the Han dynasty, had been so inexplicably beheaded without any decree or trial. From atop the palace walls, a voice rang out. He Jin has plotted treason and has been executed. All accomplices are pardoned. You are to retreat at once, or face the same fate. The guards stationed outside the palace gates were thrown into disarray, with some, panicked and unsure, abandoning their weapons in a frantic attempt to flee. Regaining his composure after a brief moment of shock, Cao Cao noticed some guards attempting to escape. Drawing his sword, he rushed forward, swiftly plunging his blade into the first guard to turn and run, raising the bloodied sword high as he solemnly declared to the remaining guards, "We have lost our commander, and it is a capital offense for us to fail in our duty. Only by slaying the true culprit can we hope for survival." Yuan Shao, quick to react, shouted fiercely, "The eunuchs have murdered a minister. Those who seek to eradicate the traitors, come forth and assist." With his own sword drawn, he was the first to rush towards the palace gates, heedless of whether he could inflict any harm, wildly striking at the door. Cao Cao followed suit, leading the remaining guards in a furious assault on the thick palace gates. As he swung his weapon, he lowered his voice to Yuan Shao. "We are both ensnared in this trap. It is suspicious that Yuan Shu has yet to arrive. Our only option now is to seek life amidst death. You must quickly summon General Wu to bring reinforcements." Having come to serve as the personal guards of General He Jin, their failure to protect him now rendered them culpable. If they heeded the earlier call for retreat, it would be tantamount to betraying their lord and living in disgrace for the rest of their lives. Who would wish to ally with one who falters in a moment of crisis? Thus, Cao Cao swiftly executed the fleeing guard to instill fear in the others, while also signaling to Yuan Shao that they were likely being deceived. The prolonged absence of Yuan Shu was indeed troubling. Their only recourse was to eliminate the assassins of He Jin to mitigate their own culpability. For someone like Yuan Shao, born of a lesser status and finally glimpsing a chance for ascendancy, death seemed a preferable fate. In his fervor, he tore the jade pendant from around his neck and thrust it into the hands of a nearby guard, commanding, "Take this pendant and summon General Wu to gather his troops and bring incendiary devices to this place. Hurry, hurry, damn the treacherous eunuchs." Yuan Shao and Oppos, eyes reddened with fury. Having finally extricated himself from the control of the military officer Jian Shua, and under the command of He Jin, a man utterly ignorant of military affairs, he was free from restraints and had gradually begun to genuinely command a contingent of the Imperial Guards. Just as he had begun to savor the taste of power, his ascent was abruptly thwarted. How could this not provoke Yuan Shao's profound indignation? With no hope left in Yuan Shu, he summoned Wu Kuang, also known as Wu Zizu, to lead the troops. Regardless of whether the eunuch's actions in executing He Jin were justified, they had severed Yuan Shao's path, and thus they would pay with their lives. At this moment, the setting sun bled into the horizon, casting a crimson hue upon the palace walls. Though Fei Qian had not indulged excessively, he had consumed enough to feel the effects of inebriation. His reactions were inevitably sluggish, and as sleepiness weighed upon him, he allowed a maidservant to assist him onto the couch, where he felt no desire to move. He felt delicate hands caressing his body, and before he knew it, his outer garments were being removed. A warm, damp cloth gently wiped his face and hands, akin to a refreshing breeze brushing against his skin, bringing forth a sense of comfort that elicited a soft sigh of contentment. Fei Qian, pampered and at ease, was too languid even to lift a finger. What began as a mild drowsiness was soon intensified by the subtle fragrance wafting through the room, causing his eyelids to feel almost glued shut. With great effort, he managed to open them a crack, catching glimpses of 2 or 3 figures swaying before him. Yet before he could discern their features, The embrace of slumber overtook him, and he sank into a deep sleep. Where am I? Fei Qian suddenly sprang to his feet, surveying his surroundings, only to find himself before his office desk. How did I end up here? Was Ti in the Three Kingdoms? He murmured to himself, realizing that he was utterly alone in the vast office space. Where has everyone gone? It seems I am on duty today. His head felt heavy, and he struggled to breathe, questioning whether he had indeed fallen asleep. What time is it? Where is my phone? Fei Qian began rummaging through the chaotic pile of documents on his desk in search of his phone. Just as he finally located it, the device emitted a piercing ring, startling him nearly to the point of dropping it to the floor. It and amp. Oppos. That's my superior. Yes, okay, all right. The convenience of modern communication is overwhelming. A leader can merely press a button, and those who serve them are left utterly exhausted. Fei Qian clicked his tongue in annoyance. Although he had answered affirmatively moments ago, inwardly he was cursing. Hadn't a report just been sent out to the group? Why was there a need for a separate one now? If you don't review group messages, what is the purpose of creating the group in the first place? Grumbling internally, he still knew he had to complete the task at hand. He disabled the screensaver on his computer, preparing to retrieve data. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Is this your undertaking? Startled, Fei Qian jumped up and looked around frantically. Who are you? I am you. A figure emerged from behind him, clad in flowing robes, wearing a tall crown and a jeweled belt, exuding an air of elegance. To his astonishment, the visage bore an uncanny resemblance to Fei Qian, albeit appearing significantly younger. You. I. Fei Qian stammered in disbelief. The young man in the flowing robes curiously surveyed his surroundings, extending a hand to cautiously touch the strange object before him. Is this paper? He pondered, marveling at its snow-white hue, its resilience akin to silk, and its weight so insubstantial that it seemed to float. Pray tell, what is the value of such a treasure? This is merely copy paper, came the reply. Yes, the entire office procured it by the box. I cannot ascertain the price of a single sheet. Perhaps just a few cents? The young man clad in hanfu exhibited a mixture of surprise and displeasure. How can such a treasure be so lightly regarded? You must indeed reside in a fortunate place. What fortune is this? He retorted. I rise earlier than the rooster, retire later than the dog, dine worse than a pig, and toil more than a donkey. It is hardly better than the Three Kingdoms. Fei Qian chuckled bitterly. Do you despise this place? The young man in hanfu appeared perplexed. If you wish to escape to the southern barbarians, how does that compare? Of course. I am merely seeking to preserve my life. After all, there has been no warfare in Yangzhou. At this, the young man suddenly grew furious. Advancing towards Fei Qian and demanding loudly, a man born into this world should live without shame before heaven and earth. How can one cling to life in such a cowardly manner? Pray tell, what is your ambition? With a start, Fei Qian awoke, turning in alarm to survey his surroundings. A dim solitary lamp flickered, casting shadows upon the antiquated furnishings. This is the Three Kingdoms, he murmured, realizing he was drenched in cold sweat. The maidservant, who had been resting in the room, was jolted awake and hurriedly rose to support him, softly inquiring, My lord, do you feel unwell? Fei Qian forced a smile. I am well, merely parched. Is there any water? Please wait a moment, my lord. The maid, suspecting nothing amiss, assumed he was merely thirsty from drinking too much, and with a bow, she departed to fetch water. Fei Qian donned the outer robe hanging by the bed and, aided by the dim light, stepped outside. He gazed up at the resplendent starry river, a sight unobtainable in the modern world, and sighed deeply, reflecting, indeed, what is my aspiration? What do I truly wish to achieve? In this era, with a millennium of heritage, how should I proceed? The night was profound, enveloped in silence, save for the gentle chirping of a few crickets. Are you here to remind me? Fei Qian whispered softly. Perhaps you speak true. A man should live without shame before heaven and earth. My future self is suffocating in despair. Shall I now choose a path of further constriction? Suddenly, distant sounds pierced the stillness of the night. Shouts of men and the whinnies of horses disrupted the tranquility of the estate. Many were roused from their slumber, hastily donning their garments to investigate, some hurriedly lighting torches, while others called out in search of companions, creating a cacophony of confusion. As Fei Qian stepped forward in the direction of the noise, he collided with Cui Ho, who was also hurriedly dressing and looking around. He quickly greeted him. Cui Ho rushed forward, grasping Fei Qian's hand. Do not panic, my dear brother. I have dispatched guards to stand watch. If thieves approach, they will surely ensure your safety. Fei Qian discreetly withdrew his hand, pointing towards the direction of the sounds emanating from Luoyang. Though too distant to discern clearly, he could faintly perceive flickering red lights, seemingly originating from that very direction. Cui Ho listened intently, his face etched with confusion, as he strained to gaze towards Luoyang City, attempting to discern the source of the mysterious red glow. Could it be that this light is not the work of thieves, but rather a reflection of water? He pondered. Brother Yuan, is there a river nearby? The darkness of the night makes travel perilous. If there are indeed bandits, they would surely follow the sound of the water. We should dispatch some men to investigate along the river. It is well known that individuals in ancient times commonly suffered from night blindness. Thus, navigating in darkness typically required some form of guidance. Listening to the sound of flowing water was indeed a prevalent method for traversing the night in those times. Cui Ho nodded in agreement. You speak wisely, dear brother. With that, he turned and gathered a few individuals, preparing to descend and search along the riverbank. However, Fei Qian hastily intervened, asserting that Cui Ho was needed to coordinate matters within the estate. He offered to undertake the task of tracking down any potential intruders, suggesting that it would suffice to assign a few capable guards to accompany him for safety. Recognizing the validity of Fei Qian and Appo's reasoning, Cui Ho summoned a team, cautioning Fei Qian to proceed with care. He then opened the estate gates, allowing Fei Qian to lead the way. The accompanying guards raised their torches, fanning out to protect Fei Qian on either side. Clearly seasoned veterans, they moved with an instinctive grace, weaving towards the riverbank as Fei Qian merely provided a brief directive. As the night deepened, the flickering flames reflected in Fei Qian's eyes, resembling a fire igniting within. Thus commenced their journey into the depths of the Three Kingdoms. Chapter 12. The Rise of Dongjue. Dongjue hailed from a powerful family in the Xiliang region, representing one of the prominent land-holding classes of Shangxi. Unlike the aristocrats of Shandong, Dongjue and Appo's upbringing exposed him to influential figures and events from a tender age, not through the cultivation of poetry and propriety, but through the rugged interactions with the Chang people and the valor of martial prowess. Among the Chang, the belief that might makes right was deeply ingrained, where conflicts were often resolved through brawls, and if necessary, with blades. Thus, a robust and formidable Dongjue, well-versed in martial arts, skilled in horsemanship, and adept at wielding weapons, quickly garnered a reputation within the local Chang circles. In the Han Dynasty, such notoriety was quite advantageous, leveraging his family and Appo's wealth. The somewhat renowned Dongjue frequently hosted Chang chieftains, generously slaughtering cattle and sheep to entertain them, thereby establishing mutually beneficial trade relations. Smaller factions of the Chang refrained from confronting him, recognizing his formidable strength and the considerable number of retainers at his command. Larger factions hesitated to engage as well, for the vast grasslands offered little beyond livestock and forage, and they questioned the wisdom of eliminating a source of resources when it could lead to future deprivation. In a fortuitous twist of fate during the late Eastern Han period, under the reign of Emperor Ling, the Han court aimed to suppress local powers while simultaneously relying on them to quell peasant uprisings and ethnic insurrections. Dongjue thus became an object of both utility and appeasement for the authorities. He was appointed as a military officer responsible for patrolling the borders and maintaining local order, akin to donning the tiger's skin of the imperial court, thereby embarking on his warlord journey. Soon after, the Eastern Han court, eager to address the issues posed by the Western Chang, began promoting influential figures from the Xiliang region, providing Dongjue with an invaluable opportunity for advancement. Not only did he maintain his stature among local elites, but he also utilized his wealth and martial strength to entice and assimilate rival factions, continuously fortifying and expanding his power. Subsequently, Dongjue was appointed as a commander of the Feathered Forest Army, overseeing the troops in Yuan Commandery, Hanyang, Longxi, Anding, Beatty, Shanjian, and Xia. Shortly thereafter, he was elevated to the rank of military advisor, accompanying General Zhang Huan in quelling the rebellious Chang in Bingzhou. It was during this time that Dongjue encountered Li Ru, a man who would profoundly alter the course of his life. For the first time, Dongjue comprehended the limitations of the Chang's guerrilla warfare tactics, realizing that 100 trained soldiers could easily vanquish 200 untrained ones. He ceased to fret over the minutiae of administrative logistics and recognized that, beyond sheer might, there existed more formidable and effective means to conquer adversaries. Dongjue felt that Li Ru had transformed his perception of learned men, and in a bid to secure his allegiance, he bound Li Ru to his chariot by marrying his daughter to him. In the subsequent campaign against the rebellious Chang tribes, With the assistance of Li Ru, Dong Zhuo endeavored to showcase his prowess, capitalizing on his fierce and formidable nature. He charged into battle, establishing a formidable reputation in the Xiliang region. Due to his remarkable military achievements, Dong Zhuo was promoted to the position of Longzhong and later ascended to the roles of Guangwu Ling, county governor of the northern Dowei. In the western regions, Shui Shaowei, ultimately reaching the esteemed rank of Bishou and Bingzhou and governor of Hedong. Throughout his relentless confrontations with the Chong and Hu tribes, particularly against Han Sui and Ma Tong, Dong Zhuo repeatedly distinguished himself and earned further accolades from the court, achieving the title of Qianjiangjun. However, the court soon perceived Dong Zhuo's burgeoning power as excessive and sought to reassign him to the central position of Xiaofu among the 3 dukes and 9 ministers. Yet, Li Ru enlightened Dong Zhuo about the court and Apos' intentions, prompting him to submit a petition stating that the soldiers had developed a deep bond with their leader, making it implausible for him to abandon them. He gracefully declined the offer. Thus, Dong Zhuo's warlordism gradually took shape, forming a mixed army predominantly composed of Xiliang soldiers, interspersed with Hu and Chong warriors. Particularly in cavalry, he assimilated numerous tactics from nomadic tribes, combined with the superior weaponry of the Han dynasty, amassing a wealth of experienced veterans through continuous engagements against the Chong incursions at the frontier, hence evolving into a formidable force. As Dong Zhuo and Apos' influence expanded rapidly with his successive promotions, Emperor Ling of Han finally recognized the burgeoning threat posed by him. In his ailing state, the emperor summoned Dong Zhuo, appointing him as the governor of Bingzhou, hoping to transfer Dong Zhuo's troops under the command of Huang Fusang to dismantle his power. However, at this juncture, Dong Zhuo was reluctant to relinquish his military authority and swiftly led his forces into Hedong, establishing himself as an autonomous and potent warlord, impervious to imperial commands. Before Emperor Ling could further act against Dong Zhuo's growing influence, he succumbed to his illness. Amidst the ensuing power struggles within the imperial harem and the ascension of a new emperor, the matter was temporarily set aside. It was not until a decree arrived in Dong Zhuo's hands, summoning him to the capital at the behest of General He Jin, that events took a decisive turn. He Jin's initial strategy was astute. The imperial guards, previously under the control of the treacherous Jian Shua, had been infiltrated for years. Although the principal villain Jian Shua had been slain, the remnants of soldiers loyal to the eunuchs could not be easily eradicated. To secure the He family's influence in both court and society, General He Jin deemed it necessary to command a military force free from eunuch infiltration. Consequently, He Jin dispatched messages to all commanding generals in the field, urging their support in the noble endeavor to overthrow the eunuchs. Unexpectedly, the powerful Liu clan members were either too distant or disinterested. In contrast, Dong Zhuo, situated near Luoyang, was the first to respond, submitting a memorial against the treacherous ministers, which instantly warmed He Jin's heart, akin to the affection of kin. It is noteworthy that another warlord, upon receiving He Jin's secret edict, hastily abandoned his dismal life on the frontier, packed his belongings, and left the border defense to join the central forces. Unfortunately, his actions lagged just behind Dong Zhuo's, allowing Dong Zhuo to seize the initiative, leaving one to ponder how events might have unfolded differently had he acted sooner. Indeed, Dong Zhuo was rather fortunate. The General He Jin, feeling bolstered by his support, not only widely publicized Dong Zhuo and Apos' memorial, but also grew increasingly hostile toward the eunuchs. This frightened the eunuchs into urgently issuing an imperial edict commanding Dong Zhuo to halt his advance toward the capital and instead establish camp on the spot. Consequently, Dong Zhuo encamped at Mianxi, vigilantly monitoring the developments in the capital. A mere 100 miles could not thwart Dong Zhuo's ambitions. He employed all the strategies of warfare at his disposal, dispatching scouts far and wide. Every hour, reports regarding Luoyang and Apos' situation reached him, and thus, when flames erupted in Luoyang and many remained bewildered, Dong Zhuo was already aware of the upheaval and promptly broke camp, marching his troops toward Luoyang under the cover of night. To be candid, Fei Qian had not anticipated that his extensive search along the riverbank would indeed yield results. Yet, upon beholding the trembling figures before him, who could have imagined that these two individuals, the highest ranking in the Han dynasty, could find themselves in such a dire predicament? A large and a small child, both caked in mud, their headgear lost at some point, hair disheveled, and expressions filled with dread. Had it not been for the quality of their garments and footwear, Fei Qian might have mistaken them for mere refugees. In the Han dynasty, attire was of utmost importance. The distinction of who wore what was paramount. A misstep in clothing could lead to disgrace, and in more severe cases, the loss of office or even life. During Emperor Wu's reign, the unfortunate Marquis of Wuan, Tian, was stripped of his title and court position for disrespectfully entering the palace in improper attire. Of course, the downfall of a marquis was not solely due to attire, as other factors played a role. Nonetheless, the ostensible reason documented in historical texts was indeed this. Thus, in the Han era, the nature of one's clothing was a significant matter. Utilizing the torchlight, Fei Qian scrutinized the two figures more closely. Their ages matched. And despite the mud, it was evident they wore deep blue garments and red footwear, finery reserved for the aristocracy of the Han dynasty. Although internally convinced, how could he reveal their identities? To do so would be an act of utter folly. The most prudent course of action was to feign ignorance. The royal family required its dignity. After all, Fei Qian approached the two children and inquired, "Have you lost your family? I am a newly appointed official of the court, and not far from here lies the estate of the former Minister of State, Cui Wei. It is late, and the night is cold. Would it not be wise to rest within the estate until dawn before making further plans?" Regardless of the circumstances, it was essential to provide these two with a plausible excuse to prevent them from revealing their true identities prematurely. Fei Qian gestured for a couple of estate servants to lead the way as he moved toward the manor, preparing ginger soup and warm water. After taking a few steps, he paused, removed his outer garment, and draped it over the elder child, saying, "Wet clothing is particularly susceptible to the chill of the wind. Do not let the cold affect you. I hope you will forgive my rudeness, young master." The older child indeed felt the biting cold of the wind. Shivering as they uttered a soft thank you, wrapping themselves tighter in Fei Qian's coat, finally sensing a modicum of warmth and ceasing their tremors. After a brief moment of hesitation, the younger child also expressed their gratitude, gently draping their icy little hands over Fei Qian and Appo's shoulders. Fei Qian leaned slightly forward, effortlessly hoisting the child onto his back, then turned to signal the older child to follow. The magnificent starry river hung low in the night sky. With the child on his back and the elder, snugly wrapped in the coat, trailing behind, Fei Qian moved forward slowly, alongside the flickering torch held by the guard, casting their elongated shadows upon the ground as they ventured into the night. Chapter 13. Each plays their own game. That night was a sleepless one for many. Yuan Wei had sent all his servants away, retreating into his study, where he set up a chessboard and began to place his pieces, soon arranging a deadlock on the board. Though the Han dynasty had not yet formally articulated the 8 methods of nurturing qi, the Confucian principle of maintaining a tranquil mind and cultivating one and Appo's spirit was already a fundamental tenet for every scholar of Confucianism. The game of chess gradually gained popularity during the Han era, evolving into one of the methods for the gentry to nurture their spirit. Indeed, Ban Gu composed a treatise titled The Essence of Go, which established the game and Appo's esteemed position among the elite of society at the time. Influenced by his brother Yuan Feng, Yuan Wei also favored this pursuit, and the two brothers often engaged in friendly matches, indifferent to victory or defeat, cherishing only their fraternal bond. As Yuan Wei stared at the unfinished game, his aged eyes glistened with unshed tears. This was the last game he had played with his brother Yuan Feng, and tonight, he would finally complete it. That evening coincided with the onset of the political turmoil known as the partisan proscription. The city of Luoyang was ablaze with chaos, the sounds of clashing arms echoing through the night, as countless virtuous scholars faced ruin and despair. In the midst of this turmoil, Yuan Wei and Yuan Feng sat together, hearts racing, yet striving to maintain their composure as they played, bracing for an uncertain fate. Fortunately, Emperor Ling of Han did not acquiesce to the eunuchs and Appo's suggestions regarding Yuan Feng, allowing the Yuan family to escape calamity. However, despite not being removed from office, Yuan Feng found himself embroiled in multiple controversies, leading to his eventual decline and untimely death. From that moment forth, Yuan Wei harbored a profound hatred for the eunuchs, yet felt powerless against their overwhelming authority. He could only endure in silence. This night mirrored that fateful time, with flames illuminating Luoyang and soldiers rushing about. Yet this time, it was the once mighty eunuchs who were to meet their demise. Yuan Wei bore no personal enmity towards He Jin. In truth, the gentry often criticized the consort families vehemently, yet few truly regarded them as mortal enemies. The aristocracy understood that the consort families frequently changed, enjoying their moment of glory for only a few years before the favored ones faded, ultimately facing their own downfall. However, Eunuchs were different. While courtesans may come and go, eunuchs remained constant. After a long wait, Yuan Wei finally seized his opportunity. With the ascension of the new emperor, the old eunuchs had yet to solidify their influence with him. He stoked the flames of discord between the consort families and the eunuchs, even deploying long-concealed agents to orchestrate the downfall of all his adversaries. He Jin, the powerful general and consort, fell. The eunuchs Zhang Rang, Zhao Zhong, and their cohorts also perished. Yuan Wei lifted the black dragon pieces on the chessboard, each signifying death, and cast them to the ground. Raising his head in disdain as he watched the black pieces scatter, a cold smile played upon Yuan Wei's lips. Regrettably, not all was achieved. Yuan Wei tapped the corners of the board where two small, struggling black pieces remained. Alas, the way of the world is vast and unpredictable. Perhaps these two had simply been fortunate. But, in the next game, will you possess such fortune again? A formidable procession of troops, commanded by Dong Zhuo of the Western Liang, traversed the landscape. Inside a carriage, Li Ru and Li Wenyu were engaged in a game of chess, illuminated by a flickering lantern. The black and white pieces clashed upon the board, intertwining in a struggle that culminated in a stalemate. The prospect of victory seemed evenly balanced. Li Ru, clasping a piece, scrutinized the board and realized they had reached an impasse. With a disdainful huff, he swept all the pieces aside. Since the previous game could no longer continue, a new one must commence. Li Ru lifted the curtain of the carriage door and commanded with authority, "Convey my orders. Let the left and right flanks spread out for 20 miles each, brandishing torches and banners to bolster our presence. The entire army shall hasten towards Luoyang. We must arrive before dawn tomorrow. Those who fail to meet this deadline shall face execution." Instantly, Dong Zhuo's forces expanded like a vast net, swiftly converging upon the city of Luoyang. Meanwhile, Fei Qian and Cui Ho were in a small courtyard, engaged in a game of chess to pass the time. Although the clamor within the city had begun to subside, the earlier commotion had robbed them of any desire for sleep. In their agreement, they settled into a small hall to play. Cui Ho chuckled and jested, "Dear brother, you speak of youth. May I inquire your age this year? I, in fact, am but youthful in appearance, yet I am already 65. Fei Qian, playing along, adopted a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Cui Ho erupted into laughter, placing a handful of pieces upon the board. "Very well, you have bested me," he declared, instructing a nearby maidservant to procure fresh tea and cakes. Once she had departed, Cui Ho wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes, rising to formally bow to Fei Qian. "On behalf of my family, I extend our deepest gratitude to you, young lord. The Cui family treasures this bond. Should you ever require our service, we shall undoubtedly comply." Fei Qian quickly assisted Cui Ho to his feet, exclaiming, "How could I accept such deference from you, brother? Indeed, it is well deserved. I shall not conceal from you, dear brother, your presence is akin to a long-awaited rain in a parched land for my family." Cui Ho replied with a wry smile, gesturing around. Despite appearances, the Cui family is, in truth, internally weakened. "How could this be?" Fei Qian inquired. Cui Ho nodded and began to elucidate. "Every household has its burdens. The Cui clan traces its lineage back to the surname Jiang, with our illustrious ancestor being Jiang Zia, and our forefather being the divine farmer, Yin Emperor. During the Western Zhou dynasty, the eldest son of Duke Ding of Qi, Jizi, received land in Cui County, leading his descendants to adopt the name from the locality, thus establishing the Shandong Cui lineage. Therefore, Linzi in Shandong is considered the cradle of the Cui family. However, during the expansion of the Cui lineage, the branch of Cui Lai distinguished itself in commerce, steadily amassing wealth and gradually extending from Shandong to the Heluo region, eventually taking root in Luoyang. By the time of Cui Lai, the Shandong branch had begun to decline, and leadership fell to Cui Lai and Appos, S-line. Of course, the fierce competition during this transition remains largely obscured from public knowledge. Cui Lai, who emerged victorious in the competition, was originally a man of considerable wealth. At that time, as he transitioned from commerce to scholarship, his ascension to the position of Minister of Works marked the pinnacle of his career. Unfortunately, this golden era was short-lived. Following Cui Lai's fall from grace at the hands of the eunuchs, he not only lost his official position but also suffered the ruin of his family fortune, with a staggering 80% of his wealth dissipated. Subsequently, he fell gravely ill and ultimately passed away. Although he entrusted the head of the family to Cui Yi before his demise, this position had become akin to a hot potato, as rival branches had begun to eye the leadership role. In ancient times, the The head of the family held immense power, governing the family lineage and ancestral shrine, and wielding the formidable authority to expel members from the clan, an authority equivalent to life and death for those of noble birth. Thus, having already lost his official position and fortune, the prospect of also losing the family leadership would spell complete ruin for Cui and Cui Ho, leaving them with no hope of resurgence. Fortunately, Cui Lai had maintained a network of influential connections at court, allowing Cui to temporarily preserve his position as head of the family. However, such relationships are inevitably fleeting, destined to be exhausted over time. To safeguard Cui and Apos' leadership, the Cui family has, over the years, expended considerable wealth, not only to sustain the estate's operational costs, but also to cultivate relationships with court officials. After several years, their financial reserves were nearly depleted. However, the high-ranking officials in court regarded ordinary gold and silver with disdain, favoring rare treasures instead. Such treasures, however, are not easily found. Consequently, the Cui family was compelled to scour the land for these valuables, often presenting them as tributes to the powerful. Fei Qian nodded in understanding, realizing why there were rumors circulating about the Cui family scheming to exploit treasures. It all stemmed from these circumstances. Now, with Fei Qian's improved method for crafting colored glaze, the Cui family had effectively acquired a golden goose. They no longer needed to search aimlessly for treasures, as their own glaze could now be considered a treasure in its own right. Moreover, this innovation opened a new avenue for wealth, significantly altering the family's financial trajectory and greatly benefiting Cui's position. It is conceivable that Fei Qian possesses other secret methods, however, for the Cui family at present. Consolidating and retaining what they have is of utmost importance. Thus, after confirming the efficacy of Fei Qian and Apos' glaze formula in enhancing color and luster, Cui promptly resolved to cultivate a good relationship with Fei Qian. This decision aligned with the long-standing principle of the noble families: the family comes first. Had Fei Qian not been a branch of the Fei family, Cui might have personally expressed his gratitude. Cui Ho, in his discussion with Fei Qian, clarified the context surrounding the Cui family's situation without inquiring how Fei Qian had acquired this method or whether other techniques existed. This approach conveyed not only gratitude but also two additional implications. Firstly, that the Cui family would no longer view Fei Qian with suspicion and would engage with him transparently. Secondly, that they would refrain from coveting the origins of Fei Qian's secret and would maintain confidentiality regarding it. Naturally, the significance of these measures will depend on the future status of both Fei Qian and the Cui family. For instance, the significance of a single meal varies profoundly between a destitute man on the brink of starvation and a wealthy individual who enjoys sumptuous feasts daily. At this moment, a maidservant emerged from the doorway, bearing freshly brewed tea and an assortment of pastries, inquiring if preparations for washing up were needed, as dawn was nearing. It was then that Fei Qian and Cui Ho realized the long, arduous night had quietly slipped away, giving rise to a new day. Fei Qian raised his tea bowl in a toast to Cui Ho, saying, "Brother Yongyuan, shall we seize this moment over tea to bid farewell to the past and herald the new beginning?" Cui Ho promptly reciprocated with his own tea bowl, exclaiming, "Indeed. Esteemed brother, your brilliance shines through. Let us bid adieu to the old and celebrate the new together." Chapter 14. The Coveted Emperor as Dawn Broke. The clamor of the previous night faded into memory, ushering in a new day. Regardless of who one might be, the rising sun often evokes a sense of rejuvenation. And Fei Qian was no exception. He performed a few stretching exercises to invigorate his muscles, casually indulging in some pastries that instantly replenished his vitality. Having consumed alcohol for much of the night and scarcely sleeping, he felt surprisingly unwearied. Youth indeed is a remarkable gift. Had this been in a later era, such exertion would likely leave one fatigued for days. Was it due to the nature of this body, or perhaps the disparity in lifestyles between ancient and modern times? In contrast, Cui Ho appeared somewhat listless, discreetly shielding his face with his sleeve as he stifled a lengthy yawn, a tear escaping the corner of his eye. Upon noticing Fei Qian observing him, he blushed slightly, exclaiming, "My apologies. Please forgive my rudeness. I must attend the morning audience. Do excuse me, dear brother." With that, Cui Ho clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and retreated indoors to change attire before paying his respects to Cui. Bathing in the Han Dynasty posed considerable challenges. Hot water was not readily available at all times. For the common folk, enduring sweat and unpleasant odors was the norm, while those with means among the gentry often resorted to changing their garments. To be candid, Fei Qian and Apos' soul, belonging to a later time. Lacked any sense of reverence for the emperor, and moreover, these two boys were simply too young to inspire any awe. The older boy was at best in his early teens, an age often marked by rebelliousness, where one feels invincible, while the younger one was merely in the first grade. Embodying the innocence of childhood, a stage that endears both boys and girls alike to all. The result was that children of such tender years were burdened with the weighty responsibilities of an entire dynasty, tasked with the lives and fates of millions. The younger child, while munching on pastries, cast his gaze around, spotting Fei Qian through the window, and breaking into a radiant smile, waving enthusiastically at him. Fei Qian reciprocated with a smile and raised his hand in acknowledgement, but just as he turned to enter the room, he heard hurried footsteps approaching rapidly. Two elderly men stumbled in, causing Fei Qian to quickly step aside to allow them passage. Both elders aimed to rush into the room, only to find the doorway too narrow, resulting in a comical entrapment at the threshold, eliciting a wince of sympathy from Fei Qian. Once they managed to squeeze inside, a brief silence ensued before they both fell to their knees, each grasping one of the elder boy's legs, weeping profusely. The older boy looked on with a mix of helplessness, while the younger boy, undeterred, continued to munch on pastries, occasionally sneaking glances at Fei Qian, even daring to wink at him when he thought no one was watching. At that moment, Cui Ho arrived outside. A look of bewilderment upon his face as he stood beside Fei Qian, softly beginning to elucidate the situation. Earlier, when Cui Ho went to pay his respects to Cui Yi, he unexpectedly encountered Cui Yi and an elderly man named Min Gong. After exchanging just a few words, they learned that two children had been found by Fei Qian during the search last night. The two elders rushed over in haste, leaving Cui Ho somewhat bewildered. While Cui Ho was unclear about the situation, Fei Qian was fully aware. As expected, with Min Gong and Appo's hoarse cry of "Your Majesty, I am guilty," Cui Ho visibly trembled and promptly knelt down. Noticing Fei Qian's lack of reaction, he instinctively tugged at Fei Qian's sleeve. Well, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Kneeling it is. Moreover, kneeling was customary in their interactions. Fei Qian joined Cui Ho in kneeling, and everyone in the courtyard, both inside and outside, simultaneously lowered themselves. A nation cannot be without a ruler for a single day. We beseech your majesty to return, Min Gong declared with righteous fervor. Though the tears on his face somewhat marred the solemnity of the moment, Cui Yi, of course, was not particularly enthusiastic. After all, how could one expect to see the emperor whenever they wished? It was a rare occasion to be home, regardless of how he arrived. He could not simply leave like this. Unfortunately, now without an official position and being held to the lofty principles by Min Gong, he could only make excuses. Please allow me a moment to prepare the carriage and retinue. At the very least, I must ensure that the Cui family is recognized for its contributions. He hoped that if the emperor could be persuaded to linger for a while, they might gain some tangible benefits from the encounter. Cui Yi was greatly incensed. After all, they were friends. How could one be so self-serving in a moment of crisis? He responded sternly, "The emperor's retinue is not yet ready. This could tarnish his majesty's dignity. It is against propriety to act so arbitrarily. How can you seek personal gain while casting me aside? Such an opportunity is hardly fair." Min Gong replied, "I have a horse with me that can be shared with King Qianlu. We only need to prepare one more horse for his majesty to ride. There is no need for a grand procession. A light cavalry approach will ensure we enter Luoyang without drawing attention from the unscrupulous." Cui Yi, in disbelief, retorted, "You mean to say you lack even a single horse? With so many carriages and retinues, how can we avoid being noticed?" Without waiting for further protest from Cui Yi, Min Gong seized the Emperor Lu Bian's sleeve and strode out, leaving Cui Yi nearly fuming with indignation. In a fit of rage, Cui Yi laughed bitterly. Fine. Let it be as you say. Prepare one horse. You are quite ruthless." Min Gong, undeterred, immediately led Emperor Lu Bian and King Qianlu Luxie out. Cui Ho and Fei Qian knelt outside the door, and upon seeing Min Gong escorting the emperor and King Qianlu, they quickly lowered their heads. Not daring to look up, several legs passed in front of them, and then a pair of small feet halted nearby. Fei Qian slightly raised his head to see King Qianlu Luxie standing before him, extending a small hand with a piece of pastry and placing it into Fei Qian's palm. "This pastry is delightful. Please enjoy it," he said before hurriedly scampering off to catch up with Min Gong and Lu Bian. Fei Qian held the pastry, a mixture of amusement and exasperation washing over him. How could this little fellow think of pastries at such a moment? Upon closer inspection, it was merely an ordinary pastry made by the Cui family's kitchen. He absent-mindedly took a bite, and perhaps due to his empty stomach from not having eaten breakfast, it tasted surprisingly sweet. Min Gong's intentions were commendable, yet it was unfortunate that there were too many others who shared his sentiments. Having scarcely traversed 3 miles from the estate of the Chui family, a multitude of individuals unexpectedly confronted them. Previously, Min Gong had wielded his official position to oppress Chui Yi, but now, the tides of fortune had turned, and he found himself marginalized and discriminated against. Sima Wang Yun, Grand Commandant Yang Biao, Left Army Captain Chun Yuqiong, Right Army Captain Zhao Meng, Rear Army Captain Bao Xine, and Central Army Captain Yuan Shao. Each of these figures held a higher rank than him, thus rendering Min Gong and Apos' involvement with the imperial entourage virtually inconsequential. A poignant scene unfolded as the Emperor Liu Bian and the Prince of Qinlu, Liu Xie, observed their ministers weeping, offering words of consolation. Although they had yet to reach Luoyang, the atmosphere among Wang Yun and his entourage was notably buoyant. Eunuchs had been slaughtered, and the powerful relatives of the court executed. Such clarity and governance had not graced the Han dynasty since its inception, evoking a sense of elation among the officials. As Wang Yun gazed up at the rising sun, a surge of righteous energy welled within him, instilling a profound sense of responsibility. At long last, it seemed that the time had come for their beleaguered cohort of virtuous scholars to emerge and make their mark. However, before he could fully indulge in visions of the future, the ground trembled violently, and the steeds beneath them began to grow restless, neighing in distress. Wang Yun and Apos' hands trembled, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Fortunately, Rear Army Captain Bao Xine stepped forward, commanding the guards to form a protective perimeter around the Emperor and the Prince of Qinlu, along with the civilian officials. In an instant, a formidable assembly of troops encircled their small formation, causing the outermost guards to blanch, not to mention the civilian officials who had never witnessed the horrors of war. Yuan Shao reined in his horse beside Bao Xine and bellowed, "Who approaches?" Under the fluttering banners, the ranks parted, revealing a lone rider emerging from the ranks, a burly figure. His face a canvas of hardened flesh, surveying the surroundings with a penetrating gaze. With a casual flick of his riding whip, he demanded, "Where's the Son of Heaven?" Dong Zhuo, following the guard's line of sight, attempted to peer within the throng but found his view obstructed, inciting his ire. He pointed his whip and commanded, "Clear the way." Instantly, armored soldiers advanced, intent on dispersing the formation, and a tense atmosphere enveloped the scene, swords and spears drawn. Within the formation, the young Emperor Liu Bian clutched the reins tightly, having witnessed more bloodshed in a single night than in all his previous years. He had felt the hot blood splatter upon him, and the familiar faces of those who once stood by his side now lay slain, pursued like mere livestock. Just as he began to savor the taste of power, he found himself on the precipice of death. Fear gripped him. He was terrified that he might meet the same fate as those who had perished before him, transforming from the warmth of life into the cold pallor of death. The soldiers before him bore an unsettling resemblance to those who had stormed the palace the previous day, their menacing presence exuding a repugnant aura of bloodlust. Indeed, he was profoundly afraid. He truly did not wish to die. The young Emperor Liu Bian could scarcely endure the tumultuous swell of Chapter 15. Dong Zhuo enters the capital. Dong Zhuo cast a contemptuous glance at the young Emperor Liu Bian, who was a mere 2 or 3 horse lengths ahead. He turned to Li Ru, who lagged half a horse length behind, and remarked in a low voice, "How can a scion of the Liu family be so timid?" In Dong Zhuo's eyes, the late Emperor Ling of Han had already fallen short of the mark. Lacking the metal characteristic of the Liu lineage, he squandered his days fretting over trivial sums, and to his dismay, this generation and Apos' young Emperor Liu Bian exhibited even less of the old Liu family and Apos' fortitude, prompting disdain from someone like Dong Zhuo, who had been forged in the crucible of blood and fire. The Han dynasty's esteemed position in history is, in large part, attributed to the valiant nature of its emperors from the Liu family. Traditionally, each prince was subjected to rigorous evaluation by the old emperor prior to ascension. The weak and inept were systematically excluded from the line of succession. Unfortunately, the late Emperor Ling indulged excessively in pleasures, leaving behind few offspring, thereby narrowing the selection. At the time of Liu Bian's ascension, the enduring legacy of illustrious figures such as Liu Bang, Liu Che, and Liu Xiu left an indelible impression on the populace, leading many to believe that scions of the Liu family were inherently exceptional. The stark contrast between the expected valor of a supposed hero and the reality of a feeble coward is a disillusionment that the common folk find difficult to accept. Thus, Dong Zhuo and Apos' disappointment grew. Initially, he harbored a sense of gratitude, recognizing that his position and status were bestowed by the late Emperor Ling. However, upon witnessing the young emperor, his loyalty, already tenuous, evaporated entirely. This marked the fundamental reason for Dong Zhuo's obsequious demeanor upon first encountering Liu Bian. In stark contrast, Dong Zhuo found the Prince of Qianlu more agreeable, for at least he displayed some semblance of courage and clarity in his speech, retaining a hint of the Liu family's essence. Li Ru, observing Dong Zhuo and Amp Apos' expression, casually mentioned the Prince of Qianlu. This young man was raised by the Dowager Dong herself. Since Dong Zhuo held little affection for the young emperor, it seemed prudent to emphasize this point. Being nurtured by the Dowager Dong could indeed render him more endearing than the young emperor, who had been brought up by the sister of He Jin. Is this your choice? Li Ru remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Yun and his followers, who had been relegated to the rear of the procession. He discerned their sentiments, understanding the age-old adage that a strong ruler renders weak ministers, while a weak ruler emboldens them. Only when the emperor is feeble can ministers seize the opportunity to act with arrogance. Conversely, if the emperor is overly domineering, the ministers would find it difficult to navigate their roles without trepidation. Nevertheless, Li Ru favored a dynamic where the ruler is strong and the ministers even stronger, creating a symbiotic relationship that, while fraught with friction, ultimately leads to mutual enhancement. Though this path is arduous, it is the true royal road that a valiant man should tread. Thus, Li Ru harbored little respect for the feckless gentry of Shandong. Li Ru summoned a messenger, convey the general's orders. The vanguard shall hasten into the city, and additional troops are to be dispatched along the route to proclaim the return of the Shilian governor, Dong Zhuo. The messenger glanced at Dong Zhuo, who nodded affirmatively, and promptly set off to relay the command. Such is the demeanor of a formidable leader. Which dynasty's emperor did not fill his harem with a plethora of beauties, far beyond what one could ever fathom? Which emperor in history has not occasionally succumbed to a fit of temper, resorting to violence as a means of alleviating their frustrations? The Western Liang warrior has gone too far. Am I, a dignified minister of works, to be regarded as mere riffraff? It is truly infuriating. Summon someone. Deliver my name to the residence of Grand Tutor Yuan Wei, proclaiming the arrival of exquisite tea, inviting him to partake in its evaluation. This is the territory of the Shandong gentry. You, Western Liang warrior, have no idea of your own insignificance. A little lesson is in order to enlighten you on the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. At this very moment, General Cao Cao, known as Meng Da, is at home, furiously pounding his table. Moreover, there is a graver matter at hand. Nearly all members of the Cao family within the palace have fallen victim to the recent chaos. Had Cao Cao not promptly separated from Yuan Shao after the doors were breached and rushed to safeguard several of his kin within the palace, it is likely that the entirety of the Cao family would have been utterly exterminated. These noble families have been excessively ruthless. The influence of the Cao family within the palace has been nearly severed, rendering the efforts of the last 2 or 3 generations virtually futile, forcing them to start anew. The investments of time and resources have all gone to waste. What pains Cao Cao even more than his anger is the heartache. No matter how earnestly he strives to bridge the divide with these aristocratic clans, he remains an outsider. Despite the tremendous sacrifices made by the Cao family in the front line against the eunuchs, when the forces were mustered to pay tribute, he found himself conspicuously excluded. Even the wine-loving General Chun Yuqiong and the incompetent General Zhao Meng were notified, yet he was overlooked, despite being a formally recognized general of the court. How could this be? What further saddens Cao Cao is the apparent indifference of the Yuan family. Do they not realize that this is merely a tactic to placate him, believing that he cannot be extinguished? If even Yuan Shao of the Yuan family has chosen to overlook these grievances, how can I justify seeking retribution against Yuan Shu? Yuan Binshu, is a fleeting moment of favor in the imperial presence truly that significant? You are no longer the spirited and vengeful Yuan Binshu of the past. Cao Cao closed his eyes in prolonged silence. With a deep sigh, he rose, retreated into the inner chambers, and retrieved a small wicker box. He caressed it for some time but ultimately chose not to open it. Instead, he instructed someone to kindle a small fire in the courtyard, casting the box into the flames before turning away. The fire blazed fiercely, swiftly consuming the little wicker box. As it heated, the box warped and expanded, revealing a few bamboo toys and a bamboo sword hidden within. If the path of the gentry is barred to me, then I, Cao Cao, shall forge my own way. From now on, let success or failure be the only measure, devoid of camaraderie. The necessary actions have been taken, and Fei Qian did not linger long at the Chui residence, taking his leave after a brief repast. Meanwhile, the defenses of Luoyang have been seized by the Western Liang forces, with the imposing banner of Dong's army fluttering atop the city walls. The streets bear the marks of fire and destruction, while the local officials are vociferously rallying individuals to restore order. As he walked along, traces of blood became discernible, partially concealed by the yellow sands, yet a faint scent of iron lingered in the air. It is time to evacuate. Although Fei Qian has resolved not to seek any further escape routes, the situation in Luoyang is perilous. He is merely a preparatory official of the court, devoid of power or influence, and utterly incapable of safeguarding himself. Though he has made a fleeting acquaintance with the young emperor and the Prince of Qinlu, this encounter can only be regarded as sowing a seed. The time for which to germinate remains uncertain, thus he cannot place all his hopes upon it. The streets are teeming with the soldiers of Xiliang, rampaging in disarray. Clad in brocade and adorned with a high crown, Fei Qian's status is unmistakable. And while the Xiliang soldiers dare not offend him directly, many common folk dressed in short robes have suffered grievously, either beaten or robbed. Observing this, Fei Qian furrows his brow, attempting to intervene several times, yet the Xiliang soldiers merely shrug off his protests, dismissing them as if they have paid their respects. He finds himself powerless. What can one do without a position or authority? A simmering anger brews within Fei Qian. After all, this is the capital of the nation. Did those high-ranking officials, usually so authoritative, remain oblivious to the actions of the Xiliang soldiers? Why does no one emerge to halt their misconduct? Are the Xiliang soldiers truly so ignorant of their station? Perhaps not. It is evident that even those who are not formal officials can command respect from the Xiliang soldiers when they speak out, indicating that if a higher-ranking official were to intervene, the chaos in the streets would surely diminish. Yet, it appears that these individuals are intentionally inactive, allowing the Xiliang soldiers to act with impunity, their sole aim being to tarnish the reputation of Dongzhu's troops. However, one aspect confounds Fei Qian. Why do the commanders of the Xiliang soldiers permit their subordinates to behave in such a manner? Shaking his head, he wonders if Dongzhu is genuinely unaware that such actions would bring shame upon him. A sudden thought strikes him. The former chief of the General and Oppo's office, Li? Fei Qian struggles to recall whether he knows this individual. Who is he? Inviting me for tea? A sense of unease washes over Fei Qian in later times. Being invited for tea is often a harbinger of trouble. Setting aside the nature of governmental institutions, merely being summoned by a superior might lead to an interrogation masquerading as a casual meeting. Who is this Uncle Fu, and from where does such a title arise? Who exactly is this person? Chapter 16. The irony of history. Jia Su, twirling his fingers, remarked, "First, we tarnish Dong Zhongying's reputation. Then disseminate rumors about his monopolization of power and reckless governance. Next, we sow discord among his commanders, and finally, make a grand entrance to turn the tide." I inquired. Is it truly wise to follow their lead in such a manner? Jia Su paused, blinking in contemplation, and questioned, "ISN and AMP, Oppos, is it true that this path leaves you no choice but to adopt tyranny? Why forsake the path of righteousness? When did you change your mind? Martial strategies?" Jia Su's interest piqued, and he began to speak more formally. "Do elaborate." One has an army of 10,000 comprised of local militia and mountain bandits, however. They are lacking in weaponry, cavalry, and provisions. Listening to Li Ru and Oppos' litany of deficiencies, Jia Su and Oppos' expression darkened. What else is lacking? None, Li Ru replied nonchalantly. One has 10,000 in assembly of rabble. Jia Su interjected. I see. And then what? He found little motivation in the prospect of an untrained mob. Leaning back in his seat, Li Ru continued, trapped within a small city. There is also an additional contingent of about 10,000. He cast a sidelong glance at Jia Su. Also a rabble. Instantly, Jia Su slumped further. The adversary comprises 400,000 soldiers from various regions in the Central Imperial Guard. Our ultimate goal is to achieve a decisive victory overnight, utterly vanquishing the enemy. Jia Su was left speechless, and after a moment, pointed a finger at Li Ru. Are you jesting with me? How can such a formation possibly lead to a great defeat of the enemy? Are you mocking me? 2,000 rabble against 400,000 regular troops. And you expect a resounding victory? Even if they lined up to be slaughtered, they would dull our blades with their numbers. At a certain scale, quantity transforms into quality. He continued, do not speak of 2,000 against 400,000. Even two individuals would only find themselves fleeing from 40. How can we achieve a great victory over the enemy? You expect each of these rabble to transform overnight. Li Ru handed over the scroll in his hand. indicating for Jiasu to peruse it himself. Upon receiving it, Jiasu glanced at the cover and exclaimed, "The notes of Emperor Guangwu? How did you acquire this? Did you raid the archives?" Li Ru responded coolly, "No need for a raid. I simply had it delivered." Jiasu read through it rapidly, disbelief washing over him. "This is utterly inconceivable, absurd in the extreme." "Look here," Li Ru pointed out. "How do you think 2,000 can triumph over 400,000 in a single night? Ultimately, only 3,000 of the 400,000 remain." This left Jiasu at a loss for words. Li Ru gestured to the piles of scrolls beside him, resembling a small mountain, and stated, "I have long been perplexed by the inexplicable defeat 200 years ago. It was a promising situation, yet it crumbled in an instant. Ever since I accessed these scrolls, I have grown increasingly uneasy. Perhaps there exists an aspect of this world that eludes our understanding." Furrowing his brow, Li Ru tapped his head thoughtfully. "The path of righteousness requires time. What if a similar situation arises in the interim? So you chose the shorter, tyrannical path? However, in doing so, the difficulties one must face are indeed not trivial. Do you believe it is easier to confront these challenges or to endure such a situation?" Li Ru gestured towards the scroll held by Jiasu. Hiss. Jiasu began to feel a headache as well. Perhaps the path of tyranny should be chosen. If the records in the book hold true, then it is indeed an unsolvable conundrum. Both Li Ru and Jiasu could be regarded as among the intellectual elite of their era. Thus their considerations were manifold. For instance, as Li Ru was concerned, the path of righteousness would undoubtedly be ideal, for it relies heavily on influence, advancing step by step with a solid foundation. Even if there are minor setbacks, they hold little consequence. Ultimately, the grand scheme shall follow the prevailing trend, which no one can resist. However, the sole drawback is that the initial preparations require excessive time. The deeper the roots are planted, the quicker the final push will be. Conversely, the tyrannical path entails a strategy of weakening and consuming adversarial forces, allowing oneself to expand rapidly, suppressing conflicts with a series of victories before they erupt. Yet, should one falter in the pursuit of ultimate success, both internal and external conflicts may simultaneously erupt, leading to a swift collapse akin to the melting of ice and snow. Previously, Li Ru had guided Dongjua in the Xiliang region primarily along the path of righteousness. The Xiliang army he cultivated was exceptionally formidable, structured in a flawless pyramid, with local elite soldiers forming the core and supplemented by surrendered Chang and Hu troops. Each layer was meticulously arranged. When soldiers from the Xiliang army fell in battle, the next tier of soldiers would automatically advance to fill their ranks, ensuring that military orders were executed uniformly, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. However, upon arriving in Luoyang, when Li Ru sought to unravel his perplexities by examining the royal library's collection, he discovered that the longer one delays, the more likely one is to encounter unpredictable variables, especially when such variables exceed the realm of imagination. The matter Li Ru and Jiasu discussed was one of history's most perplexing enigmas, a variable of the Han dynasty, marking an inexplicable turning point. Regrettably, this great pioneer failed to successfully transform. This remarkable figure was Wang Mang. It was the twilight of the Western Han dynasty, more than 150 years after its founding. At the time of Wang Mang's birth, his family, the Wang clan, was already the preeminent family of powerful relatives, with his aunt as the empress and uncles alternating as grand generals. Even the least successful members of the clan were generals or marquises, a lineage of notable distinction. In those days, Wang Mang devoted himself to study, leading a frugal life, starkly contrasting with other scions who indulged in debauchery and excess. After the passing of his father and brothers, he single-handedly supported his mother and widowed sister-in-law, cared for his deceased brother and Apos, orphan child, and attended to the elders and uncles within his clan. He also cultivated relationships with renowned scholars and virtuous individuals, swiftly garnering the attention of the entire court. Wang Mang's reputation grew increasingly prominent. Subsequently, in his 20s, due to his renown for virtue, he was elected to serve in the court. Upon assuming office, Wang Mang did not become arrogant. Rather, he exhibited even greater humility and simplicity, becoming a paragon of virtue. He frequently distributed his salary and wealth to the impoverished and bestowed gifts upon the wise. Thus, his official rank ascended steadily and his reputation soared, garnering admiration from all corners of the court and society, with no one failing to extol Wang Mang as the paragon of his time. Both the voices of the righteous and the sentiments of common folk were firmly within his grasp. Such a foundation appeared to be remarkably stable, with roots deeply entrenched. In the year 1 AD, Wang Mang was bestowed the title of Duke of Anhan, from which point he wielded immense power. He rewarded the nobility and officials, provided for the widowed and the orphaned, and bestowed kindness upon the common people and scholars, earning gratitude from all social strata. He led by example, embracing a life of simplicity, with records indicating he donated 1 million coins and 30 acres of land to alleviate the plight of the impoverished near the capital. The officials in the court followed suit, emulating his actions. The following year, when the nation faced a severe drought, Wang Mang rallied over 200 officials to offer their own lands and residences to the victims, simultaneously erecting free housing to ensure their shelter, achieving the unprecedented feat of rent-free accommodations during the Han Dynasty. At this juncture, the world hailed Wang Mang as a contemporary sage, venerating him in reverence. And thus all paths were cleared, with every obstacle trampled beneath his feet. In the year 8 AD, Wang Mang seamlessly accepted the abdication of the child emperor, Ings, proclaiming himself emperor and renaming the nation Xin, a move that elicited jubilant cheers from the populace, with scarcely a voice of dissent. Logically, Wang Mang had firmly embarked on the path of righteous governance, with such a solid foundation and support spanning from the court to the fields. One would expect a harmonious conclusion. Yet, history seemed to play a jest upon him. Subsequently, Wang Mang introduced a series of new policies, several of which are particularly intriguing. The implementation of state ownership of land, abolishing private property. Does this evoke a sense of familiarity? The redistribution of arable land, seizing estates from large landowners and reallocating them to landless farmers. Does this resonate even further? The freezing of the slave system, making a bold leap beyond the feudal serfdom. Well, how amusing. The centralization of currency, with the issuance of money no longer in local hands, but under the uniform control of the central government. Government intervention in the economy, with the administration involved in regulating prices and establishing state monopolies on salt and iron. While I shall refrain from enumerating further details, do you not find a peculiar sense of intimacy in these provisions? Reflect upon the fact that this transpired during the late Western Han, at the dawn of the Common Era, when Jesus was but a mere child. Chapter 17. Old friends in Luoyang. With a series of heroic policies implemented by Comrade Wang Mang, an embodiment of fortune emerged, Emperor Guangwu, Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu epitomizes the archetype of ancient inspirational narratives, a destitute youth transformed into a prosperous gentleman, where affluent beauties gravitate towards him, and life unfolds smoothly, leading to fame and becoming a paragon of his era. As Lu Xiu matured, he reached the age of marriage, and the exquisite Yin Lihua presented herself to him. Li Taibai praised her beauty, describing her as possessing a radiant complexion and the delicate charm of a Han maiden. Beyond her extraordinary allure, Yin Lihua hailed from a genuinely affluent family. Moreover, Lu Xiu had once been imprisoned. While others might emerge from such experiences battered and bruised, Lu Xiu emerged unscathed and, instead of being reformed, immediately rebelled. At that time, a major rebel faction was the Qi Mei army, while a smaller faction was the Green Forest army, of which Lu Xiu was a part. Ultimately, the formidable Qi Mei army was easily vanquished by Wang Mang, leaving them in despair. The precise events of that time cannot be fully reconstructed from the scant records, yet a glimpse can be gleaned. The seemingly unassailable Wang Mang stumbled upon Lu Xiu, leading to the downfall of his dynasty, while history continued on its path toward a feudal society. Consequently, Li Ru grew increasingly anxious, and as he delved deeper into the annals of history, he felt unsettled about his original plans. Initially, he intended to spend around 20 years laying the groundwork for Dongjua, cultivating public favor and establishing a strong foundation. However, upon witnessing the past of Wang Mang and Lu Xiu, he realized he could not possibly surpass Wang Mang's efforts. Yet, Wang Mang had mysteriously failed. Could he ensure that a second Lu Xiu would not arise when he pursued the righteous path? The righteous path is slow, while the tyrannical path is swift. If he chose the latter, Li Ru estimated that, if all went well, he could quell the opposing forces within 3 years. While he might not eradicate every adversary, he could eliminate the majority, leaving the remaining nuisances insignificant, provided he could withstand the risks that would inevitably surface during those 3 years. Li Ru summoned Jiasu, eager to hear his insights. After presenting the scroll to Jiasu, he watched him in silence, awaiting his response. Jiasu understood Li Ru and Appo's unspoken query, yet found himself at a loss for words. Should he advocate for a long-term, steady approach, addressing minor issues now, which might later lead to insurmountable troubles? Or should he opt for the other path, confronting substantial challenges immediately, albeit ones solvable through human ingenuity? Should he succeed, he could expand his influence to its fullest extent before the inevitable crises arrived. Jiasu counted on his fingers, musing aloud. Even with his considerable intellect, he found it challenging to assess the pros and cons of the two paths at that moment. This is not merely a choice between noodles and rice. Selecting a particular path signifies the future one must confront, and the sacrifices involved extend beyond the mere life and death of oneself. There are, in fact, the lives and fortunes of thousands of followers at stake. It is indeed a daunting dilemma. The thoughts swirling in Jiasu's mind made his head throb, prompting him to absent-mindedly scratch his scalp with his greasy fingers. Li Ru, noticing a twitch at the corner of his eye, felt a growing impatience. If it were not for their bond as fellow disciples, he would find Jiasu's disheveled demeanor intolerable. At that moment, a servant approached, presenting a visiting card and announcing that Longguan Feiqian had come at the invitation, inquiring whether Li Ru would receive him. Shown to the side hall to wait. Li Ru instructed, casting a glance at Jiasu, who seemed unhurried. There was still time to deliberate thoughtfully. Only 10 days have passed. Jiasu lamented, cradling his head. There is so much to be recalculated. 10 days is hardly sufficient. Why do you appear so unconcerned? Ah, where are you off to? Jiasu inquired. Li Ru rose and replied nonchalantly, to meet an old acquaintance. You have acquaintances in Luoyang? Wait, I shall accompany you to witness this. For Feiqian, this marked his first interaction with a renowned figure from the Three Kingdoms, and his heart raced with anticipation. For Li Ru had been instrumental in elevating Dong Zhuo from a local military officer to a formidable warlord wielding substantial political power. As Feiqian and Appo's nerves fluttered. He caught sight of someone entering from the back hall. He promptly stood, lowering his gaze in respect, and took a moment to glance up discreetly. The newcomer was adorned in a grand cap and flowing robes, strikingly elegant and refined. Could this be Li Ru? This revelation completely shattered Feiqian's preconceived notions. The portrayals of Li Ru in modern films and dramas depicted him as a rather unkempt and unsightly figure, not at all resembling the handsome gentleman before him in his 30s. Feiqian was not fully aware that historically, there had been significant emphasis on the appearance of officials. While they were not necessarily expected to possess breathtaking beauty, they were at least required to exude an air of dignity and authority. Those unfortunate enough to be deemed unattractive often found themselves less regarded, and those with truly dismal appearances would be wise to abandon any aspirations of civil service. Consequently, Li Ru did not resemble the sordid characters depicted in contemporary media. Rather, having spent many years in Xiliang and surrounded by a group of Chang people, his diet had been richer than that of the Central Plains, resulting in a robust physique unlike that of some scholars who appeared as if they might be swept away by the slightest breeze. Li Ru sat upright in the formal seating, signaling to Feiqian to forego excessive formalities. Feiqian expressed his gratitude and then sat in silence. Li Ru scrutinized Feiqian quietly, refraining from speaking. Feiqian remained composed, knowing that in such settings, only Li Ru held the privilege to initiate conversation. Should he speak first, it would be deemed improper. Li Ru gazed upon the contours of Feiqian's visage, gradually recognizing the resemblance to the person he had remembered from 2 decades past. You are but 20 years of age this year, he inquired. Indeed, Feiqian replied. Your birthday falls on the 26th of November? Li Ru nodded, affirming the accuracy of his recollection. You currently hold the title of Longguan. Yet have you been conferred an official post? Not yet, Feiqian admitted, for he was merely one of the numerous reserve officials awaiting appointment by the court, without any specific duties assigned to him. At the height of the Han dynasty, the number of Longguan surpassed 5,000, thus, while they could be referred to as officials, in reality, these officers without actual posts were merely bestowed with a title that sounded appealing, often regarded as inferior to the clerks under more prominent officials. Li Ru adjusted his beard and addressed Feiqian. In that case, there is currently a vacancy in the General and Appo's office. Would you be willing to accept the position? The prospect of such an office appeared splendid, with a bright future ahead. However, Feiqian was acutely aware that, as he had learned, Dong Zhuo ultimately met a grim fate. What future could there possibly be for one who associated with Dong Zhuo? There was a real possibility that in a few years, he might find himself facing a similar demise. And what if he were to decline Li Ru's invitation? What could he possibly do? Feiqian felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Chapter 18. Moving forward, what to do? Feiqian pondered rapidly within his heart. In an era where lineage and status were of utmost importance, once branded with certain stigmas, it was exceedingly difficult to shed them. Consider El Bu, whose martial prowess was unmatched. Alas, a single derisive shout from Zhang Fei, branding him as a three-virtue slave, haunted him until his demise. Joining Dong Zhuo's army? After much deliberation, Fei Qian concluded that it was not an advisable choice. However, to outright refuse was equally challenging. One might incite wrath, resulting in dire consequences. Fei Qian cupped his hands in salute and said, "I beseech the grand historian for clarification on one matter." Upon hearing Li Ru's explanation, the weight on Fei Qian's heart lightened considerably. Initially, he had thought that such fortuitous occurrences were either a deception or a setup for misfortune. Now, realizing that Li Ru's visit was born from a sense of gratitude, he was somewhat reassured, even if he remained unclear on how his father had fostered such a benevolent connection. After a moment of silence, Li Ru gestured for Fei Qian to rise and said, "If that is the case, then so be it. Do you have any wishes? Feel free to express them candidly. Otherwise, my heart shall remain unsettled. You may choose not to pursue an official position, but you must provide me with a means of reciprocating this kindness, for I do not wish to remain indebted." Fei Qian bowed again, stating, "I am acutely aware of my own limitations and humbly desire to study in Jingxiang, having recently received my family and Appo's approval." In that era, individuals eager for knowledge were generally not met with disdain, thus making his rationale sufficiently compelling. Very well, Li Ru nodded. Given that Fei Qian preferred the pursuit of knowledge over a governmental role, he decided to assist him in that regard. However, at that moment, Li Ru did not explicitly communicate how he intended to help, but instead signaled that their conversation had concluded, allowing Fei Qian to take his leave. As Fei Qian took a few steps towards the exit, he was suddenly called back by Li Ru. Li Ru expressed a desire to hear Fei Qian's outsider perspective on a particular path, stating, "There are two routes, both fraught with thorns, easily leading one astray and difficult to navigate. Generally, one is easier at first but becomes increasingly challenging, while the other starts off difficult but becomes manageable. If you were to proceed, which would you choose?" Li Ru nodded calmly, refraining from further commentary as he dismissed Fei Qian. Jia Su emerged from behind the screen, remarking, "So this is the son of that family who sheltered you during the snowy night 20 years ago?" Upon hearing this, Jia Su, noticing Li Ru's melancholy over the past, interjected, "Let us dispense with formalities. They are tiresome. By the way, he refuses to take an official position. Do you think he lacks confidence in us? When it comes to reading people, if Jia Su claimed second place, none would dare assert they were first." Reflecting on history, Jia Su had allied with individuals whose fates were dire, yet he always managed to extricate himself unscathed, a testament to his extraordinary ability. Fei Qian believed he had concealed his thoughts well, yet Jia Su discerned the slightest cracks in his facade. Li Ru conceded, "It is likely a matter of both. The Lord's humble origins naturally lead to skepticism. However, I recall that his father was indeed a man with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, under his father's influence. It is likely that this son's pursuit of learning is not merely a pretext. Presently, one can truly regard him as a well-educated individual." Li Ru contemplated several renowned scholars, noting that while Sima Wangyan held the highest position in the realm of education, he may not be the foremost in scholarship. As for the literati families, the Sun and Chun clans primarily impart knowledge to their own descendants, seldom sharing it with outsiders. Then there are a few scholars of independent stature. There may be one individual, albeit somewhat pedantic, yet still worthy of being called a gentleman, possessing extraordinary erudition. Perhaps he is the one. Jia Su, observing Li Ru deep in thought, interjected, "Currently, the majority of those who are prominent are Confucian figures. Yet I believe they are not the only ones worth noting. This young man appears to be quite astute. Perhaps you should take him as a disciple. For our unique teachings are not inferior to those of the Confucians." Li Ru shook his head, for at this moment, he had no inclination to take on a disciple. Rather, he preferred to assist in recommending one or two candidates to ease his concerns. "By the way, may I entrust you with a task?" Jia Su paused, inquiring, "What do you wish to ask of me?" After Li Ru articulated his request, Jia Su replied earnestly, "Do not jest. If it is sealed properly, how could it possibly become damp? Are you attempting to send me away? Have you made a decision?" Li Ru nodded slightly, reiterating the words recently spoken by Fei Qian. "The road ahead is long and arduous. One must strive diligently, for that is the true path. We must do our utmost, for only then might we defy fate." "Then you absolutely cannot send me away. How could I merely observe such an intriguing affair?" "I shall not send you away. We are both here. Should we fail and perish, what will become of our legacy? Or do you possess a better plan? Please, share your thoughts. We could have others inherit our teachings on our behalf, such as. Jiasu counted on his fingers, struggling to articulate his thoughts. The issue with esoteric knowledge lies in its scarcity of successors compared to the more public disciplines. Perishing is trivial, severing our legacy is monumental. We each have our roles to play, and together we shall challenge fate. Suddenly, Li Ru seemed to cast aside all burdens, patting Jiasu on the shoulder with a broad smile. Time is of the essence, you must set forth. I shall not see you off. If all goes well, I trust we shall reunite soon. Brother, regardless of the circumstances, you must ensure a backup plan. Remember, your family possesses an abundance of texts. I cannot possibly transport them all by myself. Should we inadvertently misplace a scroll or two, do not hold it against me. And please, do not leave me without sustenance in the future. Your family and Appo's meat is exceptionally delectable. I have grown unaccustomed to the fare from other households. All right, I understand. Li Ru waved his hand, retreating into the inner hall, clearly deciding against accompanying Jiasu further. After a moment of silence, Jiasu bowed respectfully in the direction Li Ru had taken before resolutely turning to depart. Behind the window in the inner hall, Li Ru also offered a solemn bow to Jiasu, standing upright only after a considerable duration. Chapter 19. The named disciple. A few days later, Fei Qian was taken aback to discover that Li Ru had recommended him to Cai Yong. Cai Yong, indeed, stands as a luminary among scholars, possessing such a resplendent aura that even a mere glimpse would dazzle the ordinary. He was a great literary figure, historian, musician, painter, and calligrapher of the Eastern Han Dynasty. One might even question whether he was an ordinary human being. In the realm of literature, Cai Yong is most renowned for bequeathing the Sheeping Stone classics to posterity. During the reign of Emperor Ling, Cai Yong perceived that many Confucian texts of the time were rife with misinterpretations and erroneous wording. To prevent misleading future scholars, he formally requested the rectification of these texts. Upon receiving imperial approval, Cai Yong personally inscribed the characters onto a stele, commissioning artisans to carve it, and erected it outside the Taishui. The stele comprised a total of 46 pieces, collectively referred to as the Hongdu Stone Classics or Sheeping Stone Classics, serving as a model for scholars across the land to standardize written language. In a brief period, the entrance to the Taishui became a bustling hub, attracting countless visitors who came to observe and transcribe. The throngs of carriages reached into the thousands, causing the roads to be congested. Moreover, in the realm of music, beyond the well-known tale of the Jiao Qin, Cai Yong also established the Cai family and Appo's 5 melodies: Spring Outing, Lush Waters, Melancholic Thoughts, Seated Sorrow, and Autumn Reflections. Later, in collaboration with another musical maestro, Ji Kong, he devised the Ji family's 4 melodies: Long Clear, Short Clear, Long Side, and Short Side, together known as the 9 Melodies of Qin, which later became one of the assessment standards for selecting candidates in the royal court after the Han Dynasty. Additionally, the interest in Cai Yong from later generations was partly due to his daughter, Cai Yin, also known as Cai Zhaoji, but that is a tale for another time. Thus, when Li Ru informed Fei Qian that he had recommended him to Cai Yong, Fei Qian could hardly believe it. Even as he stepped into the Cai residence, he felt a lingering sense of disbelief, as if still in a dream. When Li Ru delivered the token, he spoke casually yet clearly, elucidating that Fei Qian's father had once rendered him a favor. Now, having achieved a modicum of success, upon learning of Fei Qian's earnest desire for scholarly pursuits, he sought to leverage his connections to present the token to Cai Yong, leaving the decision of acceptance to Cai Yong himself. Regardless, he had fulfilled his part and felt no remorse. The crux of the matter lay in the phrase "no remorse." While Li Ru felt no regret, should Cai Yong refuse, it would indeed undermine his earlier promise to accept those bearing the token, thus raising questions about his integrity. Such a refusal would tarnish his reputation, casting him as one who reneges on his word. Cai Yong regarded the young man before him, tall and slender, with a reserved demeanor and a pleasing appearance. He was somewhat impressed, yet regardless of whether he would accept him as a disciple or not, he felt a twinge of unease. Nevertheless, the young man had arrived, so it was prudent to first ascertain his background and inquire further. What is the area of study you pursue? What have you learned, and what do you excel in? I possess a rudimentary understanding of the 6 classics and have a particular fondness for the art of mathematics, the young man replied. Thanks to the previous scholar Fei Qian, I still recall much of the 6 classics. However, When it comes to profound philosophical insights, Fei Qian falls short. Yet, when it comes to calculations, it is a different matter altogether. After all, individuals in later generations have attended high school and university. No matter how esteemed the Eastern Han people were, have they ever encountered matrices? Are they familiar with calculus or probability theory? Moreover, Fei Qian wished to express that not only does he possess knowledge of basic mathematics, but he also understands a bit about the intricacies of the world, including concepts like Bayesian statistics. Unfortunately, such knowledge is of little use in the context of the Eastern Han. Nonetheless, the level of difficulty presented by middle school problems poses no challenge for him. He requested paper and pen from Kai Yong, sketched a diagram, formulated equations, and directly computed the answer. Kai Yong, observing intently from the side, could surmise that the diagram was a schematic representation. Yet, what could those symbols A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3 for signify? Curiosity stirred within him, but he hesitated to inquire. Feeling a touch of embarrassment, Fei Qian contemplated showcasing one of those misleading 30-yuan mathematical problems from the future, yet he ultimately decided against it. After all, the problem itself is rather deceptive. Discussing it in casual settings is one thing, but in the presence of a great scholar, should it be deciphered, it could lead to unfortunate implications about his character, tarnishing his reputation. Thus, it seemed wiser to feign humility, for who does not appreciate an honest individual? After completing his calculations, Fei Qian stood with an air of a diligent student. Kai Yong, after careful consideration and much deliberation, acknowledged Fei Qian and Oppo's mathematical prowess and finally declared, "Very well, I shall take you as a named disciple. On the 3rd day of each month, you may attend the academy to listen to my teachings. On the 5th and 20th days, should you have any queries, you may come here to consult with me." How does that sound? A named disciple is still a disciple, and it does not contravene my previous promise. As for the possibility of future formal recognition, that can be discussed later. For now, I shall take that paper with your solution to see if my cherished daughter can comprehend it. Chapter 20. The perils of ancient scribbles. Fei Qian could hardly suppress his desire to chastise himself for his ostentation. At present, Dong Zhuo had just entered the capital. Preoccupied with various military alliances, primarily focusing his energies on winning over the troops left by the Grand General He Jin. As such, he had yet to meddle in the political arena. Consequently, the government of the Han dynasty had not been entirely thrown into disarray, continuing to glide along its original trajectory. While many officials had not received any new directives from their superiors, the operational landscape appeared to be largely stable. The Han dynasty imposed stringent controls over literary and ideological expression. Fei Qian, in hindsight, was only aware of the infamous book-burning and scholar-burying actions undertaken by Qin Shi Huang. But upon entering the Three Kingdoms period, he discovered that the Han dynasty's actions were scarcely less severe. During the Qin dynasty, Qin Shi Huang was profoundly concerned with the ideological governance of intellectuals, showing no mercy towards what he deemed heretical doctrines. This was partly fueled by legalists seeking to suppress rival schools of thought, resulting in the swift eradication of dissenters, thereby rendering the world a quieter place. Liu Bang of the Han dynasty inherited this oppressive mantle from Qin Shi Huang, pioneering the creation of crimes such as treasonous rebellion and slander. While one might not vocalize their innermost thoughts, the mere act of thinking them could be deemed criminal. The Qin dynasty was relatively brief, and the Confucian scholars often cited the book-burning and scholar-burying as the most damning evidence against it, with fewer than 500 lives lost. In contrast, during the Han dynasty, due to various reasons related to literature and written expression, the number of individuals executed for literary offenses exceeded 1,500, with over 50 recorded incidents. For the state, those who spoke carelessly or engaged in mischief could be categorized into two types: those with treacherous intentions but lacking the courage, and those with daring yet devoid of intent. The former pose a lesser threat, as their courage may swell when opportunity arises. Conversely, the latter, regardless of their boldness, lack the motivation to enact significant harm. Thus, for rulers, it is preferable to tolerate the timid over the malicious, as any utterance or scribbling that does not align with governmental expectations would be swiftly silenced. Crucially, the Han dynasty had instituted the crime of slander, permitting arbitrary judgments, and was notorious for its ruthless treatment of sorcery and witchcraft, often executing individuals without hesitation, including princes and princesses. Should Fei Qian and Oppo's whimsical drawings be construed as demonic symbols or sorcery, he would be afforded no opportunity for explanation, swiftly met with the blade, resulting in a fatal conclusion. What to do? Turning back to the Kai residence would only arouse further suspicion. Thus, Fei Qian resolved to bide his time, awaiting the next appointed meeting at the Kai residence to seek a resolution. Furthermore, he needed to prepare a justification for himself, did he not? The term Tianju refers to the era of the verbose monks during the Tang dynasty, does it not? Alas, the throbbing headache makes Fei Qian wish to slap himself twice, regretting the trouble he has brought upon himself by engaging with this matter. Kai Yang possesses considerable erudition in literature and various other fields, yet his mind remains relatively pure. Unlike the politically astute Wang Yun, this may well explain his remarkable achievements across numerous domains. After all, human energy is finite, and excessive focus on one area can lead to deficiencies in another. At this moment, Kai Yang meticulously studies the calculation paper presented by Fei Qian, examining it from every angle while murmuring incantations under his breath, gesturing over the paper. The diagram is largely decipherable as a schematic for a certain fongy, yet the annotations remain perplexing. Although he could solve the problem himself, he clearly lacks Fei Qian and Appo's swiftness. Moreover, the sheets of paper Kai Yang requires for his own deductions, which are of the same size as Fei Qian's, amount to over 10, while Fei Qian only needs 1. Though Kai Yang cannot comprehend it, an instinct tells him that these symbols are intimately connected to Fei Qian's work. Kai Yang enjoys pondering such enigmas, often losing track of time, and this occasion is no exception. As he sketches and jots down notes, he becomes oblivious to the encroaching darkness. The servants of the Kai household, accustomed to their master and Appo's ways, silently light candles for him. However, as night falls, Kai Yang remains ensnared in his numerical realm, prompting the old steward to voice concern for his well-being. After several calls yield no response, the steward reluctantly seeks out Kai Yin and Kai Zhaoji for assistance. Kai Zhaoji has recently quarreled with the Wei family. Kai Yang, indifferent to the political affairs of the Hanling Emperor and Appo's era and disinclined to involve himself in the intrigues of eunuchs and powerful families, has little regard for the young talents emerging in the political arena. As Kai Yin reaches marriageable age, Kai Yang, in his paternal wisdom, selects a suitor from the esteemed Wei family of Hedong. The Wei family, having risen to prominence during the time of Wei Qing, is now among the most illustrious clans in the nation, wielding significant influence without needing to enter the court. Thus, Kai Yang naively believes that Kai Yan's union with Wei Zhongdao, the younger brother of Wei Ji, is an excellent match, ensuring her future security and allowing him to rest easy as a father. Regrettably, the Wei family shares the penchant for alchemical pursuits common amongst several aristocratic families. Consequently, Wei Zhongdao indulges in various concoctions such as Wushi San and Zhouzhuan Jindan as mere trifles. Tragically, shortly after their marriage, Wei Zhongdao succumbs to a fatal bout of hemorrhaging. Naturally, the Wei family sees no fault in their son. Instead, they cast blame upon Kai Yin, deeming her a woman cursed with the label of a husband killer. Regardless of her illustrious literary lineage, Kai Yang, as a father, felt both heartbroken and helpless, seeing his precious daughter treated with less regard than a mere blade of grass. Consequently, he decided to keep Kai Yin at home, fostering animosity with the Wei family. Upon learning that her father was once again engrossed in his studies to the point of neglecting his meals and rest, Kai Yin smiled faintly, lit a lamp, and made her way to the hall where Kai Yang was immersed in his work. Chapter 21. Inside and outside the banquet in the grand hall of Dong Zhuo's residence, the atmosphere was vibrant, illuminated by an array of lights. Servants and maidservants bustled in and out, presenting a myriad of dishes in a continuous flow. Dong Zhuo, however, bore no resemblance to a high-ranking court minister or a former general. Instead, he wielded a silver knife with abandon, clumsily slicing into a half-cooked leg of lamb. Oblivious to the greasy residue that coated his hands, he carelessly brushed his oily fingers against the backside of a serving maid, leaving unmistakable marks. As he impaled a sizable piece of ruby-red lamb on his knife and relished the succulent juices bursting forth from the tender meat between his lips, he felt a profound satisfaction. He raised a cup of wine, gesturing to those around him before unceremoniously gulping it down, exuding an aura of unrestrained bravado. This demeanor of Dong Zhuo eased the tension for those seated to his right, namely Wu Kuang and Zhang Zhang, both seasoned warriors. They found the elaborate courtesies of literary men cumbersome, and having presumed that Dong Zhuo, as a former general and governor of Shilyang, would adhere to such formalities, they were pleasantly surprised by his unrefined, soldier-like comportment, which fostered an unexpected sense of camaraderie. On the left, Li Ru, adhering to his scholarly demeanor, refrained from directly handling the lamb. Instead, he instructed the maidservants to prepare it for him, partaking in a more refined manner, delicately using chopsticks. For him, the specifics of the meal were of little consequence. What mattered more was the company. Wu Kuang and Zhang Zhang were both subordinates of the Grand General He Jin. Following the unexpected demise of their commander, the soldiers that had once served under him found themselves in a state of disarray, leaving Wu Kuang and Zhang Zhang feeling somewhat lost and uncertain about their futures. Dong Zhuo, with his formidable background, commanded an impressive force of 100,000 men. Though he had been unable to bring a substantial number of troops to the capital, it was a delicate situation. Having recently received a covert edict from Grand General He Jin, bringing too many soldiers would have been perceived as a threat, transforming their entry into Luoyang from a show of loyalty into an act of aggression. Thus, he had only managed to bring 3,000 cavalry from Shilyang. Now, within the city of Luoyang, those 3,000 troops were barely sufficient, struggling to maintain control over the southern and northern palaces as well as the city gates. Although orders for reinforcements had been dispatched, the vulnerability of their forces made them susceptible to exploitation. Consequently, Li Ru began to eye the contingent that had originally been under He Jin's command. As the wine flowed and spirits lifted, Li Ru subtly signaled to Dong Min, who promptly raised his cup in a toast to Dong Zhuo, saying, "General, with your keen insight, it is evident that there are numerous vacancies among the 8 prefects of the Western Garden, many of whom are merely occupying positions without merit. For the sake of the state, it is imperative that you take action to rectify this situation." Dong Zhuo stroked his shiny, robust beard, nodding in agreement. The late emperor once confided in me that the 8 prefects were intended to be the foundation of new laws and new troops, and he held high hopes for them. Yet, alas, the reality is quite different. Li Ru set down his chopsticks and remarked, "Can those who lack military knowledge be entrusted with command over soldiers and their orders? The general must select capable individuals to command the troops anew. In my humble opinion, both Zizhu and Yuan Da are adept in military leadership. Thus, the general might consider them. Now that we have broached this subject, those who comprehend will surely understand." Indeed, Wu Kuang and Zhang Zhang exchanged glances, instantly grasping the implication. Zhang Zhang hastily rose, left his seat, and bowed to Dong Zhuo, exclaiming, "I am willing to serve the general unto death." Following suit, Wu Kuang also departed from his seat to bow, uttering the same declaration. Dong Zhuo erupted in hearty laughter, standing up and striding towards Wu Kuang and Zhang Zhang, assisting them both to their feet. He called for the maidens to bring forth fine wine, personally handing it to Wu Kuang and Zhang Zhang. They drank it all in one go, after which he addressed Dong Min, saying, "Uncle Ing, tomorrow you shall bring 10 head of cattle, 50 sheep, and 100 casks of fine wine to comfort Zizhu and Yuan to soldiers." Before Wu Kuang and Zhang Zhang could react, Dong Zhuo instructed Li Ru. Since Zizhu and Yuan Da have long been training troops away from home, their families require care. When you go procure 10 bolts of silk and 100 taels of gold to send to Zizhu and Yuanda and Apos, as residents. Wu Kuang and Zhang Zhang promptly bowed in gratitude once more, this time with evident sincerity and appreciation. "Since we are akin to family, there is no need for thanks." Dong Zhuo waved his hand, speaking with grandiosity. "Bring forth dancers, Zizhu and Yuanda. Should you find the dancers pleasing, feel free to choose 1 or 2 to alleviate your solitude." "Ahaha." Li Ru smiled, picking up a piece of lamb, nodding at the grateful expressions of Wu Kuang and Zhang Zhang. At this moment, Bao Xian and Yuan Shao were also indulging in wine, albeit with far less grandeur than Dong Zhuo. They sat in the pavilion of Bao Xian and Amp, Apos, courtyard, with only a few plates and bowls laid out before them. Though they drank together, both bore visible concerns, leading to a lack of lively conversation. Bao Xian was troubled. He had been summoned by the Grand General He Jin to recruit soldiers, with the intent of training a new force entirely loyal to him. Unfortunately, after recruiting over 1,000 soldiers, He Jin met his demise during a coup. Thus, Bao Xian and Amp, Apos, current command comprised not only the original troops from the rear guard, but also a portion of lesser-known forces. Despite their drinking, both men were evidently preoccupied with their thoughts. Bao Xian, bearing the heavy imprint of He Jin, found himself largely ignored, leaving him in a state of uncertainty regarding his future direction. Yuan Shao, too, was troubled. His family resources favored Yuan Shu, which left him feeling quite helpless. The last time Yuan Wei sought to silence him, he had been forced to participate in a royal reception, only to be thwarted by Dong Zhuo's intervention. yielding no tangible benefits and instead souring his relations with Cao Cao, which was indeed disheartening. After several rounds of drink, Bao Exine finally spoke. Dong Zhuo now gathers his forces at the palace walls. He must harbor treacherous intentions. If we remain passive, we shall undoubtedly face calamity in the future. What are your thoughts, Ben Chu? Yuan Shao nodded in agreement, replying, what you say is quite true, yet Dong Zhuo currently wields a formidable military presence. What can we do? Bao Exine lowered his voice, saying, to be candid, the Grand General initially tasked me with recruiting soldiers, and I have amassed over 1,000. Now stationed at Qinggao, ready to march at any moment. Oh, there exists such an unexpected ally. Yuan Shao felt a flicker of interest. Yet Bao Xin and Apos' subsequent remarks extinguished his fleeting hope. At present, Dong Zhuo and Apos' position remains precarious, and his troops are weary. Should one strike unexpectedly, success would surely follow. However, this endeavor lacks a formal mandate, making it difficult to garner support. Yuan Shao raised his sleeve to conceal his face as he sipped from his cup, attempting to mask his uncontrollable disappointment. It became apparent that Bao Xin did not seek his collaboration for a grand undertaking, but rather aimed to establish a connection with the Yuan family that stood behind him. A venture without a name is indeed challenging to rally support for. Yet, if a person of renown were to call forth the masses, would not both elements soon align? But is Yuan Shao truly such a figure of renown at this moment? Clearly not. Thus, Bao Xin's purpose in approaching him became exceedingly clear. He sought to forge a relationship through Yuan Shao with the Yuan family, and the 1,000-strong soldiers were Bao Xin's pledge of allegiance. Yet, could Yuan Shao reveal to Bao Xin that he had been marginalized by the Yuan family, that they had shifted their resources towards Yuan Shu, leaving him, the illustrious eldest son, as nothing more than an empty shell? Yuan Shao set down his cup and spoke. This matter bears significant weight. It is unwise to act hastily. Let us discuss this further on another day. Having exchanged all necessary words, there was no need for further drinking, and thus the gathering concluded abruptly. Yuan Shao took his leave from Bao Xin and Apos' residence. The moon hung high, and tranquility enveloped the surroundings. A lantern emblazoned with the character Yuan hung prominently before his carriage, the wheels creaking as they traversed the cobblestone path. Inside the carriage, Yuan Shao let out a cold, sardonic laugh. The Yuan family. Reputation. In his heart, Yuan Shao had resolved that since the Yuan family no longer supported him, it was unnecessary to involve them in such matters. What was paramount for him now was to seize the opportunity to build his own reputation. One day, he aspired to stand as the Yuan family does now, drawing forth loyal adherents solely through his renown. That would be his ultimate aim, the realization of his ambitions. Chapter 22. The goddess Fei Qian was unaware that the arithmetic draft paper was being delicately held and examined by a pair of slender, jade-like hands. Kai Yin had a straightforward solution to her father Kai Yong and Apos' refusal to eat. She simply removed the source of his ailment. Despite Kai Yong and Apos' reluctance, he felt powerless against his beloved daughter and had no choice but to insist that Kai Yin inform him once she understood the matter clearly. At this moment, Kai Yin, having seen little company of late, had grown indifferent to the application of cosmetics, often foregoing her ornaments. Stripped of these adornments, her innate beauty shone even more resplendently. As Kai Yin meticulously studied Fei Qian and Apos' draft paper, she approached the problems not with her father and Apos' top-down forceful deductions but by reworking the problems herself. She then began from the final answer, tracing back through each step to elucidate the meaning behind Fei Qian's calculations. Influenced by her father, Kai Yin harbored a profound affection for various texts. She recalled that, apart from books, her father and Apos' gifts during her childhood were scarce. Most of the luxurious silks and jade trinkets were presented by her father and Apos' acquaintances. She could not recall the exact age at which she began to delve into texts, only that she often found solace alone in the small pavilion of the backyard, cradling heavy volumes, basking in the warm sunlight, while gradually deciphering the words within. While others might categorize books as useful or useless, or sort them by genres such as classics, poetry, or history, to her, they were simply divided into two types, those she had read and those she had not. At that moment, Kai Yin felt a flicker of recognition towards the symbols Fei Qian had written. After a brief contemplation, she rose, grasped a lamp, and made her way to the family's library. Cai Yong once possessed an extensive collection of texts, likely the largest in Luoyang at the time. The common study could scarcely accommodate them, necessitating the construction of a dedicated library for their storage. Yet now, under the glow of Cai Yan's lamp, many shelves stood forlornly empty, the once abundant volumes reduced to mere memories. The once crowded library now felt rather desolate. Cai Yan understood that the original collection had been distributed. Upon her marriage, her dowry comprised only a fraction of wealth. The greater portion consisted of priceless texts. These precious volumes had remained with the Wei family. Additionally, some had been gifted to the Wang family, as suitors from there had also sought Cai Yan's hand. Out of a sense of obligation towards the Wang family, Cai Yong had decided to wed Cai Yan to the Wei family and, feeling somewhat guilty, bestowed a portion of books to them. No one could be blamed for this decision. Cai Yong believed that Cai Yan was now secured for her future, and he, as an elderly man, found little purpose in taking so many books to his grave. He preferred to pass them on to those who would benefit from them. However, while the intention was noble, reality proved merciless. Subsequently, the Wei family brazenly proclaimed Cai Yan as barren, a harbinger of misfortune, accusing her of arrogance and disrespect towards her in-laws and showing no affection for her nieces. Eventually, a decree of divorce was delivered to the Cai household. While the wealth and over 3,000 volumes that constituted her dowry were conveniently forgotten by the Wei family, Cai Yan recalled the moment her father received the divorce letter. He uttered not a single word to her, yet she could perceive the toll it took on him, visibly aging within days. She felt no remorse towards the Wei family, but rather a profound sorrow towards her father. Presently, Cai Yan spent the majority of her days in her chamber and the library, her memory remarkably keen. She retained most of the books she had previously read. Thus, she endeavored to transcribe from memory those volumes that had been sent away due to her exile. Hoping that before her father and Appo's passing, the library would once again be filled with the fragrance of literature, Cai Yan halted before a large chest in the library. Carefully setting her lamp aside before opening it, she retrieved several rolls of parchment, laying them upon the ground to examine one by one. To her surprise, some bore a resemblance to the characters of the Indian script. At last, she discovered a parchment that closely resembled the Fei Qian symbols, a gentle smile gracing her lips, as if the entire library had been brightened by her discovery. As night deepened, Cao Cao stealthily emerged from the back door of the Grand Minister Wang Yun and Appo's residence. A servant held a lantern for him, its flickering light casting shadows across Cao Cao's face. After negotiating with the cunning Wang Yun, Cao Cao was left uncertain as to whether it was a successful endeavor. The death of General He Jin and the massacre of eunuchs in the imperial court had significantly diminished his leverage. Now, he was left with only a remnant of the Imperial Guard's officers and some assets within Luoyang. Though some members of the Chao family remained within the palace, Cao Cao sensed that it was not yet the opportune moment to reveal his intentions. Thus he chose to remain silent regarding Wang Yun's machinations. He astutely realized that his position as an officer of the Imperial Guard would not endure for long. Reflecting on the distribution of personnel established by Emperor Ling's 8 officers of the Western Garden, the delicate balance among eunuchs, imperial relatives, and noble clans was now disrupted, foreshadowing a swift reshaping of power and a reallocation of interests. Originally, Cao Cao had thrived. Hailing from a family with ties to the eunuchs afforded him certain privileges. Furthermore, he had allied himself with the influential General He Jin, navigating the external forces with adeptness. Most notably, he capitalized on the discord among the eunuchs, orchestrating the downfall of his uncle Jian Shua through cunning manipulation, thereby solidifying his reputation within the scholarly elite. By selectively choosing Cai Yong, a bookish figure within this circle, as his mentor, he gained considerable advantages among the gentry. Skillfully maneuvering among these 3 factions, Cao Cao had once played his cards exceptionally well, achieving commendable results. However, the collapse of the factions he relied upon, coupled with the deaths of key players, had drastically reduced his available alliances. Consequently, he understood that in the forthcoming redistribution of interests, his role would be minimal. To preserve his position and even advance further, he recognized the necessity of forming alliances or temporarily siding with a particular faction. With Dongzhuo ruling over the territories of the Western gentry, he could not afford to align himself with them, as such a move would sever his last remaining support and lead to his ostracization by the gentry of the eastern provinces. Thus, one could only select a few from the gentry of the Guangdong region. Originally, Cao Cao intended to leverage the influence of the Yuan family. given their illustrious lineage of 4 generations and numerous scholars. However, a certain estrangement had developed between him and both Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu, rendering it difficult to approach them with the necessary deference. Consequently, he was compelled to seek alternatives and turn to the Wang family. How could such a cunning political fox as Wang possibly confide in a mere fledgling like Cao Cao? Throughout his life, Cao Cao despised the sensation of being manipulated. Yet he found himself constrained to endure it, his frustration mounting to the point of a throbbing headache. With narrowed eyes, Cao Cao contemplated the late hour. Perhaps he would send a calling card for a visit tomorrow, Kai and Appo's residence. Kai Yong, Kai Yin. Perhaps a turning point lay therein. Chapter 23, God of War. At this moment, within a military camp located outside the city of Luoyang, several torches flickered and crackled inside a large tent. A fire blazed in the center, where a robust man sat beside a small flame, skewering a few yams with twigs to roast them. Suddenly, the tent's entrance was lifted, and 2 individuals stepped inside. The man roasting yams looked up and smiled, waving his hand. "Come in, Bo Ping, Wen Yuan, you arrived just in time. These yams are almost done." Zhang Liao chuckled. "Indeed, it is much more pleasant here with Lord L. Not only is it warm, but there is also food." Gao Shun, ever formal, clasped his hands in salute. "I pay my respects to Lord L." Elbu, pulling over 2 wooden stools from behind, casually set them down and gestured for Zhang Liao and Gao Shun to sit. "No need for excessive formalities. Please, take a seat." "I must say, I prefer these stools. After kneeling all day in Luoyang, my knees ache terribly. I truly do not understand how others manage to adapt." Zhang Liao laughed heartily, accepting the yam from Elbu's hand and rotating it over the flames, remaining silent. Gao Shun nodded thoughtfully. "Kneeling is a matter of etiquette. It would be wise for Lord L to acclimate sooner rather than later." Elbu responded with a grunt, shaking his head. "I am but a simple man. What need have I for such formalities? By the way, Wen Yuan, you 2 were on patrol earlier. How fare the troops?" Zhang Liao replied. "Wen Yuan and I estimate that without further supplies, we shall run out of provisions in at least 15 days, or at most 20. Gao Shun, filled with hope, looked at Elbu and asked, "Lord, have there been any updates regarding provisions from the inspector?" Elbu silently shook his head. Zhang Liao lowered his gaze, letting out a sigh of dismay. After a moment of silence, Gao Shun spoke up. "A few days ago, outside the camp, I encountered some fellow villagers heading south. I inquired about conditions back home, only to be met with their scorn." Both Elbu and Zhang Liao were taken aback and promptly pressed Gao Shun for the reason behind such rebuke. Gao Shun picked up a twig and stirred the fire, raising the flames higher as he spoke gravely. "We have retreated, and it seems the Xianbei have advanced southward ahead of schedule this year." Elbu's spirit deflated like a punctured balloon. "No, we have yet to receive orders," Zhang Liao added. "Indeed, our initial purpose was to eliminate the corrupt eunuchs. Now that they have been executed, we remain stalled." He refrained from elaborating further, as the reasons for their inaction were sensitive, ultimately involving superiors beyond his own command. "It is not that we lack provisions, but rather that Inspector Ding Yuan has yet to reap sufficient benefits." Gao Shun was about to speak, but Zhang Liao discreetly stepped on his foot, prompting him to fall silent. Elbu furrowed his brow, unaware of Zhang Liao's subtle gesture, feeling rather that the atmosphere had grown peculiar, but unable to pinpoint why. "It should be ready," Zhang Liao proclaimed, dividing the roasted yams among them, blowing gently on each to cool before carefully peeling away the charred skin, releasing the delightful aroma of the yams into the air. Elbu blew off the dust from the yam, flipped it a few times, peeled off its skin, and took a bite, feeling the heat in his mouth and exhaling sharply. With a tongue slightly disordered, he murmured, "Ah, still, Wen Yuan, hiss, has splendid skills, so fragrant." At this moment, Elbu remained a pure warrior, despite holding the official title of chief clerk. He entrusted the clerical tasks to the military scribes, mainly focusing on training and commanding troops. When Ding Yuan arrived in Bingzhou, he recognized Elbu's potential and tasked him with leading troops against the Xianbei and Hu tribes. Elbu felt a deep sense of joy and dedication. As Bingzhou was his homeland, he was protecting his native land with his exceptional martial prowess, and in this endeavor, he found inner glory and delight. "Should I wait a few more days?" Elbu pondered while eating, considering to delay for another 8 days. No, 5 days would suffice, before seeking out Governor Ding to inquire further. Recently, provisions had been scarce, and he noticed his horse seemed to have lost weight. This situation could not continue. Meanwhile, Ding Yuan awaited in the main tent, anticipating a response from Dong Zhua. A few days prior, He had narrowly missed a significant opportunity, as his timing fell just short of Dong Zhuo's, allowing that Western Liang ruffian to take the credit for the royal audience. This thought alone filled him with irritation. Born into poverty and with little formal education, Ding Yuan had persevered with diligence and ambition, earning his position as the governor of Bingzhou solely through his own efforts. Over the years, from youthful fervor to a body now beset with ailments, who could truly empathize with his struggles? Despite countless achievements in defending the frontier and defeating the Hu tribes, he had yet to penetrate the inner circles of the central court. With each passing day, he felt the weight of age and declining health. He could not simply ignore his family and future generations. He could not allow his descendants to endure the same hardships he had faced. Upon receiving a covert summons from General He Jin, Ding Yuan recognized a splendid opportunity and resolutely led the Bingzhou army southward to aid the king. Alas, fate is often a jester. Although he reached Luoyang first, General He Jin, swayed by his sister's words, hesitated and merely stationed his troops at Mengjin, ultimately allowing Dong Zhuo to seize the initiative. Though he had earned the honorary title of captain of the Golden Guard, what good did it do him? Could it compare to the advantages that Dong Zhuo had amassed? The thought of it ignited a simmering fury within him. Chapter 24. The first encounter with Cao Cao Fei Qian unearthed the bamboo slips he had buried for 2 days in his courtyard, a precaution he had taken in case of unforeseen circumstances. He hoped to navigate the situation successfully. As he wiped the dirt off the slips and examined the extent of their erosion, he pondered, am I the first to forge a counterfeit? Surely. In this era of the 3 kingdoms, there are no forgeries yet? He gingerly held the bamboo slips, which had been meticulously polished, soaked in acidic water, exposed to scorching sun and smoke, and finally buried deep underground, enduring great hardship. He made his way to his room. Today marked one of the 2 monthly visits he, as a named disciple, had the opportunity to make to the Kai residence. He intended to present the fabricated bamboo slips to Kai Yong, believing that if he could pass this test, it would provide legitimacy to the letters and numbers he had inadvertently inscribed earlier. After making some final adjustments to the slips, Fei Qian felt satisfied. At least to his eyes, no flaws were apparent. This will have to suffice. It's too troublesome otherwise. One lie begets 1,000 more. That much is certain. With that, he carefully placed the bamboo slips into a brocade box and set off toward the Kai residence. Within the Kai residence, Kai Yong was engaged in a lively discussion with Cao Cao. Kai Yong regarded Cao Cao, his direct disciple, quite favorably. In his eyes, Cao Cao embodied the ideals, aspirations, integrity, and culture of a commendable young man of the Eastern Han dynasty. Unlike Fei Qian's status as a named disciple, Cao Cao was a true protege of Kai Yong. In simpler terms, Cao Cao could publicly associate himself with Kai Yong's name and invoke his support in times of trouble, while Fei Qian could only claim to have learned from Kai Yong without the same privileges. The relationship between a direct disciple and a named disciple has always been distinct. After some time, Kai Yong noticed that Cao Cao appeared somewhat preoccupied and inquired, Mengda, do you have any concerns weighing on your mind? You seem troubled. Cao Cao sighed. The times are arduous, and the political landscape is tumultuous. My heart is heavy. His implication was clear. The fierce struggle for power was causing him distress, and he felt overwhelmed. Unfortunately, Kai Yong failed to grasp Cao Cao's underlying message. With sincere intent, he reassured, Mengda, your concern is understandable, yet take heart. With Zishu and Wen Xian at the helm, despite the Emperor and Oppo's youth, there should be no dire consequences. Kai Yong sought to comfort Cao Cao, suggesting that even if the sky were to fall, there were capable figures like Wang Yun and Yang Biao to support him, so he need not worry excessively. Cao Cao replied, Yet, I am bound to serve my sovereign and remain loyal, while the likes of Dong Zhongying and Ding Jianyang lurk nearby. Their prolonged presence poses a threat. I still hold an official position in the state, yet with Dong Zhuo and Ding Yuan eyeing the city, I cannot foresee how much longer I may remain in this office. Kai Yong, ever the honest gentleman, found merit in Cao Cao's words and responded, You speak wisely. Mengda. However, this is a matter of military strategy. Allow me to compose a letter to Wen Xian, offering some guidance. Cao Cao sighed inwardly, reflecting that his teacher possessed many admirable qualities, yet was excessively rigid. If only a few words exchanged with Yang Biao could persuade Dong Zhuo and Ding Yuan to withdraw their troops, then what need would he have to seek counsel? However, he could not express this sentiment directly. Instead, he subtly suggested, Master, your reputation resounds throughout the realm, and at this tumultuous time, Your guidance is urgently needed to stabilize the hearts of the people. With such esteem standing, your mere presence would lend me considerable support. Kai Yong shook his head, replying, I am but an old man, with little time remaining. Why should I cling to official titles and the burdens of bureaucratic toil? I have no desire to serve even as a mere attendant, let alone aspire to greater positions. Just as Kai Yong was about to decline further, a servant stood at the entrance, respectfully presenting a visiting card from Fei Qian. Having exchanged pleasantries and gifts, although the desired outcome had not been achieved, circumstances shifted as others arrived, allowing Cao Cao to take his leave. Upon exiting the Kai residence, he encountered the waiting Fei Qian and suddenly recalled that this was Kai Yong's newly accepted disciple. Approaching him, he offered a friendly greeting. Fei Qian was taken aback to find Cao Cao here, smiling and extending his greetings, and he promptly returned the gesture with respectful hands. This was Fei Qian's first close encounter with Cao Cao, and he was surprised to discover Cao Cao's stature was rather modest, roughly around 1.60 meters. With a square face and slender brows, when he smiled, only a thin line was visible, obscuring his eyes. Fei Qian dared not gaze too intently, aware that staring directly at someone was considered exceedingly rude in this era. Cao Cao stepped closer, assisting Fei Qian to his feet, clasping his hand and gently patting it, beaming like a cunning wolf. Ah, the new disciple Fei Qian, is it? I have heard much about you. Yet I am only now fortunate enough to meet you in person, and you truly are a remarkable gentleman. Had Fei Qian been an inexperienced novice, he likely would have been overwhelmed with emotion at the attention from a central figure, feeling immensely honored that his name had reached such heights. However, seasoned by the trials of the professional world in later years, he possessed a considerable immunity to such flattery. Nevertheless, it would be foolish to expose the pretense behind the prominent figure's theatrics. Thus, Fei Qian adopted a demeanor of deep gratitude and bewilderment. Cao Cao continued to hold his hand, eagerly inquiring about his well-being, his recent endeavors, and any challenges he might be facing. Upon learning that Fei Qian sought Kai Yong's insights into ancient texts, Cao Cao nodded in understanding, expressing that he would not impede Fei Qian's time, allowing him to proceed into the Kai residence. Yet, after just a couple of steps, Cao Cao called him back, smiling as he said, I too have a fondness for ancient literature, and I have heard you mention a newly acquired fragment. I find myself quite eager. May I have the pleasure of viewing it? Such a request was impossible to decline, and Fei Qian signaled to the servant to open the brocade box for Cao Cao's inspection. Cao Cao delicately lifted a piece, examining it carefully from various angles, even holding it up to the sunlight. Fei Qian lowered his head, his heart racing with trepidation. Historically, it seems that Cao Cao had also engaged in the act of excavating ancient tombs. Could it be that he has uncovered something troubling? Chapter 25. The first encounter with Kai Yen. As Cao Cao ambled away with a smile, Fei Qian remained perplexed, uncertain whether Cao Cao had discerned his deception or if he remained oblivious. If he had indeed uncovered the truth, why had he not spoken of it? Conversely, if he had found nothing amiss, why did Fei Qian perceive a certain peculiarity in Cao Cao's parting grin? Despite Cao Cao's current demeanor appearing harmless, Fei Qian was acutely aware that this was merely a fade, a protective guise. In the future, when Cao Cao wielded significant power, his countenance would undoubtedly transform. Historical records depict him as a formidable presence, commanding respect without uttering a word. Yet reason cautioned Fei Qian that should he rashly confront Cao Cao, he might be hastening his own demise. It was akin to an unforeseen stranger suddenly materializing before one, uttering ominous predictions of impending misfortune. Whether a devout Buddhist or a Christian, such proclamations would be difficult to accept. Perhaps it would be best to defer this matter for another occasion. Moreover, it appeared that Cao Cao was about to make an attempt on Dong Zhuo's life, subsequently seeking refuge in Chunlu. Rushing forth to seek his favor might prove unreliable. One could very well end up with nothing but disappointment. Resolving to tackle the immediate issues at hand, Fei Qian proceeded toward the Kai residence, oblivious to the fact that Cao Cao had already reached the street corner. Casting a meaningful glance back before vanishing from view, Fei Qian could not fathom that this glance was merely an effort on Cao Cao's part to rectify an earlier misstep. In Cao Cao's mind, a different possibility unfolded. He had recently acquired an ancient text for Kai Yen. And how coincidental it seemed that this young man also possessed fragments of classical literature. Was it truly mere happenstance? Nonetheless, Cao Cao reassured himself that Fei Qian appeared to be a mere distant branch of the Fei family, which alleviated his concerns. After all, the branches of the Fei family did not operate on the same level. Even with ambition, what could one achieve? Cao Cao had initially come seeking an ally. Although Cai Yong was somewhat pedantic, his reputation and scholarship were undeniably esteemed. There was hardly anyone in the Han dynasty who was unaware of his name. If he could formally engage in politics rather than merely serving as an advisor, his status as Cai Yong and Apos' disciple would carry substantial weight. Regrettably, Cai Yong harbored little ambition for political affairs. Pursuing a direct path with him proved futile, prompting Cao Cao to seek an alternative route. If he could win over Cai Yan, the development of his political aspirations would become less critical, for as an outsider, the familial ties would inevitably carry political implications. Even if Cai Yong remained steadfast in his current views, becoming the son-in-law of a prominent figure whose disciples permeated the political landscape would naturally solidify his standing. Previously, Cao Cao had deemed himself unworthy of Cai Yan, hindered by his background as a eunuch and his prior marriage, which placed him at a significant disadvantage. However, circumstances had shifted. Despite the divorce from the Wei family restoring Cai Yan's freedom, her status had changed since her unmarried days. Nevertheless, Cao Cao still felt he could aspire to her hand. Regrettably, Fei Qian was unaware that he had caught the attention of the formidable Cao Cao. Observing Cai Yong, who was meticulously examining bamboo slips and calling for an array of peculiar tools, small brushes, hooks, and shovels, Fei Qian felt a surge of apprehension. Having already sensed Cao Cao's scrutiny at the entrance, he now realized that Cai Yong was exceptionally well prepared, intensifying his unease. It became evident that ancient individuals were not easily deceived, and he felt as though he were unwittingly delivering himself into the jaws of a tiger, merely awaiting the inevitable. Cai Yong first delicately wiped the bamboo slips with a silk cloth, only to find the fabric darkened with dust, which prompted an irritable glance towards Fei Qian. Noticing the displeasure etched on Cai Yong's face, Fei Qian and Apos' heart raced, almost lodging itself in his throat. Books are hard to come by. They must be cherished and cared for, constantly dusted to prevent contamination, Cai Yong admonished sternly. Fei Qian bowed his head in humility, exhaling a sigh of relief. He realized that the old man was displeased with his failure to safeguard the slips, which had accumulated dust from being recently unearthed. With a slender hook, Cai Yong gently pried open the end of the bamboo slip to inspect its grain, nodding slightly in acknowledgement of its ancient quality. However, as he scrutinized it further, a frown creased his brow as he murmured, "Strange. Why does it appear to bear fresh wounds?" A jolt of alarm surged through Fei Qian's heart. Just as he contemplated how to articulate his thoughts more eloquently, a bright voice rang out from outside. Father, I have found it." It was the afternoon, with sunlight casting a gentle glow, creating the illusion that the newcomer walked upon beams of light. The figure, cradling 2 large rolls of parchment, obscured half of her face. She was slightly breathless, with strands of hair clinging to her temples due to perspiration, her delicate skin blushing like peach blossoms in the sun, and fine hairs glimmering with a golden hue. Upon entering and noticing both Cai Yong and Fei Qian, she exclaimed in surprise, instinctively attempting to shield her face with her sleeve. However, as her arms were occupied with the rolls, she could only hide her face behind them, revealing her bright, sparkling eyes as she curiously examined Fei Qian. Cai Yong cleared his throat twice, clearly embarrassed by his daughter's impulsiveness. Nevertheless, since she had already entered, he could not dismiss her, so he proceeded to introduce the two. Fei Qian's suspicions were confirmed. The newcomer was indeed the most talented woman of the 3 kingdoms. Cai Yan, also known as Cai Zhaoji. Unlike the somber figure she would become in later years, this version of Cai Yan retained a touch of youthful candor and playfulness. "It is an honor to meet you, senior sister," Fei Qian said earnestly, bowing formally. Not a single word of resentment was directed towards the court, society, or others. Only a profound sadness lingered. Even in the face of humiliation by the Chong and Hu tribes, her response was merely to remark upon their lack of righteousness, rather than to unleash a frenzied torrent of venomous curses. Moreover, historically, she endured the torment of being captured by the Hu for an agonizing 12 years, ultimately being forced to marry an exceedingly coarse warrior. Undoubtedly, this inflicted wounds upon both her body and soul, leaving scars that would chill the heart of anyone. Even a moment and Apos' reflection by Fei Qian. Thus, irrespective of the perspective taken, Fei Qian felt a deep reverence for such a talented woman, one who cherished books above all else. Though fragile in appearance, she possessed a kind and resilient spirit. Consequently, the tribute he paid was imbued with utmost sincerity and heartfelt intention. Chapter 26. An uncertain future. It is often said that a woman's intuition is formidable. for their judgments are exceptionally keen and frequently accurate. Thus, a young girl in Apos' intuition is even more alarming. Consequently, Cai immediately discerned the solemnity and goodwill conveyed by Fei Qian's salutation, unlike others who, despite their formal gestures, exuded an air of casual indifference. Coughing softly, Cai Yong examined the two rolls of parchment in his hands, pondering their significance. Cai Yin suddenly realized that the party in question was present, and promptly informed Cai Yong, "These are what I discovered in the library. Look, this roll contains records of the lands of India, while the other pertains to the Great Qin. Both rolls exhibit certain characters resembling, well, similar to the script crafted by Master Fei. Originally, Fei Qian lacked the qualifications to address her as an amp, Apos, senior sister, and amp, Apos, being merely a registered disciple. Yet before Cai Yong could process this, it seemed that his daughter had already responded with both words and actions. He chose to pretend he had not heard, dismissing the matter. Indeed, as Cai Yong scrutinized the rolls closely, comparing them side by side, he found notable similarities and beckoned Fei Qian to come forward for a closer examination. Fei Qian felt a weight lift from his heart as he approached to receive the parchment. The parchment, aged and worn, had been preserved to the best of its ability, yet still bore creases, dark streaks, and signs of insect damage and mildew, rendering it somewhat fragile. The characters inscribed upon it, crafted with an unknown pigment, had withstood the ravages of time, remaining discernible. Fei Qian could not fully decipher the writing, but he recognized that some of the characters bore a resemblance to modern alphabets. Recalling Cai Yan's earlier remarks, he understood one roll to be of Indian origin and the other pertaining to the Great Qin. Although he was uncertain if Shindu referred to ancient India, he did know that Great Qin was a term used to describe various nations west of the Heshi Corridor, a designation that the Han dynasty had not precisely delineated. With this understanding, Fei Qian felt reassured. He raised the parchment to return it, saying, "In my youth, I found the complexities of counting rather tedious. During my time in the marketplace, I observed that the people of Great Qin employed a simpler method of counting. Consequently, upon stumbling upon this bamboo slip, I often resorted to it as a replacement for written calculations in order to conserve ink. After all, brocade paper is rather expensive." Cai Yong stroked his beard thoughtfully and nodded. "I perceive this method is indeed convenient, yet using bamboo slips for such records may prove cumbersome. It would be more suitable to employ paper for calculations." He was correct. Indeed, Arabic numerals are most practical when utilized on larger sheets of paper, as inscribing those crooked letters onto bamboo slips would be less efficient than carving straight, orderly Chinese characters. Nonetheless, Cai Yong believed it unnecessary to stifle the innovative spirit of youth. He kindly remarked, "Yi Yuan, your innovation certainly facilitates arithmetic and may have its merits. Now tell me, what does this character signify?" Fei Qian meticulously elucidated the forms and meanings of Arabic numerals from 0 to 9 to Cai Yong and Cai Yan, even whimsically asserting that XYZ represented the fundamental elements in the algorithms, akin to the earthly branches such as Z, Chou, Yin, and Mao. Remarkably, the shapes of X and Z bore a certain resemblance, leading Cai Yong and Cai Yan to accept his explanations without dispute. By the time Fei Qian concluded his discourse, the evening had subtly approached, prompting him to take his leave from Cai Yong. "Do not linger, do not linger." "Very well, I shall take my leave." Cai Yong reluctantly set down his brush and, accompanied by Cai Yan, proceeded to dine. As they walked, Cai Yong suddenly recalled something and turned to Cai Yan, saying, "Just before our conversation with Zi Yuan, Mingda paid a visit, bringing along a set of ancient texts. After our meal, if you are interested, you might consider taking a look." "Did Brother Mingda come today?" Cai Yan expressed surprise, as it had been quite some time since Cao Cao had graced the Cai residence following Cai Yong and Imp, Apos' decision to betroth her to Wei Zhongdao. Cai Yong, feeling a sudden impulse, inquired, "What do you think of Mingda, my dear Yin?" Cai Yin cast a knowing glance at her father, well aware of his intentions, and replied, "Father, do you truly find me so intolerable that you wish to hasten my departure? Is it not true that Brother Mingda is already wed? Are you suggesting I become a concubine?" Cai Yong exclaimed, "Oh dear, I merely spoke in jest, without any ulterior motive. Indeed, how could I forget that Mengda is a married man? Alas, age is creeping upon me." Observing his gentle and graceful daughter beside him, Cai Yong and Apos' heart brimmed with affection. As the days passed, the significance of titles and wealth diminished in his eyes. What truly mattered was securing a suitable future for his beloved daughter. Yet, finding a worthy match proved challenging. among the families of nobility. Only a few were deemed equal to his own. Those who were married had already wed, and those who were not. Kaiyong glanced at Kaiyan, feeling a pang of sorrow, realizing it was not appropriate to lower his standards further. If he were to settle for less, it would only compound the misjudgment he had made with the Wei family previously. This time, he must deliberate carefully, ensuring his daughter would not be subjected to any indignities. As they dined, Kaiyong suddenly exclaimed, patting his head. Kaiyan quickly inquired about the matter, to which Kaiyong smiled and remarked that he had simply forgotten something, but that it was of no consequence. Though Kaiyan felt puzzled, she accepted his silence. As the sun gradually descended, the atmosphere in the Kai residence, despite being a simple meal shared between father and daughter, was infused with warmth and affection. In contrast, the lavish banquet held at the imperial garden of the Han dynasty, known as the Yongming Garden, was replete with exquisite dishes, yet the guests there were preoccupied, exchanging furtive glances, enveloped in an eerie ambience. After days of subtle maneuvering, Dongzhuo boldly invited the 3 dukes, 9 ministers, and various high-ranking officials to a grand feast. While these court officials sat at the table, each harbored their own thoughts. Some were apprehensive, others wore expressions of indignation. Yet, one thing was certain: tonight's banquet would serve as a stage for Dongzhuo to declare his intentions, shaping the trajectory for the future, rendering the choice of dishes utterly inconsequential. The main table remains ominously vacant, even though the banquet has commenced for some time. Yet, the host of the event, Dongzhuo, has yet to make his appearance. Chapter 27. The gun barrel Li Ru observed the diverse court officials with an inscrutable demeanor. At that moment, he felt as though he had magnified exponentially, floating amidst the clouds, while the Wenming garden appeared as a mere chessboard, with the courtiers resembling intricately carved pieces, each subject to his whims. He noticed Yuan Kuei and Wang Yun exchanging glances, both feigning nonchalance, which elicited a silent amusement within him. Suddenly, a wave of raucous cheers surged from outside the garden, prompting everyone to glance outward, where they beheld Dongzhuo arriving with his troops. Amidst the commanding shouts of the guards, Dongzhuo, clad in military attire and draped in a resplendent crimson cloak, dismounted with a flourish, striding forward, illuminated by the slanting rays of the setting sun. From the moment Dongzhuo alighted, numerous military officials, alongside a handful of literati, rose to pay their respects. Dongzhuo laughed heartily as he approached, exchanging a few words with one individual and then clapping another on the shoulder, igniting a lively atmosphere throughout the garden. Yuan Kuei, having just taken his seat, sensed an inexplicable disquiet. Although his plan had progressed smoothly at every juncture, an unsettling feeling lingered. Upon witnessing the bustling scene with Dongzhuo's grand entrance, he was jolted by the realization of a significant flaw in his strategy, draining the color from his face. With a grim expression, Yuan Kuei turned to Wang Yun, only to find him gazing back, their faces devoid of the earlier nonchalance, now replaced by a palpable sense of disarray. When had this Western Liang brute managed to garner such a multitude of martial allies? Yuan Kuei and Apos' heart sank. It was no wonder he and Wang Yun had encountered no resistance in their machinations against Dongzhuo. Their adversary had evidently diverted his focus from the civil officials entirely. Today's revelation illuminated the stark divergence in their paths, a profound miscalculation indeed. Thus, Yuan Kuei and Wang Yun's collaboration to counter Dongzhuo had adhered to the traditional route of courtly strife, aiming to tarnish his reputation, gather incriminating evidence, and win over his subordinates. They intended to ignite a conflagration at the opportune moment, obliterating their opponent so thoroughly that he would never rise again. This method had proven effective and pragmatic over the years. Yuan Kuei had witnessed many succumb to such tactics, reminiscent of the eunuchs during the party and gentry incident, who employed similar stratagems against him. Yet, this time, Yuan Kuei felt as though he had swung a fierce punch, only to find it land nowhere. He had assumed that despite Dongzhuo and Apos' brutish nature, he would at least cherish his reputation. Yuan Kuei believed that Dongzhuo would surely intervene upon learning of the Western Liang soldiers' reckless behavior incited by their provocations. Yet, how could those soldiers, having tasted the sweetness of impunity, be swayed to abandon their misdeeds for the sake of mere reputation? Particularly, beneath Dongzhuo's command, there were not only the soldiers of Xiliang but also the Chang and Hu tribesmen who were oblivious to the principles of propriety and law, making them more susceptible to temptation. Yuan Wei foresaw that if the situation persisted, with Dongzhuo issuing prohibitions on one hand while the lower-ranking soldiers succumbed to seduction on the other, it would inevitably lead to a clash between Dongzhuo and his subordinates. The eruption of this conflict would herald Dong Zhuo and Apos' demise. At that time, Yuan Wei, in his arrogance, believed he had outsmarted Dong Zhuo. Little did he realize that the one ensnared was not Dong Zhuo, but himself. Casting a sidelong glance at Wang Yun's countenance, which mirrored his own displeasure, Yuan Wei felt a twinge of solace, recognizing that Wang Yun too had fallen into the trap. Yuan Wei lamented internally, astonished by the cunning of the Xiliang warriors. In stark contrast to Yuan Wei's traditional courtly intrigues, Li Ru employed a strategy of undermining from the ground up. Having fostered the Xiliang army amidst the bloodshed of warfare, Li Ru found maneuvering through the political landscape of the court to be a trivial task. However, he deemed brute force to be the more reliable option. When the barrel of a gun is pressed against one's neck, the power of the pen becomes considerably diminished. Thus, upon observing Yuan Wei and Wang Yun engaging in subtle machinations, Li Ru opted for a radically different approach, seizing control of military power. While Yuan Wei and Wang Yun were distracted by the chaos in the streets, Li Ru successfully garnered the allegiance of the troops left behind by the deceased General He Jin, including the support of He Jin's subordinates, Wu Kuang and Zhang Zhang. This acquisition signified that Dong Zhuo's forces had officially transformed into the largest military faction within the capital, Luoyang. It was not that Yuan Wei and Wang Yun lacked intelligence. Rather, they had dwelled in a time of peace for too long, their thinking constrained. They mistakenly believed Dong Zhuo was contesting within the confines of their established court traditions, unaware that Dong Zhuo had already stepped beyond those bounds, leaving them ensnared. Perhaps Ding Yuan could be swayed? Additionally, should there be a consideration to send Shu heir to Nanyang to assemble an army? It had become painfully clear that without their own military strength, they remained perpetually constrained. Yuan Wei scanned his surroundings, noticing a martial general seated in a prominent position, unmoved and not ingratiating himself with Dong Zhuo. His heart leapt with hope. This was someone he could win over. However, upon closer inspection, his spirit sank. It turned out to be Lu Ji, the former general of the Northern Cavalry, now serving as a minister. Yuan Wei regretted his previous actions, lamenting that he should never have joined the eunuchs in slandering Lu Ji, resulting in Lu Ji's imprisonment. Now that Lu Ji had just regained his ministerial position, he had lost his military command. No wonder Dong Zhuo had not sought his allegiance. Alas, what a lamentable situation this was. Chapter 28, a feast without pleasantries as the wine flowed for the third round and the dishes had been savored 5 times. Dong Zhuo cleared his throat and waved his hand, signaling the performers to withdraw. An instant hush enveloped the grand banquet hall, and all eyes converged upon Dong Zhuo. He cast a glance at Li Ru, who offered a slight nod, prompting Dong Zhuo to rise, hand resting on his sword, and declare in a grave tone, "I have a matter to discuss. Let all officials listen attentively. The emperor is the sovereign of all people, without majesty. The ancestral temples and the state cannot be honored. The current emperor is feeble, unlike the wise and studious king of Chenlu, who is fit to ascend the throne. I propose to depose the emperor and elevate the king of Chenlu. What do the esteemed officials think?" In that moment, the banquet hall buzzed with whispers, akin to a swarm of bees. Many officials, upon hearing Dong Zhuo and Apos' words, turned to glance at Wang Yun and Yuan Wei, only to find these leaders of the noble clan statuesque, their eyes fixed forward, silent and unmoving. What could this mean? Some were perplexed, while others grasped the underlying implications and fell into silence. For these noble families, whether Lu Bian or Lu Xie ascended the throne, the distinction was not substantial. Regardless of who it was, governance required the support of the aristocracy to implement decrees effectively. The choice of Lu Bian had stemmed from the need to ally with the aristocracy to eliminate the eunuchs, thus making Lu Bian a product of the He family. The prime candidate, Lu Bian and Apos' timidity rendered him easier to manipulate, did it not? However, the prospect of Lu Xie was equally acceptable to these noble clans. He remained a minor emperor, dependent on their support. Moreover, the death of General He Jin signaled the impending downfall of the He clan, rendering the protection of Lu Bian, who bore the He family's insignia, less advantageous in the long run. Dong Zhuo's intention to elevate Lu Xie was evident to Wang Yun and Yuan Wei. It was merely a repetition of the manipulation of the imperial family, with the He family being supplanted by the Dong family. The mere thought of replacing one faction with another was unsettling. The question of who should wear the crown was irrelevant, as long as the name Lu remained. Had it not been for centuries of recognition by the populace of the Lu lineage, Even Wang Yun and Yuan Wei might have been tempted to taste the power of emperorship themselves. Yuan Wei caught a glimpse of Wang Yun from the corner of his eye, discovering that Wang Yun was similarly observing him. Their gazes met, and silently. Each condemned the other as a cunning fox before promptly averting their eyes, resuming their roles as immobile statues. The Wang and Yuan clans currently stand as the two largest factions within the aristocratic ruling party. The leaders of these factions have remained silent and naturally. Their numerous followers also refrained from voicing their opinions. In this grand banquet hall, the only sounds that can be heard are the murmurs of private conversations. Yet not a single individual dares to speak up. The aristocratic elite, typically vocal, are now utterly mute. This silence deeply frustrates Ding Yuan and Ding Jinyang. What is going on here? Ding Yuan thinks to himself, I was the first to respond to the nation and Appo's call, the first to arrive in Luoyang to support the emperor. My resolve has been unwavering. Were it not for the confusion sown by General He Jin, influenced by the whims of his sister, Empress He, how could a mere ruffian from Shiliang dare to act so presumptuously? Ding Yuan had initially believed that Dong Zhuo's declaration regarding the deposing of the emperor would provoke an outcry from the aristocratic elite. Yet now he sees them all rendered speechless. Does this not imply their tacit approval of Dong Zhuo's actions? If Dong Zhuo were to succeed in this endeavor, he would undoubtedly become the most prominent power in the court, leaving no place for me, Ding Yuan. All my aspirations for my descendants would dissolve into nothingness. This simply cannot be permitted. Absolutely not. In a fit of rage, Ding Yuan abruptly rises and overturns the table before him, sending an array of exquisite dishes and fine wines flying, creating a scene of utter chaos. He points an accusatory finger at Dong Zhuo and exclaims loudly, "This cannot be. Who are you to speak so brazenly? The emperor is the legitimate son of the late sovereign, with no faults to be found. How dare you speak of deposing him? Do you wish to commit treason? You, Dong Zhuo, a mere ruffian from Shiliang. I shall brand you with the heavy accusation of rebellion for seeking to monopolize power without my involvement." Dong Zhuo, taken aback by Ding Yuan being the first to oppose him, feels a surge of indignation. What do you mean by treason? Am I not merely discussing this matter with everyone? If I truly intended to rebel, would I be consulting anyone at all? Dong Zhuo had always considered Ding Yuan a fellow general, one who had endured the hardships of the frontier for as long as he had, and thus somewhat an ally. Previously, when Li Ru suggested disbanding Ding Yuan's troops, Dong Zhuo had been reluctant, thinking of him as a kindred spirit and deciding against taking action. Yet now, when no one else dares to step forward, it is this supposed ally who strikes the first blow against him. Moreover, the gravity of the accusation stings. Have you ever witnessed a minister plotting rebellion openly? The Liu family has not been the only one to change emperors. How did Emperor Chong and Emperor Ji ascend and meet their fates? Ding Yuan, you ought to share my perspective, so why have you now turned against me? Have you defected to the Eastern aristocracy? Or else, how could you act as the vanguard in this betrayal? The more Dong Zhuo pondered, the more his anger escalated, igniting a furious blaze within him. In a fit of rage, the habits cultivated during his prolonged tenure in Shiliang governed his actions. In Shiliang, conflicts were inconsequential. Nothing resolved disputes more effectively than a brawl. The one with the mightiest fists commanded authority. Should a skirmish fail to settle the discord, knives would be drawn, and the survivor would dictate the terms, for the deceased could voice no dissent. Dong Zhuo unsheathed his sword and strode purposefully towards Ding Yuan, declaring, "If you have grievances against me, let us settle it in single combat. The victor shall have the final say." Chapter 29. Reputation. Fei Qian only learned about the events that transpired at Wenmingyu on the following day. However, he found it perplexing that such news would spread so swiftly. It seemed to have circulated throughout Luoyang overnight. Was there someone intentionally disseminating this information? It was no wonder that several versions emerged, some claiming that Dong Zhuo was tyrannical, others suggesting that Wang Yun and Yuan Wei tacitly acquiesced, and some stating that Ding Yuan had engaged in a confrontation with Dong Zhuo. Another point that puzzled Fei Qian was the absence of Cai Yong, a man of stature, from the banquet. As a mere assistant, it was not surprising that he had not received an invitation, after all. He was merely a reserve officer, and therefore not held in high regard. Yet, it was curious that Cai Yong, a court official and an esteemed attendant, also seemed to have missed the event. Had he perhaps arrived only after Fei Qian had departed? He realized he needed to act with greater urgency. At present, the most pressing matter was to cultivate a semblance of reputation. In the era of the Eastern Han and the Three Kingdoms, reputation served as a talisman, occasionally granting one additional lives. Fei Qian recalled a notorious figure named Ni Heng, who once performed a tragic display in Xuchang, showcasing a form of modern performance art that transcended the era. He boldly stripped to reveal his unblemished skin, exuding an air of defiance, and audaciously berated Xiao Qiao with a dramatic display. It was said that Xiao Qiao was so incensed that he suffered a migraine. Yet, the astute Xiao Qiao, unwilling to bear the blame for the indiscriminate slaughter of educated youth, swallowed his anger and passed the troublesome Ni Heng to Liu Biao, the then governor of Jingzhou. Liu Biao, a cunning individual, shifted the burden onto Huang Zhu, the governor of Jiangxia. Ultimately, Huang Zhu, after surveying the situation and finding no one else to take on this troublesome task, succumbed to the provocations of Ni Heng and, in a moment of impulsive rage, executed him. Ni Heng, buoyed by his reputation, had managed to provoke Xiao Qiao without consequence and similarly taunted Liu Biao without facing dire repercussions. However, when he reached Huang Zhu, his reputation had waned, leading to his demise. This illustrates that a high reputation might indeed equate to two lives. Even if one cannot wield it like Ni Heng at critical moments, possessing a high reputation in daily affairs yields numerous benefits. A renowned scholar would be well catered to wherever he went, akin to a radiant, golden visage in the realm of the three kingdoms. Yet, the pressing question remained, where could one garner reputation? In the vast expanse of Luoyang, reputation is not something one can simply claim. It requires the support and admiration of others. Should someone of his modest standing resort to showcasing performance art on the streets? Fei Qian shuddered at the thought and decided instead to seek alternative avenues. Yuan Shao had recently vacated the Yuan residence to stay elsewhere. Although he had yet to communicate this openly to his uncle Yuan Wei, the latter had not expressed any inquiries since Yuan Shao's departure, merely sending some servants and maidens, evidently tacitly approving of Yuan Shao and Appo's actions. With a wry smile, Yuan Shao reflected on fulfilling Yuan Wei's hopes for him. Could this be considered a form of recompense? The current head of the Yuan family, Yuan Wei, favored Yuan Shu, which filled Yuan Shao with a deep sense of frustration and helplessness. Yuan Shu was the legitimate son, while Yuan Shao was merely born of a songstress. Despite being the eldest, in this era, lineage held paramount importance. Thus, when Yuan Shao's uncle Yuan Cheng had no sons, Yuan Shao and Appo's father readily adopted him as Yuan Cheng and Appo's heir. This adoption seemed promising, as Yuan Shao would inherit Yuan Cheng and Appo's estate. However, misfortune struck before the ceremonial adoption could occur, and Yuan Qing tragically succumbed to illness at a young age. Consequently, Yuan Shao found himself in an awkward position, straddling the legacy of both Yuan Qing and Yuan Feng, unable to inherit Yuan Qing and Appo's as properties, while Yuan Shu, the legitimate heir, remained in the picture. It was from this moment that Yuan Shu began to create a palpable distance, growing increasingly aloof. Reflecting on this, Yuan Shao could not help but scoff. Only the short-sighted would fixate on the inheritance of their forebears. A true man should transcend his predecessors. What Yuan Shu cherished was of no consequence to him. Unfortunately, the death of General He Jin revealed the entangled relationships within the Yuan family, particularly with Yuan Wei, which became a primary reason for Yuan Shao and Appo's decision to leave the Yuan household. Initially, Yuan Shao's connection with General He Jin was not at all reliant on the Yuan family. It stemmed from his association with He Jin's trusted aide, Zhang Jin. In this regard, while Yuan Shao's current office cannot be entirely divorced from the influence of the Yuan family, the majority of his accomplishments were self-earned. Upon learning of Yuan Shao's position with General He Jin, Yuan Wei opportunistically assigned him tasks that jeopardized the family's reputation, accepting him as a mere mouthpiece. However, Yuan Wei's ulterior motives ultimately ensnared not only General He Jin but also Yuan Shao, although Yuan Shao acted decisively at a crucial moment, emerging as a vanguard in the campaign against the eunuchs, effectively erasing any blemish on his record concerning the protection of General He Jin. The damage inflicted upon his standing could not be mitigated. Yuan Wei essentially severed Yuan Shao's path to success. Yet, as the head of the Yuan family and his uncle, Yuan Wei was beyond reproach. What recourse did Yuan Shao have? Unless he renounced the Yuan name, he was left with few options. Yuan Shao was acutely aware of Cao Cao's recent shift in attitude, yet his pride prevented him from seeking clarification. Those who understood him would do so without explanation. In this instance, Cao Cao was also among the aggrieved, and although the fault did not lie with him, the proud Yuan Shao felt compelled to offer some form of restitution to Cao Cao in the future for for the sake of their brotherhood. Unable to remain within the Yuan family any longer, Yuan Shao recalled the tale of Chong and Amp, Oppos, from the spring and autumn period, who flourished in exile, leading him to decide to leave the Yuan residence. This marked merely the first step. He would also need to depart from Luoyang. Only by extricating himself from the Yuan family's stronghold could he hope to evade Yuan Wei's control entirely. Otherwise, no matter how well Yuan Shao fared in Luoyang, as long as Yuan Wei's support for Yuan Shu persisted, he would ultimately find himself relegated to the role of a stepping stone for Yuan Shu. However, before departing from Luoyang, Yuan Shao felt an urgent need to accomplish certain tasks. He required prestige. Being born into a prominent aristocratic family, he was well aware of the advantages that prestige could bring. Therefore, as he prepared to leave Luoyang, he was determined to undertake an endeavor that would earn him widespread acclaim. He wished for the world to recognize that he, Yuan Shao, also known as Yuan Binchu, was not merely a scion of the Yuan family, but a paragon of courage and magnanimity, a true exemplar for all under heaven. Chapter 30. A familiar presence. No one desires a tarnished reputation, and Elbu is no exception. With his extraordinary martial prowess, he repeatedly led his troops to victory against the invading Xinbei, severing countless heads of the northern foes. Thus, the name Elbu, also known as El Fengxian, became a source of admiration and praise among the local Han populace in Bingzhou. He emerged as a champion of the weak and a hero against invasion in the hearts of the common folk. During that time, he felt an unparalleled joy. However, a peculiar premonition now troubled Elbu. It seemed that the days of his greatest happiness were destined to slip away forever. As Elbu grappled with this unsettling intuition, a soldier approached him with news that a fellow general's compatriot sought an audience. To his astonishment, he pondered how there could be a fellow townsman in the distant city of Luoyang. Yet, upon eagerly arriving at the camp entrance, he was met not by a familiar face, but rather by a magnificent crimson steed. The horse gleamed brilliantly, devoid of any blemish, reminiscent of the finest shoe brocade, shimmering under the sun and Oppos' rays. Standing a towering 8 feet tall and over 10 feet long, it pawed the ground with vigor, snorting with life, its round, sparkling eyes fixed on Elbu and Amp. Oppos' mind was a tempest of confusion, struggling to reconcile this sleek, dark compatriot with the splendid horse before him. He blurted out, "Is this horse yours?" Li Su laughed heartily, handing the reins to a nearby soldier, and replied, "This is not the place for idle chatter. Will General El not offer me a cup of water?" Of course. Please. Elbu stammered. The soldier hesitated. "But what about the beans for the horse? And what of your own steed, General?" Elbu shot him an exasperated glare. "Enough with the trivialities. Go quickly." He cast a lingering glance at the vibrant horse before entering the main tent with Li Su. Once seated, Elbu casually inquired, "How many years has it been since we last met? What have you been up to?" Li Su smiled and responded, "Oh, it's nothing much. I am merely a Tiger bin Zhonglanjiang now. Do not be deceived by the lofty title. I command but a handful of soldiers, unlike you, dear brother. Just look at your formidable army and splendid steeds." Elbu waved his hand dismissively, feigning humility. "Oh, not at all." While inwardly reflecting on how the title of Tiger bin Zhonglanjiang surpassed that of a 2,000 stone official with a monthly salary of 5,000. It was no wonder he had acquired such a magnificent horse. The disparity between them was maddening. Suddenly, Li Su inquired, "I overheard your subordinate mention that rations for the horses are now being distributed in portions. Is it true that the beans you spoke of are particularly precious?" Elbu and Oppos' face flushed with embarrassment as he confessed, "To be honest, our supplies are currently insufficient." So Li Su and Oppos' expression turned grave, and he exclaimed, "How can this be? Did not General Dong send a shipment of provisions to Inspector Ding?" Elbu's eyes widened in shock as he sprang to his feet. "Is that truly the case?" "Of course." Instantly, Elbu felt an irritable surge of anger. He had already suffered a reduction in supplies, and just yesterday, when he visited Ding Yuan, he was informed of a lack of provisions. Furious, Elbu strode towards the exit, only to be restrained by Li Su. "Ah, dear brother, where are you off to?" Li Su inquired. "I am going to confront Ding, the Inspector Ding, for some clarity." Li Su appeared quite vexed and remarked, "Had I known, I would have refrained from mentioning it, for this would disrupt your paternal bond with Ding Yuan." "What paternal bond? My father passed away many years ago. How could there be any connection with Ding Yuan?" Li Su expressed his astonishment, "But I heard it from others." "Is it not true?" "Ah, in that case, you must not go." "Why is that?" Elbu asked, perplexed. Li Su urged Elbu to dismiss his attendants before continuing. Is it not evident? Why has Inspector Ding failed to provide you with provisions? Why does he publicly declare you as his son? Elbu blinked, pondering yet remaining utterly bewildered. Furrowing his brow as he replied, what is the reason? Though Elbu may not boast of his bravery among thousands of troops, he felt as if he tread upon level ground. While I may not speak on other matters, when it comes to martial prowess, I, Elbu, possess great confidence. Li Su then inquired, and what of Inspector Ding and Appo's martial skills? Elbu chuckled, he is merely a civilian. What martial skills does he possess? With a serious demeanor. Li Su pressed, then may I ask, dear brother, after all these years of guarding the border of Bingzhou and resisting the incursions of the Xianbei, have you relied on your martial prowess or on Inspector Ding's literary skills? Certainly. Elbu began to respond but hesitated midway, his expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation. Li Su's voice, low and haunting, emerged as if from the depths of the earth. Dear brother, having resided in Shuafeng for an extended period, are you aware of a method for training beasts? They must be starved. One must never feed them to excess. For if they are too full, they cannot move. Moreover, they must be shackled, lest they bite their master. The veins on Elbu and Appo's forehead bulged, throbbing furiously. Li Su observed Elbu's reaction, then untied a bundle from his waist, opened it, and spilled its contents onto the table. Suddenly, the tent was illuminated as if by magic. Massive gold ingots, perfectly round pearls, and lustrous jade emitted an enchanting glow, filling the entire tent with a dazzling brilliance. This. Elbu swallowed hard, captivated by the jewels, and asked Li Su, how did you come by these treasures? Li Su replied, to speak candidly, these items were specifically entrusted to me by General Dong to present to you. Moreover, the horse outside, named Red Hair, is also a gift from General Dong. Even a horse is to be gifted to me? Red Hair, what a splendid name. Elbu murmured, taking a moment to process, then exclaimed, but this is too extravagant. I have no familial ties with General Dong and cannot accept rewards without merit. Li Su, with a light-hearted smile, responded, these are merely trivial possessions. How could they compare with your extraordinary abilities? When General Dong of my family arrived, he remarked that the bravest man he most admires is one who, like him, has valiantly fought against the Chang and Hu tribes. This modest offering of yellow and white substance is merely his way of expressing gratitude to you for your years of toil along the borders on behalf of the common folk. Moreover, General Dong holds your extraordinary martial prowess in high esteem and has often said that one must fully utilize the talents of others. How could a hero such as yourself be subjected to indignities? It is disheartening indeed that you are relegated to the mere position of a clerk. Chapter 31. The tragedy of Ding Yuan. Sometimes, events unfold in peculiar ways. One moment, you may perceive someone as a virtuous individual, and in the next, that same person may reveal themselves to be utterly despicable. Li Su regarded the silent Elbu, and, with a mischievous spark, remarked, my dear brother, at times I ponder the curious nature of our circumstances. Observe, even with my rather mundane skills, I have managed to secure a position as a Tiger Bin general under General Dong. If only I possessed your exceptional prowess, oh, how prosperous I would be. Ha. Merely jesting, just jesting. Suddenly, he called out to Elbu, who appeared lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to his words. Brother, hey brother. What is it? Elbu replied, roused from his reverie. I was wondering if, given our current situation, we might procure some wine and meat. The evening is drawing near, and I find myself quite hungry. Elbu initially hesitated, intending to express the scarcity of provisions, but upon glancing at the gold and silver on the table, he clenched his teeth, seized several ingots, and declared, please wait a moment. I shall arrange for it immediately. With that, Elbu exited the main tent, commanding his soldiers to seize the opportunity before the city gates closed to procure wine, food, and supplies. A jubilant cheer erupted within the camp as several soldiers mounted their steeds and hastily departed with a cart in tow. As night descended, darkness enveloped the surroundings, save for the torches stubbornly flickering atop the city walls of Luoyang. Suddenly, the drawbridge creaked down, and the city gates swung open, revealing a procession of carts emerging from within. Each vehicle seemed laden with substantial weight, the wheels groaning under the burden. Li Ru stood atop the city walls of Luoyang, observing the convoy as it made its way to Ding Yuan and Appo's encampment. The night breeze rustled the hem of his robe, and his gaze was distant, as though bidding farewell to the departing convoy while contemplating even further realms beyond. At this hour, the clock struck 2, rousing Ding Yuan from his slumber. His demeanor tinged with irritation. Why would that Western Liang rogue send provisions in the dead of night? Does he wish to assert control over Luoyang, coming and going as he pleases? Furthermore, what is the meaning of this letter? They intend to promote Elbu to the rank of cavalry commander and inquire if I consent? Has this Western Liang lunatic lost his senses? Such conduct is utterly absurd. The rank of cavalry commander exceeds 2,000 stones, while I, as a governor, have been promised an allocation based on provincial standards. Yet, I find myself with a mere 600 stones. My subordinates hold higher positions and receive greater rewards. How am I to maintain order? Am I to command Elbu? Or is it he who commands me? In a fit of rage, Ding Yuan hurled the letter onto the table. At that moment, a guard inquired about the provisions that had arrived. Sensing the longing in the guard's eyes, Ding Yuan softened his heart and replied, "Let the cooks prepare a feast. We shall indulge tonight, but let it be known, this is a one-time affair." Before long, the main encampment of Ding Yuan erupted into a lively celebration, filled with laughter and merriment. Meanwhile, Elbu stood apart on a small hill, watching the festivities unfold from a distance, his expression darkening with each passing moment. A certain military strategy posits that dividing forces into two, flanking each other, is advantageous. However, I find this notion utterly absurd. It is no wonder that I have yet to encounter any preparations during my daytime visits. They only partake in their meals at night. Elbu, having utilized the funds provided by Li Su to procure provisions, indulged in food and drink until the midnight hour. While Li Su retired for the night, Elbu found himself restless, tossing and turning in his bed. Ultimately, he decided to ride alone to inspect Ding Yuan's camp, only to stumble upon an unexpected scene. Previously, Elbu had placed his trust in Ding Yuan, accepting his claims of insufficient supplies without question. However, today he resolved to investigate the granary before seeking out Ding Yuan. Upon arriving at the rear camp, he observed the cooks bustling about, fervently preparing meals, while several soldiers assisted in distributing the food to various tents. Upon noticing Elbu's presence, they greeted him respectfully, referring to him as the scribe. Elbu waved dismissively, feeling a sense of discomfort at the title, which had once seemed acceptable but now irked him for reasons unknown. Narrowing his eyes, he surveyed the mountains of grain piled high in the rear camp. After grinding his teeth, he turned towards Ding Yuan's main tent. Inside, Ding Yuan was engrossed in a letter when he was alerted to Elbu's arrival. Instinctively, he attempted to conceal the letter but ultimately tucked it away in his bosom before instructing his guards to allow Elbu entry. "Why have you come?" Ding Yuan asked, his mind troubled by the disparity between his circumstances and those of others, who seemed to thrive despite their lesser capabilities. Those he once regarded as trustworthy now displayed cunning and deceit. Startled, Ding Yuan sprang up to grasp Elbu, fearing that if Elbu departed, he would be left vulnerable, akin to a soft persimmon easily manipulated. In the ensuing struggle, the letter slipped from Ding Yuan's grasp, landing at Elbu's feet. The words "Cavalry Commandant" inscribed upon it struck Elbu like daggers, piercing both his vision and his heart. Unable to contain his fury, Elbu turned to Ding Yuan. His face contorted in rage and bellowed, "How dare you deceive me?" Ding Yuan, taken aback by Elbu's twisted expression, felt a surge of fear and instinctively called for his guards to subdue him. This act only served to incite Elbu further. "So, Ding Yuan, not only do you deceive me, but you also prevent my departure." A flurry of guards rushed in from outside the tent, and amidst the chaos, it was unclear who drew their weapon first. Yet, these guards were no match for Elbu's prowess. In mere moments, they were dispatched with ease. Driven by bloodlust, Elbu advanced upon Ding Yuan, brandishing his weapon and demanding, "How dare you deceive me?" Meanwhile, atop the walls of Luoyang, Li Ru stood against the night breeze, silently observing the turmoil erupting within Ding Yuan's camp, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Chapter 32. Aftermath. That night, chaos enveloped Ding Yuan's camp. Elbu severed Ding Yuan and Appo's head and stealthily delivered it to Dongjua. The majority of Ding Yuan and Appo's forces had scattered, with only a handful joining Elbu's camp under Dongjua's command. The following day, Elbu was appointed as the cavalry commandant and middle-ranking general, receiving the title of Duke of Duding, marking a meteoric rise to prominence. He had truly transformed from a destitute individual burdened by the worry of daily sustenance to a figure of opulence, adorned in golden armor and riding the illustrious red hare. Upon learning this news, Fei Qian felt an acute sense of urgency. The days leading to the turmoil in Luoyang were drawing ever closer. Each time Fei Qian wandered the streets of Luoyang, witnessing the merchants parading their wares, street vendors peddling their goods, children frolicking in joyous abandon, and elderly men basking in the sun, he was overwhelmed by an impulse to rush into the midst of the crowd, shouting out warnings of the impending calamity to save them from the tragic fates that awaited them, hoping to preserve the vibrant beauty of their surroundings from descending into ruin. Yet, Fei Qian grappled with the realization that such actions would only inflict misery upon himself. He was not a paragon of virtue, and the thought of watching these living souls suffer, one by one, while remaining inactive was unbearable. While he could remain indifferent to those unknown to him, he felt compelled to act for those within his reach, lest his heart be burdened with turmoil. My family's Minister Kai wishes to invite you to our residence. Here is a card from my master, announced a servant from the Kai household, who approached Fei Qian after collecting himself. Fei Qian took the card and inquired, "Must we depart immediately? I need to inform my family. The servant has already visited your esteemed residence and learned of your presence here," the servant replied. "Then let us proceed," Fei Qian said, perplexed by Minister Kai's sudden summons. After walking a few steps, he turned to the servant and asked, "Why does the minister seek me? I am merely the doorkeeper. I cannot fathom such matters," the servant responded. Fei Qian nodded, suddenly recalling something. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a handful of 5 cash coins, presenting them to the servant. "You have worked hard. Take this to buy yourself a new pair of shoes." The servant gratefully accepted the coins, exclaiming, "Thank you for your generosity, my lord. By the way, this morning, Lu Yuanjua, the physician, visited." Fei Qian acknowledged the information with a nod, contemplating the significance of Lu Yuanjua. Who could this person be? Surely, he was of some renown, as the title of physician was not merely a profession in this era but a prestigious official position, just below that of the minister. Fei Qian recalled that there were many notable figures with the surname Lu in the 3 kingdoms, yet he could not place the name Yuanjua. Perhaps it was Lu Yi, another eminent figure, though Lu Yi's courtesy name did not seem to align. In this age, it was not uncommon for those bearing the surname Lu to have ties to the imperial lineage, possibly descendants of Lu Bang. After mulling over the possibilities, Fei Qian ultimately decided to cease his speculation. Despite his uncertainty, he did not believe this Lu Yuanjua sought to bring him trouble. Forget it, a visit will reveal all. As Fei Qian made his way toward the Kai residence, within the estate of Situ Wang Yun, he and Yuan Wei were seated facing each other, enjoying tea. The maidservants had been dismissed to a distance, and Wang Yun took it upon himself to brew the tea, rolling up his sleeves and using a spoon to pour a cup for Yuan Wei. During the Han Dynasty, tea had evolved into a beverage that straddled the line between medicinal and luxurious. It had become a social commodity among the upper echelons of society, particularly among the gentry, and was also known for its medicinal properties. For instance, the renowned scholar Sima Xiangru recorded 20 varieties of medicinal herbs in his work Fanjiang Pian, among which an amp, Apos, Chuancha and amp, Apos, referred to tea. The Shenong Benchao Jing states, Shenong tasted 100 herbs, encountering 72 poisons, and found tea to be the antidote. Many during the Han period believed that tea could cleanse toxins and aid digestion, possessing preventive and therapeutic effects for various ailments. It was even said, long-term consumption of tea invigorates the spirit and strengthens the body. Wang Yin offered tea to Yuan Wei, remarking, "This is tea from the Tian'ai tea shop. I encourage you to give it a try." Yuan Wei raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking, "Is this not the tea of Master Ge?" Wang Yun, with a hint of satisfaction, nodded in affirmation. It was no wonder that Yuan Wei was taken aback. The quality of tea varied greatly, and while inferior products like coarse tea bricks could be disregarded, the origin of fine tea was limited to specific regions due to geographical and ecological constraints. The most renowned during this period was the tea cultivated by the eminent scholar Ge Xian on the Tian'ai mountain in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, known for its exceptional quality and scarcity. The rarity of Master Gu and Apos tea during that time was akin to the precious leaves of the famed Da Hong Pao in later generations, accessible only to the elite segment of society, making it a treasure worth its weight in gold. By presenting such exquisite tea to Yuan Wei, Wang Yun not only demonstrated his regard for him, but also subtly showcased the strength of the Wang family, implying, "Your Yuan family may be prominent, but can you procure such treasures as I can?" Yuan Wei slowly raised the cup to his lips, closing his eyes as he savored the tea for a long moment. Excellent tea. For someone of his wealth and status to utter such praise indicated that the tea was indeed of the highest caliber. However, the focus of the day was not solely on tea, but rather on Dongjua. Dong Zhuo's swift movements left both Wang Yun and Yuan Wei feeling a sense of unease, as if they were perpetually a step behind, no matter how hard they tried. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. Just as they had contemplated allying with Ding Yuan after his falling out with Dong Zhuo, they soon discovered that before they could make contact, Ding Yuan had been slain by his own general, Bu, and subsequently defected to Dong Zhuo. The sudden shift from hostility to camaraderie between former adversaries was unexpected for both Wang Yun and Yuan Wei. Today, the two had seized an opportunity to unite, precisely to confront Dong Zhuo, who had transformed from a minor warlord into their foremost adversary. Chapter 33, Calculations for a Moment. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with tension. After a prolonged silence, Yuan Wei broke the stillness, stating, "The current situation is formidable and far from favorable." Though he did not specify whom he referred to, both men understood the implication. Wang Yu nodded, fully aware of their precarious circumstances. The challenge lay in how to address it. The harshness of Shiliang could be offset by the allure of wealth and power. Those loyal to Dong Zhuo hailed from the countryside of Shiliang and had little experience with grand affairs. Perhaps they could be swayed by riches to diminish his ambitions. Therefore, I propose offering 20 courtesans and 5,000 taels of gold. Yuan Wei expressed his agreement, recognizing this as a traditional tactic of their noble class. However, aside from confronting Dong Zhuo directly, were there other avenues to consider? As Yuan Wei contemplated Dong Zhuo's subordinates, he mentioned Li Ru. Both men exchanged glances and shook their heads, acknowledging that calculating Li Ru and Apos' influence was more challenging than assessing others, and it could easily backfire. Next, he considered Hua Xiong, but again shook his head. He is a loyal lieutenant of Dong Zhuo. Wang Yun interjected, mentioning Li Zhu and Guisi, still stationed beyond the passes. He then lightly tapped the table, suggesting, among the newcomers, only Lu Bu remains. At the mention of Lu Bu, Yuan Wei and Apos' disdain was palpable. He is a traitor. Perhaps he could be tempted. Wang Yun furrowed his brow, responding, however, Dong Zhuo treats him exceptionally well. He holds the titles of cavalry commander, general of the center, and Duke of Diding. What more can we offer him? He's already in a position of great power. We cannot simply promote him to a title that requires military merit. Suddenly, Wang Yun's eyes sparkled as he turned to Yuan Wei, who was equally attentive. In unison, they exclaimed, "A beauty." They exchanged knowing smiles, a mutual appreciation evident between them. Wang Yun stroked his long beard, lamenting, "I possess a courtesan of unparalleled beauty, intelligent and clever. Barely 18 years of age. I have painstakingly nurtured this delicate flower." Yuan Wei, understanding the implication, smiled knowingly and remarked, "If great accomplishments are to be achieved, how could one hesitate over a single woman?" Wang Yun inwardly cursed, realizing that since the proposal did not originate from Yuan Wei, he would hardly feel any regret over such a bribe. The task of enticing Lu Bu fell to him. Yuan Wei could not expect to delegate all responsibilities to him while remaining comfortably aloof. Regarding the troops in the West Garden, nearly half belonged to the Yuan clan. If urgency arises, can they be mobilized? Wang Yun was forthright, asserting, "I have undertaken numerous tasks. You, Yuan Wei, must contribute as well. These matters require time. And should circumstances shift, your family must be prepared to step in." Moreover, Wang Yun pointedly noted that the Yuan clan had invested considerable effort in recruiting and influencing the new troops in the West Garden, so he expected no subterfuge. "I am fully aware of the extent of your control over the new recruits, Yuan Wei." Yuan Wei cast a glance at Wang Yun, acknowledging the depth of his own resources. With no further pretense, he lowered his voice and said, "Should circumstances change, we can make our escape." He did not elaborate further, but subtly gestured westward with his finger. "If trouble arises, it would be prudent to exit through the western gate. I cannot assure safety through the other entrances." Wang Yun nodded silently, sharing his reluctance to reach such a dire conclusion, yet finding some solace in knowing an escape route existed. The two had essentially charted a course, awaiting the specifics of their subsequent actions. Yet neither mentioned the young Emperor Liu Bian, as if they had chosen to willfully forget his existence. The scholar officials and the emperor governed the realm together. What does it mean to govern together? In contemporary terms, it is akin to being colleagues, where the emperor is merely a superior. If that superior were to face misfortune, would subordinates risk everything to protect him? Undoubtedly, a few might, but the majority would likely observe quietly, content to remain as passive spectators. At this moment, within the Kai residence, Fei Qian encountered a figure that could be described as an elderly version of a handsome man. Thick brows, large eyes, and hair and beard as white as snow, with a rosy complexion and dignified appearance. Upon arriving at Kai Yong's estate and meeting Lu Yuanjua, Fei Qian soon realized that this Lu Yuanjua was a master of mathematics and astronomy. During a visit with Kai Yong, he had learned of a newly devised counting symbol and expressed great interest, prompting Kai Yong to invite Fei Qian for a discussion. During the Han Dynasty, mathematics and astronomy were closely intertwined, and scholars in these fields were exceedingly rare. Ordinary individuals, upon encountering dense astronomical charts, might well succumb to a sense of claustrophobic dread. Lu Yuanjua, also known as Lu Hong, was a prominent figure in Eastern Han. If Kai Yong was a luminary in literature, then Lu Hong was a sage in mathematics. It was only through Kai Yong and Apos' introduction that Fei Qian was able to recall this figure, though it was understandable. Most people tend to remember characters from the Three Kingdoms through intellect or martial prowess. Characters like Lu Hong, who were not featured in the gaming databases of the era, might easily slip from memory. Kai Yong, a paragon of humility, had no intention of appropriating Fei Qian and Apos' letters and numbers for himself. Instead, he sincerely called upon Fei Qian to elucidate matters directly to Lu Hong. After listening to Fei Qian's explanation, Lu Hong felt as though a new door had been opened before him. The ancient numerical system, constrained by language and often obscure, would become far more concise and comprehensible if replaced with Fei Qian's symbols and digits. For someone who had dedicated his life to mathematical pursuits, this revelation was akin to discovering a new and powerful tool. With keen interest, Lu Hong gazed at Fei Qian, contemplating the promising potential before him, and exclaimed without hesitation, "Would you be willing to take me as your mentor?" Chapter 34. Yuan Shao and Apos' ambition. Yuan Shao sat poised behind the table, meticulously examining the map of the vast Han territories in his hands. As one of the elite scions of the capital, acquiring such a military map posed no significant challenge for him. His gaze lingered over the upper portion of the map, his mind racing with calculations. Given the freedom to choose, he would undoubtedly lean towards Ru and Apos, Nan, with Nanyang as a close second. Ru and Apos, Nan was the birthplace of the Yuan family, deeply rooted in its soil. In Runan, from the governor down to the lower-ranking officials, all were members of the Yuan clan. The Yuan family had also performed numerous charitable deeds in Runan, earning substantial renown. This region had traditionally been the family's private domain, impervious to external claims. Even Yuan Shu, favored by Yuan Wei, had been unable to lay claim to it before formally assuming the patriarchal title. Apart from Runan, there was Nanyang. If Runan represented the Yuan family's primary stronghold, then Nanyang was the second, a vital hub for north-south trade, teeming with commerce and densely populated, flourishing in prosperity. Yuan Shao had long coveted this region, yet he was painfully aware that it had already been earmarked for Yuan Shu. Each year, the wealth contributed by Nanyang not only enriched Yuan Wei, but also provided a small portion for Yuan Shu and Apos' expenses. Thus, Yuan Shao could only gaze longingly at these two lucrative territories, feeling utterly powerless, and was compelled to seek alternative avenues. Where should he turn next? His gaze traversed the map of Han territories, and he suddenly recalled a conversation from his youth with Cao Cao, filled with grand aspirations for the future. They had spoken of securing the south by the Yellow River and blocking the north by the Yinshan and Dai regions, contending with the Rong and Di tribes, and then vying for dominion over the world. The regions they referred to as the Southern Stronghold and Northern Barrier were none other than Jizhou. To speak frankly, this grand strategy was not solely Yuan Shao and Apos' invention. It had long been employed by Lu Xiu, the founding emperor of the Eastern Han dynasty, who unified the realm by leveraging the power of the local gentry in Hebei. Hence, when Yuan Shao and Cao Cao discussed such matters, they were undoubtedly influenced by Lu Xiu's legacy. However, in hindsight, those youthful musings now bore a remarkable practicality. At present, the governor of Jizhou was Han Fu, a former official of the Yuan family who had ascended to his position through their endorsement. Thus, venturing to Jizhou would at least afford some consideration of the Yuan family and Apos' eldest son's status. Moreover, Jizhou was grappling with a pressing issue that required resolution: the remnants of the Yellow Turban Rebellion. Although swiftly quelled, a faction of the insurgents had transformed into bandits, retreating into the mountains. The court, constrained by limited military resources, could not engage in large-scale operations to hunt them down. Nor could they sustain prolonged campaigns due to logistical limitations. Consequently, these newly minted bandits had temporarily evaded the court and Apos' pursuit and establish their own dominion in the mountainous regions. In light of these circumstances, if he were to abandon Luoyang, Jizhou emerged as the most promising option. However, leaving Luoyang in such a disheartened manner, akin to a stray dog, was not what Yuan Shao desired. Yet, what could he do? At that moment, a servant rushed in, holding a name card, and reported that Dong Zhuo urgently summoned him, with the messenger already waiting outside. Yuan Shao furrowed his brow. He had little interaction with Dong Zhuo, so why was he being summoned? Nevertheless, given Dong Zhuo's elevated official rank, he felt compelled to make his way there. Upon arriving at Dong Zhuo's residence and greeting him, after exchanging some inconsequential pleasantries, Dong Zhuo remarked, "The emperor is shrouded in darkness, unworthy of ruling the realm. The king of Qinlu is superior. I wish to establish him as emperor. Even those of limited intelligence can discern the folly of the current situation. Have you not seen the late emperorling? Such thoughts incite great indignation. The emperor is young and ignorant, unfit for the throne. I believe the king of Qinlu is a more suitable choice. Age is not the crux of the matter, but rather how one performs thereafter. The late Emperor Ling initially appeared promising, yet later faltered. If we were to repeat such a mistake, would it not invoke outrage?" The primary purpose of Dong Zhuo summoning Yuan Shao was to have him serve as a mouthpiece, conveying his intentions of deposing the emperor to Yuan Wei, engaging the Yuan family and Appo's stance on the matter. At present, the most significant military power in the court was held by Dong Zhuo, while the Yuan family represented the largest faction among the scholarly aristocracy. Therefore, if Yuan Wei were to nod in agreement, the deposing of the emperor would proceed, rendering any opposition futile. Dong Zhuo considered it beneath himself to visit Yuan Wei and found it challenging to summon him at will. Thus he approached Yuan Shao, the eldest son of the Yuan family. However, Yuan Shao was reluctant to comply, as he understood the dynamics at play. Yuan Shao, unwilling to be intimidated, retorted, "Is Dong Gong the only capable individual in the realm?" He then clasped his hands and bowed, exiting the conversation. This infuriated Dong Zhuo, who angrily cursed the Yuan family for their perceived lack of understanding. Spotting Li Ru emerging from the inner chambers, he vented his fury, declaring, "This insolent youth has insulted me. He shall face severe punishment. My lord, please temper your anger. The actions of the Yuan family are indeed puzzling," Li Ru calmly interjected. "It is still premature to settle accounts with them. There may yet be a time when their assistance is needed, and it is not urgent to hold Yuan Shao accountable at this moment." Dong Zhuo, perplexed, replied, "What is puzzling about it? I see nothing but a fool, incapable of even relaying a message." Li Ru smirked and responded, "Ah, now I understand." He then waved his hand, signaling for the soldiers to withdraw. Chapter 35. Until we meet again, Li Ru exhibited a demeanor of utmost ease, appearing as if he had everything under control. In stark contrast, Dong Zhuo found himself in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend why Li Ru spoke as he did. It seemed that Yuan Shao's departure might be perceived as a positive development. What sentiment was Yuan Shao striving to convey? Reflecting on Yuan Shao's previous remarks, it was clear that he opposed Dong Zhuo and Appo's deposing of the emperor. Li Ru, piecing together these circumstances, deduced that the Yuan clan, specifically Yuan Wei, harbored no substantial objections regarding the emperor's removal. With the Yuan family in agreement, the matter of the emperor's deposition appeared all but settled. For had Yuan Wei opposed the emperor's ousting, then Yuan Shao and his father would have united in their opposition to Dong Zhuo, thus rendering Yuan Shao and Appo's flight unnecessary and relinquishing control over the 8th Cavalry of the Western Garden. Observing Dong Zhuo and Appo's lingering bewilderment, Li Ru elaborated further. It is said that although Yuan Shao is the eldest, he is a son of a concubine, and thus holds little favor with Yuan Wei. Dong Zhuo responded with an "Oh," expressing his surprise. "I had thought Yuan Shao was the eldest son and thus possessed some influence. Had I known, I would have summoned Yuan Shu to avoid this hassle." Li Ru smiled and remarked, "The discord within the Yuan family is a boon. You may exploit their division." "My lord." Dong Zhuo nodded in agreement, saying, "Let it be as you say." When news of Yuan Shao and Appo's resignation and departure swept through Luoyang like a tempest. The Yuan family, being the vanguard of the scholarly elite, drew attention with every action. Such a dramatic turn of events within their ranks could not go unnoticed by the nobility and common folk alike in Luoyang. Naturally, this news reached Cao Cao and Appo's ears as well. Cao Cao was initially taken aback, but soon sprang into action, rushing to the stables to mount his horse and galloping out through the eastern gate. Outside Luoyang, Throngs of people bustled about. Yet Cao Cao was met only with the desolation of autumn winds, fallen leaves tinged with red, and a vast expanse of yellow sand, devoid of familiar faces. Though he understood that Yuan Shao had long since departed, a flicker of hope lingered within him. After galloping several miles, he reluctantly slowed his horse, traversing the road with a tumultuous mind. Yuan Shao, Yuan Binchu, have you truly left in such haste? What compels you to do so? Has Luoyang, in its vastness, become too small to harbor you? The rivalry between legitimate and illegitimate sons has been a perennial issue among noble families, and Cao Cao had been fortunate enough to evade such conflicts. He was well aware of the discord between the two sons of the Yuan family. Yet he had not anticipated that this strife would escalate to the point of Yuan Shao's departure. Since the incident involving General He Jin at the palace gates, Cao Cao had assumed Yuan Shao had capitulated to the Yuan family and Appo's demands, compromising his integrity for the sake of retaining his official position. Consequently, he had intentionally distanced himself from Yuan Shao, avoiding him on several occasions. Yet, it now appeared that such assumptions were misguided. Had Yuan Shao truly acquiesced, he would not have needed to resign and flee, leaving Cao Cao in a state of complex emotions. As he rode along the path, Cao Cao unknowingly approached a small grove on the eastern outskirts of the city. Suddenly, the grove struck him as vaguely familiar, prompting him to dismount, leading his horse slowly toward the thicket. The grove was not large. After walking about 20 or 30 steps inward, Cao Cao arrived at a square clearing, roughly a yard in size, situated in the heart of the thicket. Suddenly, he caught sight of a large black stone, now concealed by overgrown grass, which left him momentarily dazed. The shadows of the trees danced upon the ground, as sunlight filtered through in sparse beams, while the wind rustled the leaves, producing a soft, mournful sound. The clearing was blanketed with dry leaves and tangled grass, clearly indicating that this place had not been frequented for some time. It dawned on him that it had been ages since he and his companions last visited this spot. Cao Cao tethered his horse to a nearby tree and slowly approached the great black stone, effortlessly scaling it to sit atop its surface, a feat that had once required considerable effort in his youth. This was a cherished haunt of his and Yuan Shao's, as well as Yuan Shu and Appo's, where they had played, practiced martial arts, strategized, and pondered the affairs of the realm. Faintly, he recalled the silhouettes of 3 boys cavorting before him, running and frolicking, exchanging playful blows. In those days, they had clashed swords, pledging eternal brotherhood and aspiring to become great heroes who would restore the Han dynasty. They had studied military texts together, employing pebbles as soldiers and molding earth into fortifications. Their discussions fervent and animated. They had even conspired to seize another's fresh grain, and after successfully executing their plan, they had discarded the plunder midway. As Cao Cao reminisced, a smile gradually crept to his lips, only to vanish just as swiftly. In childhood, there had been little need for understanding. Innocence had shielded them from the complexities of life. However, adulthood had thrust upon him the burdens of family, wealth, status, and human relationships, burying the essence of his youthful spirit beneath a weighty facade. In this moment, Cao Cao could scarcely recall that the 3 of them had once shared this place, which they had dubbed their secret stronghold. Brother Benchu, since this farewell, we are worlds apart. I hope we may meet again someday. When that time comes, we shall share a drink together, Cao Cao mused, lamenting that he was unaware of Yuan Shao's departure. Otherwise, he would have prepared a farewell feast. He resolved to make amends when the opportunity arose. After a prolonged silence, as he prepared to descend from the stone, he noticed something unusual on its surface. Leaning down, he discovered fresh carvings that formed 4 characters. We shall meet again. Tears welled in his eyes as he whispered, Brother Benchu, until we meet again. Chapter 36. Lu Hong's display of pride. Who is Lu Hong? He stands as a prominent figure in the realm of scholarship, ranked alongside Caillou. The fact that he has expressed a desire to take me as his disciple feels akin to a colossal pie descending from the heavens, landing squarely before me. Enticing and delectable. Fei Qian instinctively opened his mouth in surprise, only to hastily close it again. This scene feels oddly familiar, reminiscent of encounters in modern leadership offices where a head from another department casually praises your competence, suggesting you join their team. Should one accept such an offer, it often leads to a series of awkward chuckles, leaving you to join in the laughter, albeit uncomfortably. Moreover, this scenario unfolds in the Han Dynasty, an era that places great emphasis on the importance of mentorship. In ancient times, the significance of one's teacher was paramount, contrasting sharply with the present day where individuals encounter numerous educators throughout their lives, elementary teachers, secondary teachers, university professors, and various subject instructors. For modern individuals, the abundance of teachers diminishes the weight of their influence. In stark contrast, an individual in ancient times might have only one or two mentors throughout their lifetime, accentuating the profound respect held for educators. Fei Qian inwardly lamented, Lu Hong appears dignified, yet he has unwittingly set a trap for me. Thus, Fei Qian performed a respectful gesture and replied, I am deeply grateful for your kindness, esteemed Lu, but I must regretfully decline as I am already under the tutelage of another. Lu Hong had not intended to ensnare Fei Qian. His earlier excitement had led him to speak impulsively. Upon uttering the words, he felt a twinge of regret for openly attempting to recruit someone from Kai Yong and Amp, Appo's circle, even if they were old friends. Thankfully, Fei Qian did not acquiesce, averting potential embarrassment. Upon hearing Fei Qian's response, Lu Hong seized the opportunity to feign ignorance, inquiring, Oh, from whom do you study? At that moment, Kai Yong cleared his throat and interjected, Enough of this charade, Lu Hong. I have just informed you that Fei Qian is my registered disciple, and it was I who summoned him. How could you question his mentor? When there is no competition, one may not feel threatened. However, upon realizing that others might vie for Fei Qian's attention, Kai Yong couldn't help but acknowledge that Fei Qian possessed commendable qualities. Though perhaps not as handsome as himself, he was still quite charming. While his scholarship might not rival Kai Yong and Appo's own, the fact that he could impress Lu Hong, who often boasted of his mathematical prowess, was a gratifying realization for Kai Yong. Such sentiments are universal, transcending time and culture. Suddenly, Lu Hong smacked his forehead. Turning to Kai Yong, I almost forgot. I am here to bid you farewell. I shall soon be leaving Luoyang. He continued, I, Lu Hong, have been appointed as the governor of Shanyang County, and my official seal has just arrived. With that, he produced the governor and Appo's seal from his robes for Kai Yong to see. Although Shanyang County may not be the largest, it is still a significant position, and Kai Yong felt a sense of relief. When do you depart? Allow me to see you off, he inquired. Lu Hong replied, in a few days' time. Lu Hong, without hesitation, agreed and then retrieved a square wooden box, slightly larger than a palm, from his bosom, presenting it to Kai Yong. Come, take a look, he said, his tone reminiscent of someone showcasing a treasured artifact to broaden Kai Yong and Appo's horizons. Upon receiving the box, Kai Yong observed that it was crafted from ebony, elegantly varnished, and delicately made. A gentle shake revealed that it contained something within. At Lu Hong and Appo's prompting, Kai Yong opened the box to discover that it was horizontally divided into 3 layers, the topmost being the smallest, while the middle and bottom layers were larger. Each layer was distinguished by the colors black, white, and red, while the box was vertically partitioned into 9 columns, creating a total of 90 small compartments. Within the compartments of the black and red layers, there were corresponding colored wooden beads, 9 black beads and 36 red beads, while the compartments in the central white layer remained empty. What could this be? Kai Yong furrowed his brow, sensing a peculiar familiarity with the box despite being uncertain of its purpose. Lu Hong, stroking his beard with satisfaction, relished the sight of Kai Yong deep in thought, reveling in the idea that such a cleverly devised object could not be easily deciphered. Fei Qian, observing from the side, felt that this arrangement seemed reminiscent of something he had encountered before and speculated on its mathematical significance. Concluding that someone of Lu Hong and Appo's intellect would not present a mere trinket, as Kai Yong pondered, he absent-mindedly took a black bead from the uppermost compartment and placed it in the center of the white section, glancing around but still unable to deduce its purpose. He then took a red bead and placed it in the white compartment as well. Suddenly, Fei Qian's thoughts crystallized. Black beads, red beads, layered vertically, placed in the center. This pattern bore a striking resemblance to something. With a flash of insight, he exclaimed, an abacus. Startled by this revelation, Lu Hong, who had been enjoying himself, inadvertently pulled out a couple of strands of his beard and turned to Fei Qian, asking, How did you know? An abacus? Kai Yong echoed, gradually grasping the concept. He realized that this was merely a transformation of the traditional counting rods into beads, arranged within a box akin to an abacus. Indeed, it is an abacus. I had already surmised as much, he thought, though he maintained a facade of composure, genuinely impressed by Lu Hong's ingenuity. In the Han Dynasty, most individuals still relied on counting rods for calculations. The term counting rods referred to the small sticks used for numerical representation. depending on personal preference. These rods could be arranged in two counting modes, horizontal and vertical. While this may seem complex, it merely indicated whether the rod representing the number 1 was placed horizontally or vertically. Lu Hong, a master of arithmetic, personally experiences the profound challenges posed by these problems. After much contemplation, he devised a remarkable tool that transforms individual counting rods into counting beads. The red bead signifies 1, the black bead denotes 5, and the white space serves as a calculation area. Each vertical column represents a single digit, and with 9 columns, it can compute to the order of hundreds of millions, thereby fulfilling the demands of counting to the greatest extent. Today, he presented his finished product to Kai Yong for display, only to find that Kai Yong failed to recognize it. Instead, it was the astute Fei Qian beside him who unveiled its significance, leaving Lu Hong astonished. Chapter 37. New troubles. Lu Hong found it hard to believe that the young Fei Qian could possibly be familiar with such an object. After all, this was something he had only just crafted. How could Fei Qian have knowledge of it? Could it be that there truly exist individuals of innate intelligence? As Fei Qian gazed at the abacus, he finally comprehended the source of his persistent, albeit awkward, sense of familiarity. It stemmed from having learned this method of calculation during his elementary school years. The awkwardness arose from the fact that this abacus involved placing beads into the slots of the middle layer, rather than threading them onto a stick for manipulation. Why not use a stick to thread them? Fei Qian pondered aloud. Lu Hong, puzzled, inquired, "What stick do you mean? Is there something lacking in the abacus I painstakingly devised?" Fei Qian hesitated, wondering if he was about to inadvertently summon some peculiar technological tree. When was the Chinese abacus formalized? Was it during the Tang dynasty, or even earlier? One thing was certain, it existed by the Song dynasty, as evidenced by the depiction of abacuses on the merchant counters in the Qingming Shangatu, which bore a striking resemblance to modern designs. Lu Hong eagerly snatched the drawing from Fei Qian and Appo's hands before Kai Yong could, nodding in approval and exclaiming praises. How did I not think of this? This way, one need not fear losing it. Furthermore, the beads of the same column represent the heavens and the earth. How marvelous! The phrase "the heavens and the earth augment humanity" refers to the topmost row of beads being called heavenly beads, while the lower ones are termed earthly beads. During calculations, the heavenly beads are added to the earthly beads, subtly reflecting the triad of heaven, earth, and humanity. However, Lu Hong found certain aspects perplexing. He pointed at the abacus drawn by Fei Qian and asked, "Why designate the heavenly bead as 2 and the earthly bead as 5? In modern abacuses employing a decimal system, the top and bottom beads are essentially superfluous. Yet, Fei Qian had drawn them without much thought, simply mirroring the structure of contemporary abacuses. Uncertain of why modern abacuses included these 2 seemingly unnecessary beads, Fei Qian replied, "The lower beads advance by 5, while the upper beads advance by 2. It simplifies calculations, does it not? The lower beads advance by 5, the upper beads by 2. Lu Hong responded, nodding, then shaking his head, leaving Fei Qian unsure whether Lu Hong concurred or disagreed with his reasoning. Ultimately, Fei Qian was not a specialist in this field and lacked knowledge of the abacus's historical evolution. Throughout its development, the abacus transitioned from being a tool for a select few mathematicians to becoming essential for merchants who frequently dealt with numbers. In ancient times, not only was there a decimal system, but also a hexadecimal one. For instance, a pound was equivalent to 16 taels. To facilitate hexadecimal calculations, merchants added 1 heavenly bead and 1 earthly bead to the ancient abacus, making the sum of the heavenly beads equal to 15, thus serving both decimal and hexadecimal purposes. Lu Hong gazed intently at Fei Qian, and while he may have initially mentioned taking Fei Qian as a disciple in jest, he now genuinely entertained the thought. This individual possesses not only a remarkable proficiency in the art of calculation but has also, in a mere moment, improved upon the abacus that I had painstakingly refined over a lengthy period. Alas, how has he been outpaced by that old man Kai? Kai Yong, observing the situation, discerned a hint of something amiss and, after some contemplation, boldly declared, "Ziyuan has recently joined my ranks, though he has only just begun. He has yet to encounter an auspicious day. Coincidentally, tomorrow marks the commencement of the autumn session at the Taishué, so let us proceed with the formalities. Yuanjua. If you find yourself at leisure, would you care to witness the ceremony?" Lu Hong glanced at Kai Yong, nodded in agreement, and sighed before responding, "Naturally, I shall attend." With this, all hope seemed lost. This young man was now firmly under Kai Yong's wing, and there was no prospect of reclaiming him. However, as Fei Qian departed from the Kai residence, he felt a lingering disbelief. Had he truly ascended in just a matter of days? Such unexpected fortune was indeed bewildering. Yet, a troubling thought suddenly crossed his mind, causing him considerable distress. Originally, he had intended to depart Luoyang under the pretext of pursuing studies in Jingxiang. But now that he had become Kai Yang's disciple, to utter such a reason would render it a mere jest. How then could he extricate himself from Luoyang? If he could not leave, how could he safeguard his own life amidst the prevailing turmoil? Truly, one's plans are often outpaced by the whims of fate. What was to be done? In truth, Fei Qian is far from the only one beset by troubles. Yuan Wei is another, troubled by the departure of Yuan Shao, which has only served to amplify the internal strife within the Yuan family. Yuan Shao's exodus has laid bare the discord between the legitimate and illegitimate heirs of the Yuan clan. Such familial discord is not uncommon among prominent families, though most manage to resolve these issues discreetly, rarely making their disputes known to the world as Yuan Shao has done. Moreover, the situation has been exploited by others. How outrageous it is that Dong Zhuo, that rogue, has appointed the wayward son as the governor of Bohai. This clearly sets the stage for a rivalry between the two sons of the Yuan family, yet Yuan Wei finds himself powerless to object. The Yuan family has long projected an image of prioritizing the welfare of the realm, presenting themselves as paragons of integrity, yet now Dong Zhuo, under the guise of authority, has claimed that despite Yuan Shao's minor transgressions, he remains worthy of service, hence his appointment to protect the good citizens and eradicate banditry. Every avenue for dissent has been neatly closed off. What could Yuan Wei possibly say? Should he oppose Yuan Shao's governorship? On what grounds? That the Yuan heirs lack competence? That they refuse to serve the state? Or that they should not be allowed to atone for their misdeeds? Or should he immediately issue a warrant for their apprehension? Although Yuan Wei harbors a desire to see Dong Zhuo enact a far-reaching manhunt, he is constrained by the laws of the Han dynasty, which deem it reasonable and lawful for kin to shield one another. Could Yuan Wei truly contravene the legal framework of the Han in a bid to uphold familial honor? Such an act would not be well regarded in the eyes of the Han, and what of the reputation of the Yuan family? Thus, Yuan Wei had no choice but to acquiesce. Nevertheless, allowing Dong Zhuo and Li Ru to infiltrate the Yuan family's affairs with their nefarious schemes left Yuan Wei feeling profoundly dissatisfied. He resolved to summon Yuan Shu. For since concealment was no longer an option, it was time to lay matters bare upon the table. Let the world witness the grandeur of the Yuan family, which boasts a lineage of 4 generations of ministers. Chapter 38. Scheming. The servant departed upon receiving the command, and shortly thereafter, Yuan Shu arrived. Yuan Wei gestured for Yuan Shu to take a seat, refraining from speaking immediately as he pondered while observing him. It could be said that Yuan Shu possessed a far more handsome visage than Yuan Shao, which was one of the reasons Yuan Wei favored Yuan Shu beyond mere bloodline. Yuan Shao was the product of a drunken night between Yuan Feng and a household singer, a consequence of indulgence, and thus he had not received much attention from a young age. Naturally, he grew somewhat rough around the edges from exposure to the elements, unlike Yuan Shu, who had been nurtured in comfort and refinement, resulting in a striking contrast as they matured. Furthermore, Yuan Shao's mother was merely a singer, so he had to learn etiquette and manners on his own. In contrast, Yuan Shu had been guided by a dedicated etiquette officer since the age of 3, ensuring that his every action conformed to established norms. Over time, Yuan Shu's demeanor developed the elegance characteristic of noble families, while Yuan Shao often faced criticism for his occasional breaches of decorum. This disparity explained why Yuan Shao befriended common ruffians, while Yuan Shu frequently engaged in discussions of ancient and modern affairs with the scions of aristocratic families. Gazing at the youthful yet somewhat arrogant face of Yuan Shu, reminiscent of his elder brother Yuan Feng, Yuan Wei felt a pang of reluctance in his heart. However, he ultimately resolved that while the comforts of home were manifold, one could not grow into a towering tree without weathering storms. Yuan Shu nodded, acknowledging, "I understand." In truth, he was not concerned about Yuan Shao and Appo's departure. Rather, he felt a twinge of secret delight. Throughout his life, he had been vexed by the incessant comparisons made between himself and his elder brother, one a legitimate son, the other a bastard. What was there to compare? Yuan Wei remarked, "Today, the court has appointed your brother as the governor of Bohai." Thus, with the official title of governor, Yuan Shao had secured his own territory. As for future developments, that was a matter for another time. Yuan Shu, clearly well versed in such affairs, expressed disbelief at Yuan Wei and amp, oppos, words, pondering, how can this be? Resigning from office not only went unpunished but resulted in an even greater appointment. Had I known such fortune awaited, I would have resigned myself. This is the scheme of the Dong family, Yuan Wei explained, letting out a sigh. This was the burden that the illustrious Yuan family, standing at the pinnacle of the gentry, must bear. The deep-rooted and flourishing Yuan clan naturally attracted attention. And over the years, countless individuals had sought to leverage the Yuan family and amp, oppos, influence, establish their own power, or vie for favor. Yuan Wei had experienced such situations countless times and remained unflappable amidst chaos. However, he perceived a certain naivety in the current demeanor of Yuan Shu. How many soldiers do you currently command? Yuan Wei inquired. Although Yuan Shu was not a military official of the court, it was common knowledge that members of the gentry maintained a private militia. As long as it did not exceed reasonable limits, few would intervene. Yuan Wei nodded in agreement, confirming his understanding. He then produced a ring from his possession and handed it to Yuan Shu, saying, with this token, you may seek out the chief of the Western Garden's Right Army, Zhang Xiao, who will heed your command. Then Yuan Wei lowered his voice and said, the Dong family seeks to depose the emperor. They will likely confine the deposed emperor in the southern palace. You must seize the opportunity to make a commotion and rescue him. What? Rescue? The emperor? Yuan Shu exclaimed in shock. Calm yourself. Yuan Wei reminded him. Isn't it merely a matter of rescuing an emperor? Besides, he is a deposed one. Is it truly worth such a display of emotion? Yuan Shu took several deep breaths to steady his agitated mind. Uncle, you speak as if it were as simple as having tea and chatting. Yet, he is still an emperor, albeit one who has been deposed. He is the sole treasure of the entire Han dynasty. But why should our Yuan family take such a perilous risk? Or rather, why should I, Yuan Shu, undertake this venture? Yuan Wei fixed his gaze upon Yuan Shu and replied, the Dong family aims to seize power in the court, and they will undoubtedly target our Yuan family. This place may seem tranquil, but in truth, it is not. Moreover, if your brother were to arrive with troops, what would you do? Are you not aware of the old tales of Chong and Oppos? Although Luoyang appears stable, Dong Zhuo, in his ambition to monopolize power, will inevitably clash with our family. Thus, leaving Luoyang may actually be safer. Furthermore, Yuan Shao is now a governor and holds the authority to command troops. If he were to come here one day, much like Dong Zhuo, could you, Yuan Shu, still preserve your position? Yuan Shu pondered for a moment and tentatively inquired, public sentiment? Yuan Wei stroked his beard and nodded. Precisely. Therefore, should you rescue the emperor, understand that success is not imperative. Failure is inconsequential. What matters is whether you can grasp the essence of this endeavor. Yuan Shu listened thoughtfully. Yuan Wei gestured on the table, indicating the layout of the northern and southern palaces. Noticing Yuan Shu nodding, Yuan Wei continued. If the emperor is deposed, he will most likely be confined within the palaces flanking the Eternal Alley. After all, he is a deposed emperor. It would be unthinkable to allow him to roam freely. Secluding him in the cold palace is the most prudent choice. Yuan Wei then drew a larger outline on the table, representing the city walls, and said, your private soldiers can conceal themselves at the southern gate, preparing vehicles and horses, and take advantage of the chaos to seize him. You should lead Zhang Zhao's troops, traverse the palace, and exit through the southern gate. Yuan Wei drew a line connecting the southern palace to the southern gate. Given that the southern palace is nearest to the southern gate, the route is the shortest and poses relatively less risk. Observing Yuan Shu deep in thought, Yuan Wei added, you may enlist Chao A and Amp, Oppos, man in this matter. Chao A and Amp, Oppos, man. Chao? Why seek him? Would it not be better for fewer people to know of this? Chao A and Oppos, man has connections within the palace, Yuan Wei explained. You may designate him as the principal actor in this plan. Seeing Yuan Shu's understanding dawn upon him, Yuan Wei concluded, Shush, you must remember, in any undertaking, always leave a pathway for retreat. Chao Amon can also serve as your escape route. Now, go and contemplate this matter in depth. We shall discuss it further tomorrow. Yuan Shu then took his leave, inquiring before departing, where shall I go afterward? Regardless of success or failure, I certainly cannot remain in Luoyang. Where shall I go? You may go to Nanyang. Chapter 39. The transaction before apprenticeship to Taishue, or Imperial Academy, stands as the earliest institution of higher learning in China. Prior to the Han Dynasty, knowledge was largely regarded as the proprietary treasure of individual families, with few openly imparting their wisdom. Consequently, the revered Confucius, who gathered numerous disciples, commanded immense respect. Nevertheless, it is said that he accepted only 72 students, a number derived from records indicating 5 or 6 adults and 6 or 7 youths, totaling precisely 72. However, scholarly investigation suggests that Confucius actually had around 2,000 to 3,000 disciples throughout his lifetime, albeit only a handful became renowned. Historically, the Confucian contribution to education indeed surpassed that of other schools of thought, with the doctrine of universal education being a transformative blessing for the people of that era. In the 5th year of the Yuan Shua era, 124 BC, Emperor Wu of Han, having dismissed the myriad schools and elevated Confucianism to supremacy, heeded Dong Zhongshu's counsel to establish the Taixue, appoint distinguished scholars, and nurture the talents of the realm. Thus, in Chang'an, the Taixue was founded to teach the Confucian classics, the Book of Songs, the Book of Documents, the Book of Rites, the Book of Changes, and the Spring and Autumn Annals. Although the curriculum proposed by Dong Zhongshu was steeped in his personal beliefs and lacked the inclusivity of later universities, for the ancients, the mere existence of a place to acquire knowledge was a remarkable fortune. During that epoch, the majority of knowledge was hoarded by powerful families, seldom shared with outsiders, let alone imparted to those beyond their kin. Therefore, the establishment of the Taixue was akin to a tempest in the academic realm, further solidifying the status of Confucianism. The Book of Rites states, "The prince commands education, and thus one learns." The elementary school was located to the left of the imperial palace, while the university resided in the outskirts. The emperor referred to it as the Biyong, and the vassal lords called their local institutions Pan Palace. The Biyong thus represented the nascent form of a national university, while the Pan Palace and the capitals of vassal states mirrored the Taixue. Through the relentless enhancement by successive emperors of the Han dynasty, the Taixue burgeoned from a modest cohort of 50 students during Emperor Wu's reign to 100 during Emperor Zhao's tenure, 200 under Emperor Xian, surpassing 1,000 in Emperor Yuan's time, and reaching 3,000 under Emperor Qing. Under Wang Meng's reign, the number swelled to 10,000. And by the time of Emperor Xi in the Eastern Han, the student population had soared to over 30,000. What does a student body of 30,000 signify? It bears little difference from the enrollment of a modern university. Such a multitude of students naturally fostered a robust ecosystem supporting their livelihoods. In the Eastern Han, the dormitories alone for Taixue students comprised 240 structures, with a total of 1,850 rooms, not to mention the myriad other facilities. Gathered together, these spirited youths inevitably harbored their own perspectives on national policies, often contemplating how, should they one day ascend to positions of authority, they would enact their visions for governance. While casual discussions seemed harmless, they were not immune to the influence of those with ulterior motives. The students of the Taixue had, on multiple occasions, engaged in political affairs during the reign of Emperor Ai in the Western Han. The scholar Wang Xian rallied over 1,000 students in an attempt to rescue the upright magistrate, Bao Xian. During the late Eastern Han dynasty, figures such as Chun Fan and Li Ying vehemently opposed the arrogance of the eunuchs, rallying a group of students from the Imperial Academy in support of their cause. Consequently, these students became targets of persecution by the eunuchs, and many individuals with political affiliations faced imprisonment. Historical records indicate that over 1,000 students were arrested and incarcerated by the eunuchs, leading to the temporary closure of the Imperial Academy. In the later years of Emperor Ling and Apos' reign, those affected by the political turmoil were vindicated, resulting in the reopening of the academy and the resumption of student admissions. Thus, each time new students enrolled, Kai Yong was invited to represent the faculty as a doctoral mentor at the enrollment ceremony. On this occasion, Kai Yong called upon Fei Qian to partake in the formal initiation rites, signifying both the importance of the ceremony and the value placed on Fei Qian. Fei Qian, having diligently prepared for the initiation, stood behind the new students of the autumn term, awaiting Kai Yong and Apos' summons. However, Kai Yong and Apos' personal initiation of disciples could only occur after the official group ceremony for the autumn students. Today, the newly enrolled students don the traditional green garments known as qin, with a distinctive blue collar, and wore student caps, forming an orderly formation. In contrast, Fei Qian stood alone, clad in a long ceremonial robe, beneath which he wore a blue silk garment. His long cap set him apart in stark relief against the assembly of students. He sensed the curious gazes directed at him, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Nevertheless, having honed his composure in the professional realm of later times, he maintained a serene demeanor, his face adorned with a polite smile, steadfast and immovable. While Fei Qian endured the scrutiny of the crowd, Kai Yong noticed Lu Hong nearby and felt a twinge of annoyance. I invited you to observe the ceremony, yet you appear in identical doctoral robes. What is your intention? Lu Hong, also a specially invited instructor for the Academy and Appo's course on calculations, possessed his own set of doctoral robes but had never informed Kai Yong. Seizing a moment amid the ceremonial music, Kai Yong leaned in to whisper to Lu Hong. What is your purpose here? With a mix of jest and sincerity, Lu Hong replied, I find the ceremonial attire brought by Ziyuan quite appealing. Might I acquire half? Kai Yong and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing Lu Hong intended to poach his disciple. Absolutely not, he retorted. Lu Hong, unfazed by Kai Yong and Appo's reaction, acknowledged the irony of his own pursuit, recognizing he would likely exhibit an even harsher demeanor if someone sought to claim one of his students. However, Lu Hong was well prepared and leaned in closer, saying, During my time in Kuaiji Commandery, I happened upon a scroll of the Yellow Emperor and Appo's Dao Yuan Jing, and Appo's, if you. Kai Yong was taken aback. The and Appo's, Dao Yuan Jing and Appo's? You mean one of the four texts of the Yellow Emperor? Was the and Appo's it thought to be lost? I have no doubt that I have encountered the Dao Yuan Jing, and it is likely the sole copy in existence. Sima Xiangru and Appo's Green Delight? Do not deceive me, Kai Yong said, glaring at Lu Hong. A tome of unparalleled wisdom paired with an extraordinary loot, and you propose to exchange it for merely half a disciple? Let us be straightforward, it is simply a matter of words. That is indeed the Dao Yuan Jing, and the Green Delight loot at that. Kai Yong clenched his teeth and closed his eyes for a moment, ultimately murmuring weakly, You may only take half, no more than that. Chapter 40. Yuan Shu's scheme. At this moment, Yuan Shu was presenting the plan he had meticulously devised through the night to Yuan Wei. Yuan Wei quietly perused the document. Although his expression remained impassive, he felt a sense of satisfaction within. In a single night, with only his own intellect, Yuan Shu had crafted a comprehensive strategy from initiation to retreat. While there were certain deficiencies, the plan was, on the whole, well considered, and any flaws were overshadowed by its merits. As he read, Yuan Wei inquired, How do you intend to persuade Cao Cao to partake in this endeavor? Why do you seek his collaboration? Yuan Wei continued, If this is such a fortuitous opportunity, why do you not seize it yourself instead of relying on Cao Cao? The palace is in disarray, and time is of the essence. It must be Cao Cao, Yuan Shu explained. Cao Cao has connections within the palace and can ascertain the whereabouts of the deposed emperor. Otherwise, in such urgent circumstances, there would be no time to search each palace individually. Yuan Wei nodded in agreement, acknowledging Yuan Shu and Appo's rationale, and then asked, When do you plan to act? During the evening meal, when the city will be bustling with people, making it easier to conceal our movements, Yuan Shu replied. In ancient times, meals were typically served twice a day, with evening repast occurring roughly between 3 to 5 in the afternoon. It was at this time that individuals began to exit the city. Otherwise, the city gates would close at sunset, leaving no opportunity for escape. This timing would facilitate blending into the crowd and remaining inconspicuous. Yuan Wei set aside the scroll, gazing at Yuan Shu with a stoic expression. What do you assess our chances of success to be? If Cao Cao inquires, I would assert an 80% likelihood of success. Yuan Shu paused, fully aware that the true odds were negligible. Excellent, Yuan Wei responded, not with shock but with a slight smile. He then pointed out a few areas where Yuan Shu and Appo's plan could be further refined, allowing him to prepare accordingly. Subsequently, he placed Yuan Shu's written plan into a prearranged brazier and incinerated it completely. Thus, Yuan Shu deduced that Yuan Wei's intent was merely to create an appearance of action without genuinely abducting the deposed emperor. This approach significantly mitigated risk while still affording the prestige associated with such a maneuver. After all, if the young Emperor Liu Bian were truly taken, it would provoke chaos from Dongzhuo. However, if the situation merely stirred commotion while the deposed emperor remained unharmed, it would be deemed inconsequential. Moreover, Cao Cao would become the ideal scapegoat. Yuan Wei and Appo's explicit directive was for him to take charge, meaning that if accountability were sought, the one in command would bear the brunt of the blame. After all, how could someone not in charge be expected to shoulder the responsibility? Given Cao Cao's familiarity with the terrain and his resources within the palace, it would be easy to claim that Yuan Shu had merely been led astray and deceived by Cao Cao, who would be labeled the true villain of the affair. In this manner, Yuan Shu's position as the future head of the family, which had been shaken by Yuan Shao's departure, would be restored. Moreover, Yuan Wei had already arranged for the necessary resources upon their arrival in Nanyang County, ensuring that Yuan Shu would have both funds and personnel at his disposal, sparing him any further worry. Moreover, even if Yuan Wei expresses his consent to the abolition of the emperor, the other members of the reformist faction will naturally conjure up all manner of speculation. After all, both of Yuan's sons opposed the deposition of the emperor. One has fled, while the other has audaciously gone to rescue him. Thus, how could Yuan Wei, the Grand Tutor, truly be in favor of such a course? It is evident that he must have been coerced by Dong Zhuo, held by some compromising leverage, and compelled to acquiesce. Everything aligns perfectly. The Imperial Academy's enrollment is a spectacle in Woyang. Stalls have been erected along the streets well in advance, and at this moment, Cao Cao is inside one of the stalls, observing the proceedings. After all, Kai Yong is his mentor, and as he takes on new disciples, it is only fitting for the senior disciple to be present. The ceremony demands solemnity and decorum. One must walk with precision, maintain a composed expression during the rites, and refrain from any frivolity or jesting. Accompanied by ceremonial music, they first kneel before the academy gate, paying homage to heaven and earth. Guided by the officiant's elevated voices, they rise, forming an orderly procession that circles the academy before arriving at the southwestern corner, where they stand at attention before the southern steps of the Pyong. The Pyong itself is a grand three-tiered structure built atop a circular platform, resembling the Hall of Enlightenment constructed by Empress Wu Zetian in the Tang Dynasty, albeit less grandiose than depicted in films. The Pyong is square in shape, resembling a ya character, centrally located on the elevated platform, surrounded by four walls, gateways, and eaves gracefully curving at the corners, forming a spacious courtyard. Encircling the platform is a flowing water channel, symbolizing completeness and harmony, with its waters perpetually flowing, embodying the essence of governance and moral instruction. This architectural ensemble forms a harmonious duality of circular waters and square courtyards, a structured elegance. At the four corners of the uppermost tier of the Pyong, two small square platforms are erected. The central structure houses a large chamber known as the Taisher, while the smaller platforms at the outer corners contain additional small rooms, together forming 5 chambers at the upper level. The lower tier of the Pyong features steps on all 4 sides, leading to a bridge that spans the water channel. Notably, there are 3 steps on the southern side, while the other 3 sides each have 2. The ceremonial officials stand before the Pyong, positioned at the eastern steps, facing west, and commence a harmonious chant. Kai Yong and the other scholars emerge from the Pyong, taking their positions to the south of the eastern steps, facing the assembled students. At this juncture, the officiants lead the students of the academy forward to pay their respects to the scholars, presenting offerings of silk. Upon receiving these gifts, the scholars impart words of encouragement. At this moment, the attendants carrying wine and offerings step forward, and after the scholars set aside the silk and share a drink with the students, the students take their leave. Thus concludes the complete ritual of the students' homage to their mentors. Cao Cao is eagerly awaiting Fei Qian's turn to step forward when, unexpectedly, he notices someone approaching him. Turning his head, he is astonished to find it is Yuan Shu. Chapter 41. The deceptive Cao Cao. Fei Qian had painstakingly completed the entire master-apprentice ceremony, a truly arduous endeavor, particularly at the culmination, when he presented the bundle of gifts. Both old gentlemen, Kai Yong and Lu Hong, unexpectedly stepped forward, leaving Fei Qian, who was holding the offerings, at a loss for how to proceed. Fortunately, Lu Hong and Kai Yong had privately coordinated their allocation, each taking half, thus alleviating Fei Qian's predicament and allowing the ceremony to proceed smoothly. To his astonishment, there was even a glass bead, which strikingly resembled something he had crafted earlier. Well, the significance of the gift paled in comparison to the identity of the giver. It sufficed to say that even if Kai Yin or Kai Zhaoji had presented him with mere parchment, it would still be cherished. His 3 senior brothers were Gu Yong, Ruan Yu, and Lu Chui, with Cao Cao as the 4th. If one were to include Kai Yin, Fei Qian would indeed be the 6th disciple of Kai Yong. As for senior brother Gu Yong, Fei Qian had a faint recollection. He was either from Jingzhou or Yangzhou, and it seemed he ultimately served under Sun Quan of Eastern Wu. However, the other 2 senior brothers, Ruan Yu and Lu Chui, were entirely unfamiliar to him, leaving him to seek further acquaintance in due time. Following the master-apprentice ceremony was the grand banquet, a tradition seemingly unchanged through the ages. Fei Qian allowed Cai Yong and Lu Hong to lead him to the grandest tavern in Luoyang, the Zuexian Lu, where he raised a toast to this court official and that learned scholar. Despite being a soldier tested by the trials of alcohol in later years, he could not withstand the multitude. After circulating several times and downing cup after cup, he ultimately succumbed, rendered senseless by the effects of drink. In stark contrast to Fei Qian and Appo's joy, Cao Cao found himself in a state of profound indecision. During Fei Qian and Appo's ceremony, Yuan Shu approached him, revealing a plan to rescue the young emperor, which took Cao Cao by surprise. He had not anticipated such audacity from Yuan Gonglu. Frankly, Cao Cao had never entertained the notion of betraying Yuan Shu. Despite their long-standing rivalry, they had once been brothers, and to betray him would be beneath contempt. On the other hand, the allure of this plan was undeniably potent. While others might hesitate with trepidation and caution, Cao Cao was different. He had grown up venerating the tale of his grandfather, Cao Tong. In the first year of Jian Kong, in August, Emperor Shun of Han passed away, leaving behind his 2-year-old son, Emperor Chong. In January of the following year, less than 6 months into his reign, Emperor Chong mysteriously perished, officially attributed to illness. The death of 2 emperors within a year was ominous, prompting ministers to advocate for the selection of a mature and virtuous royal family member as emperor, someone less likely to meet a similar fate. After much deliberation, the esteemed officials favored Lu Suan of Qinghe, while the powerful General Liang Ji, motivated by self-interest, insisted on crowning the 8-year-old Lu Suan, son of the Bo High Prince, as Emperor Ji of Han. Thus, the precedent for the usurpation of the throne by external relatives had not been without precedent, as evidenced by Dong Zhuo's actions. Later, under the incessant guidance and encouragement of the Qinglu faction, Emperor Ji of Han began to perceive the increasingly detestable visage of his general, Liang Ji. In a moment of confrontation, he boldly declared Liang Ji to be a tyrannical general during a court assembly. Yet, inevitably, Emperor Ji's frail limbs could not withstand the might of General Liang Ji, who tragically orchestrated his poisoning. Following the death of Emperor Ji, court officials resumed their usual affairs, further entrenching themselves into 2 factions, one led by the Qilu minister Li Gu, who supported Prince Qinghe's ascension to the throne, the other, under the external relative and General Liang Ji, who favored Lu Ji and Appo's claim. As for the circumstances surrounding Emperor Ji and Appo's demise, no one sought to investigate. After all, he was deceased, and pursuing such inquiries seemed futile. It was far more pragmatic to seek immediate gains. The most significant achievement lay in the support of a new emperor. Amidst the ongoing disputes between the factions, Cao Cao and Appo's grandfather, Cao Tong, discerned a ripe opportunity. He personally approached Liang Ji, expressing that the eunuchs, under his leadership, would endorse Liang Ji, cautioning that the strict nature of Prince Qinghe might jeopardize peace, while supporting Lu Ji would ensure lasting prosperity. Following Emperor Huan's accession, Cao Tong was rewarded for his strategic counsel, granted the title of Marquis of Fighting, and elevated to the position of Grand Minister. It appeared that a similar opportunity now presented itself to Cao Cao. With the deposition of Emperor Sha, should the new emperor appointed by Dong Zhuo prove transient, there remained a chance for Emperor Sha to reclaim his throne. In that event, Cao Cao, who endeavored to rescue him from peril, would achieve unparalleled merit, akin to his grandfather, with titles and honors awaiting him. Of course, this path was fraught with considerable risk. Yet, who could attain wealth and nobility without courting danger? Was it worth exchanging fleeting risks for enduring riches? Cao Song silently listened to Cao Cao's aspirations and inquired, "What is your intention, my son? If you fail, what fate awaits our family? Your consultation with me indicates that you harbor some desire to act. But if you fail, what of the vast Cao clan? I have not yet thoroughly contemplated this." Cao Cao replied, "But one must seize opportunities as they arise." Lowering his head, he lamented, "If father does not permit, then it shall be so." Cao Song gazed at his son, his heart brimming with unuttered thoughts, which culminated in a deep sigh. What could he say? His son was willing to risk his life for ambition. Could he truly admonish him to abandon such endeavors for the sake of familial safety? Even if he did, would this ambitious son acquiesce? "Go forth, then," Cao Song finally spoke after a prolonged silence. "As your father, I grant my consent." "Yes." Cao Cao bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude, and then turned to depart. "Cao Cao." Cao Song called out as his son took a few steps towards the exit, his lips trembling slightly. Ultimately, he simply said, "My son, tread carefully." Cao Cao bowed once more before striding out, leaving Chao Song gradually enveloped by the shadows. On that day, Chao Song gathered his belongings and, before the city gates closed, departed Luoyang with Chao Chao and Apos, three brothers, Chao Da, Chao Bin, and Chao Yu, seeking refuge with Lu Rong, the king of Lini and Shuzhou. Chapter 42. A fleeting existence. When Fei Qian awoke from his drunken stupor, the sun had already risen high in the sky. The Eastern Han had its merits. As long as no significant matters arose, one could enjoy the luxury of waking naturally, free from the cacophony of horns, drills, alarm clocks, or the nonsensical music of bustling shops. Only the occasional crowing of roosters and barking of dogs could be heard. A veritable blessing for those who reveled in the languor of spring, the fatigue of autumn, and the drowsiness of summer. Uncle Fu had long prepared breakfast, and as soon as Fei Qian finished his washing, he promptly served it, standing by with a beaming smile as he watched Fei Qian eat. His heart brimming with joy at the thought that his young master had achieved success, being accepted as a disciple by two eminent scholars of the Han dynasty. Surely, the elder in heaven must be rejoicing as well. Once Fei Qian had finished his meal, Uncle Fu cleared the plates, feeling somewhat drowsy after a hearty breakfast. Fei Qian yawned, amused to himself that he was becoming increasingly accustomed to such a lifestyle. This wretched feudal society had seemingly corroded him, a steadfast youth of integrity, to the point of relying on others for his every need. Watching Uncle Fu bustling about, he contemplated whether he should acquire a maid or servant to share the burdens of daily life. That might be a good idea. Just as Fei Qian's thoughts wandered aimlessly, Uncle Fu re-entered, holding two letters. Upon inspection, he found one was from Fei Min and the other from Cui Ho. Cui was ill. He probably fell sick due to the vexations caused by Min Gong. The letter from Cui Ho was rather conventional, but Fei Min's correspondence was quite intriguing. Originally, Fei Qian had promised Fei Min that he would leave Luoyang after resolving the matters pertaining to the Cui family. The books in his family's possession, save for the remnants of Qi Luan, were temporarily housed at Fei Min and Apos' residence. However, he had not anticipated such swift changes. Within mere days, he had transformed from an obscure court reserve official into the envy of many as a disciple of two esteemed scholars. Although Fei Min had not personally attended the ceremony of apprenticeship, he had sent the family steward to present gifts. Remarkably, Fei Min's letter did not mention a word regarding the books. Instead, it extended heartfelt congratulations on his becoming a disciple of Kai Yong and Lu Hong, demonstrating a senior's joy for a junior's achievements and encouragement to strive for further success. In conclusion, he reminded Fei Qian that he was no longer young and should consider the issue of family legacy, inviting him to visit and meet some acquaintances. Indeed, Fei Qian surmised correctly. Fei Min had initially intended to claim the scrolls left by Fei Qian's father for himself. Yet, unexpectedly, Fei Qian had secured connections with two towering figures in the realm of scholarship. While their official positions were not particularly high, their status as luminaries in the academic world was undeniable, with numerous students and associates intertwined in their networks. To procure Fei Qian's books under such circumstances would be rather inappropriate. However, Fei Min was unwilling to relinquish his ambitions and thus resorted to the noble strategy of familial alliance, proposing to marry one of the eligible young women from their lineage to Fei Qian. Naturally, this would intertwine their families, making Fei Qian's books belong to Fei Min's household, and his teachers become the teachers of Fei Min's family as well. Oh dear. What to do? Fei Qian felt overwhelmed. Could he not enjoy a few peaceful days? Why must everyone incessantly scheme and plot, seemingly oblivious to their own exhaustion? The crux of the matter lies in the notable women of the Fei family, of whom I have never heard. If there were figures akin to De Chao and Xiao Qiao, I might have been slightly persuaded, just as Fei Qian was lost in his aimless musings. Uncle Fu interjected, "Young master, the hour grows late. Do not delay the gratitude owed to your mentors. Others need only thank one family. Yet you must express your thanks to two. Do hurry." Upon hearing this, Fei Qian realized the gravity of the situation, according to etiquette. Today was the day to express his gratitude to his teachers. He hastily rose to change his attire, inquiring, "Yes, indeed, quickly, Uncle Fu. Have the offerings for the teachers been prepared?" "They were arranged yesterday, young master." When Fei Qian emerged from Lu Hong and Apos' residence, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. As a young man, he had kept his elderly teacher Lu Hong waiting for an extended period, which was rather inexcusable. Fortunately, Lu Hong, understanding that he had indulged the night before, did not reproach him, but instead offered gentle encouragement. Lu Hong also mentioned that he had completed the transfer of his official duties and would soon be assuming his position in Shanyang County, regrettably unable to personally instruct Fei Qian for the time being. However, the necessary books and assignments had already been prepared. Upon seeing the substantial pile of scrolls, Fei Qian could not restrain himself and exclaimed, "Why are there so many?" The consequences were predictable. Lu Hong reprimanded him sternly. It was only after Fei Qian recognized his error and expressed a desire to amend his ways that he was finally let off the hook. Truly, whether in ancient or modern times, teachers never seemed to assign too much work. If Lu Hong and Appo's gifts of books were to be valued at the ordinary market price of 100 gold pieces per scroll, their worth would far exceed 3,000 gold. Moreover, some of the scrolls contained rare and unique works, rendering their value immeasurable. This elderly gentleman, having met Fei Qian only a few times, was willing to selflessly impart his knowledge upon sensing the young man's potential in arithmetic and generously bestowing his cherished scrolls, with the sole hope that Fei Qian would carry on his legacy and elevate the study of mathematics. On the journey to the Kai residence, Fei Qian marveled at the stark contrast between Lu Hong and later generations of educators who only recognized monetary worth, lacking the understanding of personalized instruction, and who incessantly pressured parents to purchase an array of reference books, both useful and otherwise. Chapter 43. The melodious strains of the lute. Since Master Kai Yang had already given his instructions, it was prudent to wait. For Fei Qian, the Kai residence had been visited several times, and now, having attained the status of a direct disciple, he was, in a sense, a part of the Kai household. The steward of the Kai estate personally escorted Fei Qian to a side hall, meticulously inquiring about his preferences and dislikes before having some refreshments brought in, intending to attend to him himself. Although it was not a great matter for the steward to serve someone of Fei Qian and Appo's current standing, the latter, having navigated the careful waters of the modern workplace, graciously declined and suggested that he could manage on his own without burdening the steward. The steward, unable to refuse, instructed a nearby maid to ensure that all was attended to and then departed to attend to other matters. While it was not unusual for a steward to serve a direct disciple of Kai Yang, the situation was complicated by Fei Qian's lack of an official court position or renowned scholarly works. The steward honored Fei Qian largely out of respect for Kai Yang, extending his esteem to Fei Qian as well. However, if Fei Qian were to take advantage of this goodwill, issuing commands and behaving imperiously, it could lead to resentment and unforeseen complications. No matter the era, people generally dislike those who assume an air of superiority, perpetually pointing out faults and demanding compliance. Thus, Fei Qian's adherence to the modesty cultivated through his professional experiences earned him the steward's deep respect. The steward mused that the master had indeed taken on a humble gentleman, whose demeanor was as magnanimous as that of the previous disciple, Gu Yang, and who was destined for greatness in the future. Bored while waiting, Fei Qian idly picked up a scroll and began to read. Being Kai Yang's disciple, he realized that should the master suddenly test his knowledge, it would be detrimental for him to reveal his limited understanding. Therefore, he resolved to read more whenever he could. As he read, Fei Qian suddenly noticed that the surroundings had grown remarkably quiet. The usual sounds of maids and servants bustling about had vanished, along with the faint murmurs that typically filled the air. The expansive Kai residence had transformed into a serene haven, where only the occasional distant call from a street vendor drifted over the courtyard walls, accentuating the tranquility and depth of the estate. Fei Qian raised his eyebrows in bewilderment, poised to speak when he noticed a nearby maid frantically gesturing for him to remain silent. At that moment, a melody, as if descending from the heavens, abruptly shattered the silence of the Kai residence. Initially, only a couple of faint, delicate notes drifted in, reminiscent of the first spring rain, gentle and soft, lightly brushing against one's face and body, gradually seeping from the skin into the heart. Soon, a cascade of lively notes joined in, joyfully colliding within the pavilions and halls of the Kai estate. The sound of the zither was pure and clear, akin to the bubbling of a mountain spring, or the blossoming of spring flowers. In an instant, Fei Qian felt as though he was amidst a vibrant garden, surrounded by a riot of colors and fluttering butterflies, presenting a scene of lively exuberance. The melody gradually turned plaintive. Initially, each note lingered, as if reluctant memories were being forcibly drawn from the depths of the heart. A series of tremors sent chills throughout his being, but soon transformed into a hurried cadence, akin to the clashing of blades, the sound striking like stones upon the heart, evoking a profound ache that resonated from without to within. Time passed unmeasured, and the melody began to wane, the elongated notes resembling soft sighs, leaving one feeling as if standing amidst a flower field ravaged by a storm. The rain and amp, Apos, patter growing faint, petals strewn across the ground, branches broken, leaves withered, a scene of desolation. As the music faded and the zither fell silent, Fei Qian suddenly felt a coolness upon his face, reaching up to discover he had unconsciously shed tears, hastily wiping them away with his sleeve. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he glanced around and realized he was the first to regain his composure, while the maid beside him remained in a daze, tears streaming down her small face. A sigh escaped his heart. It was no exaggeration that later generations would regard Cai Zhaoji as the foremost talent of the Han dynasty. Her zither playing was indeed of the highest caliber, effortlessly captivating the listener's soul. For heaven to have eyes, why does it not see my solitary drift? For the divine to possess spirit, why does it leave me adrift across the seas? I remain true to heaven. What merit do I possess? I remain true to the divine. Why does it not smite me in these wild lands? What kind of sorrowful despair led Cai Zhaoji to pen such words? Each one laden with grief, stirring an urge to weep? Contemplating these thoughts, Fei Qian felt a tumult within his heart, as if something were lodged deep inside. An overwhelming urge to express himself. Without a second thought, he seized a nearby paper and brush and fervently wrote, on the side of a sunken boat. 1,000 sails pass by, before withered trees, 10,000 woods bloom in spring. The yellow river still has days of clarity. How could one lack the fortune of timing? Upon completion, he realized that the two lines seemed entirely unrelated, as if they did not belong to the same poem. How could he have linked them together in such a manner? Kai Yong entered the side hall, spotted Fei Qian, and without uttering a word, merely waved his hand, signaling Fei Qian to follow, before turning to head towards the study. As Fei Qian followed Kai Yong step by step, a small maid lingering in the side chamber tilted her head to glance at the verses penned by Fei Qian. After blinking her eyes, she discreetly folded the poem and tucked it into her sleeve, thinking to herself that this was composed by the esteemed gentleman Fei after listening to her young mistress play the zither. She resolved to present it to her young mistress for her perusal. Chapter 44. The deposed emperor indeed, as Fei Qian had surmised. Kai Yong's fury stemmed from the deposed emperor. To be precise, it was not merely the outcome of the deposing, but rather the entire process surrounding it. During today's Grand Assembly, taking advantage of the occasion when both civil and military officials were present, Dongzhuo proclaimed, "The Son of Heaven is feeble, unworthy of ruling the realm. There exists a decree that ought to be read." He then commanded Li Ru to recite the decree of deposition. As Li Ru and Apos' voice echoed through the hall, the young Emperor Liu Bian was rendered a quivering mass of sweat and panic. With the tacit approval of Wang Yun and Yuan Wei, Dongzhuo proposed the Emperor and Apos' deposition. Not a single official dared to voice dissent, save for the Minister of Works, the former General Liu Ji, who boldly declared, "In the past, when Emperor Tai Jia was installed yet lacked clarity, Yin cast him aside." Similarly, the king of Chang'e was deposed after merely 27 days on account of countless transgressions, and thus Guang acted. Our current sovereign, blessed with years, has committed no faults. He is not comparable to those past examples. What Liu Ji implied was that the precedents set by Yin and Guang were justified, whereas Dongzhuo and Apos' rationale was utterly baseless, mere fabrications unworthy of comparison. Poor young Emperor Liu Bian, seated upon the throne, initially harbored hopes as he scanned the room for any minister willing to rise in opposition to Dongzhuo, to lend him support. Yet, as he looked about, he saw only a congregation of officials with heads bowed like quails, and the hopeful light in Liu Bian's eyes gradually dimmed. A dramatic scene unfolded. The crown and seal of the young emperor were stripped away, and the king of Chenlu was summoned to ascend the throne. The assembly, as if rehearsed countless times, expertly paid homage to the new emperor. In this court, Dongzhuo was elevated to the position of chancellor, heralding the Dong family as the foremost faction sanctioned by the imperial court. Kai Yong and Apos' ire was not solely directed at Dongzhuo and Apos' actions, but also at the acquiescence of the court officials who chose not to resist. Of course, he too experienced a fleeting impulse to join Liu Ji in a passionate oration against the injustice, yet thoughts of his family and Kai Yan held him back. Thus, he drifted along with the tide, witnessing the entire process of the young emperor and Apos' abdication and the new emperor and Apos' enthronement. Seeing Fei Qian standing solemnly beside him, Kai Yong stifled his frustration and recalled that Fei Qian was present to express gratitude for his teachings. He mustered a forced encouragement for Fei Qian. However, in the end, Kai Yong could not contain himself and inquired, Zi Yuan, what is your view on the saying, and amp, oppos, a ruler who can amend his faults shall not be deposed and amp, oppos. Though Fei Qian instinctively considered responding with the classic phrase, there must be some intrigue behind this matter. He recognized that Kai Yong sought a moral interpretation under the guise of literary inquiry, and thus refrained from responding insensitively. The phrase a ruler who can amend his faults shall not be deposed originates from the Zhuozhuan, concerning the dukeling of Jin. This duke was a man of peculiar tastes, even delighting in the act of using a slingshot to strike at passers-by, relishing their attempts to evade his aim. Such a peculiar pastime for a sovereign was truly unique. Consequently, the officials of Jin were deeply concerned, believing it imperative to guide Duke Ling towards the noble pursuits of higher learning, rather than indulging in frivolous amusements. A minister named Zhao Dun endeavored to counsel Duke Ling of Jin. Although Duke Ling professed his understanding and promised to amend his ways, he remained obstinate and unyielding. Eventually, Zhao and Oppos, as persistent entreaties irked the Duke, who sought to eliminate him. However, Zhao was shielded by fortune, surviving multiple assassination attempts. In a twist of fate, he ultimately vanquished Duke Ling and welcomed Prince Haitan of Jin, elevating him to the throne. Fei Qian, having perused the Zhuozhuan, found himself amused at the simplicity of the names from the spring and autumn period, particularly the vividly named Haitan. Yet, Kai Yong and Amp, Oppos, S. inquiry today was not concerned with the color of the emperor and Amp, Oppos, S. posterior, but rather used Duke Ling as a metaphor to reflect upon the current events in court. If the young emperor of Han were to rectify his errors, should he not be spared from abdication? Even if the young emperor had committed mistakes, should there not be attempts at counsel before resorting to such drastic measures as dethronement? In Confucian thought, regardless of how foolish, cruel, or morally deficient a sovereign may be, he is deemed sacred and inviolable, not to be easily impeached or rebelled against. To do so would be to commit the grave offenses of treason or sacrilege. Thus, Kai Yong felt troubled as he had not been able to counsel the emperor effectively. And now that the situation had escalated to this point, he felt a profound unrest within. Fei Qian pondered this, recognizing that his mentor was admirable yet somewhat idealistic. The court was largely silent, with most officials cheerfully welcoming the new emperor, leaving little room for concern regarding the deposed one. However, Fei Qian refrained from voicing such thoughts to Kai Yong. Otherwise, he would surely face his mentor's ire. Despite Kai Yong's reluctance to criticize Dongzhuo publicly, he would not hesitate to chastise his own disciple. Fei Qian carefully articulated, the alliance formed between Song and Chu stated, and Amp, Oppos, I shall not deceive you. Nor shall you deceive me. This reflects the deceptions that characterize their relationship, suggesting that even written pacts can be openly disregarded. In light of this, what loyalty can one expect from an emperor? Master, while you may embody integrity, not all are so virtuous. Who does not engage in deceit? Without it, one struggles to establish a foothold or secure personal gain. The so-called righteous wars of the spring and autumn period often concealed underlying conflicts of interest, steeped in deception. He continued, the current situation mirrors this. Observe how Dongzhuo's forces are poised outside Luoyang. What alternative choices remain? Furthermore, is there a single official not pursuing their own interests? Why have the Yuan and Wang families remained silent? Surely, their silence is not devoid of ulterior motives. Kai Yong sighed deeply, acknowledging the truth in Fei Qian's words, though he left his thoughts unfinished. The underlying principle was clear to all, yet the practical application often eluded them in times of crisis. As Fei Qian exited Kai and Oppos' residence, he contemplated whether such a disposition had contributed to Kai Yong's historical lamentations over Dongzhuo. However, considering the present circumstances, it seemed Dongzhuo had not granted Kai Yong any significant position, indicating that gratitude towards the tyrant was unlikely. Fei Qian pondered deeply and, in order to ensure the accuracy of his conjecture, deemed it essential to seek the counsel of another individual, even though the endeavor was fraught with considerable difficulty. Chapter 45, An Audience with Li Ru, a special edition for Book Friend 022394. The abdication of the emperor signifies that Dongzhuo has officially positioned himself in opposition to the so-called purists. Unlike the purists within the ruling party, the purists of the opposition can freely launch scathing critiques without reservation, for they have no official titles to lose. The more they denounce others, the more likely they are to attract attention, which could ultimately facilitate their ascendance once this faction falls from grace. Consequently, While the influential families of the Wang and Yuan clans busily pay homage to the new emperor and divide the spoils, the opposition purists almost unanimously commence their vehement tirades. Some even audaciously gather before the southern palace gates, weeping openly for the deposed emperor, their tears cascading in a display of profound sorrow. Yet they remain steadfastly at a safe distance of 300 paces from the palace, never daring to advance a single step. As Fei Qian approached the residence of Li Ru, he was met with this scene, leaving him uncertain whether to express admiration for these individuals or to lament their plight. After departing from Kai Yong and Amp, Apos, abode, Fei Qian felt compelled to visit Li Ru. After all, his apprenticeship under Kai Yong was intrinsically linked to the pivotal item associated with Li Ru. Now that he had officially become a disciple of Kai Yong, it would be unbecoming to disregard the intermediary who facilitated this bond. Both sentiment and reason dictated that he should extend his gratitude. Moreover, Fei Qian recalled that Kai Yong had met his demise due to his lamentation for Dong Zhuo, which had incited the wrath of Wang Yun. Kai Yong's sorrow for Dong Zhuo stemmed from the latter's favor and substantial promotion of him. Following Dong Zhuo's death, it was highly probable that Kai Yong, embodying the Confucian virtue of gratitude, might engage in such a perilous yet character-consistent action. However, it appeared that Kai Yong remained in his position as an attendant, neither elevated nor diminished, as if Dong Zhuo had completely forgotten him. During the last grand banquet held by Dong Zhuo, Kai Yong seemed to have been absent, and Dong Zhuo bore no reproach. Fei Qian speculated whether this might be attributed to Li Ru's influence. Having recommended Fei Qian to Kai Yong, Li Ru's role in Kai Yong's acceptance of him as a disciple could be seen as fulfilling a promise to a departed friend. Yet, from another perspective, Kai Yong and Li Ru were initially strangers. The fact that Kai Yong complied with Li Ru and Apos' wishes to fulfill his aspirations perhaps hinted at an element of personal obligation. Thus, it could be inferred that Kai Yong's selective disregard for Li Ru might represent an instinctual form of protection to repay a debt of gratitude. After all, in the current military hierarchy under Dong Zhuo, aside from Dong Zhuo himself, Li Ru and Apos' words carried significant weight. Upon arriving at Li Ru and Apos' residence, Fei Qian presented his visiting card to request an audience. For someone like Fei Qian, who arrived unexpectedly, whether he could be received depended on the host and Apos' disposition. Should his card be taken inside, and the steward returned to inform him that the master was unavailable, he ought not to perceive this as an affront or react with indignation, for such behavior conformed to the etiquette of the Han dynasty. If the master was unable to meet immediately, a time would typically be scheduled. Conversely, if a meeting were agreeable, the reception would be determined by the relative statuses of both parties. Before long, Fei Qian observed the steward emerging alongside a butler-like figure, which indicated promising prospects. Indeed, Li Ru was willing to meet with Fei Qian and had sent the butler to receive him. Although Fei Qian had limited encounters with Li Ru, each meeting evoked a profound sense of incongruity. The disparity between Li Ru's true persona and the depictions in later literary works was striking. The man before him, resplendent in a moon-white brocade robe, adorned with a majestic cap and flowing garments, and sporting a meticulously groomed beard, exuded an air of exceptional grace. Seated at the table, he embodied the image of a learned and composed middle-aged gentleman. How could such a figure be portrayed as a lecherous character in tales? Fei Qian, hesitant to scrutinize further, promptly approached to pay his respects, articulating his purpose and bowing deeply to Li Ru. Li Ru stepped forward to assist Fei Qian, and after both took their seats, he inquired, "What have you learned from your master, the esteemed Kai Shizhong? Does Wai Zhuan?" Li Ru appeared slightly taken aback, offering a faint smile as he remarked, "Kai Shizhong indeed teaches according to one's aptitude." Fei Qian found himself at a loss for words, pondering the implication of this statement. Was it a compliment or a subtle derision? Li Ru seemed to possess an intimate understanding of Kai Yong's background, and upon hearing this, Fei Qian considered that if Cao Cao studied the I Ching, it explained his cunning and capricious nature. Yet, why did Li Ru require a glance at him before making such an intriguing observation? Fei Qian mused internally, whether the remark pertained to his own character or Kai Yong's teachings. He lamented, how tiresome it was to navigate such convoluted dialogues, exhausting countless brain cells in the process. Li Ru continued, "The Zhui Zhuan is a narrative of judgments, exquisite in its portrayals of emotion and intent. It addresses the slow and the swift, recounts military maneuvers, discusses provisions for warfare, speaks of victories and defeats, records oaths and alliances, reflects on cunning and benefaction, upholds discipline. and chronicles the rise and fall of nations. This compendium is of immense value. Li Ru held the Zhuozhuan in high regard, asserting that its elegant descriptions contained a wealth of knowledge, encompassing military strategy, logistics, diplomacy, deception, benevolence, discipline, and the experiences of nation-building and demise. Is it truly so? Fei Qian mused. It sounded less like the Zhuozhuan and more akin to some arcane tome that, once grasped, would elevate one's intellect by a significant measure. Li Ru cast a discerning glance at Fei Qian and said with gravity, "Your master holds you in high esteem. You must be diligent and earnest, lest you squander his goodwill." Fei Qian promptly stood to bow, exclaiming his gratitude for the teaching. Aware that Li Ru had witnessed his earlier expression and hastily acknowledged his misstep, Li Ru nodded, encouraging Fei Qian to sit once more. Before abruptly shifting the topic to inquire, "What thoughts does your master have on today's events?" Though Li Ru's question seemed somewhat ambiguous, Fei Qian instantly grasped its significance. Today's events, while not explicitly stated, could hardly be overshadowed by matters concerning the deposed emperor. Thus, Li Ru was inquiring about Cai Yong and Appo's stance on the emperor and Appo's deposition, whether he supported or opposed it, or if he had any commentary on the situation. However, how did Li Ru know of Fei Qian's recent visit to Cai Yong and his master's perspective? This left Fei Qian no room to feign ignorance. He contemplated that to utter foolish and blatant falsehoods in the presence of an astute individual would not only betray his own lack of intelligence but also reveal flaws in his character. What, then, was he to do? The urgency of the situation was indeed maddening. Chapter 46. The first encounter with Bu Fei Qian hesitated for a moment, then bowed to Li Ru, feeling compelled to respect his elder. At that time, Li Ru had already been appointed as the chief of the imperial physicians. Li Ru replied coolly, "Is it a matter of daring or a matter of inability?" Fei Qian's choice was not misguided. After all, Cai Yong was his mentor. Regardless of the circumstances, discussing one's teacher behind their back is unbecoming of a gentleman, especially when it concerns one's own master. Thus, Fei Qian's expression of reluctance to speak ill of his mentor carried 3 implications. First, it indicated his discomfort in discussing his elder. Second, it acknowledged that Cai Yong was indeed a member of the virtuous, and thus would naturally have some opinions. Third, it subtly suggested that Cai Yong's criticisms were likely just talk, with little actionable intent. Unexpectedly, Li Ru did not bat an eye. Immediately grasping the underlying meaning and retorting whether it was a matter of daring or inability. On the surface, he addressed Fei Qian, but in reality, he was inquiring about Cai Yong. This exchange echoed the sentiments expressed in the Zhuozhuan, where Yin Ying remarked that governance should be equitable and devoid of strife, leading to a harmonious populace. The concept of absolute agreement, devoid of diversity, signifies monotony and dullness, lacking inherent vitality and vigor. Fei Qian employed this statement to elucidate the current situation, deliberately omitting the terms of sovereign and subject to indicate that he was not referring to Emperor Sha of Han and Dong Zhuo, but rather to the notion that every matter will invariably have both supporters and detractors, depending on one's choices. In contemporary parlance, it would resonate with the famous adage of uniting all forces that can be united, or more succinctly, harmony. Fei Qian implied that both he and his mentor Cai Yong were entities that Li Ru could unite with, capable of coexisting harmoniously, devoid of any so-called conflict of interest. Upon hearing this, Li Ru suddenly smiled slightly, exclaiming, "Excellent. Your master has indeed imparted to you the teachings of the Zhuozhuan, which are truly fitting." Fei Qian, not one to shy away from compliments, replied, "I appreciate the praise, chief of the imperial physicians." At that moment, a servant from Li Ru's estate approached to announce the arrival of the Duke of Tingtian, already drenched in cold sweat. Fei Qian did not even register who the visitor was and hastily seized the opportunity to take his leave. He responded with an acknowledgement, but internally mused that this visit had already drained countless of his brain cells, and if he were to frequent it, he would merely be inviting trouble upon himself. As he inwardly grumbled, he hastily made his way out, only to nearly collide with an incoming figure. The near collision was averted as he felt himself lifted off the ground, as if weightless, by the approaching individual. What a formidable man! This was Fei Qian's immediate impression, yet he soon felt rather awkward, akin to a small chick being hoisted aloft. Was I truly that light? Or had I grown thin since arriving in the 3 kingdoms due to poor nourishment? The servant guiding him was startled and quickly rushed to clarify the situation, revealing that the person who had lifted him was, in fact, a disciple of Cai Yong and Lu Hong. Bu, realizing his error, promptly set Fei Qian down. clasped his hands in apology, and expressed, "I beg your pardon for my rudeness." Upon landing, Fei Qian realized with astonishment that he was at least 2 heads shorter than El Bu. It is worth noting that Fei Qian was not particularly short, estimating his height to be around 1.70 meters. This implies that El Bu's stature must be at least 2.12 meters. Why such a significant difference among individuals of the Eastern Han? Perhaps it was the shock of being lifted suddenly, or perhaps the mental exertion had dulled his senses. Fei Qian suddenly grasped that he stood before El Bu, the mightiest warrior of the 3 kingdoms. Instinctively, Fei Qian began to search his person and promptly inquired of the attendant beside him, "Do you have paper and ink?" "What does my lord require with paper and ink?" "A signature," Fei Qian exclaimed, only then realizing how he had unwittingly imported the modern custom of requesting autographs from celebrities into this era. Nevertheless, the words were spoken. Obtaining a signature would be splendid, especially from El Bu, the foremost embodiment of martial prowess. If he were to acquire such an autograph, how much might it be worth in the future? He mused that he might very well be the first in Eastern Han to do so. Reflecting on this, he found the idea amusing. Imagine El Bu confronting Guan Yu, or Zhuge Liang facing Sima Yi. The thought alone brought a smile to his face. When the attendant brought the paper and ink, Fei Qian handed them to El Bu, who seemed bewildered by the request. With anticipation, he said, "Ziyuan has a humble request. Might you, Duke of the Pavilion, grant me your signature?" "Ah, yes, just your name." "Indeed, and then and Apos, to my friend Ziyuan and Apos." "Yes, Ziyuan is my name." Having secured the first autograph of a celebrity in Eastern Han, Fei Qian joyfully dried the ink and tucked the precious document away. However, he realized he needed to provide an explanation for this unusual behavior, otherwise he might be regarded as a lunatic by others. With this in mind, he straightened his attire, bowed respectfully to El Bu, and said earnestly, "Ziyuan has heard of Duke of the Pavilion's long-standing defense of Bingzhou, thwarting the Xianbei incursions and ensuring the peace of the local populace. This is a deed of unparalleled merit, and I am filled with admiration. Therefore, it is with great joy that I stand before you today. Should I offend in any way, I hope you will forgive me." "Ah, indeed. It is but a minor accomplishment, hardly worthy of mention," El Bu replied, waving his hands in humility. Yet, his face blossomed with delight. The happiest days of El Bu's life were those spent defending his homeland against the Hu people in Bingzhou, and this was a source of immense pride for him. Fei Qian and Apos' acknowledgement struck a chord within him, dispelling any prior doubts or displeasure. Now, gazing at Fei Qian, he found him increasingly agreeable and said, "Ziyuan, please stay for a moment. I will report back, and then we shall find a place to indulge in some fine spirits." As El Bu extended the invitation for a drink, Fei Qian pondered whether to accept or decline. Chapter 47. After consuming this bowl, there are still 2 more to go. Well, who could resist such flattering words? It would be rude to decline, so let us drink. Although El Bu and Apos' reputation has somewhat diminished after the events at Hulao Pass and Zhang Fei and Apos' provocations, there seems to be no harm in enjoying a drink now. Moreover, Fei Qian harbors a curiosity about El Bu. How did such a formidable warrior, who gathered exceptional strategists, valiant generals, elite soldiers, and superior equipment in the early days of the 3 kingdoms, ultimately meet his downfall? Historically, if El Bu had paired well with Chen Gong, their potential would have been extraordinary. Chen Gong excelled in strategic planning. Given time to contemplate, he could present a grand plan. Recall how, after a prolonged period of restraint, he struck decisively against Cao Cao, nearly incapacitating him. El Bu, the king of the battlefield, was a force to be reckoned with. In a one-on-one or even a one-on-many scenario, as long as the opposing forces could not overwhelm his might, the outcome was invariably in El Bu and Apos' favor. His adversaries would be left lamenting their defeat. At this juncture, the cavalry units of Bingzhou and Apos' Wolf Riders, the Shiliang Iron Cavalry, and the White Horse Company represented the 3 major established cavalry forces of the 3 kingdoms, while others still wielded rudimentary weapons. El Bu and Apos' army was akin to operating tanks in battle. Yet, despite such formidable resources, they ultimately fell. But that is a tale for another time. Presently, El Bu was exceedingly joyful. He had finally encountered someone who understood him. Imagine a once impoverished man suddenly transformed into a wealthy and handsome figure. Yet lacking a companion with whom to share his triumph, what a source of frustration for El Bu. Zhang Liao and Gao Shun had been dispatched by Li Ru to train the newly enlisted troops from Yijin, one stationed within the city and the other at the camp outside. Both had risen in rank to that of a miscellaneous captain. Elbu, not particularly astute, failed to recognize that Li Ru had intentionally split his Bingzhou forces to prevent them from uniting. Instead, he was preoccupied with the irony of having money to drink but no one to share it with. He had initially sought out Li Su a few times, but his excessive display of wealth had deterred Li Su from joining him. Thus, when he encountered Fei Qian, a kindred spirit who had nearly collided with him in the corner, Elbu eagerly seized the opportunity to invite him for a drink. Elbu had originally intended to celebrate at the grandest tavern in Luoyang, the Drunken Immortal Inn, where he would have several women perform lively dances to warm up the atmosphere, followed by some entertainment from courtesans. This startled Fei Qian, who quickly reminded Elbu that he had just held a master-apprentice ceremony at the Drunken Immortal in the day before, and inviting courtesans again would be somewhat inappropriate. After contemplating Fei Qian and Appo's words, Elbu reluctantly agreed to relocate their drinking to his new residence, albeit with a tinge of regret. The residence currently occupied by Elbu is a property formerly owned by the military official Jian Shua in the area of Buguangli. Following the massacre of the Jin family, the estate was confiscated by the state and lay vacant for some time. Upon Elbu and Appo's arrival, Dong Zhuo generously bestowed this property upon him from the state treasury, along with a multitude of servants and attendants. As Elbu dragged Fei Qian through the entrance, he exuberantly called for the servants to hasten the preparations for a banquet, and then summoned Zhang Liao and Gao Shan, expressing his eagerness to introduce them to a newfound acquaintance. Fei Qian inwardly scoffed, feeling as though he were a mere spectacle in a zoo, and wondered if he should charge admission for this gathering. However, he discerned no trace of disdain in Elbu's tone. Rather, it resembled the exuberance of one eager to flaunt a recent achievement to his companions. Before long, the banquet was arranged in the rear hall, which took Fei Qian by surprise. Although Elbu and Appo's original wife was still in Bingzhou and absent from the gathering, and thus there were no concerns regarding female company. The choice of the rear hall indicated that Elbu regarded Fei Qian not merely as a guest, but rather as someone akin to family. At that moment, Fei Qian felt a twinge of guilt for having deceived Elbu. Observing the situation, it became evident that Elbu was of a rather sincere disposition, reminiscent of the character traits found among nomadic tribes on the steppes. When he was kind, it was genuine and abundant, yet he harbored no tolerance for deceit. Should he discover any form of trickery, the warmth he once extended would swiftly transform into resentment. Resigned to his circumstances, Fei Qian, adhering to the customs of future banquets, naturally raised a cup of wine in salute to Elbu, then downed it in one swift motion, for the wine of the Han dynasty, regardless of its nature, was quite low in alcohol content, akin to fruit juice infused with spirits, albeit with a hint of impurities. Elbu and Appo's eyes lit up at this display. He had been somewhat apprehensive that Fei Qian might exhibit the hesitance typical of the pedantic scholars he had encountered, who would daintily consume their food and drink. To his surprise, Fei Qian displayed none of that, embodying the forthrightness characteristic of a warrior. Elbu, in turn, drained his cup, wrinkling his brow not out of disdain for the wine itself. After all, Han wine was what it was, but rather due to the cup's diminutive size. Finding it insufficient, he called for the servants to replace the wine cup with a larger bowl. In social settings, a common way to minimize one's alcohol intake is to engage in conversation. And having navigated the professional world for many years, Fei Qian understood this well. He seized upon an opportunity to inquire about Elbu's exploits against the Xinbei and Bingzhou, deftly tapping into Elbu and Appo's enthusiasm for recounting these tales, which he had longed to share but had lacked an audience. Elbu spoke animatedly, his gestures lively, while Fei Qian listened raptly, for such stories were not accessible through historical records in later times. Intermittently, Fei Qian posed questions regarding points he found perplexing in Elbu and Appo's narrative, nodding in understanding, and noticing Elbu and Appo's bowl had emptied. He took it upon himself to refill it without needing to summon a maidservant. Elbu, not one to be overly polite, eagerly drained his cup in a single gulp, casually wiping his mouth before continuing his discourse. Meanwhile, Fei Qian listened with a smile, pouring another bowl for Elbu, who promptly consumed it. By the time Zhang Liao, known as Zhang Wenyuan, received word while training troops in the city, Elbu had already imbibed to a significant degree of inebriation. In a fit of exuberance, he accepted Fei Qian and Appo's suggestion and took a long spear from the backyard to showcase his martial prowess. Elbu, indeed deserving of the title of the mightiest warrior of the three kingdoms, wielded the spear, estimating to weigh around 30 to 40 pounds, with such ease that it appeared as if he were holding a mere stick. With a single hand, he twirled it effortlessly, creating a gust of wind that sent Fei Qian and Apos' flowing sleeves nearly striking his own face. Chapter 48. The Fantian Huaji, an additional update for Reader A708020. Had it not been for my personal experience in the Three Kingdoms, I would have remained oblivious to the distinctions between a spear and a halberd. I had always assumed that a spear was merely a halberd adorned with a red tassel, while the halberd was simply a spear devoid of such embellishments, differing only in terminology. However, today, in the presence of Elbu, I have come to realize that there exists a significant disparity between the two. The blade of a halberd is generally longer and flatter, whereas that of a spear is comparatively shorter and more angular. In essence, one might liken a halberd to a diminutive sword affixed to a lengthy wooden shaft. Overall, the spear is somewhat smaller in every aspect, akin to those commonly seen in later eras. Elbu's halberd, which he wielded today, boasted a blade that was both long and broad, approximately 4 fingers in width and 2 palms in length, adorned with intricate carvings. The shaft beneath the blade gleamed with a deep black luster, its material a mystery to me. As I observed Elbu exhibiting his martial prowess, I noted that he not only employed thrusts and jabs, but also adeptly utilized the unique characteristics of the halberd, interspersing his movements with slashing techniques. Though my understanding was limited, the sight of Elbu whirling through the courtyard like a human tornado was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The sharp winds generated by his halberd stirred the fallen leaves, causing them to swirl upward, dancing around him like a dark dragon, while the air was filled with resounding booms reminiscent of its furious roars. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhang Liao, known as Zhang Wenyuan, was met with this spectacle. Elbu, in the throes of his fervent display, took little notice of Zhang Liao's arrival. In a matter of steps, he darted to the weapon rack nestled in the corner of the yard, lifting a spear and, with a swift motion, sent it hurtling directly at Zhang Liao. Clearly, Zhang Liao was no stranger to such encounters. With a flick of his heavy cloak, he caught the spear with ease, shaking it with a flourish that conjured a flurry of glimmers, and promptly thrust it toward Elbu. The force with which Elbu wielded his spear was both heavy and deliberate, yet infused with an agile finesse. In contrast, Zhang Liao maneuvered his spear with the grace of a spring-loaded mechanism, its bright tip adorned with a red tassel darting unpredictably. The two engaged in a fierce duel within the confines of the modest courtyard, each targeting the other and Apos' vital points as if they were sworn enemies clashing on the battlefield, sending shivers down my spine. When Elbu had been dancing alone, he had merely stirred the leaves that the servants had failed to sweep away. Now, with Zhang Liao and Apos' addition, their combined energies collided, sending gusts of wind swirling. The force of their combat not only kicked up the dust and gravel beneath them, but also dislodged the leaves from the trees, which fell like rain. As they descended, the sharp currents of air between the two tore the leaves apart, creating a swirling vortex around them. "Stop! I'm hungry," Zhang Liao exclaimed, retreating slightly and planting his spear into the ground with a flourish. "Did you come here to fight, or to invite me for a meal?" Elbu laughed heartily. "Excellent. Let us dine first. We can resume our sparring afterward." "Resume after dining?" I mused quietly, wondering if these individuals were devoid of appetites. In this dynasty, if one were to suffer from appendicitis, aside from seeking the renowned Hua Tua, there would likely be no other remedy available. Come, Wenyuan," said Lu Bu, pulling Fei Qian over to introduce him to Zhang Liao. "This is the disciple of Kai Boji and Lu Yuanjua. Can you guess who it is?" Fei Qian mused that Lu Bu was likely inebriated, having already declared his affiliations, yet prompting Zhang Liao to guess. Zhang Liao towered over Fei Qian by a good half a head, possessing thick brows, large eyes, and a square face. His bronze complexion complemented by a short beard on his chin, exuding an air of competence. Lu Bu burst into hearty laughter, one hand gripping Fei Qian and the other pulling Zhang Liao back to their seats, bellowing for the servants to replace the old banquet setup with a new one, while recounting how he met Fei Qian. As Lu Bu spoke, Fei Qian recalled that Zhang Liao, also known as Zhang Wenyuan, was one of the 5 great generals, later honored posthumously during the Tang dynasty, which recognized 64 esteemed military figures, among them Zhang Liao, while others like Ma Chao and Zhao Yun were inexplicably absent from the list. With a smile, Fei Qian extended paper and pen towards Zhang Liao, General Wenyuan. "Might you grant Ziyuan an autograph?" Lu Bu laughed heartily. "Of course, it must be signed. But why is Bo Ping not present?" It It was then that Lu Bu noticed Gao Shun had not accompanied Zhang Liao. Bo Ping resides in the eastern camp, with the city gates soon to close. It poses considerable inconvenience. He sends his apologies to Duke of Pavilion, Zhang Liao stated while signing. Lu Bu nodded, acknowledging, "It is my oversight, no matter. It is a pity not to meet Ziyuan. Perhaps we shall make amends next time." Friendships among men often flourish at the banquet table, before the feast was concluded. Fei Qian had already been elevated to the status of a brother. After waiting for the ink on Zhang Liao and Appo's autograph to dry before carefully storing it away, Fei Qian suddenly recalled something. Wasn't Lu Bu known for wielding the Fa Tian Huaji? Yet, he had not seen it earlier. When the red hair had arrived at Lu Bu and Appo's residence, even someone like Fei Qian, who was not particularly versed in horses, could discern that it was a magnificent steed, taller than the average horse and brimming with vitality. However, he had not spotted the Fangtian Huaji, only a spear resting on the horse and Appo's back. "Pray tell, Duke of Pavilion, why is the Fangtian Huaji absent?" Fei Qian inquired, sensing the oddity. It was peculiar that he felt something was amiss. The red hair and the Fangtian Huaji were Lu Bu's two primary armaments, which would undoubtedly elevate his combat prowess significantly. Lu Bu let out a burp, perplexed. "The Fangtian Huaji? Why do you ask me?" Fei Qian and Appo's heart raced as he cautiously probed. "Duke of Pavilion, could it be that your weapon is not the Fangtian Huaji? I wield a spear. What need have I for a halberd?" Lu Bu replied, gazing at Fei Qian. "Brother, have you had too much to drink? I have always used a spear. However, speaking of the Fangtian Huaji." Lu Bu scratched his head, contemplating. Both the spear and the Fangtian Huaji were heavy weapons, though the latter was indeed heftier. Recently, he had felt a surge in his strength, making the spear seem somewhat lighter. Perhaps it would be prudent to experiment with the Fangtian Huaji instead? Yet, Lu Bu had not considered the reason behind his newfound strength. In the past, during his time in Bingzhou, Bu often faced shortages of provisions, even resorting to foraging for yam in the mountains. However, upon his arrival in Luoyang, he found himself elevated to the rank of cavalry commander and bestowed the title of Duke of Duding, indulging daily in a feast of wine and meat. How could his strength possibly compare to that time in Bingzhou? The more Bu pondered, the more he felt inclined to experiment with the halberd, Fangtian Huaji. While a spear could indeed be wielded with finesse for slicing and thrusting, it remained a mere straight pole, lacking the versatility of the halberd, which embodied multifunctionality. At Bu and Appo's level of martial prowess, he increasingly transitioned from simple techniques to intricate variations, placing greater emphasis on diverse skills. Thus, when Fei Qian mentioned it, combined with Bu and Appo's own reflections, he abruptly rose from his seat and declared, "Please wait here for a moment. I shall fetch a Fa Tian Huaji from the armory." With that, he left Fei Qian and Zhang Liao behind, rushing away like a gust of wind. Fei Qian thought to himself, "Oh dear, have I inadvertently misallocated Bu and Appo's skill points once again?" Chapter 49. The Flying Spearhead with Fervor. Bu rushed towards the armory of Luoyang in search of the Fangtian Huaji, leaving Fei Qian and Zhang Liao exchanging glances. The official in charge of the Luoyang armory would typically hold the title of Chief of the Imperial Guards, yet during the reign of Emperor Ling of Han, this position was frequently bestowed upon individuals of little relevance, gradually transforming into a mere honorary title. Consequently, the armory fell under the control of eunuchs, shifting from the outer court to their hands. Originally, the Han dynasty and Appo's armory boasted numerous treasures. However, during the 5th year of the Yuan Tang era under Emperor Xian, a thunderstorm ravaged the armory, resulting in the destruction of many priceless artifacts. Had it not been for this disaster, the collection of rare treasures would have been far more substantial. Among the treasures lost to the celestial fire, there were peculiar items such as the preserved head of Wang Mang, the first emperor of the Wang clan, which was absurdly displayed in the armory. What value could such a relic possibly hold? A curse against the enemy with a 100 success rate? Then there were the wooden sandals worn by Confucius, imbued with the essence of the sage himself. Equipping them would surely increase the likelihood of persuasion by 100. The sword wielded by Emperor Gaozu, which slayed the white serpent, finally represented a weapon of some repute. In the realm of gaming, such an artifact would undoubtedly possess a fortune attribute of at least 100. In total, over 200 precious items were lost to the flames, alongside countless weapons. Zhang Liao, perceptive and detail-oriented, feared that Fei Qian might be angered by El Bu's abrupt departure, as it is universally understood that one does not abandon guests mid-reception. Thus, he reassured Fei Qian, the Marquis merely acts on impulse. There is no ulterior motive. I hope you do not hold it against him. Impulsiveness is indeed commendable. Why would I take offense? Fei Qian replied, not merely exchanging pleasantries. One could imagine that with El Bu and Amp, Apos' exceptional martial prowess, had he been a schemer like Sun Yu, who was full of cunning tricks, no one would stand a chance against him. Sensing Fei Qian and Apos' sincerity, Zhang Liao relaxed and began to serve him food and drink in El Bu and Apos' stead. Once they entered the back hall, El Bu, disregarding the value of the precious blue bricks beneath him, abruptly thrust the Fang Tian Huaji into the ground, piercing the hard stone as if it were mere tofu. El Bu raised his wine bowl and downed its contents in one gulp, grabbing the wine jug. He initially intended to pour, but, feeling unsatisfied, opted instead to tilt his head back and guzzle nearly half the jug, savoring the rich aroma of the wine as he exhaled contentedly. With a sense of triumph, he caressed the Fang Tian Huaji and declared to Fei Qian and Zhang Liao, "What a delight! Come, behold my treasure." Inwardly lamenting, Fei Qian reflected on El Bu and Amp, Apos' manner of speech. Nevertheless, the Fang Tian Huaji bore a resemblance to some designs he had encountered in later times, albeit those were mere imitations, lacking the chilling brilliance and formidable aura of the weapon before him. Before him lay the Fang Tian Huaji, which Fei Qian estimated to measure around 10 to 12 feet in length. At the apex of the pole was affixed a flat metallic spearhead, flanked by crescent-shaped blades that connected to the spearhead via 2 slender branches. The edges glimmered with a chilling light, unmistakably sharp. Intricate patterns adorned both the spearhead and the crescent blades, imparting a lavish appearance. At the junction of the spearhead and the pole, a vivid depiction of the mythical creature Yazi was carved, adding to its allure. The pole itself was a deep crimson hue, embellished with delicate, serpentine dragon motifs that coiled gracefully from top to bottom, culminating at the handle. El Bu and Apos' pride was palpable as he jovially proclaimed, "This is forged from the celestial iron of Gonshu's craft, capable of slicing through steel as if it were mere clay, severing hair with a mere breath." The armory commander, who had initially hesitated, was soon silenced by El Bu's exuberance. Suddenly realizing he may have divulged too much, El Bu abruptly halted, urging Zhang Liao to join him in testing out the weapon, eager to experience the thrill of combat. Zhang Liao, equally curious about El Bu's newly acquired weapon, readily acquiesced, and the two retreated to the courtyard to spar, playfully tormenting the flowers and plants that had narrowly escaped destruction moments before. Whether due to the unique design of the Fang Tian Huaji or perhaps some concealed mechanism crafted by its creator, El Bu's wielding of the polearm produced a distinctly different sound than that of a spear. It resonated as though a creature were bound to the weapon, emitting a haunting wail with each swing that could pierce the very soul and unsettle the mind. Fei Qian soon perceived a glimmering thread approaching him in the air, causing his scalp to prickle with alarm. At that moment, El Bu propelled himself off the ground, swiftly covering several paces. With a graceful extension of his powerful arms, he flicked the lengthy Fang Tian Huaji, which struck the beam above with a resounding thud. "Why do you stare at me so?" Fei Qian pondered, puzzled. "Brother, were you not afraid a moment ago?" El Bu inquired. Fei Qian nodded, replying, "I was indeed a bit frightened, but now it seems all is well, is it not? Honestly, who would not feel fear? Yet, what good does it do to be afraid? Especially with the likes of you two masters around." El Bu erupted in hearty laughter, thrusting the Fang Tian Huaji into the stone-paved ground. He then offered a bowl of wine to Fei Qian, declaring, "Indeed, you are exceptional. Far from the timid scholars of lesser metal. Come, let us share this drink." Zhang Liao too raised a bowl of wine, sharing a knowing glance with Fei Qian before downing it in one gulp, a smile dancing in his eyes as he remarked, "In our practice, weapons occasionally suffer damage. There have been instances where civil officials found themselves in situations akin to yours, yet only you, Zhuan, remained unfazed and composed." I was merely stunned at that moment," Fei Qian admitted. However, a thought soon crossed his mind. This was the late Eastern Han period, on the brink of an era of chaos. A civil official like himself, without the protection of formidable warriors such as El Bu or Zhang Liao, could easily meet an untimely end at the hands of a mere blade. Surely, with two great masters before him, he could learn a few techniques to ensure his own safety in dire circumstances. "Brother, do you wish to learn martial arts?" Elbu asked, stroking Fei Qian's physique, his brow furrowing slightly. You possess a valid point, yet. He glanced at Fei Qian, shaking his head in disapproval. I fear my skills may be beyond your grasp. It and amp. Oppos. It's not that I am unwilling to teach, but rather, your build. Elbu concluded, still shaking his head in disdain. Chapter 50. The centered strike. What was that saying? Every man harbors a dream of martial prowess within his heart. It is indeed said that one traverses the rivers and lakes with a sword in hand, slaying a foe with every 10 paces, leaving no trace after 1,000 miles. Passing through a myriad of blossoms without a single petal touching one. Fei Qian is no exception to this sentiment. Yet, this aspiration suffered a grievous blow at the hands of Elbu. Is it truly that, given my physique, I am destined for a life of mediocrity? Fei Qian shifted his hopeful gaze toward Zhang Liao, only to find him turning away, engrossed in a bowl of wine, drinking persistently without ever putting it down. Understanding dawned upon him. With a sigh, Fei Qian felt his spirits wane. After all this commotion, it seems I am fated for a bureaucratic existence. Forever distanced from the battlefield. My dream of leading 1,000 troops to claim the head of a general. Zhang Liao offered words of solace to Fei Qian. Ziyuan, take heart. Should you ever find yourself on the battlefield, even civil officials are accompanied by personal guards, and common folk cannot approach with ease. Furthermore, if civil officials were to wield weapons and venture into combat, what purpose would we martial officers serve? Elbu nodded in agreement and remarked, what Wen Yuan says is indeed true. Ziyuan, your physique is frail, and my martial prowess leans towards the vigorous. Should you attempt to practice, it would surely take a toll on your health and unwarrantedly shorten your lifespan. Rest assured, with your guidance in locating this halberd, should anyone dare to trouble you? Elbu abruptly seized his Feng Dianhua halberd, grunting ominously, eager to demonstrate its might. Fei Qian lowered his eyelids, thinking to himself, let it be. Elbu, you shine brightly now, but in the later stages, even your own safety will become a challenge. How could you possibly protect me? Ultimately, relying on oneself is far more dependable than any other. Observing Fei Qian's earnest desire to learn, Zhang Liao pondered for a moment, unwilling to dampen his spirits, and said, if Ziyuan truly wishes to learn martial skills, I could teach you a technique with the spear. Would you be willing to learn? Fei Qian eagerly responded, no need to hesitate. I wish to learn, regardless of the form. After all, Zhang Liao, you are a premier warrior. Whatever you impart will surely be of merit. I shall learn first, and if my body cannot withstand it, I shall simply refrain from practicing. Zhang Liao handed Fei Qian one of the long spears and began to demonstrate, guiding him on how to hold it, how to exert force, and how to harness the strength of his waist and legs. After several demonstrations, he discovered that Fei Qian was surprisingly quick to learn and chuckled, Ziyuan, you possess considerable insight. Should you find a style that harmonizes both rigidity and flexibility, it could indeed prove fruitful. Elbu gestured for Zhang Liao to proceed as he wished. Zhang Liao took his stance, signaling Fei Qian to pay close attention, then suddenly leaped forward, thrusting the spear with a swift motion akin to a flash of lightning. The spear pierced through a tree, creating a transparent hole in the trunk. Zhang Liao moved to the side of the tree, standing beside the trunk now marked by the gaping hole, beckoning Fei Qian to approach. Pointing to the newly made opening, he asked, Ziyuan, if you were to consider this tree as a person, where do you think this hole would correspond on their body? Fei Qian examined the hole, then glanced at Zhang Liao standing beside it, making a comparison, and replied, in the center of the chest? Zhang Liao nodded affirmatively, saying, this technique is called the centered strike, the foundation of all spear techniques. If Ziyuan truly wishes to pursue the art of spear play, this is where you should commence. Fei Qian clicked his tongue and remarked, is it necessary to practice until one can pierce a tree with a single thrust like you? Zhang Liao laughed heartily, shaking his head. With a casual flick, he thrust his spear into the tree once more, the tip embedding itself halfway into the trunk before he withdrew it. If it's merely against an ordinary person, then Ziyuan, you need only practice to this level. However, if you encounter a true master. Zhang Liao left his words hanging, yet Fei Qian understood the implication. Should he face a formidable opponent, even the most refined skills would be of little use. At this moment, Elbu observed that Zhang Liao was teaching the very fundamentals, the basic stance of the spear, which set his mind at ease. He approached and said, Ziyuan, do not underestimate this stance. The art of spear play is ever-changing, and most techniques spring forth from this foundation. In my early days, I too began my journey with the basic stance. Zhang Liao encouraged Fei Qian to practice a few thrusts, then proceeded to provide hands-on guidance. demonstrating how to initiate movements and exert force. He even had Fei Qian place his hands on his shoulder and waist, allowing him to experience the coordination of the body in generating power. Elbu chimed in occasionally with pointers until Fei Qian could firmly grasp the essential techniques of the basic stance. Fei Qian lost track of how many thrusts he had executed, only to realize that by the time he reached the end of his practice, both Elbu and Zhang Liao deemed his efforts satisfactory. Every part of his body was sore beyond measure. Observing Fei Qian's labored gait, Elbu chuckled, "Dear brother, do you still wish to pursue martial arts, or shall you prefer to be a civil official?" Despite the overwhelming soreness, Fei Qian gritted his teeth and insisted, "I must learn. This is no trivial matter concerning my life. In the coming decades, I shall find myself in battle. Who knows when I might be left to fend for myself? If I do not learn now, shall I wait until the blade descends to begin my training?" Zhang Liao nodded in agreement as he followed suit, addressing the utterly exhausted Fei Qian. "Ziyuan, consider yourself fortunate, for this is the treasure of the pavilion marquee." Suddenly, Zhang Liao sensed something amiss and wondered where they were headed. At the same time, while Fei Qian was enduring his aches, Dong Zhuo was experiencing unparalleled comfort. The previous day, prior to the deposing of the emperor, the minister Wang Yun had personally visited, engaging in casual conversation before subtly indicating his allegiance, subsequently sending an array of treasures and 10 renowned singers from Jiang'an. Thus, Dong Zhuo boldly announced the emperor and Apos' deposition today, unperturbed by any potential dissent among officials. Yet, he was taken aback when Lu Ji stood up in opposition, but ultimately, he was but one voice against the tide of power. From this day forth Dong Zhuo, shall be the chancellor, standing above all others. Chapter 51. The strategy of noble families raising pigs. Human beings are inherently lazy creatures, in most circumstances. Sitting is undoubtedly more comfortable than standing, and lying down is certainly more comfortable than sitting. However, prolonged lying necessitates a change in posture, lest one feels discomfort. Dong Zhuo revels in the euphoria brought forth by power, as well as the pleasures bestowed upon him by beautiful women. For him, this represents a dual satisfaction that fulfills both his spiritual and physical desires, akin to the exhilarating culmination of his ambitions. The finest and most exquisite wine is ever present, an endless source of indulgence. The most fragrant and tender meat is within reach, ever increasing with each bite. Although Dong Zhuo is not an emperor, he enjoys a treatment akin to that of one. Li Ru understands that this is the subtle dagger the noble families of the East have thrust into Dong Zhuo's side. Yet he also recognizes that any advice he offers now would be of little effect. It is only when the individual awakens to reality that true change can occur. Otherwise, he is bound to fall into the same gentle trap once more. Dong Zhuo, may you not forget the ambitions you harbored in Xiliang. After all, Dong Zhuo's origins are somewhat humble. He has not previously encountered such grandeur, rendering him vulnerable. However, should he manage to extricate himself from this situation, it would be akin to undergoing a profound spiritual baptism, greatly aiding his future endeavors. Thus, Li Ru patiently awaits to see if Dong Zhuo can achieve this self-awareness. The noble families are adept at this artifice. Virtually any prominent family is familiar with it. This gentle trap is not intended for enemies but is meticulously designed to select the next generation of family heads, having operated for hundreds of years. As families expand, so do their branches, leading to increased competition. While the main family enjoys certain innate advantages, the strength of the current head does not guarantee the same for the next generation. Many heads harbor similar concerns, necessitating utmost caution in selecting successors. After the head of the family has sown their seeds widely, a few will inevitably mature into adulthood. While the legitimate offspring possess inherent advantages, they too must navigate these trials, often facing temptations that may be even more potent than those encountered by others. Typically, the head of a household assigns a time-limited task to a few designated successors. During this period, these young heirs encounter remarkable individuals akin to the legendary love stories of Su Xian and Bai Nyangzi or Dong Yong and the Seven Fairies. Through a series of serendipitous events, they often find themselves enamored at first sight, then increasingly captivated, eventually surrendering their hearts. While this may seem a straightforward narrative, in ignorance of the underlying dynamics, most individuals, especially the impetuous youth, fall headlong into this intricate web, and whether they can extricate themselves depends on their fortitude. Subsequently, the noble families discerned that this strategy also proved effective against the occasional rise of fortunate commoners, who, lacking extensive romantic experiences in their youth, often find themselves bewildered by the allure of the noble class. In their moment of triumph, they may naively believe they have the world at their feet, only to be ensnared by the subtle machinations of the aristocracy, ultimately stumbling without understanding their misstep. In time, the noble families even advanced this approach to undermine the esteemed heirs of rival factions, with the audacious daring to apply it to the next generation of monarchs. While they may be unable to vanquish their foes outright, they can devise means to cultivate the offspring of their adversaries into ineptitude. Presently, for the gentry of the East, the plight of Dong Zhuo is merely an appetizer. The grand feast is yet to come. To the aristocracy, beauty is not merely a form of wealth but also a bond, a weapon. Its effective utilization hinges solely on the wielder and oppose, essence tit. Beauty, of course, manifests in myriad forms. Cayenne's allure resembles a beautifully ornate tome, heavy with intellectual charm, exuding an enticing fragrance that compels one to delve deeper into its pages. In a corner of her abode, an incense burner wafts a delicate scent. Cayenne eschews the overpowering aromas of flowers, favoring instead the subtle fragrance reminiscent of green bamboo. At this moment, she has just transcribed a volume she previously perused, which her father, Kai Yong, had sent away. It is said that music reflects the heart's voice. On that day, Kai Yin was suddenly reminded of her own experiences and involuntarily infused her emotions into the melody she played. Upon concluding her piece, she was taken aback when her maid, Xia Kai, returned with a slip of paper inscribed with 2 lines of poetry by Fei Qian. During the Eastern Han Dynasty, poetry had yet to experience significant development. People then appreciated the ornate beauty of lengthy compositions, while poetry was just beginning to emerge. With many of the Han Dynasty poems we cherish today leaning more towards song, essentially a form of evolution of the UFU lyrics. Before the Han Dynasty, during the spring and autumn and warring states periods, various forms of poetry such as fon, and song emerged across different regions. Subsequently, the poetry of the Han Dynasty underwent a transformation from folk ballads to the creations of literati, evolving from the UFU lyrics to the literary poetry known as ancient verses. The diverse formats of 4, 5, and 7 character lines came later. During the reign of Emperor Wu, Lu Che not only expelled the Xiongnu through military might, establishing the grandeur of the Han Dynasty, but he also made significant contributions to literature. In addition to founding the Taixue, he formally established the UFU office, appointing the musically adept Li Yannian as the chief music officer, responsible for composing musical scores and training musicians, while also collecting folk songs on a large scale for musical accompaniment. The establishment of the UFU office allowed a substantial preservation of Han folk songs, which gradually evolved into the nascent form of poetry. The renowned Feng Ge, attributed to Liu Bang, was indeed composed in the style of Chu songs. Over time, the cultural vehicle of poetry continued to develop, leading to the emergence of 4 and 5 character verses during the Eastern Han. The illustrious Ban Gu is recognized as the pioneer of 5 character poetry. Thus, the poetry hastily assembled by Fei Qian in a moment of emotional fervor inevitably imparted to Kai Yin a unique sense of freshness, revealing to her that poetry could take such forms. However, why does this rhyme scheme appear so peculiar? Is it possible for such variations in rhyme to exist? Chapter 52. Farewell at the Long Pavilion. The agrarian civilization of China has endured innumerable tribulations, leading to the irrevocable loss of many aspects throughout the annals of history. Thus, one of the reasons Kai Yin found Fei Qian's poetry intriguing was its lack of the character 11, which left her uncertain whether to employ the rhythms of Chu, Yu, or perhaps Zhou. No matter how she attempted to harmonize them, it seemed discordant, causing her, who prided herself on her musicality, some vexation. This junior of hers, failing to provide any clarifications, left her perplexed. Nevertheless, she comprehended the essence of those 2 lines. The overall sentiment, while commendable, provoked her contemplation. Am I to be likened to a withered tree or a sunken vessel? Is it not true that the river's waters remain predominantly clear? Surely, it is the Jing that is murky. This junior ought to delve into more literature. She contemplated mentioning this to her father, for if such ignorance were to spread, it would bring shame upon the Kai family. Let me compile a list of essential texts Fei Qian ought to study. The songs of Chu must be included, and UFU as well. The rhythms are all askew, and if he despises the character 11, he ought at the very least to familiarize himself with the works of Ban Gu and Ban Mingjian. The White Tiger and Oppose, as commentary, should be added, along with the Rhapsody of the 2 Capitals, which, despite being a rhapsody, deserves inclusion. And of course, the Book of Han must not be overlooked. Moreover, Fei Qian's calligraphy leaves much to be desired. It possesses form without spirit and requires further practice. I shall ponder which exemplary models would best serve him for copying. Fei Qian, still fortunate that Kai Yong had not yet resolved his inner turmoil and had no inclination to assign him any tasks, was taken aback when he received a lengthy list of mandatory readings and calligraphic exercises from his senior sister Kai Yan. The sheer length of it left him bewildered. Kai Yan, I have not wronged you, he lamented. The sole consolation was that these assignments could be approached at a leisurely pace, alleviating the urgency. Otherwise, he might have contemplated leaping into the Jing River in despair. After all, his physique was rather frail, and he had yet to engage in any rigorous training. As for the dismal scene of applying ointment, he chose to selectively forget it. Though Fei Qian understood that Lu Bu's willingness to provide him with a salve, crafted from the fat of the head wolf of the grasslands and herbs to alleviate his muscle soreness, was a testament to Lu Bu's favor towards him, the manner in which it was administered left much to be desired. Surely, he could have at least consulted him beforehand or summoned a few maidservants to assist. Fei Qian couldn't and oppose, help but harbor some grumbling thoughts. In truth, he failed to consider that such a thick ointment required substantial strength to penetrate his muscles. Moreover, the treatment demanded continuity. Otherwise, stopping midway would only exacerbate his discomfort. Had Lu Bu not taken a liking to him and sought to aid him in acquiring a new weapon, he would not have gone to such lengths. For Lu Bu himself had endured the rigors of training alone in his youth. However, thoughts of martial training must be temporarily set aside. For Fei Qian needed to hasten towards the eastern outskirts of the city, preparing himself before his master Kai Yong arrived. Master Lu Hong was set to depart for his new post in Shanyang County, although the two elderly gentlemen had previously shared a private drink together. When Lu Hong was set to depart, Kai Yong insisted on seeing him off. Naturally, Fei Qian, as the disciple, was obliged to join. For failing to do so would be exceedingly disrespectful. Approximately 10 miles outside Luoyang, small pavilions had been constructed along the official roads. These pavilions served not only as rest stops but also as significant venues for farewells. When Fei Qian arrived early in a hired carriage, he glanced around and, relieved not to see Kai Yong yet, felt fortunate to not be tardy, as that would have been a grave breach of etiquette. He instructed the coachman to place the purchased wine and meat in a more visually appealing and cleaner pavilion before he stood quietly to one side, awaiting the arrival of Kai Yong and Lu Hong. Before long, a modest carriage approached, and Kai Yong emerged from the compartment. Noticing the refreshments that Fei Qian had prepared, Kai Yong nodded in acknowledgement but remained silent, standing quietly by the roadside, much like an ordinary scholar waiting for a friend. Who would suspect that a court official and a distinguished literary figure would stand by the road, dust settling around them, awaiting their companions? Lu Hong arrived with his entourage. He dismounted from the carriage, and he and Kai Yong walked hand in hand into the pavilion. The guards, seasoned in the rituals of farewells, autonomously found a space along the road to park the horses and wait. However, they were taken aback when Fei Qian not only prepared refreshments for Kai Yong but also had provisions for the guards, who were pleasantly surprised and expressed their gratitude as the hired carriage driver served them. Lu Hong, noticing Fei Qian and Appo's as thoughtful gestures, remarked to Kai Yong, "Look, this young man possesses a truly delicate sensibility." Kai Yong concurred, acknowledging Fei Qian's amiable nature and meticulous demeanor. Yet, today was not for praising Fei Qian. It was a day for farewells. "Yuanjua," he continued, "our time together has been fleeting, and now we must part once more. With this farewell, who knows when we shall meet again?" Both elderly gentlemen were acutely aware of their advancing years. If they were younger, the prospect of future meetings might seem assured. But now, as both had grayed, the certainty of another encounter was far less certain. Chapter 53. The Dance of Yuanjua and the Lute of Boji in Ancient Times. The concept of retirement from official duties seemed almost non-existent. Officials either resigned for specific reasons or continued their service until they were no longer able to fulfill their roles. Take Lu Hong, for instance. By all accounts, he had reached an advanced age, yet the court showed no inclination towards leniency, dispatching him nonetheless to the mountainous region of Shanyang County, although he held the esteemed title of governor. The arduous journey from Luoyang to Shanong and Yanzhou was a formidable trial, particularly for someone of his years. Moreover, the Yellow Turban Rebellion had wreaked havoc in Yanzhou, necessitating that Lu Hong not only restore the livelihoods of the people but also engage in a battle of wits and valor against the remnants of the Yellow Turbans, who had devolved into bandits. The responsibilities of this position were indeed daunting. Lu Hong was a descendant of Lu Xing, the king of Lu during the Eastern Han dynasty. However, by his generation, the effects of the enfeoffment decree had diluted his noble lineage to the extent that it merely facilitated his entry into officialdom, with little else to commend. From a young age, Lu Hong harbored a profound passion for mathematics. Yet it was through the recommendation of Cai Yong that his talents were recognized and utilized in official capacities. Initially, he compiled the treatise on the 7 luminaries and later authored the treatise on the 8 elements, collaborating with Cai Yong to supplement the Book of Han, records of law and calendar. It is evident that the camaraderie between him and Cai Yong blossomed through their discussions and the intellectual exchange of ideas contained within those texts. There is perhaps no greater joy in life than having a confidant who truly understands you and shares a common language. Fei Qian, recognizing the bond between the two elderly gentlemen, quietly poured 2 cups of wine and reverently placed them before them. At the invitation, Cai Yong raised his cup and both drank heartily. Lu Hong then turned to Fei Qian and remarked, "Ziyuan, your prowess in mathematics is commendable. Yet you must guard against arrogance and impatience. Devote yourself diligently to your studies and do not succumb to laziness." Fei Qian promptly bowed in acknowledgement. Lu Hong continued, "Your teacher, Cai Shizhong, is of advanced age, and you should regularly attend to him, fulfilling your duties as a disciple." "Indeed," Fei Qian replied, bowing again in respect. Lu Hong regarded Fei Qian with earnestness, advising, "Your amiable disposition is commendable, yet you must choose your friends with care. I have heard that you recently shared drinks with El Fengxian?" Startled, Fei Qian responded, "Your knowledge is truly remarkable, esteemed elder. It was merely a chance encounter. I felt compelled to seek counsel from El Fengxian, who has long safeguarded the borders and brought peace to the people." Stealing a glance at the expressions of the 2 elder statesmen, he noted no significant change and continued, "In light of the chaos that besets the realm, and my own lack of martial prowess, I sought to learn some techniques for self-defense. One must have a justifiable reason, after all." Upon hearing this, Lu Hong exchanged glances with Cai Yong, who nodded in tacit approval of Fei Qian and Apos' rationale. Cai Yong added, "The gentleman is well versed in the 6 arts. Thus, Ziyuan, your desire to learn martial skills is not without merit. However, be wary, for the ways of the battlefield are fraught with peril." The scholars of the Han dynasty stand in stark contrast to the later generations of frail Confucians, the most significant difference being embodied in this concept of the 6 arts. In later generations, in an effort to exert greater control over intellectuals, the esteemed 6 arts of the gentleman, comprising rites, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, and mathematics, were stealthily supplanted with the text of the I Ching, the Book of Documents, the Book of Songs, Rites, Music, and the Spring and Autumn Annals. After all, a mere bookworm is far easier to manipulate than one who is well versed in both literary and martial skills. The rites of show clearly documents, to nurture the scholars of the state through the way, one must teach them the 6 arts. Firstly, the 5 rites. Secondly, the 6 musics. Thirdly, the 5 archery skills. Fourthly, the 5 charioteering skills. Fifthly, the 6 writings. And sixthly, the 9 numbers. Among these, archery and charioteering are directly related to martial prowess, rather than the plethora of texts that would follow. During the Han dynasty, many scholars adhered to the ancient gentleman and Apos' 6 arts, fostering a well-rounded development. A prominent example is Ban Chao, who famously took up arms after abandoning his writing. Consequently, when Fei Qian expressed his concerns about his low martial capabilities and sought counsel from Elbu to enhance his skills, Lu Hong and Cai Yong found nothing unusual in this. They cautioned Fei Qian that Elbu and Apos' methods lean toward the brutalities of battle, and that excessive force could be detrimental to his health. Having imparted their advice and addressed any queries, Lu Hong deemed the matter settled. Should fate allow, there might yet be another opportunity to meet. Lu Hong, lost in thought, poured himself a cup of wine and then filled another for Cai Yong, remarking, "As Yuanzhu departs, who knows when we will hear play the qin again? Would be willing to perform another piece for Yuanzhu?" Cai Yong nodded, his voice somewhat hoarse. "Very well. Ziyuan, please fetch my qin." As Fei Qian carefully cradled the ancient qin, Lu Hong craned his neck to observe and smiled at Cai Yong, saying, "I offer you this qin, and you bid me farewell with it. Our every morsel and sip is indeed preordained." Once Fei Qian had set the qin in place and lit the incense burner, Cai Yong, with a tranquil mind, took his seat behind the instrument, his hands gently resting upon its strings. At that moment, the world around them seemed to fall into silence. Fei Qian felt as though he could only hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Suddenly, Kai Yong and Apos' fingers flitted across the strings like butterflies in flight, and a cascade of melodies enveloped Fei Qian. He felt as though he had been transported to a serene mountain glade, with a gentle breeze rustling the pine needles. The sound of a nearby stream cascading down the mountainside. One would expect to feel uplifted, yet inexplicably, a bittersweet pang pierced his heart. Beneath his feet lay a winding mountain path, spiraling upwards, and at the end of this road, a figure appeared, moving ever farther away. Fei Qian wished to call out and grasp this silhouette, but found himself unable to pursue, nor could he voice his longing. He could only watch helplessly as it gradually vanished from sight. In the sky, a flock of wild geese flew overhead, their calls echoing through the air, transforming his overwhelming sense of parting into profound yearning and heartfelt blessings. Lu Hong, with his eyes closed in rapt attention, rose at this juncture. Refraining from further conversation with Kai Yong, he flung his long sleeves wide and began to dance, swaying rhythmically, his movements grand and archaic, blending seamlessly with the melodies of Kai Yong's qin as he stepped outside the pavilion, singing aloud. Green qin strums a clear sound, boldly playing a tune of sorrow. Long songs herald journeys afar, thoughts linger in the heart. As dear friends part ways, let us not linger. Kai Yong, with his tightly shut eyes, let two streams of sorrowful tears cascade down, and he sang in unison. In the chilly autumn of early September, I tread upon the frost-laden morning woods. My heart aches as I bow and rise, shedding tears alone. The yellow crane spreads its wings and soars far into the sky. Mountains rise and waters stretch far apart. From henceforth my longing will endure. Amidst the melodies of the zither and the songs, Lu Hong mounted the carriage, and the procession, following the official road, gradually faded from sight until it vanished entirely. Chapter 54, Cao Cao's calculations. Fei Qian, while journeying halfway, suddenly noticed a figure at the street corner that bore a striking resemblance to Cao Cao, just as he was about to call out. The figure turned the corner and vanished from sight. Oh well, it may not have been him, but what is Cao Cao up to now? It has been a while since he last heard news of him. Reflecting on his memory, Fei Qian recalled that in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, it was mentioned that Cao Cao had conspired with Wang Yun and had taken a treasured blade to assassinate Dong Zhuo. Logically, this could be plausible. But given Fei Qian's previous encounters with Cao Cao, it seemed unlikely that the suspicious man would act so impulsively, akin to an impetuous youth brandishing a sword. Fei Qian mused that if Cao Cao truly acquired the seven-star blade, he would probably present it to Dong Zhuo before hastily fleeing Luoyang, proclaiming that he was merely seeking fame for his thwarted assassination attempt. That would align more closely with Cao Cao's character, wouldn't it? Alas, the passage of time felt increasingly insufficient. The current situation was growing ever more tense. Following Yuan Shao and Apos' departure, Cao Cao was in flight as well. And soon the Battle of Hulao Pass would commence. Once the Eastern Coalition surrounded Hulao Pass, escape would be impossible. Yet, with so many matters at hand, old Lu Hong had departed, leaving behind a mountain of textbooks and assignments. Kai Yin seemed offended for reasons unknown, presenting him with an overwhelming stack of scholarly texts and inscriptions to replicate. Zhang Liao had instructed him on the defensive use of the jumping spear. Fei Qian shook his head in despair, lamenting why, upon traversing into this new realm, he could not instantly master any skill. In contrast to the fantastical tales of others who, upon arrival, were immediately revered and could effortlessly grasp martial techniques, he found himself treading cautiously, struggling to learn even the most basic moves. He longed for an era where a few heartfelt words could earn him the reverence of others, rather than relying on his office-honed eloquence to manipulate those foolish enough to bow and pledge allegiance so readily. However, for now, it remained nothing more than a wistful thought, a source of frustration. Cao Cao was presently measuring his route step by step. The primary royal palace of the Eastern Han in Luoyang was comprised of the southern and northern palaces, connected by a series of parallel pathways. The so-called Fudao consisted of 3 adjacent routes, with the central path reserved exclusively for the emperor, while the flanking paths were for ministers and attendants. The northern gate of the southern palace faced the southern gate of the northern palace, symbolizing the two palaces gazing upon one another from a distance. The twin gates towered over 100 feet, and the overall layout of the southern and northern palaces resembled a slightly larger character for L. Originally, Lu Xiao had designated the southern palace as the focus of administration, resulting in a multitude of palatial structures and intricate towers. However, by the late Eastern Han period, particularly during the reign of Emperor Ling, the emperor became increasingly lethargic, even reluctant to traverse the Fudao, ultimately convening court sessions directly in the northern palace. Over time, the administrative center gradually shifted from the southern palace to the northern palace. Initially, Yuan Shu and his associates anticipated placing the deposed Emperor Liu Bian in a certain palace within the southern palace, most likely in the Jiad Hall, located to the north of the Mingguang Hall. The name Jiad Hall is quite commendable. However, by the time of Emperor Ling, it had increasingly fallen into disrepute. Following Emperor Ling's ascension, he posthumously honored his late father as Emperor Shaoran and referred to his mother, Dong Shi, as Empress Shaoran, who resided in Jiad Hall. Yet, after Empress Dowager Do and Appo's demise, Empress Shaoran eventually ascended to the role of Empress Dowager Dong, beginning to exert her influence over the court. Subsequently, with the vigorous support of Empress Dowager Dong, Emperor Ling reached unprecedented heights in the sale of official positions, even offering the offices of the three dukes for sale. In the 6th year of Zhengping, Emperor Ling passed away in Jiad Hall, leading to its sealing as an ominous place. Thus, it was deemed quite suitable to confine the deposed emperor there. However, according to intelligence from Cao Cao and Appo's informants within the palace, the deposed Emperor Liu Bian was not in Jiad Hall but rather concealed in Yong'an Palace, located in the northeastern corner of Luoyang. Cao Cao speculated that Li Ru might have deemed the proximity of the southern palace to the residences of the three dukes as unsafe, especially considering the mere walls separating it from the residence of the Grand Commandant, or the Sima household. This arrangement, however, posed significant complications for Cao Cao and Yuan Shu's plans. Originally, should the emperor escape from the southern palace, he would only need to traverse 2 streets to reach the south gate, beyond which lay the Luo River, offering both land and water routes for a convenient escape, provided that they could momentarily impede their pursuers. Now, with the deposed emperor residing in Yong and Appo's palace, the escape routes were limited to 2. The first was to charge directly through the east gate adjacent to Yong and Appo's palace. This route was the shortest and swiftest. Yet just north of the east gate lay Mang Mountain, where mobility would be hindered, making it easy for pursuers to follow. The second option involved traversing the affluent neighborhoods of Bugwangli and Yongheli, exiting through the Middle East Gate. While this route was longer and more susceptible to interception, once beyond the Middle East Gate, the bustling horse market of Luoyang awaited, providing ample opportunity for immediate concealment. Both routes possessed their advantages and disadvantages, leaving Cao Cao momentarily uncertain about which to choose. He decided to personally visit the scene to assess and calculate the best course of action. Clad in a modest long robe and a dark blue hemp cloak, Cao Cao blended seamlessly into the crowd. Observing intently, he contemplated the situation. He was well acquainted with the Bugwangli and Yongheli areas, having frequented them often. If he could ensure that the officials remained behind closed doors at a critical moment, their limited guards and private soldiers would likely refrain from acting independently, thus facilitating an escape. Once they exited the Middle East Gate and mingled with the throngs at the horse market, evasion would become significantly more challenging for any pursuers. The pressing question now was how to ensure these dignitaries would remain within their residences at such a pivotal time. Chapter 55. Settling the score. Some individuals relish in comfort, while others thrive on adventure. Cao Cao embodies the latter, as evidenced by his current endeavor to rescue the deposed emperor. While an ordinary person may succumb to anxiety under pressure, losing their composure and failing to perform, Cao Cao remains remarkably calm, even deriving pleasure from the invigorating thrill that such pressure bestows upon him. As dusk descends, he refrains from lighting candles beneath his thick brows. His small eyes glimmer faintly in the encroaching night, as if a flame flickers within their depths. Moreover, the lofty banner of righteousness that Cao Cao raises, coupled with the promise of substantial rewards upon success, serves to embolden these men. After all, enlisting is merely a pursuit of glory and wealth, is it not? While verbal assurances of a prosperous future hold some sway, they pale in comparison to tangible rewards readily at hand. Cao Cao is acutely aware of this, and thus, over the past few days, he has liquidated all that could be converted into currency within his household, allocating the silver generously to these soldiers as their settling in expenses. A true leader cannot afford to be miserly. The glimmering silver and the weighty coins tucked into their pockets, combined with Cao Cao's personal promises of immense future benefits, work in tandem to ensure that these men will not falter at a crucial moment. After all, it is impossible for Cao Cao to divulge the entire plan to these subordinates at this juncture. Merely making some arrangements is already a gesture of gratitude for their years of toil. The autumn night carries a hint of chill, yet Cao Cao remains unfazed. the flames of ambition within him burning fiercely, bringing him a sense of contentment. The following day, as evening approached, wisps of smoke began to rise from every household, signaling the preparation of dinner. Yuan Shu, with dark circles under his eyes, stared at a plate of beef laid out for him. Although his appetite was lacking, the uncertainty of when he might next eat compelled him to hastily consume a few pieces, chewing them down with little relish. This scene unfolds in a rather dilapidated courtyard near the city gate to the south of Luoyang. The vicinity, close to the Luo River, serves as a hub for the dispersal of goods, resulting in a disordered and noisy environment primarily inhabited by the impoverished, marking it as a slum within Luoyang. The courtyard is already bustling with a number of individuals, some clad in simple cloth, others in armor. Despite the crowd, a hush prevails as groups of 3 or 5 await Yuan Shu's command in silence. These men are Yuan Shu's private soldiers. The earliest among them have followed him for nearly 6 years, while the most recent have been with him for over a year. Each year, Yuan Shu allocates the majority of the tributes he receives from Nanyang County to support these men. Yuan Shu and Appo's expression darkens at this hour. Why has Chow Amon not yet arrived? Could it be that he intends to flee at the last moment? Damn scoundrel, what shall I do now? Just then, a guard enters from outside, bearing a letter that has just been delivered. Yuan Shu snatches the letter, quickly tearing it open. Upon unfolding it, he finds only a few terse words inscribed. I have arrived, act according to plan. The signature bears the character man. Upon reading the letter, Yuan Shu was seized with an urge to curse vehemently, yet he managed to suppress his ire. Had they not agreed to meet at this designated location? Now, he received nothing more than a few hastily scribbled words stating that the sender had arrived. Arrived where? There was not a soul in sight. And yet he was expected to act according to plan. However, he mused, it might be for the best. With a scoff, he reflected that his earlier concern about Cao Cao discovering his lack of effort during their joint assault on Nangong was now moot, as Cao Cao's absence would surely shield Yuan Shu from any scrutiny. Instinctively, Yuan Shu reached for a candle to incinerate the letter, but halted mid-action, his mind racing. Instead, he carelessly tossed the missive beneath the table, rose from his seat, and exited the room. As he stepped into the courtyard, all eyes turned towards him. The onlookers fixated on Yuan Shu's presence. Standing tall, he gestured for departure, prompting the gathered crowd to disperse in groups through the front and back gates, gradually merging into the streets beyond. Yuan Shu, accompanied by a few trusted guards, was among the last to emerge. The private soldiers who had been in the courtyard were merely tasked with seizing the southern gate amidst the chaos to secure Yuan Shu's retreat. Now, he intended to rendezvous with Zhang Xiao, uniting their forces to launch an assault on Nangong. Despite his awareness that the attack was merely a fade, with Zhang Xiao being a pawn to draw fire, he knew that a performance should be executed in full. Meanwhile, in a nearby residence, Cao Cao peered through a slightly ajar window, squinting as he observed Yuan Shu and his loyal guards departing. It appeared that Yuan Gonglu was not merely deceiving him. He was genuinely preparing for a confrontation. At that moment, Cao Cao's suspicions regarding Yuan Shu were somewhat alleviated, for he could see that Yuan Shu had indeed summoned a considerable contingent. Moreover, in comparison to Yuan Shu, Cao Cao was at a disadvantage in terms of manpower, aside from his slight advantage within the palace. If he were to act alongside Yuan Shu, any sudden changes in Yuan Shu and Appo's plans could leave him vulnerable, a risk he could not afford to overlook, especially given their previous animosity. Now, with Yuan Shu poised to attack Nangong and divert the city's defensive forces, Cao Cao intended to seize the opportunity to orchestrate a breach at Yong'an Palace and rescue the deposed Emperor Liu Bian. As for Yuan Shu's safety, standing behind the window, Cao Cao offered a respectful salute to the retreating figure of Yuan Shu, declaring, Gonglu, consider this matter settled between us. With that, he turned and exited the residence, leading his companions towards the northeastern corner of Yong'an Palace. Chapter 56, The Emperor and Appo's capture the Yong'an Palace. With a circumference of 698 zhang, houses various halls such as Jingfu, Wanchang, and Yanxiu. Like the Yong'an Palace, it serves as a residence for the Empress Dowager in her twilight years. However, it is a well-known custom among the Empress Dowagers of the Han Dynasty to meddle not just with a hand but with a foot in state affairs. Consequently, the palace is equipped with various offices, rendering the notions of peace and joy rather irrelevant. Previously, the Yong'an Palace was the dwelling of Empress Dowager Dong, who was later eliminated by Empress Dowager He, leading to its long-standing neglect. Had it not been for Cao Cao's background in a family of eunuchs, The remnants of the palace's surveillance network, though considerably diminished during the last court upheaval, would still have managed to inform Cao Cao. Who would have suspected that Li Ru would conceal the deposed Emperor Liu Bian within these walls? To rescue him, one must first navigate past the guards of Yong'an Palace. Typically, the palace guards are comprised of the Yulin army, and Yong'an Palace was no exception. However, following the death of Empress Dowager Dong, the Yulin guards were disbanded, with most personnel dispatched to the frontiers. At present, the palace is defended by a contingent of Yulin soldiers and Shiliang troops drawn from other palaces. These guards, stationed within the palace, naturally partake of their daily sustenance from its kitchens. Originally, Yuan Shu had conceived a plan to exploit the palace personnel, administering a sedative to the guards during the evening meal, rather than a poison, which tends to cause a commotion. This approach would facilitate the handling of those guards who delayed their meals due to duty, thereby alleviating some of the pressure associated with entering the palace. Cao Cao has indeed invested considerable resources into this endeavor, enlisting operatives from the Nangu Palace to drug the Yulin guards and employing various means to infiltrate Yong'an Palace and sedate its defenders. However, regardless of the outcome of the rescue mission for the deposed emperor, those who are exposed will likely face dire consequences if they survive at all. The ferocity of palace intrigue rivals that of external conflicts. With limited positions available, no one would risk employing an individual with a tainted past or any hint of suspicion. Thus, these individuals, in service to Cao Cao's ambitions, risk not just immediate disgrace, but potentially a lifetime of obsolescence or even their very lives. Furthermore, arrangements have been made for the residences of the noblewomen in Bugwangli and Yongheli, as Cao Cao awaits the opportune moment. Yuan Shu and Zhang Xiao now stand outside the Nangu Palace, their eyes unwaveringly fixed upon a small corner gate in the southwest. This gate, a modest entrance meant for servants, is typically utilized for errands or the disposal of unsightly items. As the appointed hour draws near, Yuan Shu and Appo's breaths become increasingly rapid. The audacious Cao Cao has yet to make his appearance. Success. Initially anxious about Cao Cao's absence and whether his operatives within the Nangu Palace would adhere to the plan, Yuan Shu finally feels a sense of relief as the agreed signal comes into view. Yuan Shu turned his head and whispered to Zhang Xiao, "The deed is done. Please lead your troops into the palace swiftly and search the palaces on both sides of the Eternal Alley. I shall guard your retreat here." Zhang Xiao acknowledged with a nod, gesturing for his soldiers to lower their bodies as they filed through the side gate into the southern palace. Having reached this point, all that remained was to ensure my own path was secure. The sounds of slaughter within the southern palace finally reached the ears of the citizens outside, plunging the entire city of Luoyang into chaos. Meanwhile, in the Eternal Palace, Cao Cao found himself in a bit of a predicament. According to the original plan, Yuan Shu and Appo's actions in the southern palace had proceeded smoothly. However, things had taken a turn for the worse upon reaching Cao Cao and Appo's location. In Luoyang, Dong Zhuo held absolute power, and his soldiers from Shiliang were brimming with arrogance. Originally, they intended to prepare millet porridge, but suddenly the Shiliang troops craved soup buns instead. Consequently, they had to hastily switch their preparations, rendering the drug-laced millet porridge entirely useless. Moreover, the Eternal Palace differed from the Southern Palace in one crucial aspect. Although the side gate was located in the southwest corner, it lay perilously close to the Northern Palace. If they attempted to use the side gate as they had in the Southern Palace, discovery would summon the Northern Palace guards in an instant. They would then not only face the few defenders of the Eternal Palace, but also contend with the vast number of elite guards from the Northern Palace. Thus, Cao Cao realized that to rescue the deposed emperor, he would need to act decisively through the main entrance, striving for a swift resolution to extricate the emperor before the Northern Palace guards could react. However, before launching the assault, Cao Cao had already devised a contingency plan. The turmoil in the Southern Palace had begun to affect the entire city, with citizens who were previously going about their business now running about like headless chickens in search of refuge. The streets lay in disarray, strewn with various goods, and the cacophony of cries, wails, and the bleating of livestock made Luoyang resemble a boiling cauldron. The guards of the Eternal Palace grew increasingly tense, gripping their weapons tightly as they cast anxious glances towards the Southern Palace. Suddenly, a rider galloped in from around the corner, swiftly arriving at the front of the Eternal Palace. The messenger reined in his steed, coming to an abrupt halt. He produced a tiger talisman from his bosom and called out loudly to the guards atop the palace wall, "Rebellion in the Southern Palace." By the general's command, summoned the elite guards at once to quell the insurrection. Upon hearing the message, the elite guards hastily set down their baskets. They awaited the military officer leading the palace's elite guards to verify the talisman brought by the messenger, confirming it was indeed a command to mobilize troops. They quickly descended from the palace wall, rallying their fellow guards, and opened the palace gates to charge towards the southern palace. If Cao Cao hadn't found himself unable to access the Shiliang troop talismans and could only secure the elite guards' mobilization order, he would have wished to summon the Shiliang soldiers as well. Now, only the final step remained. Chapter 57. The hesitant Lu Bian Christmas Extra. Wisdom is a frail companion, sometimes overwhelmed by emotions such as greed, leaving it battered and bruised. Upon the walls of Yong'an Palace, the commander of the Shiliang soldiers gazed with insatiable greed at a large gold ingot, his desire so palpable that even a blind man could perceive it. He seized it, taking a bite to assess its quality. After all, there were merely two impotent eunuchs. How much chaos could they truly unleash? However, just as the palace gates swung open, a few more yellow-robed attendants emerged unexpectedly, and along with the two previous eunuchs, they swiftly dispatched 2 or 3 guards who had been caught off guard. Not only did they seize the entrance, but they also beckoned others to come forth. Almost immediately, a throng of 30 to 40 burly men came charging from the street corner opposite Yong and Apos and Palace, covering half the distance in the blink of an eye. Only then did the commander react, shouting hoarsely, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Loose arrows! Quick, release the arrows! Close the palace gates!" Unfortunately, the situation unfolded too rapidly. Before the guards atop the palace walls could even draw their bows, the group of men had already reached the gates. With the yellow-robed attendants and eunuchs fiercely resisting from within, they found it impossible to shut the gates, allowing the burly men to surge inside with ease. By the time Cao Cao and his men arrived at the palace gates, the once greedy old eunuch, who had been tempting the commander with gold, lay bleeding on the ground, having sustained several grievous wounds. As he caught sight of Cao Cao, he managed a faint smile before his head drooped, and he breathed his last. Seeing this, Cao Cao gritted his teeth and commanded his men to split into 2 groups, one to eliminate the guards obstructing their path and the other to rush into the palace in search of the deposed emperor. As he passed by the fallen eunuch, his pace faltered slightly, but he quickly resumed his determined advance. Cao Cao recognized the old eunuch. He had once been known as Li Yi before adopting the surname Cao under Chao Ding's influence. In his youth, Cao Yi had even cradled him as a child, making him a figure of the previous generation. It was unexpected that Cao Yi had survived the last palace turmoil, only to meet his demise here. Upon Cao Cao's arrival, the deposed Emperor Lu Bian and Lady Tengji were bewildered by the chaos, believing it to be yet another palace coup. Clinging to each other in fright, Cao Cao hurriedly approached, kneeling before them, and solemnly declared, "I am Cao Cao, laid in my duty to protect your majesty. Please, your majesty, hasten and follow me out of the palace." Do you intend to take my life?" Lu Bian inquired, a tremor of fear in his voice. "I come to safeguard, with no intention of harm. Please, your majesty, we must depart promptly," Cao Cao urged, anxious that every moment of delay increased the peril. Where are we to go?" Lu Bian thought it prudent to clarify. "I have arranged everything. I shall ensure your majesty's safety. Please, let us leave at once. Is it not better to be anywhere else than here? Can Lady Tengji accompany us?" "Yes." Cao Cao ground his teeth, rising to take Lu Bian by the arm, pulling him towards the exit. "Forgive my rashness, your majesty. The situation is dire. We must move swiftly. As for Lady Tengji, if she can keep up, let her follow." As Lu Bian approached the entrance of the grand hall, he abruptly halted and addressed Cao Cao, exclaiming, "Please pause for a moment. My mother is also present here. May we proceed together?" Cao Cao, nearly suffocated by the weight of the situation, managed to suppress his frustration and instructed a nearby attendant to seek Empress He, before turning back to the deposed Emperor Lu Bian and urgently stating, "The forces of the traitor Dong are on the verge of arrival. Your majesty must not delay any further." Only then did Lu Bian regain his composure, refraining from making any further requests, and dashed outside alongside Cao Cao. Tengji, clutching her skirt, followed closely behind, stumbling as they rushed toward the palace exit. At the moment when Cao Cao led his men into Yong'an Palace, several soldiers clad in the attire of the Shiliang army began to traverse the streets of Buguang and Yonghe, loudly proclaiming, "The general has issued a decree. There is chaos within the city. Immediate martial law is in effect. All civilians must retreat. Households are to secure their doors and may not venture out without permission. Those who defy this order will be treated as accomplices to the bandits." Instantly, the streets grew quiet. pedestrians dwindling in number. The Shiliang soldiers exchanged glances before dispersing, continuing to shout as they slowly made their way outward. Meanwhile, Elbu was in the rear courtyard of his residence, becoming acquainted with the use of his halberd, reveling in his practice. However, as the commotion within the city escalated, Elbu initially paid little heed, accustomed as he was to the occasional disturbances that arose. He remained focused on his training. Yet, after a while, he heard shouts declaring that bandits were in the city, urging households to secure their doors against intruders. It was then that he realized the turmoil was indeed caused by a band of ruffians. While others may have felt fear, Elbu was unperturbed. It was the perfect opportunity to test his skills. With a sense of eagerness, he brandished his halberd and stepped outside, spotting a Shiliang soldier shouting nearby. He quickly approached, seized the soldier, and inquired, "Where are the bandits located?" Startled, the Shiliang soldier took a moment before, under Elbu's pressing. He gestured toward the direction of the South Palace. With a scowl, Elbu prepared to head toward the South Palace, muttering curses about the sluggishness of the soldier and Apos' response. Just as he began to move, a cacophony of battle sounds erupted from Yong'an Palace. Was there also a band of ruffians here? He swiftly turned to rush toward the palace. Seeing that Elbu was not departing, the Shiliang soldier stealthily drew his weapon and aimed for Elbu's back. However, sensing the disturbance behind him, Elbu executed a swift sidestep, instinctively sweeping his halberd backward. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the Shiliang soldier attempting to strike him. In a fluid motion, he altered his attack from a slash to a strike, sending the soldier crashing against the wall with a resounding thud before crumpling to the ground. Elbu approached the fallen soldier, lifting him high and bellowing, "Who are you? How dare you attempt to ambush me?" Unfortunately, the Shiliang soldier, blood pouring from his orifices and grievously injured, could utter no words. After a choking gasp, he expelled a final mouthful of blood and succumbed. Humph. Elbu cast aside the lifeless body of the Shiliang soldier as if it were a tattered cloth, turning his gaze towards the direction of Nangong, then glancing at Yong and Apos and Palace. After a moment of contemplation, he deemed it prudent to head towards the nearer Yong and Apos and Palace, and thus he strode purposefully in that direction. Chapter 58. A failed endeavor. Cao Cao was hastily dragging the deposed Emperor Liu Bian out of Yong and Apos and Palace, making his way forward. Ultimately, he opted to traverse through Guangbu Li and Yonghe Li, exiting through the Middle East Gate towards the horse market. After all, upon reaching the bustling market, the clamor of the crowd and the cacophony of carts would completely obscure his traces, alleviating his concerns of pursuit. Unfortunately, despite Cao Cao and Apos' meticulous planning, he had not anticipated that Elbu resided in Guangbu Li as well. Not only was Elbu not at home, but he had also heard the sounds of battle emanating from Yong'an Palace and was now rushing toward the commotion. As Elbu turned the corner, he encountered a group of armed men approaching him. He chuckled heartily, exclaiming that practice had come to him. With his formidable halberd, the Fa Tian Huaji, he charged forward. Cao Cao, of diminutive stature, concealed himself amidst the crowd. Peering through the gaps, he was startled to discover it was Elbu. Without a moment to spare, he seized Liu Bian and darted into a nearby alley. Elbu swiftly advanced to the front of the throng, thrusting his halberd forward and then angling it upward with a fierce flick. The weapon emitted a piercing shriek as it severed not only the sword but also the arm of the foremost man, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Logically, such a narrow street would not be conducive to the use of a lengthy weapon like the Fantian Huaji, which was more suited to shorter blades for close combat. However, for Elbu, this posed no challenge. He maneuvered with agility, wielding his halberd as if it were an ethereal harbinger of death, its shrill cries mingling with the torrent of blood. In mere moments, those left behind resembled marionettes with severed strings, hands severed, legs shattered, bellies ripped open, and heads decapitated. Not a single soul was left unscathed. The more Elbu fought, the more exhilarated he became, finding the rhythm of battle effortless. Yet before he could fully revel in his prowess, all his adversaries lay dead. Frustrated, Elbu glanced around and suddenly noticed a figure cowering in fear at the corner of a nearby house, a woman clad in colorful garments, trembling on the ground. He wrinkled his brow in disdain, huffed, and commanded her to flee swiftly before pursuing the remaining traces of his enemies. At that moment, Cao Cao felt utterly despondent. Having already suffered losses while penetrating Yong and Apos and Palace, he now faced the wrath of the slayer Elbu just as he was on the brink of success. A handful of men left behind to delay Elbu could hardly impede his advance for long, and in no time at all, Elbu was upon them once again. With no other choice, Cao Cao dispatched a few more men to intercept, all while desperately dragging Lu Bian towards their hiding place for the horses. The vicinity of the palace forbade galloping, and given the presence of numerous nobles in Guangbu Li and Yonghe Li, concealing the horses nearby would undoubtedly attract attention. Thus, Cao Cao concealed the steeds in a courtyard just outside Yonghe Li. Once they reached that location, he could mount and charge through the Middle East gate, after all. Even if El Bu's legs were swift, they could hardly outpace a horse with 4 legs. At the eastern gate, Cao Cao had ambushed forces poised to seize the entrance. If only he could delay Lu Bu's pursuit for just a while longer, they could reach the horse market, incite chaos, and blend into the frenzied crowd. It would be impossible to distinguish Lu Bu from the throng, let alone 100 others in an instant. The moment of escape was at hand. Gritting his teeth, Cao Cao summoned his last reserves of strength and, dragging the burdensome Emperor Lu Bian, surged forward. Lu Bian, being towed along, staggered and stumbled. Accustomed to a life of luxury and service, he had never faced such turmoil. Though he longed to keep pace with Cao Cao, his body betrayed him. He was utterly exhausted, gasping for breath and with trembling legs. In a moment of misstep, he fell to the ground with a soft thud. Cao Cao's heart sank, and he bent down, intent on hoisting Lu Bian onto his back. However, his own stature proved inadequate for the task. Instead, he seized a nearby individual, commanding him to carry Lu Bian as they hurried towards the hidden stables beyond Yonghe. To Cao Cao's surprise, once Lu Bian was secured, their speed increased. Just before Lu Bu arrived, Cao Cao and the remaining few reached the secluded courtyard. They hastily mounted their steeds and galloped towards the eastern gate. Upon vanquishing the obstacles in his path, Lu Bu burst forth from Yonghe, only to discover that the remaining ruffians had mounted their horses and fled. "Huh? Do you dare to ride?" The sound of hooves echoed like a torrential downpour, and the steed Red Hair galloped towards Lu Bu, a fiery blur. Although he had yet to don his saddle, Lu Bu, who had grown accustomed to life atop a horse in Bingzhou, found it trivial. With a swift leap, he mounted the horse, urging it forward with a gentle nudge. Red Hair surged ahead like an arrow released from a bow. Despite the slight delay, Red Hair quickly caught up. While pursuing on foot, the crowd had obscured Lu Bu and Apos' view, but now, from his elevated position, he recognized one of the fleeing figures, none other than the deposed Emperor Lu Bian. There was another figure, short in stature, whom he vaguely recalled but could not place at that moment. How audacious to dare abduct the Emperor. Red Hair seemed to sense Lu Bu and Apos' resolve, accelerating as they raced towards Lu Bian. Seeing that Lu Bu was closing in on them, several loyal soldiers under Cao Cao's command, realizing escape was futile, turned their horses and charged at Lu Bu. Alas, mounted on Red Hair, Lu Bu's lethality increased exponentially. The soldiers barely posed a challenge. His halberd whirled like a crimson dragon, swiftly dispatching the soldiers who stood in his way. Once he had dealt with the minor hindrances, Lu Bu caught up to Lu Bian's horse. With a swift motion, he grasped Lu Bian by the collar, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere chick. As Cao Cao galloped furiously, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the scene, and his heart shattered into a myriad of pieces. After painstakingly orchestrating his plans for so long and sacrificing countless lives, he never anticipated that, at the final moment, the unexpected intervention of El Bu would thwart his efforts. To kill was a thoughtless endeavor, for defeat was certain. Thus, retreat became his only recourse. As El Bu hoisted Lu Bian onto his horse like a mere sack, Cao Cao observed that the remaining bandits had already scattered in various directions, leaving him momentarily bewildered as to which path to pursue. Chapter 59. Indirect persuasions. The deposed Emperor Lu Bian was abducted, and although the attempt ultimately failed, it sent shockwaves throughout the court and the populace. Despite Lu Bian being intercepted by El Bu, Empress, he perished amidst the chaos, and the whereabouts of Lu Bian and Apos' consort, Lady Tang, remain unknown. El Bu, having witnessed the incident firsthand, identified the assailant as resembling Cao Cao. Consequently, Dong Zhuo ordered the apprehension of Cao Cao at his residence, only to discover that the Cao family had vanished without a trace, leaving behind merely a few servants. Furious, Dong Zhuo commanded a nationwide manhunt for Cao Cao, plastering his portrait, characterized by thick eyebrows and small eyes, across all cities, proclaiming, "Whoever captures him shall be rewarded with 1,000 gold pieces and ennobled with the title of Marquis." Rumors circulated that Yuan Shao and Apos' nephew, Yuan Shu, was also involved. However, El Bu and the guards from Nangong attested that they had not seen Yuan Shu at the scene. Furthermore, a mere unsigned letter could not serve as conclusive evidence. Yuan Wei, in tears, protested his innocence, prompting Dong Zhuo to relent and cease further inquiries. Thus, the eminent trio of the highest echelons in Luoyang, Yuan Xiao, Yuan Shu, and Cao Cao, fled the city in succession, embarking on their paths as regional warlords. As a reward for his valor, Elbu was granted the title of Marquis of Wen, adorned with the Golden Guard insignia, and bestowed with a generous fortune. Subsequently, Elbu sent a message of gratitude to Fei Qian, expressing appreciation for his guidance in acquiring the Fangtian Huaji, suggesting they should meet again for a convivial drink. Had my arrival altered the course of events, resulting in a divergence from what was once anticipated? Where, then, is this history heading? Is the Three Kingdoms still the same as it once was? Alas, if this continues, what advantage of foresight do I retain? Previously, Fei Qian had hoped to tread the thin line of foreknowledge to evade peril, yet now he finds himself bewildered, uncertain of where that line has vanished. A chill ran through him as he contemplated the countless weapons lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. Resolute, Fei Qian decided to visit the residence of Kai Yong to gauge his sentiments, for Cao Cao, the architect of the recent turmoil, was Kai Yong's disciple. Should Dong Zhuo pursue matters further, it could prove troublesome. If he could persuade Kai Yong to flee under the pretense of seeking refuge, it would be fortuitous. After all, their numbers were few, and despite their intentions, what could they achieve? Luoyang was becoming increasingly perilous. It was wise to depart sooner rather than later, for he could never anticipate when disaster might strike. Upon arriving at Kai Yong's residence, Fei Qian found him immersed in his studies. After a servant brought tea, and they exchanged pleasantries, Fei Qian spoke. Recently, I have been studying the Zhuozhuan and have encountered a perplexity that I wish to consult you about. Pray, share your thoughts, Kai Yong replied, momentarily setting aside his own concerns, curious about the nature of Fei Qian's inquiry. Fei Qian continued, in ancient times, Duke Xian of Jin favored Li Ji. When consulted, the oracle foretold misfortune. However, when divined, it foretold good fortune. The duke, swayed by the latter, eventually saw Li Ji bear a son, Shi Qi, whom he intended to establish as heir. Li Ji requested a grand sacrifice at Tsiwa, and after 6 days of preparation, the duke was poisoned and met his demise. I ponder, how could the duke not perceive the foul stench of the offering? This tale, chronicled in the Zhuozhuan, recounts a significant episode involving the illustrious Duke Xian of Jin. Duke Xian of Jin was a sovereign of the state of Jin during the spring and autumn period. In an era characterized by the frequent change of rulers, his reign extended for an impressive 26 years, marking him as one of the more enduring vassal lords. Upon ascending to the throne, Duke Xian swiftly eliminated all potential threats from the descendants of Duke Wen of Jin, leaving no survivors, and subsequently adopted a policy of venerating the king to enhance his prestige. Throughout his tenure, he successfully conquered the states of Li, Rong, Gong, Hua, Yu, and Gua, a historical account referring to his annexation of 17 nations and subjugation of 38. Such an illustrious figure, ultimately deceived by a piece of foul meat? Can one truly believe such a tale? Fei Qian sought counsel from Kai Yong regarding the exploits of Duke Xian. The question arises, how could Duke Xian be so easily misled by something so repugnant? Did he not detect the stench? Evidently, Kai Yong was well acquainted with this narrative. He nodded and remarked, Duke Xian favored Li Ji, known for her domineering ways. Li Ji deliberately spoiled the meat for 6 days to render it foul, ensuring the Duke would abstain from eating it, thereby endangering his eldest son. This incident highlights Duke Xian's autocratic nature. Li Ji and Appo's intentional spoiling of the meat was a cunning ploy to prevent the Duke from consuming it, thus threatening the life of his eldest son. Fei Qian then inquired, if he despised the eldest son, who has since perished, why did he execute Du Yuan Quan? Ultimately, Duke Xian forced his own eldest son to death and also eliminated his tutor, Du Yuan Quan, likely out of a fear of imparting knowledge. Kai Yong paused, lost in thought, as he contemplated this. Fei Qian, with great effort, attempted to draw a parallel to the current situation with Dong Zhuo, who shares a similar tyrannical disposition. Individuals like Dong Zhuo are often prone to violence on a mere whim. Now that Cao Cao, your disciple, has already incited Dong Zhuo's ire, can you ensure that Dong Zhuo will not suspect your involvement in his education? Presently, Dong Zhuo has yet to confront your mentor. Can we guarantee that he will not choose to act upon his impulses in the future? Fei Qian discreetly observed Kai Yong's demeanor and continued. Shensheng perished while remaining within, while Chong'er survived by fleeing. What accounts for this? Shensheng, falsely accused by Li Ji, was captured when Duke Xian sent agents to apprehend him, resulting in his demise. Conversely, Chong Er, having also been ensnared by Li Ji, managed to escape and thus lived on. Setting aside other matters, the mere fact that Fei Qian expressed concern for Kai Yong and Apos' safety reassured the latter that he had not erred in choosing this disciple. Nevertheless, such grave considerations cannot be resolved with mere words. After all, having resided in Luoyang for many years, one must carefully contemplate the next resting place before making a departure. Mustn't and Apos, T1? Kai Yong, with a hint of satisfaction, glanced at Fei Qian and said, "Your intentions are understood. Allow me to ponder this matter further." Fei Qian thought to himself that as long as the elder Kai was willing to deliberate, it was a positive sign. He prepared to take his leave, but was halted by Kai Yong, who reminded him that his senior sister, Kai Yin, had left a message that if Fei Qian arrived, he was to submit his homework. Fei Qian nearly choked with frustration. How could he possibly find time for such assignments in the past few days? Was this not akin to demanding his very life? Chapter 60. Entering the Chui family village, Fei Qian wailed inwardly, yet he could not simply turn on his heel and leave without submitting his assignments. Such an act would not only be disrespectful, but would also invite disdain. Thus, he steeled himself to meet Kai Yin. In the Han Dynasty, women were not bound by the draconian rules that plagued later dynasties such as the Ming and Qing, and there existed a degree of freedom. The strict regulations regarding male and female interactions arose during the Song Dynasty, promoted by Zhu Xi, and reached their zenith in the Ming and Qing eras. Notably, the esteemed official Hai Rui once proclaimed that a woman could not even accept a morsel from a male servant, declaring, "If she is my daughter, she would starve before accepting such an affront." Tragically, his daughter, merely 5 years old at the time, wept inconsolably and ultimately perished from starvation after 7 days. The veracity of this account, however, remains subject to scrutiny. Such hypocritical scholars, particularly Zhu Xi, espoused lofty ideals publicly while privately engaging in contradictory behaviors, displaying a distinctly modern hypocrisy. 2 particularly infamous incidents involving Zhu Xi have been recorded. One recounts how, in his 60s, he took a young concubine, originally a novice nun in her teens, succumbing to temptation and effectively snatching her away from the Buddha and Apos as presents. The second scandal involved his daughter-in-law, who, having lived in seclusion and never entertaining male visitors, suddenly announced her pregnancy, shocking even the reigning Emperor Ningzong of Song, a former student of Zhu Xi, who approached him for clarification regarding the allegations. Zhu Xi and Apos' responses were ambiguous, revealing a complex attitude. He acknowledged the flawed nature of his own teachings while engaging in profound self-reflection. Nevertheless, his supporters could argue that such humility was merely a guise. Ultimately, the pursuit of knowledge, whether through learning foreign languages or engaging in scholarly discussions, transcends time and culture. Therefore, should a woman traverse time, the Han or Tang dynasties would be advisable, as they offered relative safety compared to the subsequent eras, which could prove perilous. Fei Qian encountered Kai Yin in the study. As usual, she was transcribing texts, and upon noticing his arrival, she set down her writing instrument. Her calligraphy, inherited from Kai Yong, was elegant and dignified. The meticulous strokes of her clerical script were imbued with strength and grace, far surpassing the lifeless formality of Fei Qian's own attempts. Kai Yin gathered the strands of hair that had fallen loose, revealing a faint smile as she inquired, "How many books from the reading list have you managed to peruse?" With a sense of trepidation, Fei Qian admitted, "To be candid, I have yet to read a single one." "And what of your practice?" "None as well." Kai Yan's dark, lustrous eyes widened in surprise, and she admonished, "One must not cease their studies." Fei Qian bowed his head and humbly remarked, "I am enlightened. Yet I must confess these past few days have been exceedingly busy." After a moment of contemplation, he thought perhaps he could enlist Kai Yan's assistance in persuading Kai Yong. If they could relocate from Luoyang, it might spare the father and daughter from experiencing further tragic events in the future. Thus, Fei Qian selectively recounted the recent happenings to Kai Yin. It was evident that Kai Yin seldom ventured outside and had not heard of these occurrences. She listened intently as Fei Qian spoke. When he finally mentioned the matter of Chong'er, Kai Yin subtly nodded, as if acknowledging the validity of his words. Suddenly, Kai Yin sighed and murmured, "In ancient times, there was the literary bandit Dong. Today, we have the martial bandit Dong. This truly is." Fei Qian understood that the martial bandit referred to Dong Zhuo, who wielded military power to dominate the court and force Liu Bian to abdicate. However, who was this literary bandit? Could one still find joy in life amidst such turmoil? It seemed unjust to bully others simply for possessing slightly more knowledge or understanding than him. Kaiyong, her father, was always eager to answer questions. Why could Kaiying not emulate her father and Appo's demeanor? Moreover, she was expected to submit her assignments. Upon leaving the Kai residence, Fei Qian noticed that the day was still young and decided to make a detour to the Chui family. Since the incident at Baiman Mountain, he had not visited for quite some time. Furthermore, the Chui family had extensive commercial networks, making it beneficial to learn about the surrounding provinces from their perspective. Thus, he turned towards the north of the city, observing the hurried and anxious expressions of passers-by along the way, a stark contrast to the previous calmness and ease. He could not help but sigh inwardly. These common folk, regarded as mere ants by the aristocratic families and court officials, were now feeling the weight of the political climate, growing increasingly anxious. Little did they know, the future would hold even greater horrors. Upon arriving at the Chui family stronghold, Chui Ho personally came out to greet him. After their initial pleasantries, Fei Qian inquired about Chui Yi's health. Chui Ho shook his head, his expression grave. In the modern era, when ill, Fei Qian only knew to procure some medicine for himself. Visiting a hospital was a last resort, primarily due to the exorbitant costs. Thus, he genuinely lacked knowledge in the field of medicine, possessing only a broad understanding. The elderly were advised to maintain a tranquil disposition, avoiding excessive joy or anger, as it could easily jeopardize their long-used cerebral blood vessels, colloquially known as a stroke. From Chui Ho's description of Chui Yi's condition, it seemed reminiscent of a stroke. But in the present day, there were no effective treatments for such ailments. Consequently, during the Han Dynasty, it was predominantly a matter of helplessness. Perhaps the renowned physicians Hua Tuo and Zhang Zhongjing might have had solutions, but regrettably, neither resided in Luoyang, making them impossible to seek out. Chui Ho understood this predicament as well, so he did not dwell on it. After a brief discussion, he presented the exquisite glassware crafted by the artisans at home. Following Fei Qian and Appo's recipe, one could not help but admire the ingenuity of ancient craftsmen, as they had managed to experiment and refine the product based on Fei Qian's somewhat imprecise formula. The resulting creations were nearly comparable to the glass products Fei Qian had seen in later times, though the intricacy of the carvings and designs was somewhat limited by the artisans and Appo's perspectives and experiences, lacking the vibrant diversity of later craftsmanship. Fei Qian could not help but express his admiration. He was indeed deeply impressed. The profit derived from glassware is substantial. However, it remains beyond the reach of the average citizen. Thus, Chui Ho has chosen to sell only the finest pieces, yet even so, he has reaped considerable earnings. The monopoly of unique products has always been synonymous with wealth. Presently, Fei Qian has transformed into a disciple of two distinguished scholars, which has led Chui Ho to hold him in even greater esteem. A portion of the profits from the glassware has been allocated to ensure that Fei Qian receives his share. Fei Qian understands that this profit is, in essence, an investment from Chui Ho for his future, yet there is no need to decline such generosity. After all, the willingness to invest indicates one's continued worth. Does it not? However, accepting money outright would seem rather base. Thus, Fei Qian remarked, "The matter of wealth is not pressing. I find myself entangled in a different predicament." Upon hearing this, Chui Ho responded, "If it is within my humble capabilities to assist, I shall do so without hesitation." Fei Qian continued, "Having long resided in Luoyang, I am not well acquainted with the regions of Zhili, Yujian, and Jingxiang. Might Brother Yongyuan possess any information regarding these areas?" After a moment of contemplation, Chui Ho replied, "If it is merely general knowledge about the geography of the region, I possess a modicum of understanding, though I cannot guarantee it will meet your expectations." With that, he summoned a servant to fetch a slim volume from his study, which he then handed to Fei Qian. Curiously, Fei Qian accepted the book and was utterly astonished. Such a text from the Eastern Han Dynasty actually exists. Chapter 61. The Four Great Tycoons. What Chui Ho presented was indeed astonishing to Fei Qian. Though it consisted of merely a few thin sheets of paper, it contained the names, ages, and preferences of officials ranging from governors to county magistrates, succinctly sketching a comprehensive network of local officials. Chui Ho remarked that the author of this compilation had been active many years prior. Given the recent contraction of the Chui family and Appo's business, some discrepancies were to be expected, and he inquired whether it might assist his esteemed brother. Fei Qian, taken aback, perused the documents and asked, "Brother Yongyuan, where did this come from?" Chui Ho smiled, albeit with a hint of bitterness, and responded, "It is born out of necessity. In business dealings, one inevitably encounters troublesome matters, as the edicts of local magistrates vary greatly. Though Cui Ho did not finish his thought, the implication was clear. Since the time of Emperor Ling of Han, various regions had emulated one another, seeking every possible means to amass wealth, with merchants being the prime targets. Consequently, merchants prepared such booklets to better comprehend the inclinations and temperaments of local magistrates, ensuring they did not present inappropriate gifts when attempting to smooth over obstacles. Even if merchants acted from this motive, it was enough to leave Fei Qian astounded. This was akin to a talisman for navigating the political landscape, and moreover, it hinted at the early forms of intelligence gathering. Had the merchants of the Eastern Han dynasty already extended their reach to such an extent? Fei Qian felt as though he grasped something elusive in his mind, yet he could not quite articulate it, leaving him in a state of mild distress. Fei Qian inquired, "Is this item possessed by every merchant?" Cui Ho, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Not quite. The 4 leading merchants undoubtedly have something more comprehensive than I do. As for ordinary itinerant traders, they would likely not invest in such a document, given its considerable value." "Oh, is that person selling this? I never imagined such a trade existed." Cui Ho chuckled, saying, "It is not just one individual. This is sold privately by clerks in each prefecture. Despite its small size, it must be procured from multiple counties." Fei Qian suddenly understood. No wonder the handwriting varied between the sheets. This was akin to the modern sale of personal information, where public servants discreetly profited from their positions. It was astonishing to realize that such practices had already emerged during the Eastern Han dynasty. Evidently, our ancestors had left behind many commendable traditions. By the way, Brother Yongyuan, you mentioned the 4 leading merchants. Does the Cui family not rank among them? Cui Ho, unperturbed by the question, admitted, "I fear you may find this amusing. The Cui family can at best be considered average, perhaps slightly above, but we still fall short compared to those top-tier merchants." As they delved deeper into the matters of commerce, Cui Ho's enthusiasm became evident, and he began to elaborate to Fei Qian. Listening intently, Fei Qian finally aligned the current merchants with the information stored in his memory. Only 4 could be deemed top-tier merchants. Firstly, there was the renowned Mi family. If the Mi family modestly claimed to be second, no one would dare contest their position at the pinnacle. The Mi family of Shuzhou and the Jin family of Hebei were essentially on par, indistinguishable in their levels of wealth. These 2 families could be said to represent the foremost affluent of the realm. The Mi family has long been engaged in commerce, flourishing in their endeavors, and by the time of Mi Zhu, their wealth had amassed to billions, with a workforce numbering in the tens of thousands. While there exists the Qin family in Shuzhou, they are entirely on a different echelon compared to the Mi family. It can be asserted that nearly half of Shuzhou and Apos, as populace, is either part of the Mi family or closely associated with them, from everyday goods to military supplies. The Mi family has left no market untapped. Coexisting with the Mi family is the Jin family. The Zhun family of Hebei is not merely noted for their wealth, but is renowned for Zhun Mi, who was posthumously revered as the goddess of the Luo River. Like the Mi family, the Jin family has engaged in trade for generations, yet misfortune struck when Jinmi and Apos' father passed away early, leaving her mother, Mrs. Zhang, to oversee the family affairs. Both families stand as the pinnacle of commercial success, without contest. However, the subsequent 2 of the 4 great merchant families spark some contention. First, there is the Wu family from Shu, whose commercial endeavors encompass every aspect of life in the region. Their specialty, Shu brocade, is particularly coveted among the aristocracy, with each piece considered worth its weight in gold, thus contributing to the Wu family and Apos' remarkable wealth, which some might liken to that of a nation. Nevertheless, a point of contention arises as the Wu family has largely remained within the confines of Shu, leading some to question their broader standing among the 4 great families. Next is the Wei family from Qinlu, which has amassed wealth since the era of Wei Qin, reaching a status that surpasses even that of court officials in their domain. When Kai Yang sought a suitor for his daughter Kai Yin, he meticulously chose the Wei family. However, due to the Wei family's close ties to the court, some argue they do not fit the pure merchant mold and should be excluded from the ranks of the 4 great families. Yet, in terms of monetary wealth, these 4 families undoubtedly reign supreme. Further down the hierarchy, there are families that approach the stature of the 4 great merchants. The Ma family of Jingzhou, known as the 5 Constants, is one such example, as is the Lu family of Jiaodong, infamous for their role in the fiery downfall of Liu Bei. Additionally, there is the Lu family from Jiangdong, associated with the honest Lu Su from the Tales, and the Yang family of Hongnou, led by the esteemed General Yang Biao. As for the Cui family, Cui regrettably remarked that prior to the fall of Cui Lai, they could still barely maintain their reputation. But now they have significantly waned in prominence. Fei Qian observed Cui Ho and Amp, Apos, envious demeanor while being introduced and consoled him with the belief that the Cui family would certainly rise to prominence again in the future. Although Cui Ho expressed reluctance to hope for such aspirations, Fei Qian discerned that deep down, he harbored a desire to realize this ambition. Reflecting on their acquaintance, Fei Qian recognized that Cui Ho was the first individual he had met in the Eastern Han, despite past intentions by Cui Ho's father to manipulate him, which ultimately fell through. Cui Ho and Amp, Apos, humility and courtesy, particularly regarding the Yuli formula, had endeared him to Fei Qian, influenced by the evolution of his own status. In sum, Fei Qian deemed Cui Ho a commendable friend, not entirely a confidant, but one with whom he could sustain a relatively amiable relationship, provided their statuses did not diverge too drastically. Chapter 62, each with their own woes. When Fei Qian was visiting the Cui family to pay his respects to Cui Ho, Li Ru disdainfully tossed a recently transcribed ballad onto the table. Recently, a particular ballad had unexpectedly begun to circulate through the capital, Chengwei world. Dong escapes. Roaming the four quarters, Dong escapes. Ming Tianin, Dong escapes. Bearing gold and purple, Dong escapes. Expressing gratitude, Dong escapes. Assembling a chariot, Dong escapes. Yearning to emerge, Dong escapes. In mid-speech, Dong escapes. Exiting the western gate, Dong escapes. Gazing at the palace, Dong escapes. Beholding the capital, Dong escapes. Day and night severed, Dong escapes. Heartbroken and wounded, Dong escapes. This incessant chatter irked Li Ru to no end. Did these aristocratic families have nothing better to do than engage in such trivialities behind closed doors? Could they not dedicate themselves to more substantial endeavors? These rumors buzzed around like flies, occasionally emerging to cause annoyance. To make a grand effort to squash them seemed overly dramatic, yet to disregard them entirely felt equally distasteful. Currently, the Eastern Han faced not only the chaos of the Yellow Turban Rebellion, but also numerous natural disasters reported from various regions. The latest reports included, in June, locusts in Hongnong and the three auxiliary regions. In August, an earthquake in the capital. In autumn, another earthquake in Jiuquan. And the waters of the Jincheng River overflowed for over 20 miles. Furthermore, this group of so-called virtuous scholars had the audacity to compose a ballad that spread like wildfire. At times, Li Ru felt a premonition. Fortunate was he to have chosen the path of tyranny. Had he opted for the path of righteousness, the natural calamities would have undoubtedly intensified over time, ultimately crushing him. Nevertheless, even now, the issues and contradictions inherent in the tyrannical approach were gradually revealing themselves. The ruling faction, represented by the Wang and Yuan families, had allied with Dong Zhuo to support Emperor Stian, Lu Xie, although they had secured positions and temporary rewards. Li Ru understood the turbulent undercurrents lurking beneath this calm faade. As for the opposition faction, the virtuous scholars, he could not believe that the sudden emergence of this ballad in the capital was without instigation. Such rumors were either the machinations of the ruling virtuous or the opposition, inevitably tied to the Wang and Yuan families. Minister Lu Ji had resigned, General Yuan Shao had fled, General Cao Cao had abducted the emperor, and General Bao Xian had vanished without a trace. Even Yuan Shu, who was initially intended to be appointed as a general to draw in the Yuan family and suppress the Wang family, had also escaped. The old Yuan Wei claimed that Yuan Shu fled out of fear of being framed. Yet it was common knowledge that he was certainly involved in the abduction of the emperor. Only a lack of evidence prevented his conviction. Moreover, Yuan Wei still held some influence, and thus this matter was to be noted for future reckoning. After much contemplation, Li Ru concluded that these issues must be resolved swiftly. Like an abscess, if left to fester, it could result in widespread decay. However, if addressed early, it might only require a moment of pain to remedy. Those who had fled Luoyang, such as Yuan Shao, resembled abscesses themselves. Capturing them all before they grew stronger was undoubtedly the best course of action. The current strategy is to swiftly lure all potential adversaries out, and then eliminate them collectively in one fell swoop, thus allowing this path of hegemony to be traversed in the shortest possible time. Should everything proceed smoothly, Li Ru has numerous prior plans to implement. As the Han dynasty owes this group of individuals a debt spanning 337 years, which must ultimately be addressed. Regardless, even if the world forgets, he cannot erase the memories of the hardships endured by him and his ancestors at the borders throughout the years. What has become of the ambitious Dong family scion, who once harbored grand aspirations during his time in Xianyang? It is indeed somewhat vexing. Moreover, Zhang Liao presented a spear he had previously wielded to Fei Qian, which filled Fei Qian with a sense of delight. He promptly requested Uncle Fu to prepare some food and wine to host Zhang Liao. Zhang Liao, not one to stand on ceremony, simply remarked that he had been a bit verbose before taking his seat. At this juncture, Zhang Liao, also known as Zhang Wenyuan, is of a similar age to Fei Qian, yet his prolonged military career and rigorous training make him appear somewhat older in demeanor. Hailing from Yemen, Mai, Zhang Liao initially came from a scholarly family, but his life took a turn for the worse due to the ravages of the Xianbei invaders, leading him to enlist in the army to combat their southern incursions alongside Elbu, until Ding Yuan brought them to Luoyang. Now, Zhang Liao has been promoted to the position of guard cavalry lieutenant, transitioning from a mere 100 men to managing nearly 2 divisions of soldiers. Although he does not command a fully staffed regiment, the sudden increase in numbers has left him feeling somewhat out of sorts. The intricacies of warfare often hinge upon logistics. Previously, Zhang Liao managed the supply for fewer than 200 men, but now he faces the challenge of nearly 1,000, rendering his earlier methods insufficient. While he has clerks to assist with calculations and statistics, Zhang Liao yearns for the ability to compute independently. Fortuitously, he is acquainted with Fei Qian, a disciple of the contemporary arithmetic master Lu Hong, and thus he sees the opportunity to visit under the pretext of gifting a spear, all the while seeking to learn the methods of military supply calculations. The logistics of the Han military are multifaceted, with provisions primarily sourced from 2 avenues, one being the fixed taxes paid by the populace, and the other being the additional levies imposed upon the local residents. Among the various taxes, several are specifically allocated for military purposes: mouth money, monthly allowances, resource taxes, and consumption taxes. Moreover, there are protocols for the allocation, registration, use, depreciation, and disposal of various weapons and equipment such as swords, spears, and other armaments. This necessitates the creation of documentation, with provisions for funds to be collected from the treasury and arms from the armory. At times, the treasury and the armory may issue vouchers, requiring one to personally retrieve items from various workshops. For instance, within the realm of military manufacturing, there are numerous workshops such as Ru, Kaogong, Shangfang, Niaiguan, Zuodi, Xigong, among others. Furthermore, the quantities required from each location may differ significantly. For instance, it is unreasonable to expect the number of armor pieces to match that of arrowheads. Consequently, the resulting records of these transactions become overwhelmingly extensive, leaving Zhang Liao bewildered. Although he is acutely aware that the clerks accompanying the military may be engaging in malfeasance, he finds himself powerless to uncover the truth. Thus, Zhang Liao's primary objective in visiting Fei Qian is to seek his counsel. Chapter 63. Rumors are a double-edged sword. The ancient method of bookkeeping remained rudimentary until the emergence of the 4-column accounting system in the Mid-Tang dynasty, achieving a level of maturity only during the Song dynasty. In the Han dynasty, the predominant practice was to maintain simple running accounts. Although this method, documented in writing, clearly delineated the sources and destinations of goods and currency, its cumbersome nature often provided opportunities for unscrupulous individuals to exploit the system. Zhang Liao expressed his grievances. Ziyuan, are you aware that in just 10 days, our military rations have consumed nearly 1,200 measures? This amount is supposed to last for almost a month. Despite knowing something is amiss, we cannot discern where the discrepancies lie. The consumption of 1,200 measures by nearly 1,000 men in 10 days certainly seemed excessive. Typically, the expected amount would range from 400 to 500 measures. In the Han military, a certain degree of a lump sum system was employed. Once the Ministry of Revenue and the Armory allocated a fixed quota of provisions and equipment to a commanding officer, all expenditures were expected to be covered within that allocation. If the officer squandered the resources prematurely, they would have to find a way to make up for the shortfall. Thus, Zhang Liao felt an urgent sense of responsibility. At this rate, there would be no need to wait until the end of the month. It was likely that funds would be depleted in just a few days. This predicament would lead to either a loss of position or the necessity to cover the expenses personally, a daunting task considering the number of personnel involved. Although Fei Qian lacked formal training in finance, he was well acquainted with the necessity of meticulously calculating income and expenses each month to avoid the dire consequences of unpaid debts or the embarrassment of subsisting on mere water by month's end. Consequently, he possessed a fundamental understanding of bookkeeping. Upon hearing Zhang Liao's distress, Fei Qian chuckled heartily, reassuring him that it was not a significant issue. While auditing accounts was not his area of expertise, he had encountered some instances of fraudulent bookkeeping in later times. Moreover, the Han Dynasty's reliance on simple written records was exceedingly primitive. Introducing a more sophisticated accounting method might be too advanced. Thus, he opted to impart a relatively straightforward approach for Zhang Liao to follow. Fei Qian requested paper and ink from Uncle Fu and proceeded to divide the paper into 4 sections, labeling each: old accounts, new income, expenditures, and actual balance. He then elucidated the meaning of each section to Zhang Liao, explaining that he merely needed to categorize each transaction from the running accounts into these 4 segments. Ultimately, by adding old accounts and new income and subtracting expenditures, one could ascertain the actual balance to determine whether the accounts reconciled. Any discrepancies would indicate foul play. Fei Qian's casual writing illuminated Zhang Liao's understanding. Witnessing Fei Qian's nonchalance in sharing this method stirred a sense of gratitude within Zhang Liao. He recognized that anyone proficient in this system could easily secure a position as an accountant in any large merchant establishment, and if kept confidential, it could become a treasured family legacy for generating wealth. Truly, he was worthy of being a disciple of the esteemed mathematician Lu Hong. Zhang Liao felt profound admiration, realizing that the perplexing issue that had troubled him for so long had been resolved so effortlessly by Fei Qian. Moreover, Fei Qian, without imposing any conditions or demands for exchange, generously imparted what could be deemed an unparalleled accounting secret to Zhang Liao. Such a favor is indeed considerable. Zhang Liao solemnly secured the 4-column accounting paper illustrated by Fei Qian, rose from his seat, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Ziyuan, for sharing this method. I assure you, Wen Yuan will safeguard it diligently, and I shall never divulge it without your permission." In the Han Dynasty, knowledge was a precious commodity, shrouded by a veil that rendered it seemingly within reach yet utterly unattainable for the uninitiated. Knowledge often served as a means to pierce through this veil. Zhang Liao had initially sought Fei Qian's assistance merely to verify the accounts, never daring to hope that Fei Qian would teach him the method. The distinction between providing a fish and teaching one to fish is profound. Zhang Liao and Apos, as profound expression of gratitude stemmed from this understanding. After all, even a modest book on the market could command a price exceeding 100 gold pieces, with many being rare and unavailable. Fei Qian and Apos' transmission of this method was akin to bestowing upon him a treasure of immeasurable worth. In truth, Fei Qian had not pondered these matters deeply. Firstly, the 4-column accounting method was relatively primitive. Secondly, he was rather indolent, opting instead to teach Zhang Liao the method so that he could manage the accounts himself, thus simplifying his own efforts. Observing Zhang Liao and Apos' grand display of gratitude, Fei Qian hastily declined, assisting him to his feet and saying, "It is but a trivial matter, dear Wen Yuan. Why should you be so concerned? Besides, if you are in trouble, can I simply stand idly by?" At the residence of Dong Zhuo, revelry and indulgence persisted. When Li Ru arrived, he found Dong Zhuo indulging in food and drink in the back hall, surrounded by dancing courtesans. Without uttering a word, he approached the hall, took a seat for himself, and summoned a servant girl to bring him a dish, partaking in the feast. Initially, upon seeing Li Ru, Dong Zhuo presumed he had come to counsel him, only to be met with Li Ru and Apos' silence as he devoured his meal voraciously, piquing Dong Zhuo and Apos' curiosity. Leaning forward, he inquired, "Why does Wen Yu appear so famished?" Li Ru swallowed a mouthful of meat, wiped his mouth, and replied, "My lord, while there is food now, tomorrow and Apos' provisions remain uncertain, hence I indulge today." Dong Zhuo burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Wen Yu, you truly possess a sense of humor. How could there be no food tomorrow?" As he spoke, Dong Zhuo and Apos' mirth gradually faded, his countenance darkening as he glared at Li Ru, asking, "Is there trouble brewing once more?" To be candid, the mere mention of such matters vexed Dong Zhuo. Could he not enjoy a moment of respite, just as he had assumed the role of prime minister? The emperor had been seized, leaving him feeling as though he had been struck across the face. Now, yearning for a brief respite, he sensed an underlying urgency in Li Ru and Apos' words. Was there yet another scheme afoot? Did they truly underestimate the might of the Shiliang cavalry? Though there may be no outright rebellion, it is not distant. Li Ru produced a sheet of paper inscribed with the lyrics of the Dong Tiao song from his sleeve and presented it to Dong Zhuo, stating, "Recently, this rumor has spread like wildfire throughout the capital overnight." Dong Zhuo hastily scanned the document, his features contorting in rage as he exclaimed, "Who has spread this? Truly bold indeed." Li Ru remarked. This song is certainly not the work of an ordinary individual. It must have been imparted by someone of significance. I have dispatched personnel to conduct a thorough investigation. However, should we identify this person, I am uncertain how the Prime Minister intends to handle the situation. Li Ru's implication was clear. The author of this ballad could not possibly be a mere commoner. The absence of a commoner suggests that the individual must either belong to the court or be part of the esteemed scholarly families in the opposition. Regardless of which faction they belong to, the repercussions of their actions would be far-reaching. Hence his inquiry into Dong Zhuo and Apos' stance and resolve. With a respectful bow, Li Ru accepted his orders and departed with a semblance of ease. Once Li Ru had left, Dong Zhuo remained in a foul mood, grumbling as he sat at the table. Nearby, a favored courtesan approached cautiously, her voice sweet as she said, "My lord, please temper your anger. Why concern yourself with the trivialities of common folk? Allow me to entertain you with a dance." Dong Zhuo glared at her with bloodshot eyes, exclaiming, "What constitutes a commoner? What are trivial matters? Who are you to dare speak so recklessly of national affairs? Guards, take her away and execute her." With that, he flung his sleeves aside, disregarding the courtesan who had collapsed in despair, and retreated to the inner chamber. Chapter 64. Wang Yin presents the elixir the songstress, dragged away. Let out a few pitiful cries before succumbing to silence. Not far from the scene, Li Ru heard the sound of Dong Zhuo executing the songstress. Although the reason eluded him, he could not help but feel a sense of relief at Dong Zhuo and Apos' decisiveness and his apparent indifference to beauty. Indeed, Dong Zhongying had not forgotten his former ambitions. Thus, Li Ru resolved to stoke the flames further. With fervent energy, Li Ru acted swiftly, ensuring that soldiers from Xiliang patrolled every street corner in Luoyang. They posted notices offering rewards, 1,000 gold pieces for anyone who identified a slanderer, 100 gold pieces for those providing leads, and a stern warning that the families of those spreading rumors would share the same fate. These measures effectively eradicated the rampant rumors. The original gossipers, often children lured into singing false tales, now faced the grim reality that any stranger approaching them would draw wary glances. The allure of wealth proved irresistible, and soon someone reported detailed information in pursuit of the bounty. Li Ru ordered the city gate captain, Wu Qiong, to lead troops in apprehending the culprits. However, the rumor-mongers, sensing danger, fled Luoyang and made their way towards Yangqing. Upon learning that the songstress he had gifted to Dong Zhuo had been executed, Wang Yun was taken aback. After much contemplation, he steeled himself to pay a visit to Dong Zhuo. It was not that Wang Yun feared Dong Zhuo and Apos' wrath. Rather, he understood the magnitude of his own position. If Dong Zhuo were to act against him, escape would be impossible, and moreover, Wang Yun assessed that the current situation was not irreparably dire. Thus, meeting Dong Zhuo would at least demonstrate his resolve. Upon arriving at the residence of the Chancellor, Wang Yun immediately prostrated himself before Dong Zhuo, pleading for forgiveness. "I have offended your esteemed authority. I deserve death," he declared. Dong Zhuo laughed heartily, responding, "It was merely a songstress, Wang Zisher. Why such dramatics? Is it not just the death of one performer? Your imagination runs wild." Amused by Wang Yun's evident fear, Dong Zhuo felt a twinge of pride. He helped Wang Yun to his feet and instructed his servants to prepare a banquet. Observing Dong Zhuo closely, Wang Yun noted that he did not appear to harbor any ulterior motives, allowing him to relax slightly. In truth, when Dong Zhuo executed the songstress, he had not pondered the implications. She had uttered words deemed inappropriate, and in a moment of anger, tragedy ensued. To Dong Zhuo, the songstress was merely a plaything, akin to a modern-day inflatable doll. Who, apart from a select few, would cherish such an object, being attuned to its needs? Furthermore, Wang Yun maintained a favorable standing in Dong Zhuo and Apos' eyes, far more so than Yuan Wei, who was tiresome in his self-importance, often boasting of his past favors towards Dong Zhuo, as if he had conferred great benefits. In truth, he was merely a petty thief, and his insignificance hardly warranted such grandiloquent declarations. In contrast, Wang Yun appeared significantly more endearing. His respectful demeanor towards Dong Zhuo was complemented by thoughtful gestures, such as presenting treasures and songstresses, which naturally improved Dong Zhuo and Apos' attitude towards him. Upon his initial ascendance to the position of prime minister, Dong Zhuo was not much different from his days in Xiliang. During his time there, he was renowned for his magnanimity among the Qiang and Hu tribes, generously bestowing wealth upon those he favored. This tendency is evident in his dealings with He Jin's subordinates and Lu Bu. After years in Xiliang, The imprint of his character was not easily erased, thus, he had not changed much and, perceiving Wang Yun's kindness, reciprocated it. After indulging in food and drink for a while, Wang Yun observed that Dong Zhuo did not harbor any resentment toward him regarding the songstress incident. Nevertheless, he remained somewhat apprehensive. After contemplating, he addressed Dong Zhuo. On this occasion, I come to present a treasure to the Prime Minister. Dong Zhuo, in a boisterous manner while sipping his wine, felt a flicker of curiosity about what treasure could elicit such praise from someone like Wang Yun. He inquired, "What treasure is it?" With an air of mystery, Wang Yun produced a white jade gourd from his bosom and respectfully offered it to Dong Zhuo. Dong Zhuo examined the gourd closely, peering at it from various angles, yet found nothing particularly extraordinary about it. "What sort of treasure is this? Do not deceive me." Wang Yun. The white jade gourd, crafted from fine white jade, was translucent and approximately the size of a palm. It felt warm to the touch and was quite charming. Yet it could at best be considered a delightful trinket, hardly fitting Wang Yun and Appo's description of a treasure. Although it was not ubiquitous, it was certainly not unattainable. Could it truly be deemed a treasure? Dong Zhuo's expression reflected his evident confusion. Wang Yun, stroking his beard, spoke with a sense of pride. "This is an artifact of Master Ge Tian. I implore you to examine it closely. Within it lies a universe." "Which Master Ge?" Dong Zhuo momentarily failed to grasp the reference. It was, of course, Ge Xianwing, known as Ge Xiaostan. Who else would dare to claim the title of Master Ge? Startled, Dong Zhuo almost dropped the gourd in his hand, quickly gripping it tightly. The artifact of Ge Xianwing? This could indeed be called a treasure. Master Ge, a disciple of the immortals, was CI, if this gourd were genuine. It would undeniably possess an aura of the celestial. Wang Yun, somewhat reluctant, continued, "This item was fortuitously acquired by me many years ago and has been treasured ever since. The Prime Minister may wish to inspect it closely." Dong Zhuo brought the white jade gourd closer to his eyes, finally noticing a faint seam at the mouth of the gourd. Turning to Wang Yun for confirmation, he cautiously pried open the gourd's mouth. Instantly, a burst of golden light shot forth from within the gourd, casting a golden hue upon Dong Zhuo's pupils. In a daze, he stammered, This. Could it be?" Wang Yun nodded and declared, "Indeed, it is the 9-turn golden elixir crafted by Master Ge Tian. It is said that when Master Ge prepared this elixir, the winds and thunder converged, resulting in the explosive shattering of the cauldron. Within, the 91 golden pills seemed poised to disperse into rainbows, but fortunately, Master Ge employed his magic to preserve them in this jade gourd." Wang Yun's narrative was vivid and captivating, entrancing all present, including Dong Zhuo. Wang Yun continued, stating that Master Ge, not daring to usurp the heavenly merit, chose to bestow this elixir upon a fated individual. "In the past, I suffered from a grievous ailment, and it was this elixir that saved me after 3 days of consumption. However, I am a person of meager fortune and dared not partake of it excessively. Observing that the state minister is richly blessed, I present this elixir to you." Then, Wang Yun discreetly leaned closer to Dong Zhuo and whispered, "This elixir is of utmost yang and vigor. Consuming it ignites a fire within the belly, impervious to the harshest cold," and the more Dong Zhuo listened, the more he was enthralled, cradling the jade gourd and incessantly praising, "Indeed, this is a remarkable treasure, ha ha ha." The two exchanged knowing smiles, and for a moment, their camaraderie seemed utterly harmonious. Chapter 65. The additional effects. The so-called 9-transformation golden elixir is indeed genuine and not a poison, which is why Wang Yun is untroubled by the prospect of Dong Zhuo verifying its authenticity. Furthermore, after consumption, the elixir, as Wang Yun asserts, does indeed bestow the sensation of internal warmth, rendering one impervious to the chill of winter, while also invigorating the body. Each of these claims holds true. However, it is not concocted by Master Ge himself. As for the tales of thunder and wind accompanying its preparation, Wang Yun merely chuckles at such notions. In any case, consuming a couple of these pills poses no lethal threat. Wang Yun has partaken of them personally, and the effects are, at the very least, satisfactory. During the Han Dynasty, the ingestion of various elixirs and powders became a fleeting trend among the aristocracy. The most prevalent was the 5-stone powder, which originated in the Western Han and was crafted from 5 types of stones: stalagmites, white quartz, stone sulfur, red resin, and purple quartz. This practice persisted from the Han through the Wei and Jin periods, even extending into the Tang Dynasty. Moreover, such substances were generally beyond the reach of the common populace, reserved solely for the elite nobility. The elixirs of the Han era bore resemblance to the later delicacy of pufferfish only the affluent dared partake. Who among the ordinary folk could afford such luxuries? Thus, Wang Yun and Apos' offering to Dong Zhuo, purportedly the 9-transformation golden elixir crafted by Master Ge, is in fact an enhanced version of the 5-stone powder, composed of a more diverse array of compounds. Due to the high temperatures involved in its preparation, the alchemical furnace frequently experienced explosions, which Wang Yun refers to as the thunderous phenomenon. In the Han Dynasty, a time when medical technology was rudimentary, this golden elixir was utilized as a prestigious health supplement, claiming to prolong life and, with prolonged use, even grant immortality. The actual efficacy of such claims has been substantiated in later times. However, at present, Wang Yun feels a twinge of regret in presenting the elixir to Dong Zhuo, regardless of whether it was indeed crafted by Master Ge. The jade gourd containing 50 to 60 pills is valued at a minimum of 10,000 gold pieces in the marketplace. During the Han era, acquiring even a modest remedy was not a privilege afforded to all. After presenting the elixir, Wang Yun observed that Dong Zhuo appeared somewhat lost in thought, prompting him to take his leave, allowing Dong Zhuo ample time to assess the elixir's effects. The consumption of 5-stone powder, or the 9-transformation golden elixir, necessitates adherence to specific protocols and procedures. It is not something to be taken lightly. Both the 5-stone powder and the elixir are exceedingly warming substances, which can incite internal heat upon entering the body. A meticulous and elaborate regimen is required to dissipate the toxicity and heat they generate, a process referred to as dispersing. First and foremost, one must not remain sedentary. Walking is imperative. Lying down is perilous, so brisk walking is most advisable, a practice known as walking to disperse. It is essential to walk swiftly until one breaks a sweat, embodying an open and carefree demeanor, akin to that of an immortal. In addition to movement, dietary and clothing considerations warrant careful attention. Following the ingestion of 5-stone powder or similar elixirs, individuals experience not only internal heat, but heightened sensitivity of the skin. Therefore, it is crucial to don loose, lightweight clothing made from soft, unstarched fabrics, avoiding heavy or freshly laundered garments to prevent discomfort caused by heat retention and friction against the skin. Furthermore, after taking the medicine, one must also partake in a cold bath to dissipate the toxin and heat of the drug. Cold clothing, cold beverages, cold food, and cold resting are all beneficial in extreme cold. Should one develop pneumonia from the chill, the release of toxins will undoubtedly be effective. However, there exists one exception. One must consume warm wine, and it must be of high quality. Ordinary inferior wine is absolutely to be avoided. Moreover, after taking the elixir, one should consume an abundance of cold foods, for there is no excess in quantity, aiding in the dispersal of the elixir. Additionally, an important side effect arises, wherein one's nerves enter a heightened state of excitement, accompanied by extreme skin sensitivity. Thus, Wang Yun, having partaken several times, found it to be extraordinarily enduring. However, the aftermath was, as the saying goes, spending money can avert disaster. Wang Yun offered the elixir, though it pained him deeply. He successfully achieved his intended goals. First, calming Dong Zhuo's potential wrath, and second, utilizing the effects of the elixir to draw Dong Zhuo inexorably into the abyss of desire. What man does not yearn for an unassailable virility? Especially now that Dong Zhuo has recently acquired numerous songstresses and beauties, with so many voids awaiting fulfillment? Yuan Wei, in a fit of rage, heavily struck his cane upon the floor of the Yuan residence hall, prompting the surrounding servants to flee as far as possible, while those unable to escape curled up like quails, hoping to avoid the brunt of Yuan Wei's fury. It seems that after Li Ru stifled the rumors circulating on the streets of Luoyang regarding Dong Zhuo, a new rumor began to circulate, but this time, the target was not Dong Zhuo but rather Yuan Wei himself. Do you know? The Yuan family and Apos' 3 dukes were purchased with money. Oh. But wasn't it said that the Yuan family was recommended for their extensive learning and talents? Have you considered what kind of person Emperor Ling of Han was? Could one attain an official position without wealth? Indeed, that does hold some merit. Do you know? The Grand General actually perished at the hands of the Yuan family. Oh, but wasn't he said to have been killed by Zhang Rang? Have you pondered what benefit Zhang Rang would gain from killing He Jin? Moreover, the 2 sons of the Yuan family were present at the time, allegedly with intentions to delay. Indeed, this does raise some suspicion. Do you know? The deposed emperor was actually Yuan Wei's intention. Oh. But wasn't it Dong Zhuo who advocated for the deposing of the emperor? Have you considered that Dong Zhuo was originally promoted by Yuan Wei? Would he dare to act against Yuan Wei and Apos, wishes? If Yuan Wei were unwilling, would Dongjua dare to depose the emperor? Upon reflection, that does seem plausible. Compared to the previously eloquent ballads regarding Dongjua, the current rumors are more straightforward, striking directly at the heart, easily comprehensible, and well supported by reasoning. The common folk have a particular fondness for such high-level gossip, and within the span of a single night, it spread throughout Luoyang. In recent days, Yuan Wei has felt the strange gazes of those around him. Initially, he paid no heed, but later, the steward of the residence informed him of the circulating rumors about the Yuan family in the streets. Consequently, Yuan Wei dispatched someone to investigate, only to discover the truth that nearly provoked a serious illness. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that these rumors possess an air of plausibility, each containing a kernel of truth. For instance, it is indeed accurate that Emperor Ling of Han was avaricious, that He Jin entrusted the protection of the Yuan family's 2 sons to guards, and that Yuan Wei had previously promoted Dongjua, the patrols of the Shiliang soldiers. Loyal to Dongjua, would violently apprehend anyone spreading rumors about him, yet they would remain oblivious to any disparaging remarks concerning the Yuan family. Departing without so much as a flicker of acknowledgement, Yuan Wei was acutely aware that Dongjua was the architect of this turmoil, or, more specifically, it was the machinations of Dongjua and Apos, as subordinate, Li Ru, that had stirred the pot. However, he found himself at a loss for how to counter these insidious tactics, resorting only to venting his fury within the confines of his estate. Ah, how the stature of your 2 sons has ballooned. One now a governor of Bohai, and the other a general. What can you possibly say to that? Dongjua is targeting you? Then why does he not turn his attention to my 2 ineffectual sons? It is truly a case of a mute consuming bitter gall, with no means to express their anguish. Yuan Wei seethed inwardly, contemplating. Do you, Li Ru, think that I would yield so easily? While it may seem that matters in Luoyang are unfavorable at present, there remain avenues outside the city. Since those individuals have fled to Yangqing, why not allow them to disseminate their narratives from there? Let us see if Li Ru can maintain his grip on a city, let alone the entire realm. Chapter 66. Integrity. On this day, Kai Yong sat solemnly within the side chamber, his writing materials neatly arranged before him, yet he did not lift the brush. Lost in contemplation, Kai Yong's life had indeed been tumultuous. His second appointment to office came through the recommendation of the incorruptible Qiao Xian, where he served as a clerk and was treated with great regard. He later assumed the role of magistrate in Hepin County and was subsequently summoned to the position of Longzhong, overseeing the Eastern Library, where he was promoted to a Long. It was during this period that the renowned Sheeping Stone classics were composed. Although his youthful integrity had led him to endure considerable hardships, his sincere heart, weathered by storms, remained steadfast. Could it be that with age, he would alter this essence? Kai Yong smiled softly, picked up an ink block, and meticulously ground it. He then took up the brush, his strokes fluid as he inscribed a line of text. At that moment, Fei Qian, accompanied by the steward of the Kai household, happened to witness this scene. Upon seeing Fei Qian arrive, Kai Yong set aside his brush and gestured for him to take a seat. Kai Yong regarded this disciple before him. Though their time together had not been extensive, Fei Qian and Apos' amiable demeanor and gentle disposition resonated with Kai Yong, even surpassing his own youthful self in certain respects. Fei Qian possessed a remarkable understanding of principles and adaptability. Truly a rare talent, though a further refinement in literary knowledge would be most desirable. Once Fei Qian was settled, Kai Yong inquired, "Are you proficient in reciting the Zhuozhuan?" Kai Yong nodded and continued, "The Zhuozhuan offers a lens to observe history and its lessons, encompassing a vast array of knowledge and providing insights into navigating the world. You must engage deeply with it as you recite." Fei Qian acknowledged this with a nod. Kai Yong then remarked, "You mentioned the affairs of Chong'er the other day. While your observations were not without merit, I am now advanced in years and wish to distance myself from the tales of wild men and the waters of the past." Upon hearing this, Fei Qian's expression shifted, realizing Kai Yong's intent to withdraw. The wild men and waters that Kai Yong referred to were 2 incidents from Chong'er's flight. One occurred when he sought sustenance in the 5-deer region of Wei, only to be met with disdain by a farmer who, instead of offering food, handed him a clod of earth, saying, "If you seek nourishment, then consume this." The second incident transpired when Chong and Apos fled to Qin, where Duke Mu of Qin presented him with 5 maidens, including his own daughter, Huaying. During one encounter, Huaying offered Chong'er water to wash his hands. But after he carelessly dismissed her, she, incensed, rebuked him, questioning whether he considered her a servant. In fear, Chong'er stripped off his clothing and secluded himself. offering his apologies to Duke Mu. Though now renowned across the land, the trials of escape would not be as arduous as in his youth. Yet, with age, one loses the vigor to endure such tribulations. Fei Qian wished to offer further counsel but was halted by Cai Yong. The elder then presented the line he had just inscribed to Fei Qian, indicating for him to take a closer look. Fei Qian took the paper and saw a line of beautifully flowing characters inscribed upon it, traveling 10,000 miles through the sandy curtain. I fight for you against the Xiongnu. When the road comes to an end, arrows and blades are shattered. When the soldiers are extinguished, my name has decayed. At first, Fei Qian was momentarily bewildered. Cai Yong, noticing his confusion, chuckled and inquired, Ziyuan, have you read the Book of Han? The Book of Han was an additional reading material that Cai Yin had provided to Fei Qian, alongside a plethora of other texts. Suddenly, Fei Qian recalled the source of Cai Yong's reference to the Book of Han. This verse was indeed attributed to the renowned figure, Su Wu. However, upon arriving at the Xiongnu, Su Wu discovered that their apparent submission was merely a temporary ploy, a feigned retreat. Seizing the opportunity amidst the internal discord of the Xiongnu, he attempted to assassinate the Chanyu, but unfortunately failed and was captured. He resolutely refused to surrender and was exiled by the Chanyu to the northern seas to tend sheep. In contrast, Li Ling, who was also an attendant at that time, lacked such fortitude and chose to capitulate to the Xiongnu. When Su Wu eventually returned to the Han dynasty, Li Ling bid him farewell, penning these 4 lines, traveling 10,000 miles through the sandy curtain. I fight for you against the Xiongnu. When the road comes to an end, arrows and blades are shattered. When the soldiers are extinguished, my name has decayed. Li Ling's words expressed that he too had traversed a vast journey, crossing the desert to lead troops in battle for the Han dynasty. Ultimately, he faced defeat, leading to a severed path home, with weapons shattered and soldiers perished, leaving him no choice but to surrender. He lamented that his reputation had now fallen into disgrace. This was Li Ling's attempt to justify his capitulation, while simultaneously expressing admiration for Su Wu's steadfastness, thus crafting a heartfelt poem of reflection. Fei Qian could not help but feel anxious. Cai Yong, old man, do you not realize that this could lead to a tragic repetition? How can I possibly save you? Cai Yong, what must I do to rescue you, Cai Yan? Chapter 67. The unavoidability of withering flowers. Fei Qian intended to persuade Cai Yong once more. Yet he was halted by Cai Yong's words. Cai Yong remarked, you have not received the grain of Han, while I partake in the blessings of the Han. As a subject, one must serve the sovereign with loyalty. Further persuasion is unnecessary. Cai Yong implied that Fei Qian had never drawn a salary from the state, whereas he himself benefited from the nation's resources. Therefore, as a minister, it was imperative to remain loyal to the ruler. Indeed, in the Han dynasty, the position of a reserve official bore no salary, and Fei Qian, having never been appointed to a substantive role, had yet to receive any remuneration. Cai Yong's thoughts were rather straightforward. Receiving the state's funds obliges one to shoulder responsibilities during times of crisis. Being a high-ranking official of the Han, one could not solely contemplate personal safety. When duty calls, one must rise to the occasion, lest they betray the very convictions they have upheld throughout their lives. Cai Yong was undoubtedly aware of the risks involved in his decision to stay, yet some actions must be undertaken. Otherwise, even if one temporarily evades death, they would endure a lifetime of inner turmoil, much like the examples of Su Wu and Li Ling he had just mentioned. Both served as attendants during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han. Su Wu steadfastly adhered to his principles, while Li Ling capitulated under duress. It cannot be said that either was unequivocally right or wrong. However, as reflected in the sentiments expressed in Li Ling's poetry after his surrender, although he survived, he was left to suffer. Cai Yong was unwilling to compromise his own heart, even at the cost of facing peril. Fei Qian struggled to find words, pondering how he could persuade such an upright elder to forsake a lifelong pursuit of integrity. Cai Yong, gazing kindly at Fei Qian, smiled gently and handed him 2 letters. What is this? Fei Qian queried, puzzled by the significance of the correspondence. You are still in the prime of your youth. There is no need for you to remain here in idle wait. In my early years, I had connections with Pang Xiang and Lu Jingxiang. Should you venture to Jingxiang? Present these letters, Cai Yong said, treating the matter with a sense of casual importance. From the northern Taixue in Luoyang to the southern Lumen in Jingxiang, do not hesitate to seek the wisdom of virtuous elders and to engage with your contemporaries for mutual advancement. You must understand that the pursuit of knowledge is a path where stagnation leads to regression. Although I, as your teacher, cannot always supervise you, complacency is not an option. Do you understand? Fei Qian rose and bowed, pledging his earnest commitment. These letters were not mere pieces of correspondence. They served as a protective talisman. Whenever presented, even the powerful Liu Biao and Jingzhou would likely offer some assistance in recognition of Kai Yong's reputation. Kai Yong was indeed paving the way for Fei Qian with his own renown. It was remarkable that Kai Yong not only contemplated Fei Qian and Apos as safety, but also his academic journey beyond Luoyang. Such dedication from a teacher deeply moved Fei Qian. In later times, it is rare to find a teacher without blood ties who would extend such support. Even relatives may not lend a hand when in need. Kai Yong then said, "You may depart. You can set off soon. I will remain here. There is no need for you to worry about me. So I shall not accompany you." After speaking, he summoned the steward to guide Fei Qian in bidding farewell to Kai Yin. Fei Qian perceived that Kai Yong and Apos' resolve was indeed unwavering, offering him no opportunity to utter further words. With a sigh in his heart, he bowed deeply before Kai Yong in a gesture of profound respect. Setting aside all else, it was commendable that Kai Yong, even in the face of potential peril for himself, still contemplated the well-being of his disciple, Fei Qian, making the best possible arrangements for his next steps. Such kindness commanded deep admiration, and thus Fei Qian's grand gesture was sincerely heartfelt. Kai Yong, unflinching, accepted this homage, nodding slightly with a gentle smile, prompting Fei Qian to follow the steward to bid farewell to Kai Yin. As they approached the study, Fei Qian caught a glimpse of Kai Yin, seemingly preparing to play the zither. He paused, refraining from advancing, and instead chose to listen intently. Kai Yin donned a verdant skirt, layered with a pale yellow outer garment. Devoid of cosmetics, yet radiating natural beauty, the afternoon sun streamed through the window, casting a delicate glow around her. A few strands of her long, dark hair danced lightly in the breeze, twirling in the sunlight like playful sprites engaged in a joyous ballet. With her porcelain-like hands, as white as mutton fat, she gently plucked the strings of the zither, each note fluttering like butterflies in a graceful dance upon her fingertips. Fei Qian closed his eyes, immersing himself fully in the melody. The lively, fluttering sounds of the zither resembled the sweet songs of birds greeting the dawn in a tranquil forest. A crimson sun ascended on the horizon, its gentle rays gradually dispersing the morning mist that enveloped the woodland. Before Fei Qian and Apos' eyes, a vivid tableau unfurled, a quaint mountain village, with a few houses scattered harmoniously. As the sun rose, each household began its daily routine. An abundance of musical notes intertwined, echoing the rising tendrils of smoke from chimneys. As the sounds of laughter, children's playful shouts, and the calls of cattle and sheep filled the air. Suddenly, a jubilant voice rang out, reminiscent of a lively little girl emerging from a courtyard, gathering an array of colorful wildflowers by the roadside. Clutching her bouquet, the little girl skipped through the woods, while birds serenaded her from the branches and butterflies flitted about her. She continued her journey without pause, ascending a small hill, when a sudden gust of wind swept by, threatening to whisk the flowers from her grasp. In a flurry, the little girl darted around the house, reaching the back of the mountain, where a narrow path meandered into the distance. The little girl gazed into the distance and witnessed a figure at the end of the mountain path, gradually receding. She called out loudly, raising the wildflowers in her hand and shaking them fervently, hoping to catch the attention of the distant silhouette. Yet, the figure continued to retreat, becoming smaller and smaller. The sound of the zither became increasingly scattered, as Kai Yin plucked individual notes with delicate fingers, reminiscent of petals blown away by the wind, swirling in the air, uncertain of their destination. As the melody concluded, Fei Qian opened his eyes and found Kai Yin looking back at him at that very moment, their gazes intertwining. It was akin to the innocent camaraderie of childhood friends, pure and sincere, devoid of guile, yet fatefully. They had known each other for but a brief time before parting ways. Fei Qian remained silent for a long while, wordless, merely adjusting his attire with solemnity, and offered a respectful bow to Kai Yin. Kai Yin also rose from her seat, gracefully returning the gesture with a deep bow of her own. Though no words were exchanged, it felt as if countless sentiments were encapsulated in that bow and curtsy. Chapter 68. Reunion with El Bu. As Fei Qian departed from the Kai residence, he found himself in a state of bewilderment. Just days prior, he had been consumed with the dilemma of how to escape Luoyang. Now, unexpectedly bestowed with a letter of recommendation from Kai Yong, he could leave the city with ease. However, a peculiar sensation lingered in his heart, akin to having lost something precious. How could he, a mere mortal, disclose the fates that awaited Kai Yong and Kai Yin? Setting aside whether they would even believe him, there remained an insurmountable question for Fei Qian. From whence did this knowledge arise? Was it a premonition? A prophecy? A dream? Divine inspiration? Such notions were laughable. Without tangible evidence, who would lend credence to such claims? Contemplating this, Fei Qian resolved that he could not depart without first offering assistance to Kai Yong and Kai Yin. Thus, he meticulously considered his options and proceeded to the market, purchasing 2 jars of fine wine, which he had porters carry to Elbu's residence. Upon his arrival, Elbu happened to be home. Hearing of Fei Qian's visit, he rushed out to greet him. Noticing the 2 jars of wine, he expressed his displeasure, saying, "Does Zan disdain my wine? Why must you purchase more?" With a smile, Fei Qian replied, "Not at all. These jars pale in comparison to the wine of the esteemed Lord Weho. I merely wish to indulge in a final toast with you before my departure from Luoyang, uncertain of when I might have the pleasure of your company again. Hence, I brought an ample supply." "What? Why must you leave?" "Everything seemed well," Elbu exclaimed, casting aside thoughts of the wine, seizing Fei Qian's arm with urgency. "My master advises that no matter how much I study, it amounts to mere rote learning. I must explore the vast lands and cultures of the Han to better understand the lives of the people. Thus, I am to embark on a journey of study." Fei Qian, maintaining a composed facade, invoked the illustrious name of Kai Yong. "I see." Elbu nodded, recalling his own youthful travels and understanding the scholarly tradition of exploration. "Then let us indulge today, as a farewell for you, Ziyuan." Elbu pulled Fei Qian inside, bellowing for the servants to prepare a feast and summon Zhang Liao and Gao Shun, insisting that they would not cease drinking until they lay horizontal in revelry. It appeared Elbu was no stranger to such festivities. The household staff moved with practiced efficiency, swiftly arranging the banquet. Zhang Liao, being relatively close, arrived shortly thereafter. Upon meeting, he inquired about Fei Qian and Appo's impending departure, and only after hearing the explanation did he find solace. Meanwhile, Elbu dismissed the maidservants, declaring the day a celebration of brotherhood, and took it upon himself to pour wine and carve meat for Fei Qian. The 3 men raised their cups in a toast, clinking them together before downing the contents in unison. Fei Qian turned to Zhang Liao and asked, "When you on? Have there been any conclusions regarding the accounts from the other day?" Zhang Liao made a slicing motion with his hand, continuing, "Only then did these parasites comprehend my might." "Ha." With that, he raised another cup and downed it entirely. It is not Zhang Liao's cruelty or his indifference to killing. Rather, the legal codes of the Han dynasty, while somewhat more lenient than those of the Qin, were still far from forgiving. In military matters, executions were frequently carried out. Zhang Liao's public execution of corrupt officials in front of the entire army was, in fact, a commonplace occurrence in the Han era. Those guilty of embezzlement and corruption, especially among logistics personnel, could be condemned for causing shortages in military supplies. If substantial evidence was presented, the punishment could be severe, often resulting in not merely decapitation, but rather dismemberment. Regrettably, such measures have been criticized in later times by so-called experts as inhumane and a violation of human rights. However, one must consider that had Zhang Liao not uncovered the corruption, he himself would have faced dire consequences, at best, loss of rank, and at worst, death. Elbu, curious about the details, clapped his hands in delight upon learning the story, exclaiming with pleasure. As a warrior primarily concerned with commanding troops, Elbu was particularly vexed by logistics issues. He could empathize with Zhang Liao's experiences, having faced similar challenges himself. Turning to Fei Qian, Elbu blinked, his large face displaying a mix of shyness and hesitation, as if he wished to speak but found it inappropriate. Amused, Fei Qian remarked, "If Lord Wen wishes to learn, he should seek out Wen Yuan. Why look to me?" Elbu, overjoyed, grasped Fei Qian's shoulder and inquired, "Is this truly the case, dear brother? Can it be true?" Fei Qian thought to himself that it was not a monumental matter. Having taught Zhang Liao the 4-column accounting method, it would not hurt to instruct Elbu as well. Unbeknownst to Fei Qian, this technique was rather advanced for the Han era, often kept secret and shared only with disciples or close kin. Thus, Zhang Liao had pledged to not divulge it without Fei Qian's consent, meaning Elbu would need to secure Fei Qian's approval first. Elbu laughed heartily, nearly knocking Fei Qian to the ground with his exuberance. At that moment, Gao Shun arrived from outside the city and, upon witnessing the scene and hearing the trio's laughter, curiously inquired, "What is happening here? Aren't you all here to bid farewell to Ziyuan? Shouldn't a farewell banquet be filled with sorrow rather than such merriment? This completely subverts my worldview." Chapter 69, The Vanguard Gao Shun. Behold, this is Gao Shun of the Vanguard Corps. He stands as a paragon reminiscent of the legendary Spartans from the era of the Three Kingdoms, renowned for their 700 valiant warriors. Fei Qian hastily sought paper and pen, while Elbu and Zhang Liao appeared quite pleased, urging the somewhat bewildered Gao Shun to hastily affix his signature with jovial smiles. Once Gao Shun completed his signature and took his seat, he inquired about the earlier proceedings. Elbu, his joy palpable, recounted the events with great delight. Hearing this, Gao Shun felt a surge of enthusiasm. However, as he had only just met Fei Qian, he found himself at a loss for words and turned his gaze towards Zhang Liao. Having fought side by side with Gao Shun for an extended period, Zhang Liao recognized the unspoken sentiment in Gao Shun's eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he raised a bowl of wine and addressed Fei Qian. I have long endured the trials of military arithmetic. Previously, my comrades were all from my hometown, and any minor discrepancies could be overlooked. However, with the increasing diversity of troops under my command, a slight error in the tally of provisions can lead to dire consequences, leaving soldiers bereft of supplies, which is a grave transgression. Elbu, resonating with this sentiment, added, your method not only deters the clerks from malfeasance, but also enables commanders to have a clear understanding of the remaining supplies, facilitating prudent planning. It is indeed a rare and exceptional strategy. Inspired by Zhang Liao and Elbu's discourse, Gao Shun felt an even greater yearning. Yet, he struggled to articulate his thoughts and sighed softly, taking a sip from his bowl of wine. Observing this, Zhang Liao deliberately raised his voice and inquired, why does Lord Boping sigh? Is there corruption festering within the ranks? He gestured subtly with his eyes. Gao Shun, initially taken aback, finally grasped Zhang Liao and Appo's insinuation upon noticing his frantic blinking. Ah, yes, indeed, I too am troubled by this matter, he confessed, casting a hopeful glance towards Fei Qian. Fei Qian mused that since he had already initiated a favor, there was no need for Gao Shun to hesitate. Thus, he unhesitatingly declared, if that is the case, I would like to request Wen Yuan to convey this to Lord Boping as well. Gao Shun was overwhelmed with joy, promptly rising to express his gratitude with a deep bow. Fei Qian quickly declined the formalities, assisting Gao Shun back to his feet. Elbu and Zhang Liao, equally delighted, admired Fei Qian's forthrightness. As they resumed their seats, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Those who sliced meat did so, those who arranged dishes busied themselves, and those pouring wine filled their vessels, leaving Fei Qian almost without need to lift a finger. In a short span, the table was laden with an abundance of food and drink. Zhang Liao had already grasped the earlier concepts, and for Elbu and Gao Shun, mastering the four-column verification method would essentially safeguard against corruption within the ranks, while also allowing them to monitor the fluctuations of finances and supplies. To the commanding generals of the time, this could be likened to an increase of 10 points in their leadership skills. Seeing the atmosphere so vibrant, Fei Qian raised a bowl of wine, toasting first to Elbu before stating, as I embark on this journey of study, there is a matter that weighs heavily on my heart, and I seek the assistance of my esteemed brothers. Without uttering a word, Elbu immediately thumped his chest and declared, dear brother, do not hesitate to speak. I shall ensure it is handled. It was not mere boasting on Elbu's part. At present, as the Marquis of Wen and the keeper of the Golden Seal, he wielded immense power, and ordinary matters posed little challenge to him. Fei Qian then expressed his sole concern. It is my master, Kai Yong, the esteemed minister Kai. Indeed, Fei Qian continued, my master is advanced in years, with only his daughter remaining by his side. There are no male heirs in the family. Should any urgent matters arise, we would be at a loss for whom to call upon for assistance. Elbu chuckled, I was pondering the nature of your troubles, and now I understand. Fear not, dear brother, your master is as good as my own. I shall dispatch a few soldiers to stand guard at your master's residence tomorrow. Should any worries arise, do not hesitate to seek me out. Fei Qian could not help but sigh inwardly. Elbu, in his eagerness, suggested that his master was as dear as his own. Even if Elbu were willing, would Kai Yong, the old gentleman, share the sentiment? Dispatching 2 soldiers to stand guard, was this assistance or a form of confinement? Thus, Fei Qian hastily replied, there is no need for such trouble. Just a discreet watch from my 3 brothers will suffice. Should anything arise, a helping hand would be all I require. Zhang Liao quickly grasped the implication, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it would be unseemly for us, with our martial aura, to intrude upon the scholarly household of Minister Kai. Let us heed Zun's counsel, remaining vigilant while providing care as needed. Elbu scratched his head, feeling that his earlier suggestion may have been somewhat inappropriate, and then laughed heartily, Very well. We shall proceed as you wish, dear brother. As long as I am present, I shall ensure Minister Kai's safety. Both Zhang Liao and Gao Shun assured Fei Qian that they would indeed lend their support should any issues arise concerning Kai Yong. With the three affirming their commitment, Fei Qian felt a measure of relief. As for Kai Yong, at least until the demise of Dong Zhuo, his safety was largely assured. Following Dong Zhuo's death, based on historical precedent, there would be at least 2 or 3 years during which Fei Qian could devise further strategies. Gratefully, Fei Qian expressed his thanks and requested a toast with the three, thus solidifying their agreement. His mood lightened. He suddenly recalled hearing that Gao Shun was drilling soldiers outside the city. Could it be that he was training the renowned Zion's? Curiously, he turned to Gao Shun and inquired, Brother Bopping, what are the selection criteria for soldiers in the Zion's? Fei Qian thought to himself that he was not inquiring about the specific training methods or operational tactics of the Zion's. Merely asking about the selection criteria should not warrant secrecy. In Fei Qian's understanding, if the Bai Mai Song represented the finest archers and the Xian Qingying the elite crossbowmen, then the Zion's must be the pinnacle of heavy infantry. Historically, Gao Shun and his Zion's had triumphed even over the likes of Liu, Guan, and Zhang, though it could be argued that Guan Yu and Zhang Fei stumbled in their endeavors. Nevertheless, it attested to the depth of Gao Shun's capabilities. To his surprise, Gao Shun responded with puzzlement. Why do you inquire, Ziyuan? What is this Zion's? I have never heard of it. Fei Qian stammered, thinking to himself, could it be? If Gao Shun is unaware of the Zion's, can he truly be called Gao Shun? In the current situation, it remains uncertain whether the assault camp truly exists or if it is merely a work in progress. Nevertheless, we must first navigate this obstacle. Has anyone genuinely articulated such thoughts? I am quite unaware yet. Gao Shun murmured thoughtfully. Charge into battle, invincible. Charge, into the fray. Into the fray, into the fray. With a sudden realization, Gao Shun slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Wen Yuan. If I were to select a group of robust men equipped with dark armor, long spears, and large shields to form a formation, their sturdy armor and sharp spears would surely render them unstoppable. Dark armor? Zhang Liao interjected, intrigued. Such armor is exceedingly valuable. If Bo Ping were to pursue this, he might struggle to gather a sufficient number of men. Elbu remarked, if such soldiers truly existed, 1,000 would suffice. At the moment of battle, they could penetrate the enemy's center, undoubtedly causing chaos and disarray. However, the dark armor combined with large shields may prove burdensome over long distances. Fei Qian casually added, they could ride horses, you know. Instantly, the eyes of Elbu, Zhang Liao, and Gao Shun turned toward him in unison. Ah, I merely spoke in jest. Elbu nodded, acknowledging, Ziyuan speaks wisely. While it may not be feasible to charge on horseback, dismounting to form ranks at the battlefield would allow for swift movement and conserve energy. My dear brother, you have shown great insight into military strategy. I truly was just speaking offhandedly. Fei Qian thought to himself with frustration. Could this possibly be the true nature of the assault camp? Chapter 70 Farewell. Luoyang is Elbu, Zhang Liao, and Gao Shun indulged in their revelry. They drank to the point of oblivion, leaving Fei Qian entirely unaware of who had succumbed first. By the time he regained consciousness, it was already noon the following day. Fei Qian initially intended to seek out Li Ru, but upon further contemplation, he decided against it. After all, it was Fei Qian's father who had received favors from Li Ru, not him. When Li Ru had recommended him to Kai Yong, it could be said that the debt of gratitude had been repaid. To seek further engagement might seem like an attempt to leverage past kindness. Moreover, Elbu, being a man of action, was comparatively straightforward, while Li Ru's indirect approach could easily backfire. The so-called cousins of his host, Fei Min, were a source of discomfort for Fei Qian. To avoid complications, he preferred not to meet Fei Min again. Having already conveyed his intentions clearly through letters and fulfilled his obligations by providing books. Regardless of any grievances Fei Min may harbor, there was little to contest. A letter had also been sent to Cui Ho, bidding farewell. Overall, Cui Ho was an amiable fellow, yet Fei Qian was embarking on a journey to Jingxiang. And with Luoyang's imminent decline, the fate of the Cui family left behind was uncertain in the face of Dong Zhuo's tyranny. Thus, in his letter, Fei Qian simply stated his immediate departure to Jingxiang, expressing heartfelt brotherhood and the hope of future reunion. When one resides in a place for an extended period, it is only natural to develop an attachment, and the thought of leaving stirs a sense of reluctance. Fei Qian felt this keenly. Having journeyed from the future to the Eastern Han era, he had roamed Luoyang for more than a year, just as he had begun to familiarize himself with the city. He was now preparing to depart. Farewell, Luoyang. As Fei Qian strolled through the streets of Luoyang, he took care to observe, as if wishing to imprint these sights upon his memory. This was Luoyang, the last vestige of glory from the Han dynasty. The final authority of the Liu clan, the profound accumulation of an era. Luoyang exuded grandeur. Not only were the streets wide, but the buildings and pavilions were equally impressive, with shop signs that boasted elegance. Luoyang was exquisite, with its green bricks and Han tiles. And even the attire of its pedestrians reflected this refinement, as some foreign merchants endeavored to dress as the Han people did. Luoyang was rich in culture, with the imperial palaces and numerous temples, including the Round Mound, Ling Tai, Baiyong, and the Royal Daughter and Apos' platform, representing an immeasurable heritage. This was Luoyang, the culmination of centuries of the Han dynasty and Apos' legacy, the very nation that proclaimed with unwavering resolve that any who dared to challenge the Han would be met with retribution, regardless of distance. Hello, Luoyang. I have arrived. Hello, Luoyang. I am leaving. Suddenly, Fei Qian felt a piercing pain in his heart, nearly brought to tears. Soon, Dongzhu's flames would consume this place entirely, leaving no trace of Han Luoyang. In that moment, Fei Qian wished he could remain oblivious to the future, so that when he beheld the playing children, the spirited youths, and the leisurely elders, he would not feel the weight of guilt in his heart. Is this the historical anguish that a time traveler must bear? Why must it be me? Why not some random soul, but rather me? Young master, everything is all said. As Fu Shu spoke, he choked on his words. Fei Qian turned his head, glancing from left to right, and after a long silence, finally said, "Let us depart." Outside the door, apart from two carriages, there was also a Shizhong sent by Zhang Liao along with his soldiers. The Shizhong, named Zhang Zhao, was a younger relative of Zhang Liao, who had become his bodyguard after joining the military. Following Zhang Liao and Apos' promotion to the position of Hujun Xiaowei, he appointed Zhang Zhao as Shizhong. Knowing that Fei Qian was bound for Jingxiang, Zhang Liao arranged a minor task in the same region for Zhang Zhao, allowing him to escort Fei Qian along the way. This arrangement not only spared Fei Qian the expense of hiring a bodyguard, but also provided added safety and reassurance. As Fei Qian and his party exited through the eastern gate, they soon spotted a group of people by a small pavilion. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was El Bu, Zhang Liao, and Gao Shun, with Cui Ho standing slightly behind them. Aware of his lesser status compared to the esteemed Wen Ho, Cui Ho offered only a few brief words of farewell, gifting Fei Qian with some travel essentials before taking his leave, allowing more time for El Bu and the others. Seeing El Bu approach with a jar of wine, Fei Qian could not help but exclaim, "Wen Ho, you are drinking again? The headache from a few days ago has yet to subside." El Bu shot him a fierce glare and retorted, "Of course I must drink. Younger brother. With you gone, who else can I drink with?" Fei Qian pointed to Zhang Liao and Gao Shun, saying, "Wen Ho, you can find company with them." El Bu scoffed. "With those two? One steals my wine, and the other dislikes drinking. It lacks excitement." Zhang Liao interjected, who told Wen Ho that his wine is so good. He then cautioned, "Ziyuan, the journey ahead may not be entirely peaceful. Take care." After which, he reminded Shizhong Zhang Zhao to ensure Fei Qian and Apos' safety. Gao Shun, remaining silent, simply handed a cup of wine to Fei Qian. Realizing that Gao Shun was a man of action, Fei Qian accepted the cup, and together with El Bu, Zhang Liao, and Gao Shun, they drank heartily. Having consumed the farewell wine, Fei Qian solemnly bowed and expressed his gratitude to the three. However, deep within, he wished for the presence of another individual, but that wish went unfulfilled. As the moment of departure drew near, his emotions became increasingly tumultuous, prompting him to sing, "On the eastern road of Luoyang, the cold winds stir the dust. A friend offers wine and farewell, sharing heartfelt confessions. Autumn leaves fall. The white dew turns to frost. Let us journey thousands of miles, this sentiment nestled in my heart. May we cherish enduring ties, never forgetting despite the distance. When spring warms the earth, I shall return to the fragrance of flowers." Within the Kai residence, Kaiyong listened to the somewhat chaotic melodies from the backyard and could not help but shake his head, letting out a sigh. Chapter 71. The cornerstone of the Han Dynasty. The Han Dynasty and Apos' approach to soil and water conservation was remarkably effective, contrasting sharply with the desolate landscapes of deforested areas and uninhabited commercial zones that characterize later periods. However, this pristine environment left Fei Qian feeling somewhat out of place. Along the official roads, conditions were tolerable, yet, Merely a couple hundred paces away, nature had reclaimed the land with rampant weeds, fortunately adhering to the Han Dynasty standards. The roads were mandated to be at least 10 feet wide, preventing construction amidst dense forests, which typically favored broader clearings. Otherwise, given the steep mountains and thick woods, Fei Qian harbored concerns about encountering someone who might leap out and bellow, "This path is mine. This tree bears my mark." Upon departing from Luoyang, the flow of travelers was still relatively brisk, with carriages occasionally converging and causing delays. However, as the journey progressed and distance increased, both people and vehicles dwindled, sometimes leaving entire stretches devoid of any company for half a day. The official roads were paved with bluestone slabs maintained by government-appointed personnel, thus, while not entirely smooth, they were a vast improvement compared to the adjacent muddy paths. Situated in the heartland of the Central Plains, most lands flanking the official roads had been cultivated into fields, predominantly growing wheat and millet. By this late autumn, the harvest had largely been completed, leaving only bare stalks standing in the fields. During the Han Dynasty, rubber was non-existent. Thus, wooden cart wheels were reinforced with iron bands to prevent wear. The jarring sensation experienced by passengers within the carriage as these wheels rolled over the stone slabs was quite pronounced. Near Luoyang, being the capital, the roads were relatively even, and though there was some vibration, it remained within acceptable limits. However, as one ventured farther afield, the experience became rather disheartening. Wealthy families would often line their carriages with furs to mitigate the discomfort of the journey. But Fei Qian had not yet reached such lavish means and opted for the more common cotton and linen fabric. While this provided some alleviation, it was minimal, and prolonged sitting could become quite uncomfortable. As Fei Qian ambled along, observing the fields flanking the road, he suddenly pondered a question and turned to Zhang Zhao, inquiring, "What is the typical yield per acre in these fields?" Zhang Zhao glanced around and replied, "My lord Fei, I am not well versed in this area. However, I do know that in my hometown, an acre typically yields about 3 stones of millet annually. In a good year, it may produce a bit more, but in poor conditions, it might only yield just over 1 stone. 3 stones, Fei Qian considered, was indeed not a substantial amount. The measurement system of the Han Dynasty was quite intricate, with distinctions between large and small stones, along with other units like the zhong, fu, pu, do, he, and sheng. Furthermore, the Han court had yet to recognize that diverse measurement units could lead to various complications, failing to require standardized tools across regions, resulting in extreme imprecision in calculations, often relying on rough estimates. For instance, the stone referred to by Zhang Zhao likely pertained to military measurements, thus converting it. An estimated yield of 3 stones would translate to approximately 270 to 280 jin in contemporary terms. This figure of 280 jin, corresponding to a yield of 3 stones, represented an exceedingly modest output. To illustrate, according to Fei Qian's understanding, the court calculated rations as follows. It categorized individuals into large males, large females, able-bodied males, able-bodied females, and non-able-bodied males and females, with large denoting maturity. In ancient times, adulthood was recognized at the age of 16 and above. Able-bodied referred to those between 6 and 15, and non-able-bodied indicated those under 6 who merely consumed without contributing labor. Large males, regarded as robust laborers, were allotted a monthly ration of 1 stone and 8 dough. Large females and able-bodied males received the second tier, with a monthly ration of 1 stone and 3 dough. Able-bodied females and non-able-bodied males were given a third-tier ration of 1 stone, while the final tier for non-able-bodied females was 7 dough. Assuming an average household comprised 3 generations, with 2 individuals per generation, grandparents, parents, and children, each family required 9 stones of grain monthly, equivalent to the annual yield of 3 mu of land. Thus, a yearly provision of 36 mu was necessary. Additionally, considering various expenses such as rent, taxes, and levies, a Han Dynasty farmer's fundamental assurance against bankruptcy mandated at least 50 mu of farmland. This estimate pertains solely to sustenance, excluding other necessities, and does not account for illnesses. Fei Qian shook his head, recognizing that throughout history, illness has remained the most dreadful and feared affliction among the common populace. Yet, those who are most vulnerable and impoverished are often the most susceptible to sickness. A farmer, straightening his back, noticed Fei Qian and Apos' attire and the guards accompanying him, mistaking him for a scion of a noble family come to inquire about the people's conditions. He courteously remarked, "I am unworthy of such a greeting." This land is considered fertile. This year has been relatively good, yielding 4 stones of millet. The old farmer smiled broadly, clearly content with this year and Appo's harvest. Fei Qian pointed to the distant fields and inquired, "Are the nearby lands similar?" The farmer shook his head, explaining, "That depends on the soil. The fertile fields yield abundantly. As for the inferior land," he gestured towards an area at the foot of the mountain, "you see, that is newly cultivated wasteland, only just plowed this year. There is no water from the mountain, relying solely on human effort. A yield of 1 stone per mu would be considered excellent." Fei Qian retrieved several coins from his pocket, offering them to the farmer with a respectful bow. The farmer expressed his gratitude repeatedly, hesitating to grasp the coins for fear of soiling Fei Qian's hands, and finally used his own short garment as a cushion to accept the money. In truth, this old farmer epitomized the foundational stratum of the Han dynasty, yet he remained unaware of the dire circumstances faced by those in his position. While he managed reasonably well, what of those afflicted by natural disasters? Those without land to cultivate? Families burdened by illness? It is no wonder that during the recent Yellow Turban Rebellion, the Zhang brothers could incite thousands of farmers to revolt at a moment and amp Appo's notice. If everyone had enough to eat and wear, who would engage in rebellion? Every dynasty, in its later stages, invariably drives its most basic and impoverished citizens to desperation, leading to uprisings, a pattern consistent throughout history. As long as the minimum living requirements are met, these simple folk will naturally support and follow you, thus fostering genuine public sentiment. Fei Qian pondered deeply, recognizing that addressing this issue was indeed quite formidable. During the 2 centuries of the Eastern Han dynasty, the majority of land had been subject to relentless annexation and reorganization, ultimately falling into the hands of powerful aristocratic families, such as the Wei family of Chunlu, the Yang family of Hongnom, and the Mi family of Shuzhou. To disturb the lands owned by these noble clans would inevitably threaten the very roots of their wealth, provoking fierce resistance in return. Perhaps introducing new high-yield species could be a solution? Fei Qian gazed up at the sky, which was a brilliant azure, adorned with fluffy white clouds that were pleasing to the eye. If one were to alter the future destinies of the people living beneath this beautiful sky, it would necessitate starting from the most fundamental aspects. Chapter 72, Grassroots Officials of the Han Dynasty, New Year and Appo's Day Update. After a day of travel, as afternoon approached, some individuals began to feel weary and their horses fatigued. The relay station served as a small grassroots management center in ancient times, fulfilling various roles such as the transmission of messages, reception of officials, and maintenance of official roads. Typically, these stations provided resting and lodging areas, facilitating the accommodation of passing officials or couriers on swift horses. Generally, relay stations were staffed with soldiers to maintain order, ensuring that once one entered a relay station, they were within a military-protected zone, thus deterring any bandits from attempting theft or robbery, making it considerably safer than the wilderness. Private relay stations, established by individuals and registered with the government, served as a supplementary form of official relay stations. During the Qin dynasty, significant emphasis was placed on the transmission of military intelligence. In the Han dynasty, the system was transformed from human-powered delivery to horse courier service, with regulations mandating a relay station every 30 miles, expanding the delivery range from the 25 kilometers of the late spring and autumn period to 150 kilometers. Subsequently, the need for more varied services arose. Thus, these stations evolved to accommodate the reception of officials and envoys, with larger stations near Luoyang even hosting foreign dignitaries. However, due to limited national resources and the frequent disasters during the Eastern Han period, to ensure the normal operation of relay stations across the country, the originally government-operated stations gradually allowed reputable and affluent local individuals to participate in their establishment and management. The relay station encountered by Fei Qian was one such private establishment. Officials like Zhang Zhao, who were on official business, could enjoy free meals and lodging at official relay stations, but private stations operated on a self-sustaining basis. Therefore, unless they were high-ranking officials with expenses eligible for government reimbursement, minor officials like Zhang Zhao were required to pay out of pocket for accommodation and meals. Having come from the impoverished region of Bingzhou, Zhang Zhao was accustomed to frugality, and the shift from enjoying government provisions to having to spend his own money was understandably disheartening. Fei Qian smiled and said, "No matter. As the sun is about to set, it would be too late to reach the next station. We might as well rest here." He then instructed Uncle Fu to settle the bill for everyone. Although Fei Qian did not possess substantial wealth, he had a bit thanks to Cui Ho's assistance. When Cui Ho bid farewell, he had little time to elaborate as El Bu, Zhang Liao, and Gao Shun were waiting behind. Nevertheless, he ensured that provisions for the journey were prepared, and upon departure, Fei Qian discovered, in addition to the usual supplies, some small silver ingots and gold leaves that Cui Ho had thoughtfully included. It is evident that Cui Ho, being a merchant, possessed a discerning mind. Although the 5 copper coins are the most practical, they are undeniably cumbersome. When venturing outside, carrying substantial amounts of gold and silver can attract unwanted attention and peril. Not to mention that some small establishments may be unable to provide change when needed. It is akin to taking a $1,000,000 check to a skewer restaurant. Attempting to pay with it after a meal, the owner would likely feel the urge to retaliate with a bamboo skewer in frustration. Thus, smaller denominations of silver beans and gold leaves are the ideal companions for travel. With wealth comes the ability to converse freely. In no time, the transportation arrangements were settled. The station master, keen-eyed and perceptive, recognized that the funds were provided by Fei Qian and made a point to greet him. In the Han Dynasty, the station master held a position of some significance, akin to a grassroots official, managing a small cadre of personnel. For instance, Liu Bang himself once served as a pavilion chief when the postal system was not yet developed, with stations established every 5 miles and pavilions every 10. Now, with stations every 30 miles, the current station masters held a rank superior to that of Liu Bang at the time. Before Fei Qian could engage in conversation with the station master, a commotion erupted among a group of soldiers nearby. After Uncle Fu had paid the silver, the soldiers had assumed they would at least receive a hearty meal. To their dismay, they were served only a bowl of millet and wheat porridge. After hastily consuming their meager portions, they sought more, only to be informed that additional food would require further payment. Naturally, the soldiers were indignant, especially after witnessing Uncle Fu clearly hand over 3 silver beans, which could have afforded a splendid banquet in Luoyang. Here, they received neither meat nor wine, just insufficient millet and wheat, leading them to believe the station was cheating them, igniting their unrest. Observing this, the station master protested vehemently, banging the bowls of millet and wheat, proclaiming the generous size of the servings and asserting that the grains were meticulously selected, refined to exclude husks, stating that 1 stone of coarse millet could yield only 6 dough of fine grain. Fei Qian found the situation somewhat humorous, realizing he had encountered a similar issue to the infamous shrimp incident of the 3 kingdoms. However, the station master was not entirely incorrect. Common folk often hesitated to thoroughly remove the husks from their grains, typically consuming a mixed variety. Therefore, fine millet and wheat were indeed somewhat pricier. Yet, it was unreasonable to demand such a high price for mere bowls of food, particularly since the autumn harvest had just concluded, marking the season when grain prices are at their lowest. Fei Qian deemed it unnecessary to argue over a few bowls of rice and suggested, "Let us proceed then, and I shall pay for 2 more bowls." He then turned to the soldiers, inquiring if 2 additional bowls would suffice. The soldiers, chattering amongst themselves, affirmed that it would be enough, with some even stating that 1 bowl would suffice. Fei Qian smiled and replied, "No matter, you have worked hard lately, and a bit more sustenance will provide you with strength." However, one could not allow the station master to perceive them as mere money grabbers. Thus, an inquiry was made regarding the cost of each service provided by the station. The station master, evidently a seasoned veteran, rattled off a plethora of charges: the cost of dinner, breakfast for the following day, feed and water for the horses, late-night provisions for the steeds, accommodation for several individuals. And if one required the assistance of the station guards for overnight watch, an additional fee for their vigilance was necessary. With a jovial smile, the station master continued to enumerate the expenses. Observing Fei Qian and Appo's slightly dazed expression, he smugly thought to himself that he had seen many like him. Even if he asked for clarity, what could it matter? He would surely be ensnared in the web of charges. And when the time came to settle the bill the next day, he would add a few extra costs, confident that the bewildered traveler would be unable to contest them. What? The station master, upon receiving the ledger, began to calculate fervently, perspiration beading on his brow. After much deliberation, he finally sighed in resignation and confessed, "My lord, your calculations are indeed accurate." Fei Qian chuckled softly and replied, "In that case, we shall leave the remainder here for now. If we find your services satisfactory tomorrow, perhaps a reward shall be bestowed upon you." Indeed, my lord, please rest assured, I shall ensure your utmost satisfaction," the station master said, wiping his brow while bowing deeply. He then turned to glare at a nearby attendant who was idly watching the spectacle, exclaiming, "You lazy good-for-nothing. Hurry and fetch some hot water so our esteemed guests may refresh themselves." Chapter 73. Nocturnal Conversations. Fei Qian casually washed up and lay down on the couch, tossing and turning, yet sleep eluded him. The words of the old farmer earlier in the day continued to trouble him. The yield per mu during the Han Dynasty was alarmingly low. How could such a meager productivity sustain the demands of an army? The scarcity of plant oils and the rarity of animal fats meant that individuals relied almost entirely on carbohydrates for their daily energy needs. This resulted in an enormous demand for staple grains, and even with 2 meals a day, the consumption required to sustain a standing army was staggering. For instance, the price of meals today was relatively high, but as next spring arrived, when the harvest was scarce, prices would likely soar. If a year of disaster struck, the cost of sustenance could double, leading to astronomical expenditures. This was only concerning food. There were also costs for weapons, armor, bows, arrows, and the monthly stipends for each soldier. In such a scenario, the expenses required to support an army were truly beyond description. During the Three Kingdoms period, how many armies were engaged in continuous warfare? From next year onward, the conflicts would persist until Sima's eventual rise, spanning over 30 years at least. Not to mention, how many innocent civilians had Cao Cao slaughtered in Shuzhou? 200,000? 300,000? How many fields were left barren as a result? Moreover, the late Eastern Han period was marked by unusual weather patterns and frequent calamities. Feeling a chill envelop him, Fei Qian found sleep impossible and decided to rise. Donning his clothes and stepping out for a walk. To his surprise, he soon encountered Zhang Zhao and inquired, "Zhang, why have you not yet retired for the night?" Zhang Zhao replied, "It is a habit formed in the military to patrol at night. But why is Lord Fei still awake? Have I disturbed you?" Fei Qian shook his head. "I am merely feeling a bit restless and unable to sleep, hence my stroll." After saying this, he suggested that Zhang Zhao return to rest. But Zhang Zhao insisted on accompanying him for safety. Unable to dissuade him, Fei Qian acquiesced, and they made their way to the inn's main hall. There, he handed a few coins to the night attendant, requesting hot water for their consumption. Observing the attendant and Appo's delight at the unexpected gratuity, Zhang Zhao murmured softly, "It seems he is quite eager for money." Fei Qian chuckled and beckoned Zhang Zhao to sit with him. Initially, Zhang Zhao hesitated, claiming it was sufficient to stand, but after Fei Qian and Appo's persistent urging, he finally took a seat. Fei Qian then asked, "By the way, Zhang, what is your monthly stipend?" When the topic of a salary increase arose, both ancient and modern men shared the same joy. After listening, Fei Qian nodded, contemplating the reality that the military was indeed a voracious consumer of finances. "Is the military pay dispersed in a timely manner?" he inquired further. With a chuckle, Zhang Zhao responded, "What do you think of serving in the army?" Zhang Zhao subtly gestured to his companion and continued, "For instance, he merely scrapes by. And throughout the year, he hardly saves a few coins." Once the conversation began to flow, it became difficult to contain. Zhang Zhao elaborated, "That year, when the Xianbei descended, many homes, including that of Captain Zhang, were devastated. Thus, when Captain Zhang decided to enlist and seek vengeance against the Xianbei, several of us followed suit." What was it like to engage with the Xianbei? How did the battles unfold? What were the outcomes? Zhang Zhao's expression turned scornful as he spoke of the Xianbei. "Those barbaric horsemen rely solely on their swift steeds. Should it come to a ground confrontation, I could easily take on 3 of them at once." Were the Xianbei fierce? Indeed, they possess a certain ferocity. However, their weaponry is inferior, Zhang Zhao replied, patting the hilt of his weapon. "Our blades are sharp and lethal. A single strike is often sufficient to fell an opponent. Their weapons are lacking, though their archery is commendable. In close combat, the Xianbei do not stand a chance. They are simply elusive, perpetually retreating. The nomadic tribes currently employ tactics against Han soldiers that involve swift maneuvers, leveraging the agility of their horses to harass relentlessly until an opening appears, at which point they surge forward en masse. It is no wonder that the white horse Yizong could decimate the northern tribes. Their mobility matched that of the Xianbei, but their equipment was evidently superior. Engaging head-on was futile, and escaping was no easy feat. Thus, the significance of warhorses cannot be overstated, though they are indeed scarce resources. "Do you know how much grain your steed consumes each month, Zhang Shizhong?" Zhang Zhao mused, filled with pride as he recounted the virtues of his horse. "My steed, a northern horse, may not be swift, yet it possesses remarkable endurance. It can sustain itself on modest rations, provided they are not too meager, lest it lose condition. If I were to use my monthly stipend to care for it, I doubt I would have much left. Fei Qian pondered this. It became evident that maintaining a single warhorse required the resources of 3 to 4 ordinary soldiers. He could not help but sigh internally, contemplating how, in later times, it seemed so effortless to summon thousands of cavalry at a moment's notice. Setting aside the question of where such steeds originated, could one truly afford to sustain them? Were they to be nourished solely on the saliva exchanged between lips? With these thoughts, Fei Qian felt an even greater sorrow for the innocent lives lost amidst the chaos of war. Why resort to indiscriminate slaughter of civilians? If these people were to rise in rebellion against their rulers, as in the Yellow Turban Rebellion, there might be some justification for their deaths. Yet, why must those who posed no threat be exterminated? Was it to establish authority? To seize wealth? To utterly crush opposing forces? Was it that humanity had devolved into mere slaughter? Even the nomads understood the value of capturing individuals rather than exterminating them entirely. Were they truly less civilized? Fei Qian could not comprehend this tragedy. He merely lamented that only upon arriving in the Han Dynasty did he realize that the turmoil of the 5 barbarians during the latter part of the 3 kingdoms was not a result of the Xian-based might, but rather a consequence of the Han people's own internecine strife, which had rendered them vulnerable to the predations of these nomadic tribes. Chapter 74. Correspondence unexpectedly. Just as the group was about to depart, the station master of the post house approached with a broad grin. Fei Qian pondered for a moment, then replied, "Very well. You may keep the remainder as your reward." The station master beamed with delight, repeatedly expressing his gratitude, yet he lingered, reluctant to leave. Zhang Zhao, observing this, narrowed his eyes and remarked, "What more do you want? Do you intend to swindle us again?" No. I merely wish to inquire about your esteemed destination." The station master asked cautiously. "What business is it of yours?" Zhang Zhao retorted, unimpressed by the station master and Appo's demeanor. The station master rubbed his hands together, chuckling awkwardly. "Well, if the esteemed guests happen to be traveling towards Yingchuan, might I request a small favor to carry a letter?" He gestured with his thumb and forefinger, indicating a minuscule size. "Yingchuan?" Fei Qian repeated, then turned to Zhang Zhao and inquired, "Are we passing through Yingchuan?" Zhang Zhao replied, "Yingchuan lies to the southeast. It would require a detour. If we head directly to Nanyang, it would be a shorter route." Yingchuan, Fei Qian mused. Presently, Yingchuan County is renowned as one of the most prosperous regions in the realm, second only to the capital, Luoyang. It boasts a dense population and a thriving economy encompassing commerce, industry, and agriculture, marking it as one of the most flourishing locales of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Historically, Yingchuan has been the birthplace of many notable figures, including the legendary Yu the Great, famed for his flood control efforts, and El Bawei, a merchant who once wielded power in the Warring States period. Furthermore, Zhang Liang, who played a pivotal role in establishing the Han Dynasty alongside Liu Bang, also hailed from Yingchuan. Such illustrious individuals truly reflect the region's rich heritage. After some contemplation, Fei Qian addressed the station master. "Very well, I shall carry your letter." Once Fei Qian made his decision, Zhang Zhao refrained from further protest, acknowledging that although it would extend their journey by a couple of days, he understood the significance of correspondence for families with loved ones away from home. However, when the station master summoned a worker to bring the so-called small letter, Zhang Zhao could not help but erupt in anger, glaring at the station master. "Is this what you call a little?" To his astonishment, the station master had sent for an enormous bundle, so large and heavy that it required 2 people to lift it. "Well, there are quite a few people in Yingchuan," the station master sheepishly explained, chuckling nervously. Fei Qian waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind, just place it on my cart. There is still some room." He handed a pouch of coins to Zhang Zhao, stating, "What do you need the money for?" "I want to be delivering the letters myself in Yingchuan. It is you who will take them, so you may keep the money." Zhang Zhao scratched his head, sensing that Fei Qian's reasoning held some merit, yet he felt something was amiss, unable to articulate his thoughts. Noticing Zhang Zhao's confusion, Fei Qian said, "All right, enough of this. I didn't sleep well last night. Let me rest for a while." Very well then, esteemed sir. Please do rest." After Zhang Zhao finished speaking, he departed, rushing to the rear to converse with a few soldiers. Instantly, a chorus of cheers erupted, followed by a sharp reprimand from Zhang Zhao, presumably directed at the raucous individual who had disturbed the peace, clearly concerned about awakening Fei Qian. Family letters. Oh, how invaluable they are. Although delivering such letters is merely a menial task, Those who receive them often express their gratitude with a token of silver, hence the soldiers and amp, oppos, jubilant outburst. Fei Qian casually ran his fingers over the bundle, sensing that it contained not only paper but also bamboo slips and some wood. It dawned on him that during this era, paper was not yet widely used. Bamboo slips were still the norm. And some illiterate individuals might even resort to drawing on wooden boards. No wonder it was so bulky and heavy. However, Fei Qian was not particularly concerned with the family letters, but rather with the region of Yingchuan. Ah, Yingchuan. This is the famed land of exceptional talents. Fei Qian settled into a comfortable position within the carriage, closed his eyes, and pondered. He recalled that many prominent figures hailed from Yingchuan during the Three Kingdoms period, such as Su Shu and, if memory serves, Guo Jia as well. Who else? Ah, yes, there was Sun Yu, known as Sun Wenrua, whom Cao Cao claimed possessed the talent of a sage. The Sun family, it seemed, ultimately allied themselves with Cao Cao. Then there was Chen Kun, the architect of the Jiupin Zhongzheng system, a man inherently inclined towards politics, albeit one who favored the aristocracy until the rise of the imperial examination shattered the constraints imposed upon the common folk. There was also a figure surnamed Zhong, reputed for his exceptional calligraphy, rivaling Cai Yong in skill, who later fathered Zhong Hui, the one responsible for the downfall of Shu. It appears that Sima Hui was also from Yingchuan. Yet, wasn't and Oppos, Sima Yi and his faction not from Yingchuan? Was there a connection between these two Simas? Sima Hui seemed to have a good rapport with Pang Degong, under whom was Pang Tong, alongside the illustrious Zhuge Liang, known as the Crouching Dragon. However, these individuals were from Jingxiang. How did Sima Hui of Yingchuan find himself mingling with the people of Jingxiang? Why did the figures from Yingchuan appear to favor Cao Cao? Did they possess such insight into his potential for greatness? The relationships among the aristocratic families during the Three Kingdoms are exceedingly convoluted. Clutching his head, Fei Qian lamented the lack of sleep he had endured the previous night, feeling a sense of heaviness in his mind. He resolved to cease his musings. After all, since he had the opportunity to visit, he might as well go and see for himself. He closed his eyes, surrendering to the rhythmic jostling of the carriage, and soon fell asleep. Chapter 75. The Sun family retreat. After passing Yangqing and following the Ying River southeast, one arrives at Yangzhou, the administrative center of Yingchuan County. As one nears Yangzhou, the throngs of people become increasingly palpable, particularly the scholars clad in elegant robes, each hastening towards the city. Fei Qian, upon inquiring with one of them, discovered that Sun Shuang was to hold public lectures at the Sun family's private academy. This was indeed a remarkable event, akin to public lectures during the Eastern Han dynasty. Fei Qian and Oppos' interest piqued. He quickened his pace towards Yangzhou. Sun Shuang was a luminary of the Eastern Han era, hailing from the prestigious Sun family of Yingchuan and a direct descendant of the renowned Xuanzi, presumably the 12th generation descendant. From a young age, Sun Shuang exhibited a fervent passion for learning, having comprehended the spring and autumn annals and analects by the tender age of 12. This remarkable feat astonished Fei Qian, prompting reflections on the intellectual prowess of ancient individuals compared to modern minds. After all, in contemporary times, a 12-year-old is often regarded merely as a child. It is said that the esteemed official Du Qiao, upon encountering him, extolled Sun Shuang as worthy of being a teacher, a commendation of considerable significance, indicating that Sun Shuang and Oppos' accomplishments in the spring and autumn annals and analects surpassed those of his peers, qualifying him to instruct others. Subsequently, instead of resting on his laurels, Sun Shuang delved deeper into his studies, furthering his understanding of the classics. At that time, the reputation of the Sun family in Yingchuan was such that it was said there were 8 dragons of the Sun, with Sun Shuang being one among 8 brothers, his courtesy name being Siming. Even during his reclusive period, Sun Shuang did not neglect to maintain his presence. The more he withdrew, the more renowned he became, authoring numerous texts during this time and earning the title of a distinguished scholar. Thus, news of Sun Shuang and Oppos' public lectures drew throngs from near and far, creating a bustling atmosphere in Yangzhou. The Sun family, esteemed in Yingchuan, remained composed amidst the excitement. A reception area was established at a long pavilion outside the city, where scholars from various regions could register their names, after which the Sun family would make accommodations according to their ranks. Of course, if anyone found the arrangements unsatisfactory, they were free to seek lodgings within the city independently. Fei Qian, feeling he had little to offer, registered outside the city like many ordinary scholars. After announcing his name, Fei Qian of the Fei family from Halaw, A member of the Sun family recorded the details on a wooden plaque, which was then handed to him. Upon examining the plaque, Fei Qian noted its square shape, adorned with ancient cloud patterns, featuring the character Sun inscribed in seal script at its center. The reverse bore the inscription Sun Family Retreat, Room 27, along with Fei Qian's name and origin at the bottom. Fei Qian pondered the ingenuity of the ancients, realizing that this was akin to the room numbers of modern inns. Initially intending to escort Fu Shu along, he learned that the Sun family permitted only single accommodations, prohibiting the presence of maids or servants. Thus, Fu Shu and Zhang Zhao were left to seek alternative lodgings, though it was likely that, given the magnitude of the event, many within the city and its outskirts would be offering their rooms for rent, ensuring they would find a place to stay. As it happened, Zhang Zhao and his companions were also on their way to deliver a substantial bundle of family correspondence. Thus, they parted temporarily. Having arranged the time and place for their next meeting, Fei Qian took his leave first, boarding the carriage provided by the Sun family, alongside other scholars. As they journeyed into Yangchui City, upon entering the city, the Sun family's carriage made a turn to the east and soon came to a halt. Stepping out, Fei Qian was immediately struck by the grandeur of the Sun estate. The first sight to greet him was a 3-bay, 4-columned archway, characterized by its 3 doorways and 4 sturdy pillars. At the center of the plaque hung above was inscribed the 4 prominent characters, Yingchuan Sun Clan, written in a dignified and imposing script. The archway, with its elegantly curved eaves and intricately adorned beams, exuded the exceptional stature of the Sun family. Beneath the arch, members of the Sun family were present to escort guests. After inspecting Fei Qian's wooden token, they guided him through the archway towards the expansive square ahead. The square was vast, and upon a quick count, Fei Qian noted that there were no fewer than 100 people awaiting. Yet it still felt remarkably spacious and not at all overcrowded. When the Sun family attendant brought Fei Qian to a stop at a particular spot in the square, he noticed 2 individuals already present, one of similar age to himself, and another slightly older. The Sun family attendant clasped his hands and announced, "The 3 gentlemen of No. 27 in the Bing cohort have all arrived. Please wait here while I inform the steward, and another will escort you to your accommodations." Fei Qian mused to himself that they were assigned to a shared room for 3. He wondered if the other 2 had any peculiar habits, such as sleep-talking or nocturnal wanderings. Being the last to arrive, he offered a respectful nod to the 2 individuals waiting and introduced himself, saying, "I am Fei Qian of Yiluo, honored to meet you both." The younger scholar, placing a sprig of what appeared to be a grassy plant into his sleeve, returned the gesture, saying, "I am Zhao Shi, from Chansha, pleased to make your acquaintance." Fei Qian found this somewhat amusing. Was this fellow truly playing with a piece of grass? However, recognizing that everyone has their peculiarities, and being their first meeting, he refrained from commenting and simply stood by, awaiting further instructions. Before long, a servant from the Sun family approached, greeted the 3, and led them into the Sun family's guest house. The guest house was a dedicated establishment built to accommodate visitors and was divided into 5 tiers: A, B, C, D, and E. Fei Qian's assignment to the C tier was a stroke of fortune, as it represented the middle level of accommodation. The A tier was reserved for individuals of considerable renown and status, generally unattainable for the average person, such as someone of Kai Yong and Appo's caliber. However, such eminent figures seldom graced these gatherings, leaving the A tier mostly vacant. The B tier was designated for prestigious families or social luminaries. Should figures like Cao Cao or Yuan Shao arrive, they would undoubtedly be assigned to the B tier. The C tier, on the other hand, was for the general scholarly class. By a fortunate coincidence, Fei Qian found himself benefiting from a touch of the Luo Fei family's influence, securing a spot in the C tier. Chapter 76. A lover of grass. The Hello family has been firmly established in Luoyang for a century. Although they have not produced any notable figures such as high-ranking officials, they have nonetheless contributed several court dignitaries and local governors, thus earning a somewhat respectable reputation as a family. However, Fei Qian belongs to a collateral branch, which naturally relegates his status in comparison to the main lineage. According to protocol, Fei Qian would typically rank no higher than the tier, as the tier is predominantly reserved for the direct descendants of the family. The tier accommodates 6 individuals per room, while the lowest tier consists of large dormitories housing 10 individuals each. Even in such arrangements, many individuals are not granted the privilege of residing in these dormitories and are compelled to seek accommodation elsewhere at their own expense. Often referred to as the disciples of humble origins, Fei Qian and Appo's assignment to the tier was fortuitous. as he not only brought along Uncle Fu, but also a contingent of soldiers, including Zhang Jiao. Although these soldiers would part ways with Fei Qian upon reaching Jingxiang, the Su family's young scions were unaware of this and assumed that these soldiers were his scholarly escorts. Thus, they prematurely concluded that Fei Qian must indeed be a significant disciple of the main family, leading to his elevation to the tier. After all, undertaking a scholarly journey accompanied by a cadre of official soldiers is not solely a matter of wealth. It also necessitates a degree of influence. Consequently, by a stroke of luck, Fei Qian found himself upgraded in accommodation. The rooms in the Su family's guest house designated as were quite pleasant. A small courtyard housed 3 shared rooms, accommodating a total of 9 individuals. The rooms were arranged left, center, and right, with corridors leading outside. Stone benches were provided for rest, and although the courtyard was not expansive, it was adequate. The left and right corridors led to the rear courtyard, which contained the kitchen and restroom, along with a small chamber for the servants residing in the yard. Su Shuang's lectures spanned an entire day rather than merely an hour, and on the first day, other individuals would often come to provide preliminary discussions, warming up the audience. The final day allowed for a session of open questions and answers, culminating in a total of 3 days of engagement. Violators of the rules would be expelled from the guest house and reported to their family heads, akin to being summoned by a school for unruly behavior. Fei Qian glanced at the posted reminders inscribed in chalk on the walls of his room and speculated that these were likely precautions against rowdy behavior, particularly concerning excessive drinking. By the 3rd day, when all were set to depart, the prohibitions would presumably be relaxed. A slightly older individual from Renan, named Ying Yu, entered the room, but left shortly thereafter without uttering a word, leaving Fei Qian to ponder his whereabouts. Meanwhile, a peer of similar age quietly sat within the room, examining a piece of grass he had drawn from his sleeve, turning it over in his hands. This was indeed a novelty. Fei Qian found it amusing that among the gentry, some indulged in carnal pleasures, others were passionate about horse racing, and some were enamored with medicinal herbs. Today, he encountered someone who was captivated by grass. Noticing Fei Qian's curious gaze, the young man named Zhaoji Zhaozi set down the grass and smiled. Fei Qian realized that his earlier scrutiny might have been somewhat impolite, and thus he clasped his hands together and said, "Out of mere curiosity, I meant no offense. I beg your forgiveness." Zhao Ji waved his hand dismissively, clearly accustomed to the curious gazes of others, and replied, "It's of no consequence. This is merely a hobby of mine." It turned out that Zhao Ji had harbored a fondness for agricultural and forestry matters since childhood, exhibiting a greater interest in the things of the fields than most. He even cultivated a small plot of land at home, which was quite an unusual endeavor for a member of the gentry. Of course, this pursuit attracted some criticism. Some accused him of seeking to draw attention and gain fame through deceit, while others dismissed his efforts, claiming he was neglecting his studies. Opinions varied widely, but fortunately, his family and Appo's stance was neither supportive nor oppositional, allowing Zhao Ji to continue his pursuits. The Zhao clan was not particularly renowned, yet its origins traced back to the spring and autumn period. The ancestors of the Zhao family were granted land in Ji, and thus adopted the place name as their surname. Later, to escape persecution, they changed their name to Zhao. As the Zhao family resided in the Longxi area of Yingchuan, they were considered part of the local gentry. Consequently, when the Sun family allocated rooms, they elevated Zhao Ji and Appo's position slightly, granting him a room in the Bing category. Under normal circumstances, without any prominent achievements, he would have been assigned to a Ding room. The verdant grass that Zhao Ji was examining had been discovered during his journey to Yingchuan Yangsue. He had been intrigued to find patches of green grass still thriving among the stones in autumn, leading him to pluck some for study. Fei Qian took the grass, scrutinizing it closely, and indeed noted that ordinary grass would typically wither in the autumn, only to sprout anew in the spring. The perennial grass was indeed a rarity. This particular specimen featured long, slender leaves with serrated edges, reminiscent of wheat seedlings, yet it was certainly not wheat. As winter wheat was still too young to exhibit such length and size, Fei Qian felt a sense of familiarity, as though he had encountered it before, not in the Eastern Han period, but during a visit to a countryside leisure farm in later times, where he had seen it cultivated as a medicinal herb, though he could not quite recall its name at that moment. Observing Fei Qian and Appo's contemplative expression, Zhao Ji inquired, "Brother, do you recognize this herb?" Fei Qian nodded and replied, "This herb seems to have medicinal properties, though I can't quite recall its name at the moment." Zhao Ji's interest was piqued, He had not anticipated that a fellow occupant of his room would possess knowledge in this area. As most young gentry typically focused on classical texts and historical studies, showing little interest in such specialized subjects. Noticing Fei Qian's apparent struggle to remember, Zhao Ji reassured him. It's no trouble if you can't recall. This was merely a chance find of mine. Seeing a water kettle and cups on the table, Zhao Ji rose to pour 2 cups of water, handing one to Fei Qian, saying, "Please, have some water first. There and amp, Oppos, no rush." As Fei Qian accepted the cup and gazed into the water, a spark of inspiration suddenly struck him, and he joyfully exclaimed to Zhao Ji, "I and Oppos." VE remembered. Chapter 77. The summons. In a chamber within the Sun family estate, an elderly man sat with his back to the entrance. On the wall before him hung a portrait of a figure adorned with an elegant cap, clothed in a flowing robe, with a serene countenance and profound gaze that seemed capable of transcending time itself. In one corner of the room, fragrant sandalwood incense was lit, its exquisite aroma instilling tranquility and soothing the spirit. Yet, the old man appeared troubled, his long, white brows twitching restlessly. Outside the room, soft footsteps approached, and a young scholar bowed respectfully at the door, greeting the elderly figure within. Without turning, the old man simply instructed the youth to enter. A prolonged silence enveloped the space as the elder and the youth remained still, neither uttering a word. After what felt like an eternity, the old man finally broke the silence, saying, "Wenruo, your path to nurturing the heart is commendable, yet why have you acted so recklessly this time?" Sun Yu, known as Sun Wenruo, knelt before the elder without offering a defense. With a sigh, the old man tossed a decree from the court onto the table before Sun Yu, stating, "You may observe it." Sun Yu picked it up and opened it, revealing that it was indeed a summons for Sun Shuang, the elderly man, and Amp, Oppos' own name. Such a summons was not something bestowed upon just anyone during the Han Dynasty, known as a recruitment. It was an imperial edict calling upon notable figures in society to serve in government, beyond the usual proclamations. These esteemed individuals were often renowned hermits dwelling in seclusion or prominent figures who had previously held office and retired to the countryside. Generally, they were of high standing. Due to the emperor and Oppos' special command, those summoned were referred to as recruits. The court typically sent a public carriage to welcome them, and for elder individuals, a specially crafted cart with cushioned wheels was provided to ensure a smooth journey, accompanied by gifts of silk and fine threads as tokens of recruitment. As the recruit traveled, local officials were required to prepare the roads and accommodations, personally attending to their reception. Given the tender age of the current emperor, it was clear that this summons could not represent the independent will of a mere 6 or 7-year-old. The only plausible explanation was that it had been ordered by Dong Zhuo. What manner of man was Dong Zhuo? Sun Shuangyun to hear Sun Yu's opinion. Having encountered the man himself, a brutish warrior, exceedingly tyrannical, destined for chaos, and utterly incapable, Sun Yu's assessment of Dong Zhuo was starkly unfavorable. Almost a foregone conclusion that Dong Zhuo would meet a grim fate, with no one able to save him. "Your actions have placed me in grave peril." Sun Shuang sighed deeply. Indeed, Dong Zhuo and Oppos' move was ruthless, or rather, it was a strategy devised by Li Ru that was particularly severe. The initial step of apprehending those who spread rumors was merely the beginning. Now, the second move had fallen upon Sun Shuang. If the Wang and Yuan families represented the foremost factions of virtuous governance, then the Sun family was the nearest opposition party to Luoyang. The intention behind Dong Zhuo and Li Ru's maneuver was unmistakable: to disrupt the internal harmony of the court's virtuous factions and dismantle the alliance between the Wang and Yuan families. Regardless of whether Sun Shuang remains in the court after being summoned, at the very least, Li Ru has sent a powerful signal. From this moment onwards, key positions within the central government are no longer under the control of the ruling Wang and Yuan families, but are open to those in the political wilderness. As long as one is willing to dedicate themselves to the cause of the Dong family, high offices and substantial rewards are assured. Moreover, Sun Shuang had previously declined the recommendation from Yuan Feng of the Yuan family, which made it clear to the world that the Sun family would not ally with the Yuan family. Therefore, should Sun Shuang accept the summons, those who have been oppressed by the Yuan family would naturally gravitate towards him, leading to a direct confrontation with the Yuan family. Conversely, if he were to decline and express gratitude to the emperor before taking his leave, according to the current rules of the Han Dynasty, the emperor could issue another summons, even a third, until he is compelled to take office. Sun Shuang, having discerned Li Ru's malicious scheme, lamented that this time he was betrayed by Sun Yu. Yet, Recognizing the futility of the situation, he understood that this was an overt maneuver, beyond his capacity to counter. Sun Yu bowed his head to the ground, overwhelmed with guilt. Never anticipating such an outcome. You may rise, it is not unreasonable to seek fortune and avoid calamity, Sun Shuang remarked. A gentleman must adhere to his rightful position. Given that we have arrived at this juncture, there is no other recourse. Since evasion is futile, we might as well face it honorably. Reflecting on the portrait of Sinzi behind him, Sun Shuang mused that the Sun family had languished in silence for far too long, leading the world to only recognize the Yuan and Wang families, while forgetting the descendants of Sun Zi, who have been passed down since the spring and autumn and warring states periods. Perhaps this situation could serve as an opportunity for the Sun family. What? Sun Yu, somewhat incredulous, had originally expected Sun Shuang to reprimand him, only to be surprised by the assignment of delivering tomorrow's lecture. This was typically a privilege reserved for elder statesmen of the family. Why was he chosen? Sensing Sun Yu's confusion, Sun Shuang explained, You, Sun Biao, have not yet reached great heights, and thus cannot bear significant responsibility. However, you possess wisdom, discernment, elegance, and keen insight. You may guide the Sun family forward. This statement from the current head of the family, Sun Shuang, carried considerable weight, indicating that he might be signaling a future transition of leadership to Sun Yu, suggesting he might succeed as the head of the family. Sun Yu understood Sun Shuang and Appo's intentions and, rising from his seat, bowed, I shall obey the family decree. This was a preferential policy from the previous generation's head to the next, hence the reference to the family decree rather than addressing it as a familial command. Sun Yu remarked, It remains in circulation. Chapter 78. The aspiring farmer in the Zhaoji Fei Qian had just received a cup of water from Zhaoji when he suddenly recalled a particular herb he had encountered during his visit to a rural homestay. Someone had mentioned it by the name of Yu Jiao, with the character Yu referring to the legendary figure Diyu, known for his successful water control efforts. According to legend, after Diyu triumphed in managing the floods, the crops flourished, and the abundance of grain produced by the people became overwhelming. Diyu then commanded that the surplus grain be poured into the river, whereupon a type of grass emerged, which the locals named Yujiao. Zhaoji expressed his intrigue, exclaiming, Such a fascinating tale. If it is indeed called and Appos, Jiao, and Appos, it must be edible, correct? Fei Qian nodded, affirming. This herb is not only edible, but its roots and stems can also be used for medicinal purposes, possessing properties that nourish the yin, alleviate coughs, and calm the heart. Hearing this, Zhaoji's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he could hardly contain his desire to immediately harvest and consume the roots of the herb. Before he could articulate his thoughts further, Fei Qian heard Zhaoji's stomach emit a loud grumble. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Zhaoji remarked, Your vivid description has stirred the hunger within me. Dear brother, can you blame me? I have yet to mention other delectable dishes. Fei Qian lamented, alas, during the Eastern Han period. Many delicacies are simply unattainable. He sighed, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Zhaoji, sensing that his previous words might have inadvertently caused Fei Qian sorrow, quickly offered his apologies. Fei Qian shook his head, saying, I merely reminisced about the many delightful foods that are now beyond my reach. And it has nothing to do with you. What delicacies do you speak of? Please share, so that I may broaden my culinary horizons, Zhaoji implored, his interest piqued. Very well, if you are willing to indulge in such discussions, I shall gladly oblige, Fei Qian responded. Feeling that perhaps talking about food might stimulate their appetites for the meal to come, he began to elaborate on the various methods of preparing chicken, be it pan-fried, stir-fried, stewed, deep-fried, boiled, braised, or roasted. Fei Qian and Appos' reputation as a streetwise connoisseur of snacks was not without merit, as he deftly enumerated the various cooking techniques. Wait. Allow me to fetch some paper and a pen, Zhaoji exclaimed, hurriedly retrieving the materials, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Please, continue. For instance, the simplest method of frying involves deboning the chicken. Fei Qian spoke without concern, knowing that if Zhaoji wished to take notes, that was entirely up to him. Given the current conditions of the Han dynasty, many dishes could only be envisioned rather than executed. Even if Zhaoji jotted down every detail, replicating those recipes would be another challenge. As Fei Qian animatedly described the various cooking methods, Zhaoji scribbled fervently, frequently expressing his admiration for Fei Qian's extensive knowledge of delectable preparations. He had once considered himself well-versed in the culinary arts, but now felt dwarfed by Fei Qian's expertise. Realizing the vast chasm between them, After an enthusiastic monologue, Fei Qian swallowed hard, sighing. It is a pity that so many of these dishes cannot be prepared in our time. Zhaoxi, with a serious demeanor, inquired. Why is it impossible to recreate them? In later generations, the common folk of the working class at least managed to afford a meal of meat. While the majority can enjoy such delicacies, the idea of what can be savored and sold well would flourish in subsequent eras. However, during the Eastern Han Dynasty, for instance, ordinary citizens were so frugal that they often refrained from completely removing the husks from millet when preparing their meals, as this would reduce the weight of their food. Most often, they consumed their grains with the chaff still attached. Under such conditions, even if one could replicate the dishes of later generations, what value would it hold? It would merely serve to gratify the appetites of the elite of the time. Staple grains are the essence of sustenance. Only when food is abundant can the culinary innovations of the future emerge. Otherwise, with hunger so dire that one resorts to gnawing on tree bark, who would care for innovative cooking methods? Thus, when Fei Qian articulated this reasoning, Zhaoxi fell into silence. Indeed, for the current agricultural matters, what holds significance is not the novelty of dishes, but rather the yield. Fei Qian mused to himself, should I disclose that many processes are currently unattainable, and numerous ingredients remain undiscovered? After all, merely speaking of these dishes is intended to tantalize your appetite. How could I appear magnanimous without some grandiloquent rhetoric? Zhaoxi, evidently captivated by this, after hearing Fei Qian's elaboration, found himself in a dilemma with a page filled with notes. He felt it wasteful to discard it. Yet he also recognized that his pursuit of culinary delights paled in comparison to the lofty ideals Fei Qian espoused. Observing Zhaoxi's naive demeanor, Fei Qian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Ah, this is truly a youth unacquainted with the world. How reminiscent it is of my early days in the office of the future, where every newcomer fell prey to the guile of seasoned veterans. Witnessing their fervent speeches, one might easily assume everyone was devoted to their work as if the company were their home, passionately proclaiming, "Today I take pride in the company. Tomorrow the company takes pride in me," eagerly volunteering for the dirtiest and most arduous tasks, unperturbed by the absence of reward. Ultimately, one would discover that these veterans merely vocalized lofty slogans while indulging in a different reality beneath the surface. Seeing Zhaoxi's youthful innocence reminded Fei Qian of a novice just embarking on their career in the future. Thus, he skillfully comforted Zhaoxi, saying, "My brother, there is no need for such gloom. I see your aspirations in agriculture. Surely, you will achieve great things in the future. At that time, I shall come to bask in your glory." Zhaoxi nodded earnestly, expressing gratitude for the encouragement, his heart brimming with passion. Convinced that he must attain significant accomplishments in agriculture. Observing Zhaoxi's earnest demeanor, Fei Qian felt a twinge of guilt for taking advantage of an honest person. Just then, a servant from the Sun family arrived to announce that dinner was ready. As they made their way outside to partake in the communal meal, Fei Qian casually remarked, "This time, I am here to discuss matters with the Sun family, and I have requested to study in Jingxiang. Should fate allow, I will endeavor to prepare a few dishes for you to sample upon my return." Chapter 79. An initial lecture. Additional content for CS09 readers. The Sun family's lecture represents a remarkable innovation in ancient times, particularly during the Eastern Han period. During this era, knowledge was predominantly held by a select few from the aristocratic class, while the common populace was largely illiterate, let alone possessing any understanding of governance or statecraft. The Sun family's willingness to disseminate their familial knowledge, regardless of their motives, certainly placed them at the forefront of knowledge propagation. Admittedly, the Sun family, despite their efforts, did not quite measure up to those cultural luminaries who opened their doors indiscriminately to all, regardless of wealth or status. However, they certainly outshone those who clung tightly to their own meager wisdom. In the Yingchuan commandery, there existed 4 esteemed old families, among which the Sun family was included, alongside the Zhong, Han, and Qin families. These 4 had already gained considerable renown during the times of Sun Shu, Zheng Hao, Han Shao, and Chen Shi, having produced numerous high-ranking officials in the early Eastern Han period. The newer families included the Du, Gua, Zhao, and Xian families. As for other families claiming to belong to the Yingchuan elite, such assertions were merely self-proclaimed and lacked recognition from the broader populace. This distinction was evident from the seating arrangements during today's lecture by Sun Gong. On the high platform adorned with incense, the speaker's position was clearly marked. The nearest table was reserved for distinguished officials, typically left vacant. A bit further back, the four prominent families occupied their designated spaces, each family claiming a directional quadrant of the platform. Following them were the members of the newly risen families. Individuals like Fei Qian were relegated to the back rows. Yet at least they had seats, while those in the T-shaped room and beyond had no choice but to stand and listen. The outermost circle consisted of students from humble backgrounds, who could only enter after the members of the Sun family had claimed the best seats. Despite the crowd, an air of tranquility prevailed. Unlike the raucous public lectures that Fei Qian had attended in later years, where the noise rivaled that of a bustling marketplace, this gathering was marked by a serene anticipation. Fei Qian, along with Zhao Ji and Yingyu, shared a seat. Given their relatively similar ages and shared interests, particularly a fondness for culinary delights, they naturally gravitated closer to one another than to Yingyu. Suddenly, Fei Qian heard a rhythmic drumming echo from outside. After approximately half a stick of incense had burned, a second round of drumming resounded. Fei Qian realized. This served a purpose akin to a preparatory bell for modern classes. It was likely that after the third round, the doors would close. Sure enough, following the third drumbeat, the Sun family shut the main doors, leaving latecomers unable to enter. After a brief interval, a sound reminiscent of the chime of stone struck the air, leaving only the sound of breathing in the previously tranquil venue. A figure emerged, adorned with a majestic crown atop his head, dressed in a moon-white long-sleeved robe. Draped in a dark cloak, advancing slowly with measured steps amidst the chime, he approached the high platform and ascended with grace. The attendees seated at the front clearly recognized the visitor, their reactions tinged with a hint of surprise, causing a ripple of restlessness among them. The overseers stationed at the corners of the gathering promptly raised their voices in unison, commanding silence and quelling the commotion. Zhao Ji discreetly pointed at the individual on the platform, gesturing in or sign with his fingers. Fei Qian pondered for a moment, realizing that the individual was Sun Yu. Was there a figure of this name in the Sun family? He couldn't recall any notable impressions. No, the gesture by Zhao Ji must refer to the character Yu. It was indeed Sun Yu, the remarkable talent. Fei Qian, possessing knowledge from future times, naturally regarded Sun Yu as an extraordinary individual. However, at this moment, Sun Yu had yet to receive Cao Cao's esteemed appraisal of my son Fong, nor had he achieved any commendable feats, which explained why the others did not share Fei Qian's enthusiasm, making the earlier unrest less surprising. Sun Yu took his seat upon the high platform. Observing the diverse expressions of the attendees below, it could be said that today's inaugural lecture was a double-edged sword. If executed well, it could yield great renown. Yet any misstep could lead to a tarnished reputation, rendering yesterday's discourse by Sun Shuang on the position of the next family head merely a possibility. Sun Shuang had focused on the Book of Changes, thus Sun Yu had no choice but to discuss the same subject. Otherwise, it would be absurd. Akin to allowing a contemporary scholar to initiate a lecture on a completely unrelated topic. Taking a deep breath, Sun Yu signaled to his servant beside him to raise a piece of cloth upon the platform. The cloth was white, adorned with 6 bold, short horizontal strokes painted in black, resembling parallel black wooden rods arranged from top to bottom. Sun Yu's clear voice resonated. Today, we will discuss the Qian hexagram. Qian signifies the beginning, success, benefit, and correctness. The beginning denotes initiation. Success indicates smooth progression. Benefit embodies harmony. Correctness implies righteousness. Sun Yu continued his exposition. The beginning represents the essence of goodness. Success signifies the gathering of commendations. Benefit embodies the harmony of righteousness. Correctness denotes the undertaking of affairs. The essence of goodness fosters personal growth. The gathering of commendations facilitates adherence to propriety. The harmony of righteousness allows for the regulation of entities. The undertaking of affairs aligns with trustworthiness. He elaborated further on the interpretations and perspectives regarding the concepts of beginning, success, benefit, and correctness in the celestial realm. The manifestations are the beginning, success, benefit, and correctness, signifying the heavenly cycle of seasons that gives rise to all things. On earth, the forms are benevolence, propriety, righteousness, and wisdom. The beginning embodies the essence of goodness, thus it can manifest benevolence. Benevolence signifies the spring's growth, associated with the eastern wood. Success represents the gathering of commendations, sufficient to uphold propriety. Propriety corresponds to the nurturing of summer, linked to the southern fire. Benefit denotes suitability, sufficient to harmonize with righteousness. Righteousness signifies the fruition of autumn, connected to the western metal. Correctness denotes the undertaking of affairs, aligned with wisdom. Wisdom signifies the winter and amp, Apos, storage, associated with the northern water. Profound virtue supports all things. While the interdependence of the five elements is the providence of earth. The earth occupies the central position, regulating the four seasons, deriving from the sovereign's non-interventionist approach, thus encompassing the realm. Water, fire, metal, and wood cannot be sustained without earth. Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom cannot be cultivated without a sovereign. The letter belongs to the sovereign, thus it begins with the discussion of Qian, followed by the omission of the mention of trust, which is evidently clear. The four virtues reflect the noble character of the ruler. Hence, Qian crowns the hexagram and Apos, apex, and the discourse delineates the principles of righteousness, indicating that the gateway to the way lies herein, akin to the preparation of the five beginnings in the spring and autumn annals. To embody benevolence and rectify oneself is to transform the world. To observe the currents and discern the times is to align with the heavens. To apply one and amp, Apos, spirit according to circumstances is to benefit the people. To uphold integrity in one and amp, Apos, pursuits is to establish customs. Disorder leads to the ruin of rights and results in licentious teachings. Defiance disrupts the times and renders achievements futile. Missteps hinder application and result in failure. Forgetfulness leads to the loss of righteousness and the collapse of authority. The four virtues are the foundation of King Wen's rise, while the four transgressions were the cause of the downfall of King Zhou of Shang. Upon hearing these words from Sun Yu, the audience erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Chapter 80. The Four Virtues of Wenruo. What does it mean when we say that words are the voice of the heart? Sun Yu and amp, Apos, exposition draws upon the interpretations of the Book of Changes to convey his aspirations and the principles he adheres to. He innovatively integrates the five elements into the concepts of Yuan, Heng, Li, and Zhen, imbuing them with profound significance. And he explicitly extends this to the noble virtues of the gentleman, asserting that only those who abide by such standards can truly be deemed gentlemen. Furthermore, he posits that the gentleman's mission encompasses the transformation of beings, alignment with heaven, benefit to the people, and the establishment of customs. Ultimately, he alludes to the contrasting figures of King Wen and King Zhou, suggesting that only a monarch embodying the four virtues can thrive, while a ruler lacking these virtues is destined for decline. At that moment, Sun Yu resembled a sword unsheathed, revealing his brilliance. The audience was abuzz, partly due to the novelty of Sun Yu's remarks, which incisively critiqued the current governance, and partly because his present demeanor starkly contrasted with his previous conduct, leaving many in disbelief. In his youth, Sun Yu's father, Sun Guan, wary of the eunuchs, arranged for him to marry the daughter of the court eunuch Tang Heng. This was a wife, not a concubine. In the Han dynasty, a wife held the power of life and death over household matters and finances in her husband and amp, Apos, absence, whereas a concubine was akin to a mere plaything, devoid of such rights. Such a union would be utterly unacceptable to anyone else, particularly those who prided themselves on their integrity. How could one sacrifice their lifelong reputation by allying with a eunuch? Logically, Sun Yu ought to have sought a marriage with a similarly principled family, yet he quietly accepted this fate. While people lamented Sun Guan's short-sightedness for jeopardizing not only his own reputation but also Sun Yu's, they also regarded Sun Yu as a weak Confucian, incapable of achieving anything substantial. Unexpectedly, today, Sun Yu stood on the high platform, displaying no trace of timidity, but rather uttering words that were profoundly shocking. Fei Qian, however, was not particularly surprised by Sun Yu and Apos' discourse. Historically, Sun Yu had indeed adhered to the four virtues of a gentleman in his actions and had voiced clear opposition when Cao Cao contravened these virtues, which ultimately led to his demise at Cao Cao and amp, Apos' hands, either directly or indirectly. Observing Sun Yu and amp, Apos' demeanor, Fei Qian mentally affixed a label to him, a gentleman of profound inner strength. Yet, not everyone shared this perspective. Some suspected that Sun Yu's declarations were merely an attempt to garner attention. An elder rose, arrogantly clasped his hands, and proclaimed loudly, "The Qian signifies the strength of heaven. Human efforts are finite, yet the power of heaven is boundless. Only the sage can emulate it." King Wen acted virtuously, aligning with the will of heaven, while King Zhou acted wickedly, contravening its essence. This reflects the ever-changing nature of heaven and the inexhaustible transformations it entails. Humanity bears no name for heaven. What relevance do the four virtues hold? The crowd turned to see that this elder was none other than Sun Wang, the brother of Sun Shuang, a fifth dragon of the Sun family. Sun Wang was initially designated as the speaker, being Sun Yu's uncle by lineage and a person well-versed in the study of Confucian texts. His preparations were thorough, however, unexpectedly, he was replaced by Sun Yu at the last moment. Although this decision stemmed from the command of the family head, Sun Shuang, it left him feeling somewhat discontented, prompting him to be the first to voice his dissent. Sun Wang's discourse aligned closely with Confucian ideals, conveying the notion that human transformations cannot keep pace with the celestial changes. Only the sage, or the so-called son of heaven, possesses the ability to follow the heavenly principles. He cited King Wen as an exemplar of adhering to the way of heaven, truly comprehending its essence, which led to his success, while the tyrant Zhou merely imitated its outward form, failing to grasp its spirit and ultimately facing failure. Thus, the way of heaven is in constant flux, and both the sovereign and the populace ought to align themselves with it, rather than impose constraints upon it. In such a paradigm, the rigid notions of the four virtues lose their significance. In Confucian thought, the Son of Heaven represents the divine, and whether it be King Wen or King Zhou, both are sovereigns. The sole distinction lies in their capacity to comprehend the will of heaven. Those who understand naturally excel, while those who merely emulate the superficial aspects shall inevitably be replaced. As Sun Yu and Amp, Apos, S insistence on the four virtues appears to Sun Wang and Amp, Apos, S generation as an absurd attempt to impose limitations upon the divine. As soon as Sun Wang finished speaking, a chorus of agreement arose, indicating that many shared his views. Sun Yu, standing on the platform, offered a respectful gesture towards Sun Wang, almost without pause, and immediately responded, "The sanctity of heaven is characterized by utmost sincerity and ceaselessness. It cannot be mimicked in form, only utilized in purpose. Therefore, in the hexagram of Qian, each line has its rightful place, much like the gentleman who observes the will of heaven above and the workings of the world below. Every word and deed must conform to this principle, and the four virtues ought to serve as a vigilant guide to avoid missteps. Heaven is sacred and cannot be imitated in form. One must grasp its intent. Each changing line in the hexagram of Qian occupies its unique position, and the gentleman must understand the divine purpose to govern the world effectively. My proposal of the four virtues serves as a standard for gentlemen to remain ever vigilant in their actions and words, thereby preventing transgressions." Sun Yu skillfully reinterpreted the arrogance of Sun Wang's demands upon heaven into a guiding principle for the gentleman's conduct, seamlessly aligning it with the greater tenets of Confucianism and removing any further targets for Sun Wang's critique. With a dismissive grunt and unable to find any flaws in Sun Yu and Apos' argument, Sun Wang took his seat with a sense of resignation. Meanwhile, Sun Shuang remained outside the venue, quietly listening. Upon hearing this exchange, he smiled and turned to leave, reaffirming that his choice of Sun Yu had been astute. With Sun Yu successfully commanding the discourse, there was no longer any cause for concern. Inside, Fei Qian observed the rapt attention of Zhao Shi, whose expression was one of admiration, while he himself struggled to comprehend the discussion, feeling quite vexed. Yet, despite this, Fei Qian understood that this initial lecture signified that Sun Yu would, alongside the discourse of the four virtues, become the focal point of discussion among the gentry. Naturally, such a claim would undoubtedly surge to unprecedented heights. Sigh, when will I have the opportunity to ascend in such a manner? Why delve into the Book of Changes? Would it not be more advantageous to expound upon Marxist-Leninist thought? After all, I had committed several days to memorizing it for the sake of achieving a mere 60 points. If all else fails, I could at least discuss metaphysics, the dialectical unity of opposites, or similar concepts, surely. There are insights gleaned from Hegel and Marx that I could modestly showcase. As Fei Qian pondered, a sudden realization struck him. Sun Yu had been lecturing for quite some time. Would there be an intermission arranged to allow for a brief respite? He had consumed 2 bowls of millet porridge that morning, and the consequences were becoming dire. Chapter 81. The small circle of aristocratic families in the public lecture. There was no intermission. However, one could discreetly change clothes without disturbing others. This conclusion was drawn by Fei Qian as he stealthily observed the attendees, alleviating his immediate concern. Sun Yu continued his discourse until noon, followed by an hour of free discussion, during which attendees could approach him with inquiries. At this juncture, the movement of individuals was no longer constrained by the venue, leading most attendees to disperse and form their own small circles and groups. Fei Qian had little inclination to seek out the Heluo aristocratic circle. Although he was technically part of it, his collateral lineage meant he had no significant prior interactions and was not well acquainted with them. Moreover, It was rumored that the Sima family from Henei had not sent anyone this time, rendering the pursuit of other families from Henei rather futile. Thus, he resolved to explore the circle of the Yingchuan aristocrats instead. With this intention, Fei Qian decided to mingle among the company of Zhao Ji under the pretense of gaining insight into the esteemed figures of Yingchuan. Regrettably, after a couple of rounds, he realized he may have erred in judgment. Originally, he thought that Zhao Ji, being from the Changsha of Yingchuan, would have a certain local influence. However, he soon discovered that Zhao Ji was not particularly esteemed or welcomed. Their interactions mostly comprised mere introductions, after which they were largely ignored. After trailing Zhao Ji through several small circles without successfully integrating, Fei Qian discreetly inquired, "Have you ever attended such gatherings before, Ziji?" No, this is my first time." Zhao Ji replied with a hint of embarrassment. "Did you really notice that?" Fei Qian nearly covered his face in despair, realizing he should not have sought him out for guidance, as he was equally inexperienced. Casting his gaze around, he observed that the small circles closest to the elevated platform, comprised of families like the Qin and Sun clans, seemed to operate at a higher social tier. Given his modest reputation, even if he paraded out the esteemed Kai Yong, it would likely yield little benefit. It would be wiser to seek other alternatives. But I have yet to see what Guijia looks like. Now that I am in Yingchuan, it would be beneficial to make his acquaintance. Thus, Fei Qian promptly asked Zhao Shi, "Do you happen to know where Guijia is located?" "The Guo family." Zhao Shi turned to scan the surroundings, then pointed towards the eastern part of the venue, saying, "That is where he is. Would you like to go over?" Feeling a surge of excitement at the prospect of meeting Guijia, Fei Qian did not hesitate and expressed his desire to proceed. However, upon reaching the eastern section of the venue and encountering the individual Zhao Ji had indicated, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Before him stood 3 middle-aged men, likely in their 30s or 40s. The one on the left was somewhat shorter and stout, the one in the center had a darker complexion, and the one on the right appeared lean. Fei Qian pondered which of the 3 resembled Guijia more closely, perhaps the slender one on the right. Stepping forward, he offered his respects and introduced himself. The man with the darker complexion scrutinized Fei Qian and remarked coolly, "From the Fei family of Heluo? You are the son of the esteemed official Fei Min. Who might you be?" "I am his nephew," Fei Qian replied. "Indeed, he is my uncle. Does that count as kin?" "You may speculate." The dark-skinned gentleman exchanged glances with the 2 beside him, a smile playing on his lips as he inquired, "Did you come specifically to attend the lectures at the Sun family? Why is it that those of your clan did not pursue their studies at home, but chose to hear the teachings of the Sun family here?" "Not at all. I am here under my master and Appo's orders, traveling to Jingxiang, and I merely happened upon this occasion." "Oh, may I ask from whom you have taken your teachings?" "Traveling for studies, you say? That is quite a prestigious endeavor, indicating that you hail from an exceptional family. I am honored to be a disciple under the esteemed Kai Shizhong." Fei Qian clasped his hands in respect towards his mentor, Kai Yong, in the direction of Luoyang. Oh, you are referring to Kai Yong, the esteemed Kai Shizhong?" "Indeed. While the reputation of Kai Yong may not overshadow the top-tier aristocracy, it certainly holds sway over the common gentry." The 3 men's eyes widened in astonishment. After all, he was a disciple of Kai Yong. They promptly returned the greeting with renewed respect. "I am Guidan from Yingchuan," said the dark-skinned middle-aged man, bowing slightly. "Not this one," added the stout middle-aged man. "I am Guofeng from Yingchuan, known as Guozhongxin." "Neither this one," said the lean middle-aged man, also bowing. "I am Guolan from Yingchuan, known as Guizibo." Fei Qian felt as if a flock of crows had just flown overhead. Wasn't it agreed that it would be Guijia? How could he have vanished into thin air? Whom could he blame? It was his own momentary excitement that led to his oversight. He forgot that during the Han dynasty, one was to address by courtesy names. This Jia is not the Jia of the other family, and fortunately, the 2 characters are homophones. Otherwise, Zhao Shi might have thought I held a grudge against Guijia, calling him by both name and surname, since he had already arrived. It would be impolite to turn back abruptly. Thus, he resolved to engage in a few casual exchanges. Fei Qian felt somewhat unsatisfied for not having seen Guijia. Integrating into the small circle of others proved challenging for Zhao Shi, yet Fei Qian remained unfazed, for he had mingled at cocktail parties in later times, effortlessly conversing with strangers, even those seemingly worlds apart. How much easier it would be to converse with these lesser-known middle-aged members of the Guo family. He listened attentively, planning to summarize and extend the discussion slightly, which would demonstrate his focused engagement while also sparking new topics. Fei Qian was quite adept at this approach. Zhao Ji gazed at Fei Qian with admiration, astonished at how effortlessly he could harmonize with strangers, as though they were old friends. Truly remarkable. And to think he was a disciple of Kai Yong. From yesterday to today, he had displayed not a hint of arrogance, embodying the true essence of a humble gentleman. Fei Qian, however, was oblivious to the sparkles of admiration igniting in Zhao Ji's eyes. He was solely intent on discovering Guo Jia's whereabouts from these three individuals. For they were all of the Guo family and should possess some knowledge. Indeed, when Fei Qian, under the pretense of a friend from Luoyang mentioning Guo Jia, inquired of the three, the dark-skinned Guo Dan and Guo Yuan, he expressed some surprise. Oh, Guo Fouxiao? Why does your friend inquire? I truly do not know. I merely spoke of him. He could hardly admit that he had gleaned such information from the historical novel romance of the Three Kingdoms, could he? Is it true that a man of such a gambling and drinking disposition has deceived you, my friend? Inquired Guo Feng, a stocky middle-aged man. What? Guo Feng is a liar? Fei Qian found it difficult to believe his own ears. The slender middle-aged man, Guo Lan, spoke up, seemingly exasperated that such a person could emerge from the Guo family. His family possesses no surplus wealth, yet he is an avid drinker, relying on a modicum of wit. He frequently engages in bets, deceiving others out of their money to quench his thirst for alcohol. Alas, what? Guo Jia is a gambling addict? Does he also indulge in drinking games? Fei Qian gasped. He should be the charming, beloved figure, handsome and graceful, the kind of dandy who captivates all. This revelation is utterly astonishing, completely overturning my perception of the world. Chapter 82. A model of the world. Guo Jia did not attend the initial lecture, allegedly because he deemed the content presented by the initial speakers to be rather simplistic and unworthy of his attention. He preferred to wait until tomorrow when Sun Shuang would deliver his lecture. The slender middle-aged man, Guo Lan, seemed to be quite familiar with Guo Jia, as it was he who relayed this information. Fei Qian felt somewhat disheartened. Since he could not meet Guo Jia today, he would have to wait until tomorrow. While he engaged with the Guo family trio, his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Who else in Yingchuan could he possibly meet? The Sun family was out of the question. They were all from prominent families, far beyond his reach. What about the Chen family? It was said that Chen Kun was the next head of the family. Could he be persuaded to meet? That seemed exceedingly difficult. As for the Zhong family, Fei Qian knew that the head, Zhang Yao, had already been appointed as a minister, and convincing him to leave would be quite the challenge. Han Fu of the Han family was currently the governor of Jizhou, effectively a local lord. Many Han family members had relocated to Jizhou, leaving few behind in Yingchuan. And they were not particularly well known. Who else remained? The Guo family members appeared unimpressive, and he was unfamiliar with others. The Du Zhao and Xian families were all in government positions, and what was most crucial was his lack of familiarity with them. The only other name that came to mind was Su Shu, or perhaps he was called Shanfu. However, at this moment, it seemed he was on the run after committing a crime. Fei Qian nodded. He knew him, but Yuan Shao might not necessarily recognize him. The Guo family trio immediately expressed their interest, with the slender middle-aged man, Guo Lan, raising his voice in excitement, repeatedly asking, "Do you know Yuan Benchu? That is truly wonderful. Could you share your insights on this individual?" Guo Lan gestured and introduced. This is Fei Qian from Hala, Fei Ziyuan, a disciple of Kai Yong. And he has a connection with Yuan Shao, Yuan Benchu. Enough. I merely claimed acquaintance. How has it turned into a connection in your words? Fei Qian silently mused. Yet he found it inconvenient to clarify, as he had indeed mentioned knowing him. The newcomers gazed at Fei Qian with astonishment and offered their greetings, saying, "So you are a disciple of Kai Shizhong. I am honored. I am Xian Bai, Xian Zhuaji, pleased to meet you." After exchanging pleasantries, Xian Bai eagerly implored Fei Qian to speak about Yuan Shao. "Very well, I shall speak," Fei Qian acquiesced. As some matters regarding Yuan Shao had indeed been mentioned by his mentor, Kai Yong, and there were also rumors circulating in the streets of Luoyang. What a remarkable figure Yuan Benchu is. Truly a model for the world. Suddenly, Fei Qian heard an applause from behind, which startled him. When had such a crowd gathered? He was taken aback, realizing that many had silently converged around him without his notice. A model for the world. Indeed. How splendid. In an instant, the crowd nodded in agreement, echoing their praise. Fei Qian felt a twinge of frustration, thinking, did I inadvertently say something I should not have? How has it come to feel as though I am extolling the virtues of Yuan Shao, elevating his reputation? This matter is truly. Fei Qian suddenly realized that it was still the time for Sun Yu's initial lecture. It seemed rather inappropriate for him to digress and speak of Yuan Benchu. Seizing the moment when the crowd was engrossed in discussing Yuan Shao and Yuan Binchu, Fei Qian discreetly pulled Zhaoxi aside, while gracefully managing the greetings from an unknown individual nearby and quietly slipping away. He had originally intended to explore if there were any corners to exploit. Alas, the reputation of the Yuan family is indeed formidable. The legacy of 4 generations and 3 officials is deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. As he pondered, Fei Qian sighed. Judging by the reaction of the crowd, Yuan Shao, as the eldest son of the Yuan family, wielded wealth, prestige, and territory, making him an irresistible magnet. Were he to be unaware of the intricacies of the 3 kingdoms, he might also find himself drawn to Yuan Shao. Once Yuan Shao ascended to the position of leader of the Anti-Dong Alliance, it would be effortless for him to exude an aura of dominance. How should one navigate this? Could it be that his unintentional remarks would lead to Yuan Shao and Appo's burgeoning power in the future? Fei Qian felt an urge to slap himself. Why did he have to speak out? In all honesty, if it were a topic or person that did not pique his interest, no matter how grand the praises sung by others, he would likely only listen casually. It is only when something resonates with him that he pays close attention, eager to hear more about any related matters. Reflecting on this, Fei Qian couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that most individuals had already inclined their hearts towards Yuan Shao and Yuan Binchu, and their willingness to hear Fei Qian's words was merely to reaffirm their own thoughts. The Yuan family, particularly Yuan Shao and Yuan Binchu, truly stood at the forefront of fortune. Additionally, Yuan Shao was young, around the same age as the group of young men from earlier. Undoubtedly a figure of idol status in later generations. Consider the adoration lavished upon Wan Er, the son of the famed Mada, who could attract a throng of admirers even for the purchase of a table or an Apple device. Was it not strikingly similar to the current phenomenon? What a model of excellence in this world. Noticing Zhaoxi with his head bowed, seemingly refraining from mentioning Yuan Shao, Fei Qian curiously inquired, "Zhaijings, you seem troubled. Is there something weighing on your mind?" To his surprise, Zhaoxi, with his head down and cradling his head in distress, lamented, "I too wish to meet the world's model, Yuan Binchu, but alas, I snuck out this time, and if I were to venture to Jizhou, my family would surely catch me and I and Appo's be in serious trouble." His words left Fei Qian exasperated, rolling his eyes. With such remarks, not only would your father be angry, but I might be tempted to strike you myself. Chapter 83. The first encounter with Guijia. Although Fei Qian realized that even without his promotion of Yuan Shao, the spirited youths from Yingchuan would inevitably gravitate towards the illustrious Yuan Binchu, he could not shake off the discomfort within. This discontent even affected his attentiveness during Sun Shuang and Appo's lecture. Had it not been for his eagerness to meet Guijia, Fei Qian might have left the previous day. Upon the high platform, Sun Shuang, clad in flowing robes, exuded the aura of a sage as he spoke eloquently. There are 64 hexagrams in the I Ching, with the essence beginning from Qian. The 6 lines manifest Qian at any moment, riding the 6 dragons to govern the heavens. Qian represents the ruler. The act of flying symbolizes freedom from constraints. Heaven signifies the initiation of affairs. The great man establishes laws, occupying the celestial position, and the sage perceives the essence of all things. Sun Shuang was elaborating on the intricate details of the Qian hexagram, delving into the meanings behind each line. Initially, Fei Qian listened with mild interest, but gradually he began to grasp the subtle implications of the Sun family and Appo's focus on the Qian hexagram at this juncture. What does the Qian hexagram signify? As Sun Shuang had previously mentioned, it embodies the ruler, a term that can denote either a gentleman or an emperor. The subsequent lines, rich with imagery such as the soaring dragon in the sky, the dragon in regret, and the dragon seen in the fields, all stem from this hexagram. Moreover, one must ponder Sun Shuang and Appo's own title, one of the 8 dragons. The convergence of these elements reveals a deeper significance. Is the Sun family subtly indicating their intention to ascend the political stage? Reflecting further, it appears that the Sun family and Appo's approach aligns with this notion, represented by Sun Yu. A faction of the Sun family has allied with Cao Cao, who temporarily embodies the Han dynasty, while the prominent leaders of the current political factions, Wang Yun and Yuan Wei, have both perished, leaving no formidable rivals in sight. This is the modus operandi of the Sun family, and perhaps of other noble families as well, to first create momentum, then seize the opportunity, and ultimately assert dominance through influence. Sun Shuang's public lecture, in this light, seems to carry an element of strategic positioning. After all, Merely hosting so many guests at the Sun family and Apos' villa for 3 days of feasting would incur considerable expense. Upon reflection, Fei Qian found himself rather disinterested. Alas, both predecessors and successors are mere mortals, and as mortals, they cannot escape the grasp of self-interest. While an individual might, at times, sacrifice personal gain for the sake of their ideals, when viewed through the lens of entire aristocratic clans, it becomes evident that nearly all matters are approached from the standpoint of familial advantage. Judging by yesterday and Apos' incident involving the exemplary figures of the realm, it appears that the aristocrats of Yingchuan have been languishing in solitude for far too long. Each of them is eager to curry favor with the powerful, seeking to augment their family and Apos' influence, and inevitably, this pursuit is accompanied by the promise of greater wealth. The lofty proclamations regarding the alleviation of the populace's plight seem to Fei Qian to be mere aids crafted by these aristocrats for their own benefit. Otherwise, how could one explain the catastrophic decline in population from approximately 40 to 50 million during the late Eastern Han Dynasty to a mere 90,000 by the end of the Three Kingdoms period? Such devastating mortality rates among the common folk raise the question, where have those self-proclaimed champions of the people vanished to? Observing the seemingly transcendent figure of Sun Shuang on the platform, Fei Qian felt an unexpected surge of irritation. Contemplating the historical limitations often discussed in later studies, he perceived that the present circumstances, as well as the historical trajectories he was aware of, might indeed stem from the inherent constraints faced by the aristocracy of the Han Dynasty. Why is there no concern for the fundamental plight of the common people? As a member of the most exploited lower class in subsequent generations, Fei Qian acutely felt the anguish of being at the bottom of society's pyramid. Although his status had shifted, he found it challenging to immediately adopt a new perspective, forgetting the influences and values shaped by his past experiences. Sun Shuang and Apos' schedule mirrored that of the previous day, concluding lectures by midday and subsequently allowing for a period of free discussion. At last, Fei Qian encountered the renowned Guojia, known as Guo Fo Xiao, clad in a flowing azure robe adorned with yellow brocade at the collar and cuffs. He eschewed a tall hat in favor of a square cloth to bind his hair, lending him an air of ethereal elegance. As for his appearance, one might deem him handsome and charming. Certainly, he did not evoke the disheveled image described by Guolan, who had likened him to a gambling drunkard. Yet, his complexion was slightly pale, betraying a hint of ill health. Most astonishingly, Fei Qian was taken aback by Guojia and Apos' youthfulness. He appeared, remarkably, even younger than Fei Qian himself. After exchanging a few inconsequential pleasantries and inquiring about Guojia's birth date, Fei Qian discovered that he was indeed a year younger. In later times, this age would align with that of a university freshman. Could this be the so-called genius Guojia? Fei Qian pondered. While Guojia too was deep in thought, the Fei family of Halua? Perhaps it could be considered a second-tier clan. Yet it seemed they had not previously troubled the Fei family. How, then, did Guojia come to know his name? Could it be that it was the Mao family from Hanoi, whom he had previously crossed? Or perhaps the Yuan family from Luoyang? Never mind. Regardless of which party it is, I shall not acknowledge it. Determined, Guojia resolutely sought to deny Fei Qian any opportunity for further inquiry and thus took the initiative to ask, I have heard that you have an acquaintance with Yuan Benshu? What is the situation? After much contemplation, Fei Qian resolved to speak the truth. For the cunning glint in Guojia and Apos' eyes indicated that deception would be futile. I am but slightly acquainted with Yuan Benshu. I do not presume to claim a deeper relationship. The rumors from yesterday were merely a misunderstanding. Indeed, Fei Qian affirmed that the matter had some truth to it. But he did not wish to be led by the nose any longer, so he said, I harbor some doubts and have heard that Feng Xian is benevolent and helpful to others. Might I seek your counsel on a few matters? I am unworthy of such praise, yet if you have questions, feel free to voice them, Guojia replied confidently, casually dismissing the flattery. But do not hesitate to ask whatever it is you wish to know. Chapter 84. The 3-year bet. Fei Qian gazed at the self-assured Guojia, his heart brimming with curiosity about whether this young man truly possessed the extraordinary talents attributed to him in the romance of the Three Kingdoms. He posed a question. What defines a ruler? What defines a minister? What constitutes a noble family? What embodies the common folk? On the surface, Fei Qian appeared to request explanations for these 4 terms. However, his true intent was to explore the intricate relationships among these 4 tiers, seeking to comprehend Guojia's understanding of these social classes. Guojia responded with a carefree smile, glancing about as if searching for something. He then took a few steps to the side, picked up a piece of yarrow that someone had inadvertently left behind, and pointed to his head, proclaiming, "This represents the ruler." He gestured to the hand holding the yarrow, stating, "This signifies the minister." He raised the yarrow and declared, "This symbolizes the noble family." Finally, he pointed to a line of ants traversing the ground, proclaiming, "This represents the common folk." The ruler is the mind, directing the ministers, who are akin to the hand. The ministers select the noble families, represented by the yarrow, which in turn command the common people. This structure reflects the feudal governance that has gradually evolved since the spring and autumn and warring states periods, characterized by a hierarchical pyramid, the supreme ruler at the apex. The ministers controlling state affairs, the noble families governing the countryside, and the ignorant common folk at the base. It was a reasonable and fitting analogy. Nonetheless, Fei Qian remained unsatisfied. Guojia was merely a budding talent, a work in progress. Perhaps it would take a few more years, particularly upon his eventual allegiance to Cao Cao, for Guojia to attain his full potential. Fei Qian pressed further, asking, "If calamity were to befall us, and we must sacrifice one of these four, which would you choose to discard?" He mused, "Surely, you haven't faced such a dilemma before?" In later generations, individuals aspiring to join pretentious companies often encounter similar questions during interviews. For instance, they might inquire about the most crucial elements in one's life. They might ask, "If one must relinquish something from the aforementioned categories, which would you forsake first?" And if pressed further, they might ask you to discard another. To discard the ruler? How could one function without a mind? The very foundation of Confucian ethics would vanish. To discard the minister? Severing an arm would leave one incomplete. How could one govern the noble families? How would the state operate? To discard the noble family? As a member of the nobility, would one be willing to excavate one's own grave? Moreover, without noble families, how much authority could a handful of ministers wield? How would governance extend to the fields? To discard the common folk? Though it may seem the easiest choice, it is undoubtedly the least viable, for without the common folk, what significance would remain for the upper echelons? Guojia secretly curled his lip. This Fei Qian, with his seemingly amiable and cultured demeanor, harbored a scheming mind within. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently dug a pit for me to fall into. Fei Qian chuckled, aware that in the future, the aristocracy would be discarded, their knowledge repurposed to enlighten the ignorant masses, transforming them into discerning sheep, easily directed thereafter. Yet, this was not the moment to elaborate. For the foundation of this endeavor lay in awakening the people and Apos' intellect. True enlightenment demanded more than mere literacy. It required ample autonomy, the right to know, and decision-making power. Otherwise, could one argue that the populace, even if literate, was free from the illusions cast by a deified ruling class? The path ahead spanned millennia, fraught with uncertainty. And sharing this with Guojia, who had yet to face the storms of life, would likely be perceived as mere sophistry. Thus, Fei Qian proposed, "I am uncertain, but perhaps we could establish a wager." Guojia remained silent, listening intently, indicating a flicker of interest. It appeared that after having been caught once, this lad had learned his lesson. He no longer hastened to agree, but chose to comprehend fully before deciding. Fei Qian continued, "My studies, entrusted by my master, will last no less than a year and no more than 3. If, during this period, I provide the solution, I win. If you do, you prevail. What say you?" The term solution here implied a comprehensive approach, requiring a methodical resolution rather than mere verbal responses. Guojia pondered this and deemed it quite fair. Wagering knowledge was indeed a refined pursuit. What shall be the stakes? If there is a solution, how shall I find you? His implication was clear. He considered himself the certain victor. Guojia laughed heartily. "Excellent. Worry not. I shall surely unravel it." With that, he clasped his hands and prepared to depart. "Hold on, Feng Xiao." Fei Qian turned to the side, where Su family and Apos, as supplies of paper and ink were kept. He took a sheet and wrote, "In the first lecture on See you at the Su family villa in the 9th month of the 1st year of Zhao Ning," with the main speaker being Su Shuang, and on the left side, inscribed Fei Qian of Heluo. He then handed the paper to Guojia. Upon seeing it, Guojia grasped its meaning without further explanation, clapping his hands in delight. "Truly, Ziyuan's thoughtfulness is remarkable. This method is exceedingly clever." In ancient times, communication was not as convenient as in later eras. If both individuals discovered the solution, how could one ascertain who arrived at it first? Fei Qian's method allowed for a rough resolution of this dilemma by recording the time, place, and significant events alongside the answer. Even the most cunning attempts at deceit would face challenges. For instance, if one were to predate the answer, but it took a year to traverse from Yingchuan to Jingxiang, such a feat would be implausible. Guo Jia joyfully took up the pen, his strokes resembling dragons and snakes, inscribing his name, thus formally establishing the wager in writing. Unexpectedly, GFA Qian handed over another piece of paper, then smiled and said, "Qian has a penchant for collecting signatures. I would be grateful if you could kindly sign one more." Chapter 85. On the journey again, after parting ways with Fei Qian, Guo Jia sought out Sun Yu. Although there were a few years of age difference between them, they were indeed good friends. Sun Yu admired Guo Jia's talent and did not look down upon him for being from a lesser branch of the family. Guo Jia, in turn, appreciated that Sun Yu, despite being from the prominent Sun family, was devoid of arrogance, making their conversations quite enjoyable. Most importantly, as friends, they shared a bond of mutual support. In recent days, Guo Jia had spent all his money on wine, so he planned to stay with Sun Yu for a few days to have meals. Upon noticing Guo Jia appearing deep in thought, Sun Yu inquired about the matter, secretly speculating whether Guo Jia had incurred more debts or had fallen into trouble again. Unexpectedly, after pondering for a while, Guo Jia exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it! This person must know the answer, but is deceiving me." Sun Yu chuckled in surprise, finding it amusing that the usually crafty Guo Jia had fallen victim to deception. He promptly pressed for more details. Guo Jia's eyes darted as he recounted the question posed by Fei Qian, noting that the wager simply stated there was an answer, without specifying it had to be provided by the individual themselves. Analogous reasoning was permissible. As they discussed the matter, Sun Yu acknowledged the complexity of the question. He realized that the two elements, the ruler and the subjects, were indispensable, leaving only the choice between the ministers and the aristocracy. Yet, it seemed that forsaking either would plunge the nation into chaos. Lost in thought, Sun Yu suddenly recalled something and asked Guo Jia what he meant by saying that the individual knew the answer. Guo Jia explained that when Fei Qian established the wager, he appeared calm and collected, even going so far as to draft a written agreement, indicating he was not worried about losing. This suggested that he must have some understanding of the answer. Otherwise, how could he maintain such composure? Of course, Guo Jia would never admit that the enticing reward of fine wine might have clouded his judgment. Sun Yu stroked his beard thoughtfully and furrowed his brow, stating, "If your speculation holds true, then based on your earlier description, I surmise that the paper he had you write might bear a different significance." A flash of realization struck Guo Jia, leaving him momentarily stunned. After a pause, he exchanged a knowing glance with Sun Yu, both murmuring in unison, "So that is it." Guo Jia anxiously scratched his head, as if grasping at an elusive thought, yet struggled to articulate it, feeling quite vexed. This cannot be possible. Even if everyone were as the Sun family claims, they certainly wouldn't impart their entire wealth of knowledge. Furthermore, how could one achieve such a feat in this vast world? Sun Yu nodded silently, and after a moment, he added, "Yet, it appears that this may be the only solution. I wonder who this individual is to possess such intentions." "Fei Qian, Fei Ziyuan," Sun Yu murmured, repeating the name as if to engrave it firmly in his memory. Sun Yu gazed at the distant clouds on the horizon, softly murmuring to himself, "In this vast world, where extraordinary talents abound, perhaps it is time to venture forth and broaden my horizons." Guo Jia nodded in agreement, remaining silent as they stood side by side, both contemplating the endless sky. If Fei Qian had known that a spontaneous piece of parchment he penned would inspire such profound reflections in Guo Jia and Sun Yu, he surely would have refrained from writing it altogether. What deeper meanings could there be? It was merely a casual note. Yet these individuals seemed to delight in overanalyzing trivial matters. Fei Qian and Appo's intention was simply to leave behind a reason for a potential reunion in the future. After all, Guo Jia was undeniably devoted to Cao Cao, a figure whose loyalty exceeded all bounds. Fei Qian had no illusions of grandiloquent speeches about the plight of the common people. Expecting Guo Jia to rush to him in tears, clinging to his leg, he merely hoped for a few more encounters to foster a friendship, so that if misfortune were to befall him, Guo Jia might remember that he existed and, to some extent, offer assistance. Fei Qian believed that would suffice. With the wisdom gleaned from later experiences, Fei Qian understood the adage that a friend is a pathway to many opportunities. Just like now, with Zhao Ji, Fei Qian wore a beaming smile, nearly wagging an imaginary tail in delight. Although the Zhao family was not a prominent clan, one should never underestimate the significance of dates. Zhao Ji was amicable, unlike the astute Guo Jia, whose cunning could easily lead to inadvertent exposure of one's own intentions. Too much effort was required in that regard. My foolish brother bids farewell. Take care, dear brother. Fei Qian felt no pressure in playfully toying with a novice like Zhaoji. Within just a few days, the address had shifted from brother to Zijing, and now to dear brother. Indeed, Fei Qian intended to depart early, rather than waiting for the third day's conclusion. After all, the Sun family patriarch had been met, and Guijia had made an acquaintance. Beyond that, given his current circumstances, he could not pursue further visits. Nor did he possess compelling reasons to do so. Fortunately, Guijia did not seem overly concerned about the fictitious friend narrative. However, if it were to be overused, it would inevitably be discovered, and that would be far from amusing. Another significant reason for his departure was Zhang Zhao's current assignment, although chosen by Zhang Weiyao. It came with a deadline. Spending an extra 2 or 3 days in Yingchuan was manageable, but if the delay extended too long, it could lead to Zhang Zhao facing unwarranted punishment, potentially even execution. In the Han Dynasty, this offense was termed failure to meet a deadline, a grave transgression indeed. Zhang Zhao had been well-intentioned, and Fei Qian could not allow his own actions to jeopardize another Indapo's life. Thus, he bid farewell to Zhaoji, announcing his departure. While regarding Yingyu, his roommate, whom he only saw during lectures and sleep, he felt no need to say goodbye. Yet, Zhaoji did indeed feel a tinge of reluctance at the thought of Fei Qian leaving so abruptly. Zhaoji, having stealthily escaped from home, fortuitously encountered a kindred spirit. Someone whose age, interests, and family background mirrored his own. This benevolent individual, so warm and encouraging in his dedication to agriculture, seemed a rare find. Yet, just as their bond began to blossom, the prospect of parting loomed. Zhaoji found himself at a loss for words, his emotions welling up within him. Ah, this sincere child. Fei Qian felt a tinge of embarrassment and gently reassured Zhaoji, saying, It's all right. I am merely embarking on a study tour to Jingxiang. It is not a permanent farewell. There will surely be opportunities for us to reunite in the future. Moreover, once I arrive in Jingxiang, I shall write to you. And if you can secure your parents' consent, you are most welcome to visit me there. Do not weep, my dear brother. Chapter 86. The Xiangyang accident. Departing from Yingchuan County and traversing through Nanyang County leads one to the esteemed Xiangyang. Indeed, Yuan Shu currently resides in Nanyang County. However, Fei Qian chose not to pay a visit to him, primarily due to the perceived futility of such an endeavor. Moreover, it is said that upon his arrival, Yuan Shu initially engaged in various activities to connect with the populace, inspect public welfare, repair roads, and oversee military camps to assert his presence. Unfortunately, he suffered an injury during one of these excursions and is presently recuperating within the confines of the Yuan residence. While Fei Qian harbored a modicum of skepticism regarding this rumor, after all, it is one thing for an ordinary individual unfamiliar with horseback riding to sustain injuries, yet Yuan Shu, being the scion of the Yuan family, has been acquainted with horses from a young age. One must question how easily he could be injured. Although this possibility cannot be entirely dismissed, Fei Qian surmised that an alternative explanation might hold more credence. It is rumored that Yuan Shu has had several disputes with Zhang Zi, the governor of Nanyang, leading him to seclude himself within the Yuan residence. Ultimately, Fei Qian found himself unable to ascertain the veracity of either narrative. However, these matters were beyond his concern, and thus he refrained from visiting Yuan Shu, as their acquaintance was rather tenuous. Consequently, he continued his journey without pause, traversing directly through Nanyang County. If the journey from Luoyang to Yingchuan encompassed some mountainous terrain, then the passage from Nanyang to Xiangyang is remarkably flat, with only a few rivers interrupting the expanse, allowing for an unimpeded journey. Hence, Fei Qian encountered no obstacles along the way and soon arrived at Xiangyang. The geography from Nanyang to Xiangyang resembles a grand treasure basin, where numerous water sources converge, providing ample irrigation and resulting in abundant produce and a dense population, marking it as one of the most coveted territories. Nevertheless, the very location of Xiangyang dictates its status as a strategic stronghold, fiercely contested by various states during times of fragmentation. Indeed, without personally witnessing Xiangyang or understanding its topography, Fei Qian could scarcely appreciate the significance of this locale. Historically, strategic strongholds were defined by their transportation hubs, wealth, resource abundance, or formidable terrain that could serve as a natural barrier. Unfortunately for Xiangyang, it encompasses all these attributes. As Fei Qian journeyed, he gleaned an overview of the Xiangyang region. To the north lies Nanyang, to the northeast is Yingchuan, and to the northwest is Luoyang, all connected by a vast plain, allowing for swift travel. The region's produce is legendary, often referred to as a land of fish and rice, and it remains renowned as a fertile granary in later generations. To the east, the Dabi mountain range and the Tongbai Mountains provide a formidable backdrop, while the Huai River flows further east. To the west, the Qinling Mountains rise, followed by the myriad mountains of Sichuan, forming a natural fortress that is easily defendable. More importantly, should one wish to navigate south or north while avoiding these natural mountain barriers, Xiangyang stands as the optimal choice. Due to its location atop a basin plain, Xiangyang occupies a significant gap nestled between the Dabi, Tongbai, and Qinling mountain ranges. Whosoever holds this territory possesses a distinct advantage. Furthermore, Xiangyang lies at the confluence of the Tang and Bai rivers, which, upon merging, flow into the Han River. The city of Xiangyang is strategically established at this tri-river junction, shielded by the River S barriers in front and supported by the Xianshan and Hutushan hills behind. In the entire region of Xiangyang, the city itself stands as the sole point of attack. Thus, should anyone seize this locale, they would effectively control a vital choke point. In later generations, Fei Qian pondered why Xiangyang, merely a city, was so fiercely contested. Why not circumvent it entirely, employing a strategy akin to a frog leap? It was only upon witnessing the situation firsthand that he realized the ancients were not foolish. It was indeed impossible to bypass this stronghold. Zhuge Liang's initial strategy proposed two routes to assault Wei, one being a conventional approach that had failed 6 or 7 times, while the other focused solely on Xiangyang. If one were to launch an attack from Xiangyang, capturing Wanqing and Fancheng, they would soon reach Xuchang, with no fortifications to impede progress. It would be akin to forcefully opening the gates to the central plains, delivering a sharp blow directly to Cao Cao's throat. If Cao Cao were to deploy heavy troops for defense at this juncture, the West Liang forces would undoubtedly face devastation. However, Zhuge Liang had not anticipated that Xiangyang would hold equal significance for Eastern Wu. Should they advance south along the Han River from Xiangyang, they would find themselves at the doorstep of Eastern Wu's stronghold. With Sun Quan constantly pressured by Liu Bei, could he truly rest easy in Jiangdong? How could one maintain an alliance while simultaneously constraining another? Thus, Eastern Wu deemed it necessary to forsake a favorable situation to deliver a treacherous blow behind Guan Yu's back. It is worth noting that after Guan Yu captured Fancheng, Cao Cao's immediate reaction was to consider relocating his capital and fleeing. Such a territory could not be overlooked. It is no wonder that the three kingdoms, Wei, Shu, and Wu, engaged in fierce conflict over this coveted land, resorting to face-offs and various underhanded tactics. Fei Qian gazed contemplatively at the towering city gates of Xiangyang, reflecting that Guan Yu's fortune was inextricably tied to this city. The legendary prowess of his forces was not mere exaggeration, but alas, life's fortunes can shift with alarming rapidity. As Fei Qian journeyed forth, he encountered several individuals eyeing him with ill intent. Yet, upon noticing the official soldiers accompanying Zhang Zhao, these would-be assailants reconsidered, realizing the abundance of potential prey along the route and deeming it unnecessary to target Fei Qian's group. Thus, they traveled safely to their destination. With their arrival in Xiangyang, Zhang Zhao's mission came to a close. As they neared the city, he bid farewell to Fei Qian, taking a wagon and his soldiers to the western military camp outside Xiangyang to submit official documents. Subsequently, Fei Qian and Uncle Fu leisurely made their way into the city. Just after they had paid the gate tax and entered, a commotion erupted outside the city. In the distance, a cloud of dust rose from the direction of Nanyang, revealing a throng of disheveled soldiers, akin to refugees, hastily abandoning their armor and fleeing. A sense of turmoil enveloped the walls of Xiangyang. As the guards stationed there appeared perplexed, uncertain whether the approaching figures were foes or allies. In haste, they commanded the drawbridge to be raised and the city gates to be sealed. This sudden turn of events heightened the panic among the already startled populace, who rushed to enter the city. Those in proximity to the gates frantically surged forward, desperate to find safety within. Amidst the chaos, a sudden fright seized the horses pulling a cart. Whether provoked by an unseen object or some other stimulus remains unclear. With a piercing neigh, the startled steeds bolted, crashing into several individuals in their path. As fate would have it, the cart and Oppo's wheel struck something, causing one side of the vehicle to lift off the ground, tilting perilously as it careened toward the carriage driven by Fei Qian and Uncle Fu. In that fleeting moment, Fei Qian could only entertain a singular thought. Who would have thought that even during the Eastern Han dynasty, accidents of this nature could occur? Chapter 87. Rescuing. When Fei Qian regained consciousness, a searing pain throbbed at his temple. He reached up to touch it, only to find his hand smeared with fresh blood. Despite the discomfort, he felt a semblance of reassurance, suspecting it was merely a superficial injury to his scalp. Casting his gaze around, he noticed Uncle Fu lying nearby. He hurried over to check on him, relieved to find that Uncle Fu had only suffered a minor fall and appeared uninjured. Once he composed himself, Uncle Fu turned to see Fei Qian and Apos' bloodied visage and gasped in alarm, promptly grasping Fei Qian and Apos' arm. "Young master, you're headed," and Apos' nothing, just a scratch. "I'll be fine," Fei Qian reassured him. The coachman, presumably the cause of the accident, had likely struck his head as well. He staggered to his feet, blood streaming down his face, swaying unsteadily as he attempted to navigate toward the toppled carriage. However, his steps were erratic, and after a few unsteady strides, he collapsed back to the ground. "First, we must help the injured. The matter of responsibility can wait," Fei Qian declared as he approached the overturned carriage. Leaning in, he inquired, "Is anyone inside? Do you require assistance?" Amidst muffled sobs, a voice replied, "Will the young lady, her hand is gone." Fei Qian was taken aback. "What? Gone? This injury sounds serious." He swiftly pulled aside the curtain of the carriage and peered inside, discovering a small girl, around 8 or 9 years of age, clinging to a girl of about 13, weeping profusely, her face streaked with tears and snot, occasionally gasping for breath as bubbles formed at her tiny nostrils. "Did you say her hand is gone?" Fei Qian observed that all 4 hands were intact. Was it possible that the unconscious girl possessed a third hand? The little maid, startled by the sight of Fei Qian and Apos' bloodied head intruding into the carriage, shut her eyes tightly and screamed at the top of her lungs. Instinctively, Fei Qian covered his ears and stepped back, overwhelmed by the sonic assault. After a moment of shrieking, the little maid, realizing nothing further had transpired, cautiously opened one eye. Seeing that the bloodied head had retreated, she ceased her cries. Once she noticed that the little maid and Apos' tongue had stopped its frantic quivering, Fei Qian lowered his hands and said, somewhat irately, "Didn't you say her hand was gone? Which hand has disappeared? You're the one who has lost something." The little maid retorted, puffing out her cheeks indignantly. "My young lady's hand, it's broken yet." As she uttered this, she caught sight of her young mistress lying unconscious. Her arm twisted at an unnatural angle, and tears began to flow once more. "It must be a fracture," Fei Qian observed closely. Noting the unnatural distortion of the unconscious girl and Apos' arm, he surmised it was likely a consequence of the recent impact. "Listen, if you keep crying, you'll truly jeopardize your young mistress and Apos' condition." Fei Qian, somewhat exasperated by the little maid's tears, emphasized the urgency of finding a physician to set the fracture promptly, lest the accumulation of blood within the arm complicate the treatment further. Upon hearing this, the young maid immediately wiped away her tears, gazing longingly at Fei Qian. She hastily climbed onto the carriage, following closely behind. The Han Dynasty did not impose such extreme restrictions on interactions between men and women as later eras. Yet caution was still prudent. After all, he was a young man, and although the other party was not a maiden of tender years, but rather a young girl, it was still somewhat inappropriate. Uncle Fu, on the other hand, was exempt from such concerns. It was not that Fei Qian intentionally commanded others, but rather that Uncle Fu's age afforded him a level of respectability that would not invite scandal. At that moment, the coachman, who had fallen to the ground, struggled to rise. Fei Qian grasped him firmly and inquired, "Do you know where the medical clinic is? How do we get there?" "Why, yes. Just go straight ahead and turn left at the street corner. It's not far." Although the coachman swayed unsteadily, his mind remained clear. Fei Qian assessed the capacity of his carriage. With the addition of himself and the coachman, it would be utterly cramped. Therefore, he instructed Uncle Fu to drive the carriage to the clinic first, while he accompanied the coachman on foot. Fortunately, the medical clinic was not too distant. By the time Fei Qian helped the coachman arrive at the clinic, the young girl had already been taken to the back room for treatment, and the maid had followed her, leaving Uncle Fu anxiously pacing at the entrance. He contemplated seeking out the young master while also worrying about the valuables in the carriage. Yet, if he did not go, his concern for the young master weighed heavily on him. Upon spotting Fei Qian, Uncle Fu hurriedly approached and assisted him into the clinic. Inside, a young apprentice was already waiting with warm water. Seeing the bloodied faces of Fei Qian and the coachman, he rushed forward, guiding them to sit on wooden stools, and gently cleaned the dried blood with a damp cloth to examine their injuries. The apprentice carefully inspected Fei Qian and Apos' wound and said, Young master has merely scraped his scalp. The bleeding has ceased, and after applying some medicine, he should be fine. Just as he finished speaking, they noticed the coachman, who was wiping blood from his face, suddenly retching and nearly collapsing to the ground. The apprentice quickly called for two others to carry the coachman to the back. This was indeed a classic case of post-traumatic brain injury. While Fei Qian worried for the coachman, he could not help but feel a sense of relief that his own injuries were not severe. Otherwise, he might also suffer lingering effects, which would be difficult to treat in the Han Dynasty. But what should he do now? The individual responsible for the accident was either lying inside or accompanying someone else. Who could he turn to for compensation? A grave realization struck him. Would they have paid the medical fees? Upon inquiry, it turned out that they had not yet settled the costs. He contemplated waiting a little longer, but as twilight approached, it became urgent to find a place to stay. Otherwise, being caught by the night patrol would be no trivial matter. The infamous Cao Cao had eliminated Jian Shua's uncle during a curfew. Although it was understandable to encounter such misfortunes soon after arriving in Xiangyang, if trouble arose, would the patrolling soldiers take such circumstances into account? In an unfamiliar place, one could easily find oneself in grave danger. Should he flee? Beside him, the apprentice diligently applied the medicine and wrapped it with bandages, closely following Fei Qian's every move. Sighing, he resigned himself to the notion that this misfortune might serve as a means to avert greater calamities. After all, he was the victim in this scenario. Why must he bear the financial burden? Fei Qian felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Chapter 88. The impudent slave beneath the walls of Nanyang City. Within the grand camp of Sun Jian, a throng of troops approached from afar. The sentinels stationed atop the watchtower caught sight of the commanding banners and called out below, "It is General Zhu returning. Prepare to open the camp gates." As they drew nearer, they discerned a robust figure astride a steed at the forefront, a towering man with broad shoulders and a square jaw. His chin adorned with a tuft of beard, wielding twin blades. It was none other than Zhu Mao, the esteemed Zhu Darong. The military officers hastily opened the camp gates, permitting Zhu Mao and his cohort to enter. Dismounting, Zhu Mao tossed his twin blades to his trusted soldiers and gestured towards the severed head hanging from his horse's neck, commanding, "Be sure to meticulously count the heads and report back." He then strode purposefully into the central command tent. Sun Jian, seated at a table, was trimming his fingernails with a small knife. Upon seeing Zhu Mao enter, he inserted the knife into the table with a clatter and inquired, "Darong has arrived. How fared the battle?" "Ah," Zhu Mao exclaimed, removing his headscarf and wiping the sweat from his brow, his chest swelling with pride as he declared, "Easily vanquished. I expected formidable adversaries sent by Liu Biao, yet what I encountered was merely a coward. With a single strike." Ha ha! A charge followed, and they were utterly defeated. A nearby martial officer interjected unexpectedly, "Pray tell, Darong, how many heads did you claim this time?" Well, still counting. The report shall come shortly." Zhu Mao and Appo's voice faltered momentarily. Internally, he cursed, "You, Han Dang, must bear a grudge for my pilfering of your wine last time. Why bring that up now? I may struggle with counting, but does it truly matter? Every kill is but a single stroke." Sun Jian chuckled, motioning for Zhu Mao to take a seat, then turned to Han Dang, saying, "Yigong, refrain from teasing Darong. You know he struggles with numbers." He then addressed Zhu Mao. "Darong, you ought to learn a little. It is not beyond your capabilities." Zhu Mao shook his head vigorously, responding, "Counting makes my head spin. Spare me from that trial." "Oh," Sun Jian remarked, observing his unambitious compatriot with exasperation, "one cannot aspire to be a general without mastering counting. Do you wish to remain a mere lieutenant for all your days? To become a general? That seems a distant dream," Zhu Mao retorted, reluctant to learn. "Perhaps when you, the governor, ascend to general, I shall consider learning then." Laughter erupted from an elder martial officer nearby. "Very well, Darong. With such resolve, come tomorrow and learn counting under my tutelage." "What do you mean by that? Why must I learn tomorrow?" Zhu Mao responded, momentarily bewildered. "I meant to say when." "Ah, could it be?" Shang Pu, seated to Zhu Mao and Appo's left, could no longer contain himself, clapping his hands in mirth. "Indeed, Gongfu means precisely that. You should obediently accompany him to learn counting." Ha ha! Zhu Mao and Appo's spirits soared at this revelation, and he rose to congratulate Sun Jian, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Governor." "Oh no. I mean, congratulations, General." However, immediately he showed a humble demeanor. "Ah, it seems I truly must learn to count this time." This provoked a burst of laughter from the crowd. Haha, in this case, Jerome must earnestly learn from the public. Sun Jian gestured for Zhu Mao to take a seat, then paused for a moment before continuing, yet this matter. I am still contemplating. Beside him, Han Dang remarked, what is there for the general to consider? Is it not merely a matter of dealing with the governor of Nanyang? One could simply eliminate him. Huang Gai stroked his beard, nodding in agreement, saying, I share the same sentiment as the public, although the governor of Nanyang bears us no grudge. He has nonetheless offended Yuan Gonglu. On one side stands the Yuan family, and on the other, but a mere governor. Cheng Pu added, Indeed, General, the opportunity must not be missed. Thus, Sun Jian pondered for a brief moment, then summoned a messenger, instructing him to prepare 2 oxen and 20 loads of wine to accompany him into the city shortly, and furthermore, to find a few eloquent soldiers to proclaim that this was a tribute from me to Governor Zhang. Yes, the messenger accepted the command and departed. Zhu Mao, somewhat perplexed, inquired, what does this signify? Did we not decide to kill him? Why then offer him oxen and wine? Sun Jian chuckled and replied, this is beyond your understanding. It is better for you to rest early, for the truth will soon be revealed. Sun Jian visited the governor of Nanyang, Zhang Zi, exchanging a few insipid pleasantries before leaving the oxen and wine behind. Governor Zhang furrowed his brow. What could Sun Jian's gesture of sending oxen and wine possibly mean? Sun Jian had been encamped beneath the walls of Nanyang for 2 or 3 days, claiming he had received an official edict from the court and Appo's emissary, Minister Wen Yi, to proceed to Luoyang to suppress bandits. Yet here he was, not only remaining in camp but also demanding money and provisions from Zhang Zi. Zhang Zi considered Sun Jian to be merely a governor from a neighboring district, even if he had orders to cross districts to quell bandits. It had nothing to do with him. Why should he be obliged to supply money and provisions? Therefore, Zhang Zi directly dismissed Sun Jian's unreasonable demands, choosing to ignore them. Unexpectedly, Sun Jian refused to depart. What was even more astonishing to Zhang Zi was that he had assumed Sun Jian would be enraged. Yet he personally delivered oxen and wine, placing Zhang Zi in a difficult position. Alas, I suppose I must pay him a visit. I cannot allow others to label me as an impolite individual. Sun Jian arranged a banquet in the main camp to entertain Zhang Zi, accompanied by Cheng Pu, Huang Gai, Han Dang, and Zhu Mao. As they toasted and exchanged cups, with the wine flowing generously, suddenly, Sun Jian's chief clerk entered the tent to report, advancing to Nanyang, the roads are unkempt, and military supplies are lacking. Please instruct the chief clerk to inquire about the situation. Sun Jian erupted in fury, slamming the table as he stood up, exclaiming, how dare such a parasite exist? Bring forth my command, seize the chief clerk of Nanyang. The soldiers beneath the tent immediately responded with a resounding affirmation and departed. Ah, does Sun Jian consider me invisible? Attempting to capture my chief clerk in my presence. Zhang Zi, the prefect of Nanyang, experienced a tumultuous wave of emotions, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed. Sensing impending doom, he prioritized escaping from Sun Jian's camp over expressing his anger. However, he was unexpectedly detained by Zhu Mao, who insisted that Zhang must finish a cup of wine before departing. Reluctantly, Zhang complied, only to find himself confronted again, this time by Han Dang. Before long, Sun Jian's chief clerk entered, solemnly declaring, the prefect of Nanyang has committed treason. He has halted the righteous troops, allowing the bandits to thrive. I request that this be addressed according to military law. Sun Jian's frigid gaze fell upon Zhang, dismissing any pleasantries with a mere gesture to his soldiers to seize him. Struggling against his captors, Zhang shouted in rage, you treacherous Sun Jian, I bear no grievances against you. Our past has been devoid of enmity. For a trifling sum of grain, you seek my life? Yet, Sun Jian remained silent, merely signaling for Zhang to be taken away. That very day, Zhang Zi, the prefect of Nanyang, was executed by Sun Jian for his negligence in military affairs. Shortly thereafter, Yuan Shu submitted a petition to appoint Sun Jian as the general of subduing bandits and concurrently as the inspector of Yuzhou, heralding the Yuan family's formal entry into the era of regional warlords. Chapter 89. Beneath the deep pool of Xianyang. Though the guest rooms in the inns of Xianyang may not be particularly spacious, they are nevertheless quite satisfactory. The layout consists of a reception hall and 2 bedrooms, one large and one small. The essential furnishings are well appointed, though naturally, such accommodations do not come at a modest price. Fortunately, in addition to his own savings, Fei Qian has the benefit of a generous gift from Cui Ho, which would suffice to cover at least a year's rent if he were merely to pay for lodging. However, guest rooms are meant for temporary stays, and for a prolonged period, one must seek a more permanent place to reside. Thus, for the past few days, Uncle Fu has been diligently inspecting properties as recommended by acquaintances. Settling in Xiangyang necessitates finding suitable housing, whether for rent or purchase, as it is certainly more economical than an extended stay in an inn. It is not that Fei Qian lacks consideration for the elder, but rather that his own injury has yet to fully heal, though it is not a significant issue. Uncle Fu remains adamant that Fei Qian should refrain from house hunting until he feels it is appropriate for them to go together. Consequently, Fei Qian has limited himself to strolling about the vicinity of the inn, engaging in casual conversations with the innkeeper and staff, and exchanging pleasantries with street vendors. Even so, Fei Qian has gleaned a wealth of information about Xiangyang. Today, he chose to remain indoors, seated in his guest room, where he took out pen and paper to compile the insights he had gathered over the past few days. Consistent with his earlier observations, Xiangyang, while not yet embroiled in the strife of the three kingdoms, is nonetheless a hotbed of clandestine factions vying for influence. Presently, Xiangyang resembles a deep pool, its surface seemingly tranquil. Yet beneath lies a tumultuous undercurrent of activity. After a moment of contemplation, Fei Qian inscribed the characters for Xiangyang on the page, placing Nanyang above it and Jiangling below. Perhaps it is a blessing from the heavens that this region enjoys abundant water resources and fertile land, enabling the local populace to sustain a modest livelihood. Consequently, during the Yellow Turban Rebellion, the Zhang brothers were unable to incite much unrest in Xiangyang, as the area remained relatively untouched and preserved its fundamental production capabilities and supply of goods. However, due to its prosperity, this region has given rise to a unique phenomenon, the existence of bandit clans. Such groups are more prevalent in the south, while the north, plagued by persistent harassment from the Xianbei and Chang, sees far fewer instances of this nature. Bandit clans are essentially armed civilian organizations formed through familial or local ties, akin to private militias assembled by local strongmen. In the vicinity of Xiangyang, there are over 50 such bandit groups, each comprised of farmers who, when not wielding weapons, led ordinary lives, but when provoked, transform into marauding brigands. It appears that matters of this nature are better understood by individuals like Zhang Liao, who are well-versed in military affairs. Thanks to his meticulous nature, he arranged for personnel to escort them. Or else the naive Fei Qian might have ventured on his journey alone, potentially facing dire consequences. Fei Qian feels a profound sense of gratitude towards Zhang Liao for ensuring their safe arrival in Xiangyang. However, this favor can be addressed at a later time. What currently troubles Fei Qian the most are the aristocratic clans of Jingxiang. Among the more prominent families are the Kuai, Kai, Pang, Fei, Ma, Xiang, Wang, Lai, Wen, Li, and Shi clans. Fei Qian realizes that enumerating them all would require more than a single sheet of paper. These local aristocrats, alongside those who fled south due to the Northern Yellow Turban Rebellion or the subsequent conflicts between Chao and Yuan, have created a tangled web of interconnections and alliances, much like a dense spider and Apos' web enveloping the land of Jingxiang. The influx of new families only exacerbates the situation, akin to overcrowding a small pond with fish. Fei Qian believes that untangling this intricate relationship among the clans is an immense undertaking, one that could take years to accomplish. Therefore, he resolves to focus on the primary conflicts while temporarily sidelining the secondary ones. On paper, he circled the Kuai, Kai, and Pang families, contemplating the addition of the Sima and Zhuge names alongside them. He also noted Lu Biao, also known as Lu Jingxing, based on current intelligence. Lu Biao has recently been appointed as the inspector of Jingzhou, and it seems he has established connections with the Kuai and Kai families, having taken charge of several local factions, which likely facilitated his presence in Xiangyang. However, Nanyang remains under the firm control of Yuan Shu, and it has come to light that the governor of Nanyang has recently passed away. The court is unable to dispatch a replacement immediately, suggesting that Yuan Shu now wields significant power in Nanyang. Moreover, it has been reported that the defeated soldiers at the city gates were originally part of a force Lu Biao intended to send to Nanyang. Fei Qian speculates that their mission may be related to Yuan Shu, but lacking first-hand knowledge, he can only conjecture. With Yuan Shu firmly entrenched in Nanyang, it seems Lu Biao may find it challenging to extend his influence there. To the south, one encounters Huang Zu, an esteemed governor of Jiangxia, who has governed for many years, earning widespread respect and possessing a formidable military force, a rather formidable challenge. Historical accounts suggest that Liu Biao only managed to extend his reach into Jiangxia after Huangzu's demise. Thus, it can be concluded that Liu Biao, or Liu Jingxing, is an pressing need for capable individuals. Approaching Liu Biao now should not lead to indifference on his part. In fact, it is quite possible that he might be appointed to a minor official position, given the limited resources Liu Biao currently has at his disposal. Nonetheless, this raises the question, should he accept such an official role? There are merits to both accepting and declining the position, each carrying its own advantages and disadvantages. For the moment, it is indeed quite challenging for Fei Qian to arrive at a decision. After all, his injury has yet to fully heal, making it inconvenient to appear before Liu Biao, also known as Liu Jingsheng, with a plaster on his head. It would be wiser to contemplate the matter thoroughly before proceeding. Ultimately, he does not possess the illustrious lineage of Yuan Shao, who could resign from an official position only to find himself elevated further. Should he assume a position in Xiangyang and align himself with Liu Biao's faction, he would face formidable adversaries, including the cunning Liu Bei, who is embroiled in fierce internal strife, and the menacing Cao Cao, who lurks with predatory intent. Additionally, there is the ever-looming threat of Sun Quan, who is known for his treachery. Just contemplating this situation feels as though the difficulty has escalated to the maximum level. Why is it that others who traverse through time encounter challenges akin to child's play, easily conquering the South Mountain nursing home and the North Sea kindergarten, while I find myself plunged into a hellish difficulty mode? Fei Qian expresses a profound sense of resentment, yet regardless of the circumstances, he resolves to submit the 2 letters for now. It is prudent to pay respects upon stepping into another and Apos as territory, though he is uncertain as to when he might receive a summons. Chapter 90. The discussion among the Kuai brothers. Not only Fei Qian was troubled by the current situation in Jingxiang, but also the 3 brothers of the Kuai family. The Kuai family, a prominent local clan in Jingxiang, is deeply rooted and interconnected with many. The bonds among the 3 brothers are exceptionally strong whenever they find the time. They gather to savor tea, engage in conversation, and reflect on historical matters. The most distinguished among the Kuai family at present are these 3, the eldest, Kuai Liang, the second brother, Kuai Yu, and the youngest, Kuai Qi. Since taking over the family, Kuai Liang has adhered to the family teachings, maintaining propriety and decorum, earning the admiration and respect of both his family and other noble clans. His 2 brothers share this sentiment. Although Kuai Liang is not particularly talkative, his words carry weight, and his brothers invariably follow his lead. On this splendid autumn day, with the sun casting a gentle warmth, neither stifling nor chilly, the 3 brothers found themselves lounging in the courtyard of their home, preparing tea with their own hands. Kuai Qi, being the youngest, naturally took it upon himself to serve his 2 elder brothers. However, being youthful and somewhat spirited, he could not contain his excitement and exclaimed to Kuai Yu, second brother, "You truly showcased your skills this time." His words were laced with admiration. Kuai Yu chuckled, shaking his head lightly, and without excessive modesty, responded with a hint of pride. It and Apos. S merely a trifling matter, just a bit of eloquence. It isn't particularly difficult. Not difficult. 55 liters, mind you. Kuai Qi gestured animatedly. Only Zhang Hu and Qinsheng posed a bit of a challenge. The others are mere rabble, fools merely counting as numbers, Kuai Yu declared, openly expressing his disdain for these lawless ruffians. Kuai Qi continued, "I've heard that Liu Biao praises you, saying that elder brother embodies the wisdom of Yongji, while you represent the strategy of Jiao Fan." At that moment, the tea was perfectly brewed, and Kuai Qi hurriedly served tea to his elder brother, Kuai Liang, and second brother, Kuai Yu. Yongji and Jiao Fan were figures from the spring and autumn period, both serving as ministers under Duke Wen of Jin. As the Duke prepared for war against the Chu state, he summoned Jiao Fan for counsel, expressing concern over his limited troops compared to the larger Chu forces. Jiao Fan advised him to employ deceptive tactics, suggesting that the Chu commander was inflexible and predictable. Ultimately, Duke Wen triumphed using Jiao Fan's strategies, yet in the ensuing rewards, Yongji was also honored. Kuai Yu accepted the teacup, sipping slowly, lost in thought. However, he found himself less than satisfied with Liu Biao's assessment. Had it not been for the risk to his own reputation in gathering these notorious leaders, would Liu Biao have so easily captured these elusive figures? Although Liu Biao and Apos' words were complimentary, they seemed to imply that while Kuai Yu possessed a certain cleverness, he could never measure up to the steadfast integrity of his elder brother, Kuai Liang. Kuai Liang cast a glance at Kuai Yu, fully aware of his brother's temperament. and thus could easily surmise the thoughts swirling in Kuai Yue's mind. Although initially reluctant to comment on the matter, he eventually uttered, "In this era, the Zhu family holds greater sway, and Lu Jingsheng's actions are imbued with a sense of self-aggrandizement. There is no need for undue concern." Kuai Yue promptly set down his tea bowl and nodded in agreement. Sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat awkward, Kuai deliberately inquired, "Elder brother, why must we extend our assistance to Lu Biao, Lu Jingsheng? True, he is the governor of Jingzhou, yet he is merely a royal scion of the Lu clan." Kuai Yue quickly added, "Indeed, elder brother, I share this inquiry. After all, it was you who made this decision, and while I may struggle to comprehend it at present, I have followed your intent. Now that our third brother has posed the question, I too seek clarity." Both Kuai Yue and Kuai felt somewhat helpless. Their elder brother's disposition was such that they could do little but share a cup of tea, awaiting his elucidation once he had finished. As expected, Kuai Liang completed his tea, set down the bowl, and gradually spoke. "Yidu, Yuantai, what are your thoughts on the matter of Dongjua, Wazn and Appos? Tea the discussion meant to revolve around Lu Biao? How did it evolve into a discourse on Dongjua?" Kuai nodded in agreement with his second brother's sentiment. Kuai Liang continued, "And what do you both make of the situation regarding the two sons of the Yuan family, one heading to Bohai and the other to Nanyang? Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu?" Kuai Yue furrowed his brow, pondering his elder brother's intentions. Kuai, ever forthright, remarked, "The Yuan family has substantial interests in Nanyang. It is hardly surprising that Yuan Shu would venture there. As for Yuan Shao, I have heard he departed for Bohai due to discord within the Yuan clan." Kuai Liang nodded but refrained from further comment, instead directing his gaze toward Kuai Yue. Kuai Yue sensed that his brother's inquiry was likely more intricate than it appeared, and while contemplating, he stated, "What the third brother mentions is merely the surface, if we consider it from another perspective. Could it be that the Yuan family intentionally sent their two sons away from Luoyang? After all, the Yuan clan is deeply rooted in Luoyang. If they sought to develop, they need not venture into Jiyu or Jingbei, as they could thrive in the vicinity of Luoyang. In this light, it seems that only by reaching Bohai could Nanyang acquire what is unattainable in Luoyang." The more Kuai Yue spoke, the more convinced he became of his reasoning, and he continued to theorize. What could possibly entice the Yuan family? Or perhaps something they currently lack yet desperately desire? Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated Kuai Yue and Appos' mind, and he declared with conviction, "It must be military power. The only thing the Yuan family currently lacks is military authority." At last, Kuai Liang revealed a hint of a smile, nodding in affirmation, and asked, "But why does the Yuan family seek military power?" Kuai immediately retorted, "Naturally, it is to contend with Dongjua." Kuai Liang nodded, yet shook his head, stating, "Correct, yet not entirely so." This left Kuai bewildered. Was his assertion correct or not? Kuai Yue suddenly recalled something, yet was taken aback by the implications of his thoughts, hesitantly suggesting, could it be that the Yuan family not only wishes to confront Dongjua, but also aspires to emulate him? Upon realizing the situation, Kuai murmured, "This surely cannot be the case. If so, everything will descend into chaos." After a prolonged silence, Kuai Liang finally spoke, "In matters of the world, foresight leads to success, while lack of it leads to ruin. Our Kuai family has always been a household of literature and scholarship. Should the worst come to pass, the arrival of Lu Biao, Lu Jingsheng presents an opportunity for our Kuai family." Chapter 91. The silent riddle of the two elders of Deer Mountain. A narrow mountain path meanders along the slope, and as one gazes along the trail, a magnificent waterfall cascades down from halfway up the mountain, its droplets sparkling with iridescent hues in the sunlight. Above this waterfall, a prominent stone platform juts out, upon which a small octagonal pavilion has been constructed. Inside, two elderly gentlemen engage in a game of chess and converse, while a young lad outside prepares tea for their service. The rocks beneath the pavilion hang slightly in the air, creating an illusion for those seated within, as one side is flanked by the towering mountain, and the other by the roaring waterfall, giving the sensation of being suspended in mid-air, a truly splendid spot for appreciating the mountain and water scenery. Ah, what a sight! With Mr. Peng residing here, the mountains coil, the waters swirl, and the clouds rise amidst the mist, truly a creation of nature. Mr. Sima Hui chuckled, his eyes narrowing into slits, pointedly addressing Mr. Peng De. Yet even if sought after, where can one find such creation? Mr. Peng De casually replied, placing a piece on the board, entirely disregarding the implications of Sima Hui's words. Their last game of chess had been at Yiliangzu, back when Peng De still resided there. It had only been a year or two since he moved to Deer Mountain, and it was remarkable how swiftly time had passed. Noticing Pang Da and Amp, Apos, S move, Sima Hui glanced at the board but refrained from making a move himself, instead stating, "Ah, the heavens bestow it, yet man must grasp it. The way of nature is indeed profound." Pang Da adhered to the teachings of Huang Lao, and naturally, Sima Hui also approached it from the same perspective. Pang Da paid no mind to Sima Hui's lack of a response in the game. They both understood that chess served merely as a pretext for their exchanges beyond the board. Pang Da was well aware of the underlying meaning in Sima Hui and Apos' words, but he found it unremarkable and replied, "If virtue and conduct are commendable, then one may engage with you." Upon hearing this, Sima Hui felt a sense of resignation, fell silent for a moment, and then seemingly unrelated, remarked, "Zheng Jing has emerged." This prompted Pang Da to straighten his posture and furrow his brows, inquiring, "When did this occur?" "Just this year." Annotating the Fei Yi while discarding the teachings of Ming Liangqiu, annotating the Gushang while neglecting the works of Ouyang and the Xiaohou brothers, annotating the Mao Shi while dismissing the thoughts of Qi and Lu Han. Now, another grand annotation on the classics. What a significant undertaking. Pang Da sighed deeply after a pause, acknowledging the accomplishments mentioned, which even he held in high regard. Yet, with this, Sima Hui continued, somewhat glumly narrowing his eyes, moreover. His circle includes talents such as Zhao Zixi, Chui Jige, Gongsun Xiangji, Wang Boyu, Guazini, and Qiu Hongyu. Well, what do we possess? Sooner or later, the northern lands will all change their surnames. At this juncture, Pang Da fully grasped Sima Hui's sentiments, for they had been friends for many years. Such a day, where even the ever-cheerful Sima seemed reluctant to speak, was indeed rare since their acquaintance with Sima Da. The current situation had truly cornered this amiable gentleman. Though Sima Hui resides in Yingchuan, making him a notable figure of that region, one cannot simply equate him with another Sima. His connections to the Sima of He and Amp, Apos, Nan are undeniable, and he is naturally aware of the current circumstances in Hulua, Jizhou, and Yuzhou. Sima Hui and Amp, Apos, as concerns are not unfounded, indeed. Based on present conditions, it seems plausible that within a decade, or perhaps 30 years, his predictions may very well come to fruition. Sima Hui further remarked, "While Lord Pang is comfortably settled here, I feel as though I am sitting on pins and needles." He cast a subtle glance at his surroundings, his meaning clear without uttering it outright. Lord Pang couldn't help but chuckle, realizing the old fellow was rather candid, still mulling over their earlier exchange. However, Sima Hui had spoken with reason, and the likelihood of such scenarios unfolding is considerable. "I am old now. Even if I have the will, I lack the strength." Lord Pang replied, "Though I comprehend your words, my stance remains unchanged, and indeed, it is true that according to the common age norms of the Han dynasty, I am considered quite advanced in years. Very well. If the master has matters to attend to, the disciple shall bear the burden." Sima Hui smiled, declaring that with this statement, he had achieved half of his objective for the day, leaving the other half to. Lord Pang's eyes widened in realization. "Ah, you cunning Sima Dikao, how dare you contemplate such a scheme?" Just as he was about to dismiss the notion, Sima Hui interjected, "The Northern Hulua Academy, the Southern Jingxiang Lumen, Lord Pang and Apos' renown is not without merit. Moreover, I have already engaged Su, Han, Shi, and Ming in this endeavor. Can Lord Pang truly hesitate for a solitary individual?" Lord Pang gestured towards Sima Hui, shaking his head in resignation. Each person has their own aspirations. One cannot impose their will upon another. Despite his words, Lord Pang understood that this opened a door, and retracting it later might prove challenging. Very well, Sima Hui rejoiced, for Lord Pang's acquiescence made his subsequent endeavors much easier. Just then, a young lad outside the pavilion finished brewing tea and presented it on a wooden tray. He respectfully offered a bowl of tea to Sima Hui, followed by one for Lord Pang, then stood aside with hands clasped. As Sima Hui sipped his tea, he scrutinized the lad, rumored to be Lord Pang's new apprentice. The boy's skin was somewhat dark, his face small, yet his eyes were rather large, creating a slightly peculiar appearance. However, setting aside outward appearances, he was indeed chosen by Lord Pang, indicating he must possess remarkable intelligence. After all, a person as astute as Lord Pang would hardly take on a fool. Thus, Sima Hui smiled, glancing between the young lad and Lord Pang, and remarked, "Indeed, the tea is splendid, and so are the people." Lord Pang, seeing the praise, quickly interjected, "He is still young, still young." "Very well." Sima Hui chuckled at Lord Pang and Amp Apos' anxious demeanor. Not so young, not so young. The young lad, standing aside, listened to the two elders and Amp Apos' seemingly nonsensical dialogue. Feeling somewhat bewildered, were they speaking of him? As Lord Pang was about to articulate his thoughts, a servant approached from outside the pavilion, presenting a visiting card with both hands, stating, "Moments ago, someone from the foot of the mountain delivered this card." The young lad inside the pavilion, quick-witted and without awaiting further instructions, stepped outside to pass the card to Lord Pang. Upon examining the card, Lord Pang murmured to himself, "He Luo Fei Qian? I have not heard of this person. Who might he be?" He then opened the card and discovered a letter within. Upon glancing at it, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. It was indeed a correspondence from Minister Kai. Sima Hui, who had been paying attention, also failed to recall immediately, but upon hearing the name Kai, he involuntarily exclaimed, "Indeed, it is he." While perusing Kai Yang's letter, Lord Pang inquired, "Is it possible that De Chao knows this individual?" "Indeed," Sima Hui replied, recounting everything he knew about Fei Qian. He concluded by expressing, "I wonder how this person gained such favor from Bo Jie and Yuanjua. How intriguing, how fascinating." Lord Pang, unreserved and candid, handed the letter over to Sima Hui after finishing it. Sima Hui swiftly read through the letter, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is quite interesting." He then recalled something, pointing at the letter and saying, "This matter is not trivial, is it? Well, each person has their aspirations. We cannot impose our will." "Indeed, indeed." Sima Hui, clearly aware of Lord Pang and Apos' implications, readily agreed, while also teasing Lord Pang, as they were accustomed to their banter. Chapter 92. The Performance, in commemoration of the great pioneer. Old Wang. What Fei Qian had not anticipated was that merely a few days after delivering the letter to Lu Biao and Lu Jingsheng, Lu Biao actually sent someone to the inn to welcome him. The man who came to greet him was named Pang Ji, also known as Pang Xiling. Appearing to be in his 30s, with single eyelids, a pointed face, and a tuft of goatee, he greeted Fei Qian with a smile before uttering a word, exuding a certain warmth that made him somewhat endearing. Upon their first meeting, Pang Ji lavished Fei Qian with an abundance of accolades, his tongue quick and nimble. Naturally, Fei Qian maintained a demeanor of humility and caution, not easily swayed by Pang Ji and Apos' flattery. After some circumspect exchanges, Pang Ji formally extended an invitation from Lu Biao, the governor of Jingzhou, to Fei Qian. Fortunately, Fei Qian's head injury had mostly healed, leaving only a small scar that was not particularly noticeable unless one was paying close attention. Resigned to the reality of his disfigurement, Fei Qian accepted his circumstances. In the tumultuous era of the Three Kingdoms, how could one avoid such scars? At least it was preferable to the fate of those who bore wounds from blades and arrows. After making some minor adjustments and changing into a fresh set of clothes, Fei Qian followed Pang Ji out of the inn. However, upon stepping outside, he was taken aback to find that Lu Biao had dispatched an official entourage to transport him, offering him a carriage and the full display of his retinue. What an extravagant show Lu Biao was putting forth. If he were to board this carriage, it would be difficult to disembark later. Yet, to refuse would be tantamount to slapping Lu Biao in the face publicly, which would jeopardize his standing in Jingxiang in the future. Although Lu Biao appeared to value Fei Qian highly at present, Fei Qian was acutely aware that this mirrored the performative antics of certain leaders in later times, where the true intent lay hidden beneath a veneer of cordiality. Otherwise, that reckless figure, an eye hung, would not have been insidiously thrust upon Huangzu by Lu Biao. Despite Huangzu being the prefect of Jiangxia, he leaned towards a martial disposition and could hardly bear the audacity of N.I. Hang's tongue. Lu Biao's ostentatious display of courtesy was a testament to his family's long-standing tradition of subservience to the worthy, a skill he wielded with remarkable finesse. Thus, Fei Qian found himself faced with two choices: to board Lu Biao's ostentatious carriage, signifying a concession to Lu Biao within certain bounds, or to decline and risk receiving a pair of metaphorical small shoes from Lu Biao at an uncertain future date. With a resolute bite of his lip and a firm stamp of his foot, he chose to board the carriage. As expected, Pang Ji, whether having grasped Lu Biao and Apos' intentions or having been instructed by Lu Biao himself, led the carriage, representative of Lu Biao and Apos' retinue, through the winding streets, while attendants flanked the vehicle, explaining and promoting to the passers-by. Gold is bought with bones, Fei Qian mused, pulling down his eyelids to shield himself from the spectacle. With a composed smile, he sat upright in the carriage, pretending not to hear the chatter of the crowd, for since the course had been set, it was unthinkable to leap from the vehicle midway. Pang Ji, observing Fei Qian's calm demeanor, found his opinion of Fei Qian marginally elevated, though it was only a slight improvement, as he still harbored a sense of reluctance within. After all, he was one of the earliest aristocrats to pledge allegiance to Liu Biao, yet he never enjoyed such treatment. Now, a young lad without a trace of maturity is granted such privileges. How could Pang Ji, the esteemed Pangzi, possibly reconcile with this? They meandered through several neighborhoods, and Fei Qian felt as though he had circled around Xiangyang City before finally arriving at the official residence of Liu Biao, also known as Liu Jingsheng. Liu Biao had evidently received word from his servants and was waiting at the gate long before their arrival. Liu Biao, one of the 8 steeds, was indeed a striking figure, possessing both handsome features and an amiable demeanor. As he stood at the steps of the official residence, he exuded the aura of a benevolent and dignified gentleman, a quintessentially handsome middle-aged man. Before disembarking, Fei Qian quickly glanced at the crowd gathered at the entrance of the residence. He couldn't help but marvel at the Chinese tradition of reveling in spectacle. A throng had gathered there, seemingly to witness his performance. Well then, if he were to put on a show, it must be complete, wooden and oppose. Tiet? With poise, Fei Qian alighted from the carriage, adjusting his attire with meticulous care, and approached Liu Biao to pay his respects. As the one to stage a grand display of humility and respect, Liu Biao could hardly stand idly while Fei Qian bowed deeply. That would ruin the entire act. Thus, he stepped forward to assist. The moment their arms touched, they exchanged a knowing glance, a shared sense of camaraderie evident between them. The subtlety of Fei Qian's bow seemed to convey that Liu Biao had been anticipating his arrival for support, while Liu Biao appeared to hint that he expected genuine reverence from Fei Qian. In unison, they burst into hearty laughter, each yielding to the other. And together they entered the grand doors of the official residence, leaving behind a crowd of onlookers who erupted in applause, albeit in ignorance of the true circumstances. Upon entering the residence, Liu Biao ceased to assist Fei Qian and instead led the way into the hall, seating himself without offering tea or acknowledging Fei Qian, leaving him in a state of neglect. There he was, Liu Biao, the historically parsimonious and suspicious figure. However, there was no need to offend him too gravely. Fei Qian bowed deeply before Liu Biao, paying his respects. Only after this display of courtesy did Liu Biao's expression soften slightly, though traces of irritation lingered as he inquired, "What abilities do you possess? Why should I allow you to play a role in my affairs? Speak. And if you cannot articulate your strengths, humph." Fei Qian and Appo's audacity to challenge Liu Biao stemmed from prior preparations. After all, he had spent days in the inn gathering intelligence about Xiangyang, which was not in vain. He had gleaned some understanding of Liu Biao and Appo's current situation. At this time, Liu Biao had just assumed Wang Rui's position and had not held the office of governor for long. There were few noteworthy figures in his entourage. Remarkably, Liu Biao demonstrated keen insight. Although he arrived in Xiangyang alone, he quickly allied with the influential Kuai family, persuading the Kuai brothers to employ their strategies. Together, they orchestrated the elimination of 55 notorious bandit leaders who had plagued the region and began to reorganize their remaining forces. Thus, it can be said that Liu Biao possesses a contingent of soldiers at his disposal. However, they are neither fully reliable nor adequately trained. He also has a few individuals available, yet his trusted confidants are few and far between. Consequently, when Liu Biao received the introductory letter penned by Kai Yong, he felt compelled to stage a grand display, genuinely hoping to attract individuals to his cause. Little did he anticipate encountering Fei Qian, a seasoned veteran of the workplace in later times. The question posed by Liu Biao had long been contemplated by Fei Qian. For meeting Liu Biao was akin to a modern-day interview. Although the personnel and circumstances differ, the essential substance remains remarkably similar. With a faint smile, Fei Qian remarked, "I am capable of assisting you in wielding authority over Jingxiang." Chapter 93. The 3 strategies for Jingxiang. You have compelled the future figure of Fei Qian to confront a provincial official, and it is likely that Fei Qian's legs would tremble in trepidation. Yet, in the Han Dynasty, Fei Qian found himself surprisingly unperturbed when faced with an individual of equivalent stature. It is essential to recognize that Liu Biao, known as Liu Jingsheng, would eventually govern a vast territory far exceeding that of any provincial jurisdiction in later eras. By the later stages of his rule, aside from parts of Nanyang and Jiangxia counties, he held sway over regions such as Nanjun, Lingling, Guiyang, Wuling, and Changsha, boasting an army of 100,000 troops. His influence was such that even the likes of Yuan Shao and Cao Cao sought his favor repeatedly, making him a preeminent figure wielding both political and military power. Fei Qian, however, was uncertain as to why he felt this way. Perhaps it was due to his prior knowledge of history, which indicated that while Liu Biao was formidable, he was still a tier below the likes of Cao Cao, Liu Bei, and Sun Quan. Or perhaps it was simply that Fei Qian never intended to linger too long in Liu Biao's domain. When Liu Biao posed his inquiries, Fei Qian was well prepared. As he spoke, he retrieved 4 sheets of paper from his sleeve. He first unfurled the initial sheet, pointing to the prominent character and amp, Oppos, and amp, Oppos, at the top, and said, "Esteemed Governor, please observe, the land of Jingxiang is bountiful, with abundant resources, convenient waterways, vibrant trade, and a culture rich in poetry and literature. Free from the chaos of the Yellow Turban Rebellion." Liu Biao listened attentively, nodding slightly in agreement. Indeed, these were the advantages of Jingxiang, however. Knowing these did not aid me in seizing control of Jingxiang. Unflustered, Fei Qian completed his exposition on Jingxiang and Oppos' merits and placed the paper on the table. He then unfurled the second sheet, which bore the significant character and amp, Oppos, and amp, Oppos, at its head. Yet, Jingxiang is a strategic stronghold plagued by banditry, with complex relationships among the gentry. Although the troops are numerous, they lack battle experience. While provisions may be ample, they are difficult to store in public granaries. And though the edicts may be sound, they fail to reach the counties. As he delved into the dismal analysis, Fei Qian noted Liu Biao's expression growing increasingly grave. Sensing the moment was ripe, he set aside the second sheet and unfolded the third. Liu Biao leaned in eagerly. Observing that the third sheet bore the character at the top, Fei Qian continued candidly. Currently, the court is embroiled in strife, with little attention given to local affairs. The banditry in Jingxiang is beginning to stabilize, and the common folk yearn for stability. Although the gentry maintain close ties, each has their own agenda, and the humble scholars seek patronage yet find no avenue. As he spoke, Liu Biao's initially stern demeanor began to soften, his eyes brightening with realization. Indeed, these represented the opportune moment. If one could seize it, the vast expanse of Jingxiang could be firmly grasped. Liu Biao nodded frequently, as if envisioning a splendid future ahead. Sensing that his message had hit home, Fei Qian set aside the third sheet and unfurled the fourth. Unlike the preceding sheets, which were densely written, this final sheet bore only a few words apart from the character and Oppos, at the top, Nanyang, Jiangxia, and Gentry. Fei Qian elucidated that Nanyang originally belonged to Jingxiang, yet now it is occupied by others. To the north of Nanyang lies the Halua, leaving no room for maneuver. Thus, it is inevitable that they will vie for Xiangyang sooner or later. The governor of Jiangxia has held his ground for many years, deeply rooted and broadly supported. With a well-prepared army and ample provisions, it is urgent that one should not underestimate him. As for the gentry, there is no need for me to elaborate further. I trust that Inspector Liu has already made contact with them. This constitutes the 3 predicaments of Jingxiang. Should we engage in conflict poorly? Fei Qian did not finish his sentence, nor was it necessary. He merely placed the 4th sheet of paper on the table and stepped back, granting Liu Biao a moment for contemplation and understanding. Indeed, this is the current state of Jingxiang. The north is blocked by Yuanshu, the south is hindered by Jiangxia, and within Jingxiang, the gentry is numerous. Their connections intertwined like a spider and Oppos' web. If any one of these 3 facets falters, it will pose a grave problem, potentially leading to Liu Biao and Oppos' utter ruin. Undoubtedly, Fei Qian employed a SWOT analysis to present his insights to Liu Biao. As an experienced office professional, he was exceptionally adept at this method, routinely conducting such assessments every 10 days or so. In simpler terms, it involves offering a small reward first, followed by a sharp reprimand, then presenting a larger reward, and subsequently delivering another reprimand. This process, when executed, can leave one entirely bewildered. Upon hearing this, Liu Biao fell into deep contemplation. These issues were not unknown to him. However, no one had ever laid them out so clearly before him, giving him a sense of awakening intertwined with an acute awareness of looming peril. When Liu Biao raised his head, he realized that Fei Qian had been standing respectfully the whole time. Instantly, the anger he had felt towards Fei Qian's previous theatrics dissipated considerably. He mused to himself that this individual, in light of his current demeanor, exhibited considerable decorum. After all, he was young and talented. A bit of arrogance was to be expected and understandable. Sighing, he decided to let it go. Consequently, Lu Biao hastily invited Fei Qian to take a seat and instructed his attendants to bring forth some dried fruits, pastries, and tea for hospitality. Once the attendants had gradually retreated, Lu Biao smiled and remarked, "Indeed, Ziyuan is well versed in profound knowledge, and your earlier statements were precise and hit the mark. However, if I were to follow your wisdom, what should I do now?" Fei Qian, expressing his gratitude to Lu Biao, replied, "To achieve great undertakings, one must pursue 3 objectives." Lu Biao responded eagerly, "I would like to hear more." Fei Qian referred to these as an amp, opos, cleansing the image, strengthening the foundation, and accumulating momentum, and amp, opos, as the inspector has just arrived. Both the elite families and the common people are yet to be informed, unaware of his background and uncertain of his capabilities. Therefore, it is imperative for the inspector to rectify the shortcomings of his predecessors, eliminate the corrupt elements among the clerks, and enhance the reputation of Xiangyang, thereby publicly demonstrating his commitment to the local populace. This is the short-term and amp, opos, cleansing the image, and amp, opos. Lu Biao nodded repeatedly, saying, "Excellent." And what does an amp, opos, strengthening the foundation, and amp, opos, entail? Fei Qian explained. The local gentry of Jingxiang cannot be neglected by the inspector, yet they must not be overutilized. Hence, it is necessary to emulate the Taixue by establishing a biong, inviting scholars and gathering students, which would serve the inspector well. This is the mid-term and amp, opos, strengthening the foundation, and amp, opos. Lu Biao clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, "Excellent. Truly excellent. I am eager to learn about the strategy for and amp, opos, accumulating momentum, and amp, opos, united in purpose, they gather their strengths, the alliance of the Kuai, the Kai, the Ma, and the Pang, representing the might of the gentry, the collection of loyal troops, the selection of elite soldiers, the establishment of superior weaponry, and the training of valiant warriors, embodying the prowess of armed forces, the encouragement of agriculture, the expansion of fertile lands, the safeguarding of trade routes, and the opening of markets, signifying the accumulation of wealth and provisions. These 3 facets constitute a long-term strategy of preparation." As Fei Qian spoke, his enthusiasm grew, prompting him to rise and address Lu Biao, whose excitement was palpable. "Should these 3 strategies succeed, the banners will rally, and the direction of our might shall be clear. Those who yield shall submit willingly, while those who resist." Fei Qian gestured decisively, then bowed respectfully to Lu Biao, proclaiming with clarity, "At this juncture, the governor shall undoubtedly establish a formidable reputation in the Central Plains, etching his name into the annals of history and wielding authority over Jingxiang." Chapter 94. The prefect of Jingzhou, upon hearing Fei Qian and Apos' words, Lu Biao was immediately struck by a refreshing clarity. Never had anyone articulated their thoughts with such lucidity and purpose as Fei Qian did. Those Lu Biao had encountered previously often indulged in cryptic expressions that were ambiguous at best, or spoke in vague terms that evaded clarity, or dazzled with grandiloquent rhetoric that bore no substance. Some even devised a range of strategies, yet left him with no choice but to pursue the middle path. Lu Biao had yet to meet anyone who could present facts and reason with such step-by-step coherence as Fei Qian, whose arguments were interwoven seamlessly, each point reinforcing the next. Previously, Lu Biao had held a high regard for the words of the Kuai brothers, but today, Fei Qian and Amp, Apos' discourse surpassed their eloquence in both clarity and effectiveness. Lu Biao felt as though the chaotic thoughts that had cluttered his mind were suddenly organized by Fei Qian's insights, flowing smoothly from beginning to end. He relished this newfound sense of comfort and exhilaration. Moreover, Fei Qian's words were grounded in reason and delivered with fervor. The final proclamation of making a name for oneself in the annals of history and wielding power over Jingxiang ignited a fervent passion within Lu Biao, making him feel as if the pinnacle of success was within his grasp. Unable to contain his excitement, Lu Biao exclaimed, rising to grasp Fei Qian's arm, and passionately declared, "Indeed, Ziyuan, you are a remarkable talent. Your words have dispelled the clouds and unveiled the sun. I wish to appoint you as my chief scribe. Would you accept?" The position of chief scribe is undeniably significant. Although it may not hold a high rank, it is a crucial role among the elite advisors, responsible for confidential matters, overseeing official documents, and managing the finances. If Lu Biao were likened to the chairman of a company, the chief scribe would be akin to the first vice president, though subordinate to the CEO the authority granted is substantial. Lu Biao's proposal took Fei Qian by surprise. He had anticipated an offer of a lower rank, such as a clerk or perhaps a minor official, but never did he expect such a prestigious title. This could also be interpreted as Lu Biao testing the waters. Accepting the chief scribe position would mean a significant leap over many junior officials, effectively elevating Fei Qian to a mid-level role. For instance, Qin Lin, one of the 7 sons of Jianin, had served as the chief scribe for the general He Jin. And Lu Bu had also begun his career as a chief scribe under Ding Yuan. Fei Qian's thoughts raced, and though the position was enticing, he resolutely declined with humility, saying, "I am unworthy and fear I cannot bear such a heavy responsibility." Lu Biao, initially believing Fei Qian was merely being modest, pressed him further. However, upon realizing Fei Qian's genuine reluctance, he felt a twinge of displeasure and inquired, "Is there something unspeakable troubling you? Or do you find this place lacking? Unworthy of your talents?" This question struck a chord, probing deeply into Fei Qian's motives. Fei Qian couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing that Lu Biao was indeed as described by later generations, appearing admirable on the surface, yet riddled with numerous flaws. This was one of the reasons why Fei Qian declined the position of chief clerk under Lu Biao. After all, the role of chief clerk bore a heavy personal imprint, essentially making it a confidant position for the governor. If the governor were commendable and promising, the future would undoubtedly flourish. However, in the case of someone like Lu Biao, Fei Qian expressed his reluctance to be subjected to the scorn of others in the future. With utmost respect, Fei Qian clasped his hands towards Lu Biao and stated, "It is not that I am unwilling, but rather that I am unable. The governor has treated me with great kindness, and I am profoundly grateful. However, my purpose in coming to Jingxiang is to pursue knowledge, and my energy is limited. I fear that I might neglect the governor's significant affairs if I attempt to juggle both responsibilities. Furthermore, I am still young and relatively unknown. Ascending to a high position may not earn me the respect of others. Moreover, what if a great sage were to arrive in the future? How would the governor address that?" At this moment, Lu Biao recalled that Fei Qian had indeed been sent to Jingxiang to study, as mentioned in Kai Yong and Appo's correspondence. While it was possible to learn while serving in an official capacity, it was also reasonable to focus solely on scholarly pursuits. More importantly, Fei Qian's argument bore some merit. Although his prior statements were commendable, he was indeed youthful. Lu Biao pondered the implications of having a more suitable and capable sage wishing to join in the future. Would the position of chief clerk responsible for finances be relinquished or retained? With this thought, Lu Biao and Appo's anger dissipated, and he failed to notice how Fei Qian was considering his interests. Clearly, Fei Qian was a disciple of Kai Yong, whose gentlemanly demeanor influenced him. Yet, Lu Biao felt it unreasonable to leave Fei Qian without any official position. He needed to devise a strategy to keep him engaged. Thus, Lu Biao's eyes twinkled with ideas as he carefully considered his words and said to Fei Qian, "In that case, let us appoint Ziyuan as a special assistant." What? Fei Qian nearly thought he had misheard. How could his attempts to decline result in a higher appointment? A special assistant to the governor was the highest official beneath the governor, and due to their elevated status, they would not ride in the same carriage as the governor, but rather in a separate one. Although the role of special assistant in this era did not carry the same weight as it would in later Wei and Jin times, where it was said to command half the authority of the governor, it still held considerable influence over various affairs. Noticing Fei Qian's astonishment and confusion, Lu Biao chuckled, feeling a sense of pride in his clever proposal. "Ziyuan, do not decline. Your role as special assistant does not require you to manage affairs directly. Rather, you are to provide counsel and strategies. This way, it will not hinder your studies, and wouldn't that be splendid?" Fei Qian now understood that this special assistant position had shifted from a role with substantial authority to one of mere advisory capacity. Lu Biao further insisted that Fei Qian must not refuse again. Realizing that Lu Biao was adamant, Fei Qian conceded, and thus, he stepped back and performed a deep bow of respect. Lu Biao laughed heartily, only assisting Fei Qian to his feet after he had completed his formal bows. As he summoned his servants to prepare a banquet, he playfully teased Fei Qian, saying, "Today, I must indulge in revelry with you, my friend. I wonder how well you can hold your liquor. Isn't it merely a matter of drinking?" Fei Qian replied, reflecting on how his capacity for alcohol had seemingly increased after enduring the trials of the drinking games with El Bu and his companions. He then remarked, "I have long heard of your esteemed prowess with the 3 fine vessels, and today I wish to witness it firsthand." when a connoisseur of wine encounters another enthusiast. As long as there is enough drink to go around, merriment ensues. Lu Biao was no exception, as he cheerfully led Fei Qian toward the side hall, laughing heartily, ha ha ha. Splendid! Go fetch my 3 fine vessels. Chapter 95, Lu Biao's Circle, Xiachaoren Theory Book. Friends, in the upper echelons of Eastern Han society, the culture of wine flourished immensely. The origins of wine are attributed to various figures, such as Dukong and Yi, along with legends involving Shinong and the divine ape. However, one aspect remains consistent. Wine, as a cultural phenomenon closely intertwined with literati from its inception, has played a vital role throughout various historical epochs. And the Eastern Han period is no exception. Initially, Fei Qian had envisioned amassing wealth through the production of wine. Unfortunately, he soon discovered that during the Eastern Han period, distilled spirits had begun to emerge, marking the advent of potent liquor, though this potency cannot be compared to modern spirits like vodka. Nevertheless, this development severed a lucrative avenue for Fei Qian. The anticipated ancient tools of papermaking and distillation seemed futile. Half of his aspirations were dashed by the existing market, while the other half was already in use and continuously evolving. As for winemaking, Fei Qian initially approached it with enthusiasm, eager to experiment with distillation methods. However, upon visiting the grandest tavern in Woyang, the Zui Xian Lu, his spirits plummeted. From fruit wines to grain wines, including the of the Hu people, as well as various specialty brews and he was met with an overwhelming array of options. When he learned of the existence of high-proof distilled spirits, the tavern keeper informed him that such potent drinks were not favored by the scholarly elite, resulting in minimal sales. At that moment, Fei Qian and Apo's fervent desire for wealth was extinguished, leaving him despondent. Unlike the figures of previous eras who could wield the dual weapons of papermaking and winemaking to amass considerable capital without attracting attention, he found himself in a dire predicament where he could scarcely afford even a bowl of soup. Thus, he abandoned his ambitions in these 2 fields. The aristocracy represented the paramount consumer demographic of this era. Common folk seldom utilized paper or indulged in wine, while paper might eventually evolve under favorable conditions. The high-proof spirits were simply unappealing to the elite, who would not accept them. To whom could he sell his creations? The Hu people appreciated fine wines. Yet they were not fools. They exchanged cattle and sheep, which held value akin to land in the eyes of the Han. While they might indulge occasionally, trading vast herds for spirits would likely render them vulnerable to conquest by others. The Eastern Han aristocracy favored low-proof, grain wines. Categorized as follows: the esteemed enjoyed glutinous rice wine, the middle class relished millet wine, and the lower class consumed sorghum wine. There were also more refined fruit wines. For instance, Chow Chow was known to favor grape wine. On this day, Lu Biao graciously hosted Fei Qian, presenting him with golden syrup wine. This type of wine was referenced by Mei Chung in the Western Han period in his poem Lu Fu, where he mentions, "The noble offers golden syrup." Drinking naturally calls for revelry. The more boisterous the gathering, the greater the joy. Today, Lu Biao had indeed been inspired by Fei Qian and Apo's words, leading him to a clearer understanding and greater hope for success in the territory of Jingxiang. His spirits were exceptionally high, not only inviting Fei Qian but also sending for others, claiming it was to host a welcoming feast for Fei Qian and to congratulate him on his new appointment. The first to arrive was naturally Pang Ji, known as Pang Xiling, who had evidently learned of Fei Qian and Apo's recent elevation to the position of Biejia. Upon meeting, he promptly extended his congratulations to both Lu Biao and Fei Qian, creating an atmosphere of utmost harmony. Following him was a general named Wang Wei, whose square face and neatly groomed mustache lent him an air of seriousness. Upon discovering Fei Qian was the newly appointed Biejia, a look of surprise crossed his features. Yet he too offered his formal congratulations before taking a seat. Next to arrive was Fu's son, known as Fu Gokti. At first glance, Fei Qian mistook him for another warrior due to his imposing stature and serious demeanor. However, as he observed more closely, he realized Fu Sun was indeed dressed as a scholar. Lu Biao's introduction confirmed that Fu Sun was firmly within the ranks of the civil officials. As the position of Bujiao primarily dealt with financial records, a realm typically beyond the purview of martial leaders, Fu Sun, with his stern expression, offered neither joy nor displeasure upon hearing of Fei Qian's new role, simply performing the customary greetings before taking his seat. The next pair to arrive, one martial and one literary, left a stronger impression on Fei Qian, not because he had met them before, but because they held greater renown within the annals of the romance of the Three Kingdoms than the earlier guests. The martial figure was Wen Pin, known as Wen Zhongya, a towering man with a robust physique, exuding an aura of valor as he served as a subordinate general. The literary figure was E.G., known as Iboji. Upon encountering E.G., Fei Qian was struck by the man's refinement, realizing that while Lu Biao was indeed distinguished, E.G. possessed an elegance that justified his reputation as a gentleman in later portrayals of the Three Kingdoms. His every gesture radiated the charm of a mature man, and had he ventured into the entertainment industry of later times, he would undoubtedly captivate the hearts of many. If E.G. was of such high caliber, one could only imagine the unparalleled grace of the famed Zhou Yu, renowned for his irresistible allure across ages. The final arrivals were the Captain Kai He and the Administrator Deng Shi. Fei Qian retained some memory of Kai He, but could hardly recall Deng Shi and Apos as contributions. As the guests gathered, Lu Biao formally announced the commencement of the banquet and introduced Fei Qian to all present, prompting Fei Qian to promptly offer his respects to Lu Biao and Apos as subordinates. As he performed his bow, Fei Qian contemplated internally Pang Ji, also known as Pang Xiling. Based on prior knowledge, though he shares the surname Pang, his connection to Pang de Gong does not appear particularly close. Rather, he seems to be aligned with the Kuai family, likely serving as their vanguard. Wang Wei, I have no recollection of him. It seems the Wang surname is rather uncommon in Jingxiang, suggesting he is an outsider, possibly a foreign military general. Fu Sun, given his position, is evidently close to Lu Biao. After all, which head of a company does not prioritize finances? Wen Ping, also known as Wen Zhongya, is undoubtedly a local figure from the Wen family of Jingxiang, likely hailing from the northern regions. E.G. surprisingly originates from Shanyang, the same locale as Lu Biao. Thus, it could be said that he is one of Lu Biao's trusted confidants. As for Kai He is undoubtedly from the Kai family. Although it appears Kai Mao has yet to make an appearance, he may serve a similar role to Pang Ji, scouting ahead for the Kai family. Deng Shi, I have no impression of him. The position of Zhizhong primarily involves handling documents, making it difficult to ascertain his affiliations. As it stands, those closest to Lu Biao seem to be Fu Sun and E.G. Representatives from the Jingxiang factions include Pang Ji and Kai He from the Kai family, as well as Wen Ping from the Wen family. Wang Wei and Deng Shi likely represent external military and civil officials. Fei Qian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. With such diverse factions within Lu Biao's ranks, it appears my role as a subordinate is not so easily navigated. Chapter 96. The Banquet of the Three Elegances in the Future Office Environment. Fei Qian was acutely aware that the emergence of factions could be exceedingly vexing, not only for the company's executives but also for the rank-and-file employees, who found themselves grappling with this unwelcome dilemma. Certain matters, which ought to ostensibly benefit the company's growth, could, in the tumult of factional rivalry, be deliberately sabotaged to undermine opponents, disregarding the collective interest. In the current scenario under Lu Biao, a power struggle was undoubtedly brewing between the local factions of Jingxiang and the outsiders. Fei Qian could hardly contemplate the impending clash. While the battlefield may be marked by harsh realities, the ensuing skirmishes of power would be equally ruthless. After extending his greetings to everyone, Fei Qian discerned that Lu Biao seemed to be concealing a crucial detail, namely, that their agreement was merely for him to offer counsel without engaging in governance. Lu Biao, in his introductions, failed to mention this distinction at all. Was there such a stark contrast between the roles of the chairman's special assistant and the chairman's special advisor? One could potentially take power from others, while the other would likely not. What purpose did Lu Biao have in deliberately obscuring this fact? Evidently, Lu Biao had no intention of revealing it in this setting. Perhaps never intended to do so, as he exuberantly clapped his hands for his servants to present the three elegances goblets. Lu Biao, known for his fondness for fine wine, gained renown for crafting these exquisite vessels, the grand elegance, the middle elegance, and the lesser elegance. The servants acted swiftly, and soon, the three elegances goblets were ceremoniously brought forth. Fei Qian, witnessing this for the first time, was struck by a wave of incredulity. Could this truly be referred to as a goblet? They appeared to be nothing more than three large wine jars. As the host, Lu Biao took the lead, commanding the servants to fill the smallest goblet, the lesser elegance, to the brim. Fei Qian observed a servant pour a jug of golden liquor into it, yet it was still not full. Another jug was poured, but it remained lacking. Only upon the third jug, which filled it substantially, did it finally reach capacity. At that moment, a singular thought consumed Fei Qian's mind. It seemed he would be leaving inebriated today, given the sheer volume of liquor in the lesser elegance. Coupled with the larger two, no matter the potency of the beverage, the sheer quantity would prove overwhelming. With the goblet filled, the servants proceeded to ladle a portion of liquor from the lesser elegance for each individual, placing it upon their respective tables. Liu Biao then addressed E.G., saying, "Boji, shall you commence?" E.G. smiled, nodded, and stepped forward, placing the ladle into the lesser elegance, allowing a long handle to protrude outward. E.G. cast a glance at Fei Qian, seemingly providing an explanation regarding the etiquette of Liu Biao and Appo's banquet of the three elegances. Firstly, each participant was to consume a cup of wine, after which the designated host would spin the wine spoon. When the spoon came to a halt, the individual it pointed to would be required to either sing, dance, compose poetry, or create a prose piece, showcasing their talent on the spot. For the performance to be deemed successful, a minimum of 1 commendation was necessary for the Ji elegance, 2 for the Zhong elegance, and 3 for the Bo elegance. Upon successfully passing, all attendees would partake in another cup of wine, subsequently refilling from the large wine vessel and spinning the spoon anew to select the next participant. Should one fail to perform or receive the requisite number of praises, they would be obliged to drink a cup for every person present, after which they could refill and spin the spoon to choose another. This pattern would continue until the Ji, Zhong, and Bo elegance wines were entirely consumed before the gathering could disperse. There was, of course, an alternative means of concluding the event. Everyone could simply fall to the ground. To prevent any form of deception, Liu Biao had devised a method involving a specially designed wooden staff equipped with a long needle, which would only puncture those truly intoxicated. Fei Qian instantly sensed a profound malice underlying the rules. The issue was not merely the size of the wine vessels, but rather the fact that one could refill the wine after each round. If every round were to be filled to the brim, one could drink to the point of oblivion, unable to finish the 3 vessels of wine. Furthermore, gaining the approval of at least 1 to a maximum of 3 individuals in attendance was a cunning trap that could spell disaster for the unwary. The notion of feigning drunkenness only to be pricked by that long needle was far from reassuring. One could only hope that it had been sterilized. For even if one were spared from contracting HIV, the risk of tetanus from such a puncture was no trivial matter. E.G. observed Fei Qian and smiled knowingly, raising his wine cup and proclaiming loudly, "Let us drink to victory." The gathered crowd, including Liu Biao, raised their cups in thunderous agreement. With a wry smile, Fei Qian reluctantly lifted his cup and drank it down in unison with the others. Attention soon shifted to the wine spoon,